An hour later, the joint conference room of the three major civilizations. Han Xiao's remote projection, Shiran, entered the room and saw three old men with a deep face, their eyes hanging tightly on him like hooks. Yo, they are all here. Han Xiao was not in a hurry at all and said hello casually. This was the first time he had been called to come for a meeting after the relationship between the two sides dropped to freezing point. Black Star, what do you know? Mara Bruce looked extremely solemn, and she was not in the mood to say something, so she went straight to the point. An hour ago, the three of them were waiting for the Empire to report Black Star's attitude towards the three major civilizations to meet the agreement to stabilize the association, but they did not expect that when they heard a message that shocked them, Black Star actually broke the secret of the wormhole. All three were shocked. Where did Black Star know that we cracked the secret of the wormhole? Internal intelligence leaked? Is there an insider? If it is not for this reason, then where can the Black Star know? Could it be that he had already known the secrets of this set of wormhole data? The amount of information contained in it is too large. Mar Bruce, Lewis, and the Void Cult are anxious. Black Star deliberately asked someone to pass the message. No matter what the situation was, it means that Black Star had unexpected information, which was of great importance and could not be careless. The three of them discussed urgently for a while, decided to talk to Black Star, and send an invitation, which led to the current meeting. I know a lot. Han Xiao glanced at the three of them, deliberately showing a meaningful expression, and felt a secret relief. He was not sure what was going on in the three major civilizations, so he did not directly call out the name of the world tree, but instead tentatively pointed out the information about the alien god wormhole. But since he was called to meet, Han Xiao knew that he had bet right and guessed the truth. He was secretly glad that he did not backfire. How much do you know about the wormhole data in the heritage of the gods? Lewis asked in a deep voice. Han Xiao calmed down, looked at him, and said casually, "You have found a civilization across the wormhole, right?" The three of them looked at each other with a solemn expression. Mar Bruce frowned and said, "Where did your information come from?" "I know what you want to ask." Han Xiao raised his eyebrows, "But I didn't steal your inside information." Hearing this, the three of them looked even heavier. Black Star said that his source of intelligence was not an internal leak from the three major civilizations, and the subtext was that he had known the secret of wormhole data for a long time and had unknown information in his hand. Mar Bruce took a deep breath, put down his reserve, and even said in a low voice, solemnly, "I believe you know what the nature of this matter is. We hope you will tell the truth. This is very important to the entire universe." "Yes." Han Xiao nodded. "The matter has happened, and it is meaningless to conceal it now. It is time to talk openly. Now the three major civilizations must be clear about the dangers of the world tree in advance. This set of wormholes lead to a territory called the World Tree Civilization, which is an extremely powerful cosmic civilization frenzied about war and expansion. Decades ago, for some reason, the alien god sent a clone to attack me, and finally fell into a wormhole in the fight, and happened to discover the World Tree Civilization. After that, the alien god sent someone to take away the wormhole data and study the coordinates of the World Tree Civilization. By chance, I became the only insider." Han Xiao concealed the memory of his previous life and explained the matter in another way, emphasizing the power of the World Tree Civilization, basically telling him all about the World Tree. The three of them frowned and were full of doubt when they heard this. Mar Bruce couldn't help but question, did these things be told by the alien god? Let's not talk about why the alien god revealed the information to you alone. Why are you so clear about the information about the World Tree Civilization? It's not like the alien god has only been there once. I understand your doubts. Han Xiao nodded. This matter cannot tolerate the story. If everything is pushed to the alien god, just a confrontation can expose the lies. Without a source of ironclad information, the three major civilizations would not rashly believe this information. However, he had already thought of the reason, and he could give his detailed understanding of the world tree a closed-loop explanation. Actually, I have a relic from a civilization destroyed by the world tree in my hand, which contains a lot of relevant information. My understanding of the world tree is basically derived from it. As he said that, Han Xiao raised his hand to summon the projection of SWI-001's three-dimensional model and displayed the information prepared early on the virtual screen. The three of them changed their faces and they hurriedly browsed. The more they looked, the more shocked they became, and their hearts were shocked. The memory element of SWI-001 records the tragic situation of the Kama Republic when it was invaded, records the special war mode of the World Tree Civilization, which is extremely powerful, and also shows that the World Tree Civilization is a cosmic civilization that almost cannot coexist. All of this confirms that Han Xiao's words are true. If there was no such a big treasure, even if Han Xiao could explain the source of information, his persuasion would be limited. This big baby is really time to come, Han Xiao sighed secretly. There is nothing to say, just one sentence. Fording is awesome. After a while, the three of them finished reading the information, with shock remaining in their eyes. The World Tree Civilization, a model that devours everything, is simply the enemy of all intelligent civilizations. I didn't expect that there would be such hunters in the universe. Lewis murmured to himself. Bruce was scared and still scared, and whispered, "Fortunately, we sealed the strange god early. If he attracts the world to create civilization, then..." Halfway through his speech, his expression suddenly froze. At this moment, Bruce suddenly remembered that the action of sealing the alien god seemed to be driven by the Black Star. They have not been discovered by the World Tree now, thanks to the Black Star. At that time, Black Star was desperate to seal the strange gods. Could it be that at that time, it had already begun a long-term layout and secretly protected the explored universe from being invaded? Bruce was shocked and looked up at Han Xiao, unable to help but ask, "You tried your best to hunt down the strange gods. Because of this reason? Otherwise? Do you really think I have an endless hatred with him?" Han Xiao asked casually. Bruce's face changed slightly. He looked at Han Xiao deeply and couldn't help but feel a little admiration and gratitude. The fear and suspicion in his heart were instantly diluted a lot. If it weren't for Black Star's efforts, perhaps the Interstellar Society had been invaded now. Strictly speaking, the entire universe owed Black Star love. But Black Star never revealed this matter, silently letting this achievement be buried in the dust of history, and no one knows the great contribution he has made. Hidden merit and fame. In Bruce's heart, Han Xiao's image immediately became taller. Suddenly, the head of a Zuling sect spoke in a deep voice. "Haixing, you know the threat of the World Tree Civilization. Since you have known this information for a long time, why haven't you said it?" Han Xiao shook his head. "I know you very much. If you knew that a powerful, unknown civilization was entrenched in the unexplored universe, would it be considered as non-existent? As long as you said it, it would lead to early contact. Keeping this secret by one person was the best choice in the past. If you hadn't achieved results in your research on wormhole data, I wouldn't have said it now." The three of them were speechless. Indeed, it would be fine if they didn't know, but if they knew the great threat of the World Tree, the three of them knew very well that they would never sit idly by and would definitely implement the principle of starting first, just like now. Detection is a two-way behavior. Exploring the intelligence of the World Tree also requires the risk of exposure. But even so, it is an inevitable choice to start first in their position, otherwise it will be left to fate and wait for death. How can others sleep soundly at the bed? Such powerful foreign enemies are entrenched in the unknown universe, and they are unable to sleep or eat for fear that one day they will be discovered by the other party and invaded. There is no reason to prevent thieves for thousands of days. Of course, it is to take the initiative to kill hidden dangers and more in line with the needs of the three major civilizations. This is like an interference effect. If both parties do not know each other's existence, they can still be peaceful and make two parallel lines without intersection. But once they discover each other, they will quickly interact. I admit what you said makes sense. Lewis sighed, but this approach is also a kind of luck mentality. Betting on the enemy cannot find us. Han Xiao shook his head and said nothing. His confidence in doing this is to know when the world tree will invade, but there is no need to explain such words now, and it is difficult to explain them. He is also skeptical when he says it. At this moment, the head of the Zuling sect frowned and said, "But how do we confirm that the information of this civilization relics is true, rather than fabricated? Are you suspicious of me?" Han Xiao glanced at him. "I'm just being cautious, not targeting you." Zuling sect's head waved his hand. Lewis thought for a while and agreed. "Indeed, the source of the information you provided is very convincing, but the authenticity is still doubtful. It is not that you doubt you, but that we cannot fully believe this information. Although it looks very real, who knows whether there is any problem with this civilized relics itself? We cannot make arbitrary conclusions. Black Star, we will use the information you provide as reference materials, and it depends on the results of the actual exploration in detail." Bruce said, "TSK, you three have a lot to do." Hearing this, Han Xiao curled his lips, but it was not surprising. From the perspective of the three major civilizations, it is appropriate to be cautious. After all, there is the possibility of false information, just like the experience of the Kundi people at that time. Who knows whether this information is a fabricated bait? Han Xiao pinched his chin and said slowly, "This civilization relic still has a life reaction, but it's just falling asleep. If you wake it up, you should be able to ask for more information." He also had a related task on him. He didn't want to cause trouble because he didn't wake up SWY-001 because he didn't want to cause trouble. But now it's confirmed that the three major civilizations are in contact with the world tree in advance, and this concern has basically been eliminated. Therefore, Han Xiao didn't mind awakening SWY-001 at this time, but instead could become an arm helper. "Okay, then I'll ask you, this is very important. By the way, you'll help us, right?" Bruce nodded, suddenly paused, realizing that they seemed to be in a confrontation with the association. The other two realized this, and their expressions were a little uncomfortable. Things have changed, but they need the strength of the association. They wanted to liquidate others not long ago, but now they ask for help. The three of them feel awkward and a little ashamed. However, the three of them had a high position and were only embarrassed for a few seconds. They quickly adjusted their mentality, with no expression on their faces, but just stared at Han Xiao with their eyes burning. Han Xiao glanced at the three of them and smiled. "The world tree civilization cannot coexist with us. We are in a relationship of losing our lips and cold teeth. No one can keep it alone. Everyone is united in the enemy and unite against the outside world. Cooperation and joining forces are the only choice. It's great that you can understand this." The three of them immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Now they need to unite all their strength. They are really afraid that the Super A-level association will not be able to tell clearly at this time and play a trick. Seeing that the Black Nebula had calmly exposed the conflict, the three of them couldn't help but recall the disputes between them and the Super A-level association over the years, and their mood was quite complicated. Looking at the measures that Black Star has taken office, since it has always been a way to promote checks and balances, hoping to live in peace and never provoke conflicts. In the past, the three of them thought the association was delaying time to accumulate strength, but now when they look back, the three of them suddenly realize that Black Star's approach seemed to have another explanation. Isn't this also preserving the vitality? Due to various reasons such as fear, they kept suppressing and excluding the association. Black Star kept restraining and maintaining a fragile balance like walking on a tightrope. While they were still struggling with internal struggles, Black Star probably had already focused on world-building civilization and prepared for fighting against foreign enemies. Unfortunately, the leakage of virtual rebel virus technology made them determined to provoke the war and try to start a full war and liquidate. I almost couldn't turn back. The three of them were shocked, and a cold sweat broke out on their backs, and they were very grateful. Fortunately, at the critical moment, the cliff stopped. If the fight really started, it would destroy the good intentions of Black Star and damage the vitality on his side. Thinking of this, the three of them looked at Han Xiao again, their eyes very complicated, with both guilt and apology, as well as gratitude and admiration. Misunderstood him, Knowing the real motive, the three of them seemed to have met Han Xiao again. The image of Black Star in their minds suddenly became vivid. The three of them seemed to see a figure walking alone, carrying the burden that no one knew, tried to eliminate the dispute, but no one understood his true intention. Black Star, your contribution to this universe is worthy of being called great. Bruce flashed through such thoughts. His heart was undulating, and he was secretly admiring. And at the same time, he was a little sorry, and he had the same idea as Ulan Riel. How great would it be if Black Star was the direct line of the Empire? The prejudices that used to be like the melting of ice and snow, and to this point, it was stupid to continue to fight. The three of them knew that Black Star had shown goodwill, and it was their turn to express their opinions. The three of them looked at each other, understood each other's meaning, and nodded slowly. Bruce coughed, looked at Han Xiao seriously, and spoke solemnly. Hei Xing, I officially represent the three major civilizations and invite you to be a special security consultant again. I wonder if you are willing. Looking at the solemn expressions of the three of them, Han Xiao shook his finger. Don't you? Bruce's eyes tightened. No, I mean, not enough. Han Xiao's face was calm, and he curled his lips in his heart. If you're thick-skinned, you're still thick-skinned. Not long ago, they were vigorously targeting the superclass. Now they say they changed their faces and they're working together. Although the motivation is right, this style treats us superclass as a chamber pot, and they will be waiving it. Since the lockdown ban was issued, the association has suffered a lot of losses. Even though everyone is now in unanimous foreign relations, the world tree has not yet been fought. The three major civilizations want to get the assistance of the association without showing the substantial benefits. It is not that good. His identity is multifaceted, and it is a matter of duty to fight for the interests of the members of the association. He cannot accept the righteous kidnapping of the three major civilizations. What are your conditions? The three of them narrowed their eyes and leaned forward a little. Private views are private views, and official affairs are official affairs, which involve substantial interests. Even if the three of them admire Han Xiao's contribution, they will not let the other party ask for a price everywhere. Perhaps in view of unanimous external and Black Star actively sharing World Tree information, we can make concessions at the discretion, but if the conditions are too excessive, the three of them cannot agree. Han Xiao nodded and said, Joint cooperation is the general trend, but I hope you understand that I am the president of the association after all, and I want to give members an explanation. The blockade ban has caused considerable losses to many super-level A-level members. First of all, the blockade ban needs to be lifted and the losses of super-level A-level members during this period. What do you think? Yes. The three nodded. This was in the plan. Han Xiao continued. Secondly, the association needs to receive additional resource compensation, such as loss of work and mental loss. In the subsequent cooperation, the three major civilizations must continue to provide resources. Although everyone has a common enemy, you are the rulers of the exploration of the universe. We will help you protect your territory. It is impossible to do nothing. This is fine. The number can be discussed. The three of them pondered for a while, but there was no objection. Han Xiao paused and said slowly, The last point is that the three major civilizations must recognize the authoritative status of the super-level association. They are no longer civil organizations, but superpowered organizations with official nature. They recognize our independent nature and our sacred territoriality and allow us to publicly impart all superpowered knowledge, be on the same political status as higher civilizations, enjoy the same rights, and write them into the interstellar common law. In addition, on the edge of the exploration of the universe, the association must have a highly autonomous territory. Hearing this, the three people frowned secretly. An important factor in which they can openly suppress super-level A-level associations is that the nature of the association is a civil organization and does not enjoy the rights of a series of interstellar common laws, such as the peace treaty. No civilian force has ever enjoyed the same treatment of higher civilizations in politics. Even a powerful, super-level A-level force cannot do it. This requirement sets a precedent. This is not a verbal promise, but written into the law. The Super A-level association wants to become a real authoritative alliance of superpowers. Once they admit that the association's soaring reputation can almost monopolize the private superpowers and is protected by common laws, which leads to many suppression methods not being used by the association, which is very troublesome. At the same time, the Super A-level association also requires that the autonomous territory of civilized treatment is different from the respective power territories of Super A-level, which is almost the meaning of establishing a country. It is located on the edge of the explored universe. It is probably with the strategic intention of advancing or retreating in order to prevent liquidation that may occur again in the future. Han Xiao waited for a moment and saw the three of them thinking and tickled, adding, "Don't get me wrong, I have no other intentions." This is the association's requirement for its own safety considerations. I believe that the three major civilizations should be willing to meet the association's self-protection intention, right? He almost expressed the subtext clearly. You have been hesitating for so long. Are you considering the cunning rabbit and the lackey's cooking, stinky brother? The three of them looked at each other and exchanged views quickly on the private channel. Soon, Mar Bruce knocked on the table and said, "If the information of the World Tree is correct, we agree to this condition. At the same time, if a foreign war breaks out, the association needs to make full efforts, and we will formulate detailed terms in the future." That's good. When you fulfill the agreement, we will have more cooperation foundations. Han Xiao nodded, and he was clear about it. This was a potential exchange of interests and risk games. Even if you know that the foreign enemy exists, your life must continue. The three major civilizations will definitely preset the situation behind repelling foreign enemy. At that time, you will still have to solve the problem of the expansion of the number of levels A. To agree to this requirement, it will increase the difficulty of future liquidation. However, due to the pressure from foreign enemies, the three major civilizations have to stabilize the association and make a certain degree of compromise. If they do not agree to this condition, their minds will be too obvious. Even if they work with the association, they will have a different dream, and there are a lot of unstable factors. This requirement is equivalent to the Black Star's open conspiracy, making it difficult for them to refuse even if they know the consequences. And most importantly, Black Star is an unexpected insider, which disrupted the pace of the three major civilizations. Stabilizing Black Star himself is even more important than stabilizing the association. The three of them thought about it and finally agreed. In addition to compromising, they were still playing another possibility. It was a more appropriate way to reduce the number of foreign enemies exceeding the A-level compared to internal liquidation. The Super A-level association suffered heavy casualties in foreign wars. This is the ideal result, which is far better than civil strife. It not only temporarily alleviates the problem of individual power imbalance, but also allows these Super A-level deaths to play their greatest value. In this way, the sequelae of agreeing to the Black Star's request will be greatly reduced, and there is plenty of time to think about the solution before the next time the number of individual powers is imbalanced. Han Xiao also knew the meaning of the three major civilizations, which was the place where the game was because the World Tree had too great threat. He did not intend to work hard, and it would cause heavy casualties and injuries to the Super A-level association, which was also his goal. The unlimited recovery of the sanctuary is the core reason. He claimed that there's only one chance, and that the truth can be exposed to the deterrence of the three major civilizations. If you want to die, you either fight a civil war or a foreign war, and it is impossible to let Super A-level collective self-destruction. In contrast, it is natural that the foreign war can maximize the benefits without wasting keys or damaging internal strength and showing off his fist. As long as you see the effect of the sanctuary recovery and don't have to experience it yourself, the three civilizations will understand the importance and produce a strong fear of throwing the rat. They not only confronted the world tree, but also shocked the three civilizations, killing two birds with one stone. By the way, he planned to mix in some difficult-to-collect sanctuary key materials into the resource compensation list, and with the family background of the three major civilizations, he would definitely be able to produce them. It is equivalent to using other people's materials to make their own weapons, and then use them to threaten them. This is very nasty. It was a foregone conclusion that the world tree had contact with it in advance, so Han Xiao adapted to the situation, flexibly adjusted the plan, and pursued the maximization of interests. The three leaders in front of him were naturally not clear, and they were probably still mistakenly thinking that he was pursuing the security guarantee of peaceful coexistence. Both sides have their own thoughts and reached a temporary consensus. Also, don't disclose the world civilization to the outside world for the time being. The fewer people in the know, the better, otherwise it will cause chaos. Bruce instructed. I know it naturally. Han Xiao nodded. In the past life, they fought against world trees rely on higher civilizations, armed forces, and superpowers. Ordinary people are basically protected objects and have limited uses. Now, they're not as good as the whole nation is a soldier. If they know, they can only cause trouble. As he said that, Han Xiao paused and said, by the way, since I have invited me to be a special security consultant, I have to check this matter. I need to share your exploration report on the World Tree civilization. No problem. Bruce agreed very readily this time. After all, the information he has not yet possessed is as much as black stars, which is also one of the assistants they need. Han Xiao soon received a research report on wormhole data from the Imperial Academy of Sciences and immediately started reading. He reappointed as a special security consultant in order to supervise the exploration progress of the three major civilizations and grasp the first-hand situation. At present, only he is qualified to intervene in the exploration of the world tree by the three major civilizations. After browsing quickly, Han Xiao's eyes were fixed on the first detection report. Next to the conclusion, confirmed that there is an unknown cosmic civilization, there was a suspicious instructions from the review department. He looked back at the data and found that it seemed that he could not directly draw this conclusion. Hey, what's going on with this researcher who wrote the conclusion? These data cannot prove that the other party is a cosmic civilization. Although he was right, it was too arbitrary. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. So he suspended him. It's too unrigorous. Bruce nodded. Han Xiao's heart moved, and there was a vague guess. I'm afraid this guy didn't do it on purpose. Little people can also change the times. He sighed softly, feeling in his heart. After calming down his mood, Han Xiao pretended to be joking. No matter what, he made a contribution by accident, and he can't let others down. Bruce glanced at him and said nothing. Seeing this, Han Xiao smiled, exposed the topic, and talked about the serious matter. According to the current progress, I have a few suggestions. The meeting lasted for several hours. After the two sides reached a consensus on maintaining frequent contact, Han Xiao lifted the remote projection and returned to the office. Han Xiao exhaled, rubbed his cheeks, and murmured, "Fortunately, I avoided the civil war in the end. The targeting of the three civilizations has finally stopped temporarily." He knew that the three civilizations could not completely let go of their hostility, but at their level, there were basically no iron-headed kids who did not hit the wall and did not turn back. They all knew priorities. As long as everyone agreed, they could be tense yesterday, and today they could stop making peace. The relationship between each other was not important at all. It only depends on whether there was a need. Foreign enemies have always been factors that diverted internal conflicts. The two sides do not turn enemies into friends, but at most they become temporary partners and work together to resolve the common main contradictions. In fact, the biggest obstacle to the three major civilizations and associations' reconciliation is Han Xiao, the real powered president. Now that he has agreed to cooperate, most of the resistance has disappeared, which can be regarded as a promotion of the alliance between the two sides. From today on, The situation has entered a new stage of unanimous external relations. The enemy is open and we are secret, and we must start preparing for the world to build civilization. Han Xiao cheered up and felt awe-inspiring. This hidden danger has troubled him for nearly 100 years. Now it seems like he has put down the big rock in his heart. It is finally time to face it. One day later, the territory of the Black Star Legion, the mechanical life civilization, the Apostle Star. Han Xiao and Aurora walked into the Interstellar Research Institute, stopped in front of SWY-001, and looked up at the huge body. Are you sure you wake up this big guy today? Aurora turned her head and looked at Han Xiao. Yes. Han Xiao nodded. Aurora was curious. Why did you suddenly change your mind? I have finished researching it. There is no other valuable thing on it. It is time to wake it up and try to communicate with it. Han Xiao found a reason casually. Okay, it's up to you anyway. Aurora rubbed his hands and said eagerly, Then I'll start now. Han Xiao responded, snapped his fingers, and a mechanical force flowed out, and a series of mechanical warriors emerged, holding up weapons and waiting for battle. At the same time, the various devices that imprisoned SWY-001 were also running at full power. Seeing this, Aurora turned her palm upwards, and life energy emerged, all pouring into SWY-001. In her perception, SWY-001's near-silent life activity began to increase rapidly. Although Han Xiao did not have the sensing of the life superpower, he also felt a powerful energy fluctuation gradually awakening. In his vision, SWY-001 cells began to generate mechanical forces, and many nearly paralyzed mechanical modules in his body slowly began to operate. The broken body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The mechanical device used by Han Xiao to imprison him showed signs of disintegration, as if it was to be decomposed into raw materials and turned into SWY-001 for repairing its own mechanical structure. Quirky SWY-001 made a dense mechanical movement sound in his body. The core reactor buzzed and activated, and the vocal cords vibrated and made a heavy and weird low moan, like a moan made by a beast when he woke up. Aurora cautiously retreated for a while, and Han Xiao took a few steps forward, blocked her, staring at the changes in the parameters of the SWY-001 body during the awakening process. Suddenly, a fierce mechanical force suddenly exploded on the body and instantly flowed all over his body. SWY-001's eyelids shook, and he slowly opened his eyes. There was no spirit in his eyes, as if he had been sleeping for too long and was confused, recalling his identity. After stiffening for a long time, it seemed that it had recalibrated its consciousness and began to move its body. SWY-001 glanced at the surrounding environment in a daze, then lowered his head and looked at Han Xiao, who was also emitting great power on his body. He opened his mouth and emitted deafening sound waves, with many strange syllables, as if he was talking. What is he talking about? Aurora didn't understand and poked Han Xiao's back. This is the common term for his civilization. He is asking who we are and where we are. Han Xiao did not turn his head and explained casually. He obtained a lot of information from the memory files of SWY-001, including various languages of the Kama Republic. Han Xiao also breathed a sigh of relief in this regard. Fortunately, SWY-001's consciousness did not dissipate. Otherwise, all he got was a body, and the wake-up service would not be carried out. Maybe he could only go to the sanctuary to catch people. He was about to speak to communicate with SWY-001 when something happened suddenly. Bang! The powerful mechanical force exploded, and the imprisonment device instantly decomposed and was swallowed by SWY-001. Then his body twisted, and the huge body rushed through the wall of the Institute, retreating away. At the same time, the broken parts quickly turned into various weapon modules, climbed onto the surface, and rumbled to fire at Han Xiao. A beam of light shot in. Han Xiao did not move, and the mechanical troops around him spontaneously summoned the shield to block the attack. He's going to run away. The stress reaction that just woke up is normal, and he can't run away, Han Xiao said casually. SWY-001's last memory was frozen by the World Tree Civilization. I guess I haven't figured out the situation now, and I thought I was captured by the World Tree. Having expected this possibility, Han Xiao had already dismantled the excess weapon module of SWY-001 and also summoned troops from Mechanical Life Civilization to lay out heavy troops around. The two flew into the universe along the holes installed by SWY-001. At a glance, they saw endless mechanical civilization troops surrounding the place. SWY-001 was surrounded and was about to make a move to break through. At this moment, dozens of apostle weapons suddenly emerged from the army, and Han Xiao's mechanical force fell on them across a distance. The group of apostle weapons met SWY-001 and quickly gained the upper hand. After fighting with the three major civilizations, Han Xiao asked the Weidu factory to repair the damaged warriors day and night, and the apostle weapons that were paralyzed were given priority. Now the apostle weapons have basically recovered. Han Xiao's muscles bulged, and blood chi burst out, weaving flesh and blood. The mechanical warriors beside him rushed over, and the advanced mechanical gods immediately descended. He didn't hold back, and suddenly stepped forward, pressed SWY-001, and beat him up like two mechanical beasts fighting in the star space. Han Xiao has an advantage in all performances. While the SWY-001 module was dismantled, its condition was far from peak, and it was completely suppressed, and had basically no power to fight back. Compared with his combat power when he fought with the three direct civilized groups not long ago, Han Xiao had settled the challenge task at that time, received a 520 billion experience reward, 8 character cards, and 6 new abilities. 2 of them are ordinary specialties, 2 advanced specialties, 1 rare skill, and 1 template specialties. The template specialties come from Ernos, called Divine Enhancement. The effect is to increase a certain level of ability strength and greatly enhance the bonus effect of Divine Transformation at all levels, and at the same time strengthen the bonus of faith-based specialties. Machining Divine Key is suitable for this. These tasks also brought him 3 Cosmic Legend labels, namely Super A-Level Number 1 Person, the first founder of the record in history, and the 3 Sources of Fear civilizations. In addition, he forced the 3 major civilized troops to withdraw, completed Manison's request mission, and drew one of the other party's abilities. The O-Chi brought by forwarding seemed to be concentrated on this hand. He touched an exclusive specialty of Old Maitu, called Mechanical Power Affiliation Manison. The mechanical force itself was strengthened, greatly increasing the mechanical affinity and mechanical force strength, as well as greatly strengthening the mechanical force attributes and improving the upper limit of the force. Although his expertise is very good, he has collected 3 exclusive specialties of Manison so far. He feels that he is becoming more and more powerful. Maybe one day he will replace this nickname. These abilities have increased by a total of 2,740 Ana energy level. At his current level, he can also increase such a considerable value at one time. The bonus to combat power is significant. Compared with the confrontation, his strength is more than a little stronger. The wheel battles of the 3 major civilizations have turned into nutrients for thriving. Han Xiao, in his peak state, faced the incomplete SWY-001. There was no suspense in the battle. The best means of persuasion was always fist. After a blow, SWY-001 was finally forced to calm down. While subduing SWY-001, Han Xiao sent a private message to explain the current situation. Stop resisting. This is not the World Tree Civilization. We are another higher civilization. You fell into our territory through the wormhole, and I picked it up. Explained over and over again, coupled with the deterrence of the fist, SWY-001 finally stopped struggling and exchanged doubts. In the field of quantum network, the data exchange between the two was completed in the blink of an eye. SWY-001 knew that Han Xiao had checked his memory elements and also saw some of the interstellar community's intelligence. He basically believed the words, but then he became anxious. I can't stay here. My civilization is still waiting for me. His data voice overlaps like the voices of countless people, sounding an inexplicable sense of ethereality and strangeness. My memory is still stuck when I was defeated and unconscious, and I didn't see the moment when the Kama Republic was completely destroyed. Han Xiao shook his head. I have tested your year. You have been drifting in the universe for a long time. According to our time calendar, it was more than 600 years ago. I'm afraid your civilization has been destroyed. SWY-001 suddenly froze, as if he was in confusion. Swearing to protect civilization to the death is the primary logic written at the beginning of his birth, and it is also the meaning of his existence in this form. I need to confirm. SWY-001 buzzed. If you're willing to provide cosmic coordinates, we can help you detect, but we also need your help, equivalent exchange. Help. We are experiencing the same threat. You are the only survivor we know, so you need your assistance. Your civilization has been destroyed. If you want to take revenge, it is not enough to rely on yourself alone. We can work together. Han Xiao explained. If the situation is true, I promise you. SWY-001 analyzed for a while and finally nodded. After all, he couldn't beat others and had no choice. Moreover, in the preset underlying logic, there is a criterion of revenge. If civilization is destroyed, we will find a way to revenge the world on the premise of preserving ourselves. If a civilization is really destroyed, he has nowhere to go, and uniting the civilization here to fight the World Tree is also in line with his goal. Then I will organize you to meet with the rulers of this territory in a while. I need you to convince them some things and help them recognize the danger of world-building civilization. As he said that, Han Xiao paused and said, I gave you a number, but I guess you don't like to listen. You are a convergent consciousness. What do you want to call you? Just call me Haybelong. This is the name of my super A-level subject. The two of them communicated very quickly and were extremely efficient. Haybelong no longer resisted and allowed many apostle weapons to take him down. There were still many interstellar social intelligence that he needed to understand, but would not allow him to freely access the network. Han Xiao had already used virtual technology to prevent it and blocked the network function. Seeing this, Han Xiao then relieved his mechanical god state, and his body relaxed. It's better than I thought. Well, I guess it's my fist that took a lot of credit. As long as I couldn't control the other party, Haybelong would definitely run away and collect information and find the answers alone. If it were someone else, it wouldn't be so easy to deal with it. But with strong combat power, this problem can be solved easily. The methods are simple and crude, but effective. If they cannot defeat others, they will not be persuaded so easily. Han Xiao opened the panel and took a look. The task of far residence has been completed. The evaluation standard is the degree of body repair, which has reached a very high level. Although a lot of mechanical structures have been removed, Aurora's milk force effect is amazing, which has increased the evaluation. The reward of this task itself is not high, and the most useful thing is a character card of Heberon. Awakening the unknown impact of Heberon on the situation is the focus of the task's note. Han Xiao was paying for the reward, and Aurela flew slowly to her side, with a curious look on her face. She didn't know what Han Xiao and Haybelong communicated, nor did she know the other party's origin. What did you say to him just now? What's going on with this big guy? He comes from a lost civilization, a wanderer who has lost his homeland. For details, I have other arrangements for him. Go. Forget it if you don't say it. Aurora heard what Han Xiao didn't want her to delve into it, and couldn't help but curl her lips and snorted angrily. After a pause, Aurora said again, By the way, what should I do with the heroic spirits of the underworld that I have recovered? They're still on standby. Do I want me to remove all their entities? No need to be removed. Keep them all. Treat them as a secret mobile force, and will always come in handy. Is it to guard against the three major civilizations? Aurora tried, and now the outside world doesn't know what the association and the three major civilizations are. There is this factor, but it is not the point. Han Xiao shook his head. I have already talked with the leaders of the three civilizations. If nothing unexpected happens, the two sides should have temporarily stopped making peace. Aurora was surprised. What agreement have you reached? The three civilizations are willing to give in. The reason is kept confidential for the time being, and I can't tell you, but I will hold a regular meeting to explain the specific terms in a while, and you will know it then. More than half a month has passed quickly. With the high attention of the interstellar community, the three civilizations and the super-level associations seem to have really stopped friction, and the wells on both sides do not interfere with the river. Just as various speculations became increasingly rampant, the three major civilizations who had been pretending to be mute for more than half a month finally issued a joint statement, which caused an earthquake in the entire interstellar society. The three major civilizations claimed that when the situation was about to become uncontrollable, they took the initiative to make concessions. On the one hand, they considered the safety of the interstellar society. After many considerations, they finally chose to calm down and avoid the interstellar society from falling into war. On the other hand, it said that they have reached a consensus with the association and have a reasonable way to deal with virus technology. As for what method it is, there is no detail left. The Super A-Level Association also gave face and did not expose the statements of the three major civilizations, saying that this is the case and there is no conspiracy theories. At least on the surface, the superficial reason for the large-scale military operation of the three major civilizations is the virtual mutiny virus technology. As long as this problem is solved, it is reasonable to withdraw the troops. Even if the words are ambiguous, confidentiality can be used as a reason, and interstellar citizens have no choice. However, what caused an uproar among the interstellar people was the second half of the statement of the three major civilizations, and it was suddenly stated that it would suspend the blockade of the association and lift previous sanctions. All major forces were shocked. They were obviously in the Cold War mode not long ago, but now they are about to reconcile. What happened? Have the three major civilizations given up solving the problem of imbalance in personal power? What agreement have the two sides reached? Or are the three major civilizations so afraid that they dare not take action? Many people subconsciously thought of the scene where Black Star overwhelmed all the strong men of the three major civilizations during the confrontation. Although they knew that the three major civilizations were unlikely to stop because of Black Star's personal power, they just couldn't stop speculating and fantasizing in this direction. Could it be that the three major civilizations were really afraid, right? Seeing the three major civilizations and Super A-Level associations quickly change from competing to being at peace, countless people were mixed up in their hearts and felt a little depressed, feeling that their voices seemed to be irrelevant. Rulers and strong changed the times, whether good or bad. They seem to have only accepted them. However, although the two sides said they would give up and make peace, the three major civilizations came in full force at the beginning. This result undoubtedly made people feel that the Super A-Level Association won a while in this struggle. This is one of the few civil organizations that forced the three major civilizations to make concessions. The reputation of the Super A-Level Association that was originally suppressed suddenly rebounded. For a moment, it seemed to have become the most beautiful boy in the interstellar society, with a breakthrough in the topic. Although the voices of the superpowered class have never disappeared, they have also been drowned in the ocean of rainbow farts. Many people were beaten to the faces of this result and did not dare to sing opposite to the current mainstream rhetoric. They all stopped and dived silently. On the other hand, the most confused one is the Superstar Group Alliance. Is this a reconciliation? Don't continue to break up? If you don't quarrel, how can we get close to the association? Are we, the third party, going to be abandoned again? This kind of uneasy spare tire tastes. So bitter. Super A-Level Association Headquarters, Fine Star. Today is the first regular meeting after the three major civilizations made concessions. All the Super A-Level members arrived early. No one was curious about what agreement Black Star and the three major civilizations reached, waiting for the president to give them an explanation. It's really sudden. Haixing completed the peace talks with the three major civilizations quietly. I didn't receive any news. Suai resented. I don't know what agreement the president and the three major civilizations have reached in private. With the personality of Black Star, we shouldn't be at a disadvantage. Khan's tone was uncertain. Of course, no one here believes in the external statements of the three major civilizations. Everyone knows that it must be the Black Star who has done insider trading privately, but no one has found out what is going on. By the way, Emmys, you are so close to Black Star. Did he tell you anything? Cisco turned around and asked. He didn't tell me. Emmers turned to look at Hella, smiling, and said, but Hella may know. I don't know either. I haven't seen him recently. Hella pursed her lips and shook her head to answer. Everyone whispered for a while, and Han Xiao's long-range projection finally came to the main seat, looking around and smiling. The people are all here, so let's get straight to the topic. This time we gather everyone, mainly to convey the agreement reached by me and the three civilizations and the association's next decision. Han Xiao glanced and saw that everyone was listening carefully. He continued. The three civilizations agreed to several conditions for me. They decided to lift the blockade and sanctions to make up for our losses during this period and give additional huge compensation. In addition, they will recognize the official status of the super-level association and enjoy the same rights as higher civilizations. This article will be written into the interstellar common method. At the same time, we will obtain a highly autonomous territory on the edge of the exploration of the universe. This is roughly like this. As the words fell, the audience was so quiet that it could be heard. The Super A-level members present were shocked and looked at Han Xiao incredibly. It's not that the agreement is bad, but that it's too good. They didn't expect that Black Star could actually fight for such exaggerated benefits, and even the three major civilizations are willing to accept it. The ordinary ceasefire is still within an understandable range, but the three major civilizations are not concessions. They're simply surrendering, okay? Only when others are trapped in the reproductive organs can they compromise to this extent. Originally, everyone thought it would be good if the three major civilizations were willing to give some compensation, but they did not expect that there would be such a surprise. As a result, most of the problems that have always troubled the association were basically solved, which made them less worried. How did you do this? Suai couldn't help asking. Han Xiao Yinhui glanced at the Super A levels of several superstar clusters and said, I know you are curious about the reasons for the concessions of the three civilizations, but this matter is quite complicated. There is no accurate letter for the time being. Moreover, these benefits are not for nothing, and they are considered part of the transaction. The price is that we will help the three civilizations at some point. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other. Seeing this, Han Xiao spread his hands. You can raise any opinions. The basis of our association's existence is to respect the attitude of all members. If you think it is not suitable, we could discuss it again. Baigel immediately coughed and said, I think it's very good. After all, we resuscitators have died once. We cannot enjoy the resuscitation of the sanctuary and do not have to take risks to start a war. Of course, it is a good thing. Hearing this, many resuscitators nodded, and the fooling of the swearing man was deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. In their opinion, if they die again, they can only go to the underworld to live a life of a low-key salted fish. Dilrin snorted disdainfully. Tisk, I really disappointed me. I thought I could start a massacre and teach the three civilizations an unforgettable lesson to repay what they did to me. Unexpectedly, hundreds of years have passed, and the three civilizations have become a group of cowards. Hey Xing, too, is there anything you can negotiate? The three civilizations have to choose to make concessions, and they must be in trouble. We should beat the dogs in the water. You don't know such a good opportunity. I thought you were a ruthless person. I really misread you. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows and made an upward nasal sound. Dilrin snorted, his tone not showing any weakness. I didn't expect that you are not the kind of guy I thought you would take the blame, but a wise man with righteousness, vision, and rationality. He deserves you to be our leader. Well, Han Xiao nodded with satisfaction, and his nasal voice suddenly sank. Everyone immediately looked away with disgust and ignored Dilron's voice. Sui came out to smooth things over and said with a smile, "These conditions are all surprises. Everyone has no objection, but Black Star, the three major civilizations, are just saying that they have stopped and have not yet recognized our independent status. Are you sure they will fulfill the agreement? I still think they will not compromise so easily. There's basically no problem, but it will take some time." Han Xiao shook his head. He had already asked Hibernon to meet with the leaders of the three civilizations, increasing persuasion. After the actual exploration of the three civilizations has achieved certain results, it is time to implement the treaty. Moreover, the matter is in full swing and is in the limelight. The three major civilizations plan to deal with it for a while and announce it after the heat of public opinion has passed to reduce the response. "I hope so." Sui nodded and curiously said, "What is the next development route of the association? Do you have any ideas?" Han Xiao shook his head. "Everyone will recover your energy first, continue to accumulate power, and wait for the three major civilizations to fulfill the agreement." He remembered another idea. When his political status is recognized and the autonomous territory is obtained, the association's reputation among the superpower group will be raised to a new level. Perhaps it can create a country exclusive to the superpowered, absorb the free and superpowered people in the entire universe, and the current association will be transformed into a ruling parliament that manages the country. On the one hand, considering future development, it is necessary to expand the organizational scale and recruit more people. As a superpowered person, the more the vegetable seedlings of Super A, the better. On the other hand, it also ensures independence. Ordinary superpowers live under the jurisdiction of the three major civilizations and will have many worries. If you have a new place to go, you will have room for choice, and there will always be people who are willing to become residents here. Moreover, the conflict between ordinary people and the superpowered class is becoming increasingly acute. Everyone dislikes each other. Perhaps it is also good to give the superpower people a chance to live separately, and it may be good for everyone. Of course, the three major civilizations must be unhappy to see this scene. Han Xiao would not consider taking action until the threat of the world tree broke out. As long as you are a superpower, you will never refuse any race. Well, why does this behavior look familiar? Han Xiao scratched his head. If I remember correctly, this idea is a bit like a character in a comic that was still serialized in the previous life. It should be the ant who built the nation. Then what am I, Dad? Han Xiao threw out his uncontrollable thoughts and continued to discuss the matter with everyone. It took more than an hour to talk, and the meeting ended, and everyone ended with excitement and relaxation. Han Xiao removed the remote projection and just returned to the office. Philip emerged. "Master, you have a high-level encrypted message, which was sent by the Superstar Group Alliance. Oh, it seems they can't hold back." Han Xiao opened the message and took a look. It was the message that the Superstar Group Alliance invited him to meet. He was not surprised by this. The association originally cooperated with the Superstar Group Alliance to fight against the three major civilizations. Now the three major civilizations and the association have stopped targeting each other, and the third party of the Superstar Group Alliance was immediately fucked. Moreover, the Superstar Group, who attended the meeting just now, must have passed the agreement between the two parties back. The Superstar Group Alliance was absolutely anxious, afraid that the association and the three major civilizations would join forces again, so they quickly came to test their attitude. 10 minutes later, in the Superstar Group Alliance conference room, major leaders gathered together and sat upright. Han Xiao's remote projection appeared in the room and immediately felt the gaze of the whole. The leader of Xinjiang civilization spoke in a deep voice. "Hey Xing, we agreed to join forces to fight against the three major civilizations. But what's going on now?" Han Xiao shrugged. "The goal of the struggle is to seek peace. The goal of the association has been achieved, so naturally there is no need to continue fighting with the three major civilizations. This is good for the association. What about our covenant?" Han Xiao said slowly. "There are 4 conditions in our previous covenant. In addition to the first condition, It is to fight against the three major civilizations. The other three are two-way resource docking and cooperation, and we can continue to cooperate in the future. The leader of Xinjiang civilization couldn't help but say, "What should we do if the three major civilizations have any opinions? Wouldn't you tear the covenant for this?" Since the three major civilizations have recognized that the association can keep virtual virus technology on their own, it is a disguised recognition that the association's internal affairs have no right to interfere. Which interstellar common law do I violate with you? What can they do if they have any opinions? Han Xiao spread his hands. Maybe we can change the first alliance and turn the conditions for uniting against the three major civilizations into the association's conditions for the association's superstar cluster civilization, except for counterattack measures, and at the same time, I promise that your sanctuary will be effective. Hearing this, everyone was a little surprised. They had made plans to turn the Black Star and turn the conditions for uniting against the three major civilizations. However, it seems that the Black Star seems easy to speak. Han Xiao smiled and said, "To be honest, we don't believe in the three major civilizations, so we need to retain a way out. So we are willing to maintain a good relationship with the Superstar Group Alliance. When the association was blocked, you extended a helping hand. I'm also willing to continue to cooperate emotionally, and there is still a credibility." That's how. The leader of the Star Arc civilization breathed a sigh of relief. Although it was like an affair, this result was barely acceptable, mainly because Black Star did not intend to lose the quota for the sanctuary to recover, which was pretty good. So what if you step on two boats? At least we are still qualified to be trampled. As long as it is comfortable, it is acceptable to prepare and spare tires. After the parties expressed their opinions one after another, even though various conspiracy theories were rampant, the situation quickly subsided, and interstellar citizens and major forces slowly returned to their usual lives. The lockdown ban was lifted, and the association's various channels were restarted one after another, gradually returning to normal business. But the plan to integrate the black market did not stop and was still implemented by many players. Big things happen every day, and ordinary people's lives have to continue. The entanglement between the three major civilizations and associations has gradually become the topic of conversation after dinner, and is no longer spoken by others every day. But under the surface peace, undercurrents are surging, and the three major civilizations are secretly preparing for war and conducting exploration in full swing. The set of wormhole data left by the alien god is named World Tree Channel. With Han Xiao's reminder, the exploration of the three major civilizations is very careful and has not yet encountered any life in the World Tree civilization. At the same time, the three major civilizations listened to Han Xiao's suggestions and organized a joint expeditionary force, intending to enter the depth of the secondary dimension and find the so-called World Tree itself. The world of secondary dimensions, the outpost of the Empire. The huge expeditionary fleet gathered here and was undergoing its last inspection before departure. The dock was full of three civilized soldiers coming and going with serious expressions. Han Xiao stood on the dock and looked at the scene. Harrison stood aside with his luggage, a little helpless, and spoke weakly. "His Excellency Black Star, what exactly is this fleet looking for? Why do you have to let me participate? Go to find something that has been explored by the fate of the universe." Han Xiao patted his shoulder. "Do I have to go?" Harrison was almost crying. He is still young now, not the old explorer in his previous life, and the World Tree War has not yet broken out, and he cannot stand aside his life and death and his predicament. Expedition to the deep-level dimensions is not an easy task. You have to go through countless strange, subdimensional worlds on the way. Who knows what situations will happen? If an improper response will lead to heavy losses, and communication is inconvenient, it is like a lonely army that cannot communicate stably with the rear. What are you afraid of? Didn't I leave you a lot of equipment? If you encounter danger, they're enough to protect you. If it really doesn't work, don't you bring a set of master clones and a throne? I can teleport here at any time. Han Xiao patted his head. "I'm afraid that I'll die if I don't have time to call you." Harrison looked depressed, and so many people participated, it doesn't make sense to have one more me, right? Han Xiao was helpless and couldn't answer. Harrison discovered the World Tree body in his previous life, but this time, who knows whether the goddess of luck will favor him. Moreover, the World Tree itself is not without protection. The surrounding subdimensions are entrenched in countless families, which is extremely dangerous. The fleet discovers the other side, which is also the time when the World Tree discovers them. However, if the World Tree body cannot be found, there is very little chance of winning, and sending an expedition team in advance is already one step ahead. Han Xiao is currently the only outsider who cooperates with the three major civilizations to explore the World Tree. In addition to Harrison, he also selected some trustworthy personnel to participate in the first batch of secondary dimension expeditions, most of which are mechanical lives, and some black spirits mixed with them. After appeased Harrison for a while, the expeditionary fleet was finally ready. Harrison turned around 3 times in one step, and finally stepped onto the spaceship like a heroic death. Amid the roar of the special engine for the secondary dimension, the United Expeditionary Fleet slowly turned into flashes, disappeared from everyone's sight, and rushed towards the unknown future. After seeing off the expedition team, Han Xiao stood at the dock for a while. At this time, Guzer, wearing a tall Imperial military uniform, walked over from behind and stood side by side. Guzer, who had a big beard and looked like a flying figure, took out a thick red cigarette from his shirt pocket, wiped his fingers, lit the cigarette, but took a deep breath, and then spit out a blue mist, smacked his lips, and said, "This is only the first batch, and there will be a second and third expedition teams in the future. The deep-level dimension is dangerous and unpredictable. I hope the World Tree you mentioned really exists, and don't let the victim die meaninglessly. Don't be too pessimistic. Maybe there's no danger." Han Xiao replied casually. Guzer did not comment, and took out another cigarette from his pocket and handed it to Han Xiao. The high-quality products specially provided by the senior executives of the Empire cannot be bought on the market. Try it? I don't smoke anymore. Han Xiao waved his hand to refuse. Yes. Guzer put away his cigarette and shook his head. By the way, I've never heard of your hobbies. Could it be that you mechanics have no entertainment needs? No robots are fun to smoke and drink. Han Xiao glanced at him. Just say anything if you have something to do. If he can't talk to you if you have nothing to do. Guzer spread his hands. Although He Xing beat up these direct descendants not long ago, now the two sides have made peace. It is a business to take action in front of the battlefield, and there is no grudge in private. Most of the super A-level people admire the strong, and the 3 direct civilized lines are no exception. They all have a certain respect for the achievements and abilities of Black Stars. Next time, I'm very busy. Han Xiao patted Guzer on the shoulder. Guzer sighed and said, "Okay, I'm here to tell you that the head of state is waiting for you online, and he wants to tell you something. I won't say it earlier." Han Xiao turned around and walked in the base of the Empire outpost, came to the private communication room, and answered Marbru's call. "Head Marbruce, what's wrong? We have made some progress in our exploration. The probe has collected the exact coordinates. The high-dimensional Apocalypse teleporter can reach the territory of the World Tree civilization, but we have no intention of sending troops for the time being." Hearing this, Han Xiao nodded. The high-dimensional Apocalypse teleporter of the Glorious Federation has extremely high strategic value and is very easy to use, and it is inevitable to use it here. Unfortunately, the 3 major civilizations currently have limited places to intervene, and they only regard him as a consultant and do not allow him to use the World Tree channel to place anything. We're some things that need help. We plan to bury some detection equipment and strategic weapons of destruction in unmanned areas. For this reason, we need more information, such as the star map and power division on the opposite side. This thing is inefficient in detection just by relying on us to slowly detect. And as the detection range expands, the risk of encountering the creatures of the World Tree civilization will also increase. So, Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. Marbruce pondered, "We plan to try to connect to the other party's network after preparation and steal some shallow information. So let's ask for your opinion." Han Xiao thought for a while and said, "If it's just shallow information, as long as you enter from an unimportant terminal node, do a good job of data disguising and clearing traces, and then let Super L-Level analyze the other party's basic network compilation language first. The risk is within the control range. This is not invading the other party's network, but browsing network information with a vest, so the difficulty is not high." The World Tree civilization also has a communication system in the form of quantum networks, which is basically the standard configuration of higher civilizations. However, the cornerstone of the communication method is not the quantum network, but a spiritual network called treetop connection brought by the World Tree. However, the latter is too transparent and open and has a monotonous function, which is not as diverse as the quantum network. Then let super A-level mechanics be the leader, supplemented by the main intelligent computing power, collect shallow information on the other party's network, and the information they get will be shared with you. After chatting for a while, Marbruce hung up the communication, mainly to inform the exploration plan. Han Xiao put down the communicator and curled his lips. Except for the secondary dimension expeditionary force, I am not allowed to actually intervene in other exploration work. It seems that I'm still wary of it. The current situation is far from the stage of unity in the previous life. Although I am not intrigued, I cannot fully trust each other like in the previous life and cooperate without any worries. After leaving the Empire outpost and returning to the Legion base, Han Xiao summoned Philip and issued a special convening order to hundreds of super-level A seeds in the Legion. Because the three major civilizations strictly control the World Tree channel, I can't make much preparations at the moment. In addition to improving the transformation of the divine nature of the void and allowing the production line to explode all-weather soldiers, I can only wait for the players to work hard and get rich slowly and provide experience value. So he planned to take advantage of the panel to conduct long-term special training for hundreds of Super A seeds who transferred to the Legion a year ago, hoping that new Super A level will be born among this group of people and strengthen the high-end power of the association. After sending the message, Han Xiao left the room, walked in the base for a while, and suddenly met Jenny. Han Xiao couldn't help but stop and said in confusion, "Emmers has returned to Lontan. Why are you still here?" Jenny hugged her arms with her hands and snorted, "I finally got a holiday because of shelter. I don't want to go back and work overtime so soon. Let Emmers take care of her own business. I'm just free for a while." Han Xiao suddenly realized, "It turns out that I've had a good rest. No wonder your hairline has recovered a little, and I almost didn't recognize it. You can't say anything. You can't say anything. No one treats you as a mute." Jenny rolled her eyes. "Then you have a good rest here. But if Emmys comes to ask me for someone, don't expect me to help you." Han Xiao shook his head and smiled, and passed by. He was about to leave when he suddenly heard Jenny behind him speak again, this time hesitating. "I haven't seen Harrison for a while, and I don't reply to send him a message. Where has he been?" Han Xiao looked back at her, a little surprised. "You two really hooked up? I thought you rejected him. It seems that you are the same as Emmers. Both of you are honest in body." "Fuck you." Jenny was immediately furious. "I have nothing to do with that annoying guy. It's just curiosity." Han Xiao didn't believe it all, and said casually, "He has gone to carry out a secret mission. I guess you won't see him for a long time." "Secret mission?" Jenny hesitated for a moment. "Is there any danger?" "Of course there is." Han Xiao answered quite readily. Jenny choked for a moment, struggled for 2 seconds, and whispered, "Then tell him for me." "What do you tell me?" Han Xiao immediately became alert. "Be careful. Don't stand up the flag casually, and lower Harrison's survival rate." Jenny gritted her teeth, turned her head, and said stubbornly, "Just ask him when will he pay the money he owed me." TSK. He was not in the right way. Han Xiao exposed Jenny mercilessly. "Forget it if you don't ask for me." Jenny was angry and embarrassed. Ask. But I may not be able to contact him now, so let's talk about it if I have the chance." Han Xiao waved his hand and turned around and left. When he walked to the corner, he turned his head and took a look. He saw that Jenny was still standing there, looking lost. "TSK, I still said there was no love." Han Xiao smacked his lips and was about to walk away, when suddenly Philip jumped out, his little face full of surprise. Master, another Legion cadre, has become a super A-level buzz. Huh? Let me see. Han Xiao was happy immediately and immediately switched to the surveillance interface. In the picture, a figure burning with martial arts aura was sitting cross-legged between the starry sky, like a small star shining brightly, which was Rothel, who had been in seclusion for decades. After holding it in so long, this guy finally gave birth. Bah, he advanced. Han Xiao was very pleased. He originally thought that it would take several years for Rothel to complete his transformation, but he didn't expect that he would break this boundary so quickly. I'm afraid he was inspired to see me defeating the 3 major civilizations. Immediately replaced the Emperor. Han Xiao teleported to Letaire's special dojo, and as soon as he looked up, he saw Letaire, who was completing the last step of evolution. Han Xiao summoned the mechanical troops and laid an energy shielding device around him. After waiting for a while, Rothel's martial arts aura slowly retracted, almost like a substantial crystal, very solid. Just by touching the line of sight, you can feel an impulse, sharp edge. The power nature of martial arts is varied, while Rothel's core power attributes are sharp and armor-breaking, which are mainly lethal. Luo Taier opened his eyes and saw the scene around him. He immediately lowered his head and found Han Xiao. He flew down quickly and landed in front of Han Xiao. His Excellency Black Star, you didn't disappoint. Rothel's attitude was still respectful, and he was not lost because of the surge in power. Han Xiao pinched his shoulder and smiled and said, You're already super A-level, just call it equally. What are you thinking about next? Should you set up your own business? I'm still willing to be the blade in your shadow. If it weren't for your cultivation, I wouldn't have achieved what I am now. Luo Taier shook his head and still used a respectful title. Super A-level generally does not continue to be inferior to others, but Luo Taier has the idea of repaying his kindness. Moreover, the Black Star Legion is also an outlier. There are already 2 super A-level players with effect. With the lessons of the past, the acceptance of later generations will be higher. Don't belittle yourself. I'm helping you because you have potential, Han Xiao said, pounding Luo Taier's chest and making a dull sound. Rothel couldn't help but take a step back and rubbed his chest that was vaguely painful. Seeing this, Han Xiao shook his head. You want to continue to exercise your body, but now you are still too fragile. In the eyes of ordinary people, super A-level is the peak, but in the eyes of us veterans, this is just the beginning. You have just stepped into this threshold, and there are still many things to practice. I can play dozens of freshmen like you, super A-level. I can play dozens of them. I have watched the live broadcast of you confronting the 3 major civilizations, and I believe it. Luo Taier nodded. He was also impressed by Han Xiao's performance at that time, and his heart was full of awe. Since you have become super A-level, I'll give you a gift. After a while, I'll get you a cosmic treasure level weapon. What type of weapon do you want? If you don't want mechanical equipment, I can also ask a magician to help you create an enchanting equipment. Han Xiao asked. Luo Taier thought for a while. Just a pair of daggers. Okay, after you think about it. Send me the specific requirements, and I will customize them for you. Han Xiao smiled, and suddenly changed his mind and said, By the way, I have a task to you. Where to go? Who to kill? How long does it take? Luo Taier immediately became serious and showed his professional qualities. Hey, don't always fight and kill, it's so bad. Han Xiao coughed and said, There's a martial arts genius with extraordinary potential who is undergoing special training here. There is already a super A-level teacher who acts as his teacher. I hope you can also train him for a while and pass on his experience to him. Carlot's bottlenecks are in the early stage. Only by accumulating insights can you upgrade quickly. The insights provided by different strongmen are different. Silver Shadow has almost been squeezed out, and the freshly released Letaire is a piece of leak land that has not yet been harvested, a new tool man. Okay, I will teach him with all my heart. Rothel nodded and agreed, and was also a little curious. What an amazing potential is the martial arts genius who can make the Legion commander specially find a super A-level martial arts genius for him to be his teacher. This is a blue-green space. The roots of the blue-green trees are as intertwined as the ground, showing a translucent state. You can see the energy like glowing bubbles wandering and transmitting inside the roots, exuding a lush vitality. In the center of the space, a large number of roots were erected to form a huge throne, with a tall figure sitting on it, her eyes closed as if she was sleeping. Vines-like roots crawled over his body, and the blue-green entangled fluorescent light flowed on his body, like lively elves. Suddenly, the figure shook slightly, slowly opened his eyes, raised his hand and patted the seat armrest. The next moment, the roots on the ground moved on their own, entangled and deformed, as if they had turned into a flower bud. Then, the flower buds opened, and a tall figure appeared out of thin air, walked out of nowhere, wearing a gorgeous robe. As soon as he appeared, the tall figure performed a strange etiquette towards the figure on the throne and whispered, "What are your instructions?" Hearing this, the figure on the throne leaned forward slightly and said slowly, "The Information State Warning Network has an abnormal reaction. There may be an unknown collection of information that interacts with us. Maybe someone is spying on us, and check it out clearly. I understand, Lord Tree King. Somewhere in the world tree civilization, an artificial teleportation wormhole suddenly appeared and was rotating and enlarged. Several unmanned engineering ships sailed out and quickly arranged the shielding device and communication base station. After the temporary base station was completed, 3 direct supra-level mechanics of the 3 major civilizations used this as a springboard to put the data body over. In the data field, the quantum soul bodies of the Guardian Rama and the quantum demon spirit Zhu Daisai emerged, and the field of vision was a quantum network node connected to a brilliant sea of stars. Be careful about data disguise. If there is any abnormality, immediately disconnect the link. Zhu Daisai gave a few serious instructions. After preliminary preparations, the 3 major civilizations have officially implemented the network intelligence theft plan today, dispatched 3 direct mechanics to allocate the intelligent computing power of each enterprise, and put on vests to browse the world-building network of civilization. The World Tree Channel is a springboard. Now, the coordinates of the wormholes that the 3 major civilizations have explored and mastered are not only the data left by the alien gods. To be on the safe side, they're almost shot and changed places, and the same wormhole coordinates are rarely reused. This is the first time this coordinate is enabled, and it is planned to temporarily block it after stealing network intelligence. The 3 of them did not have time to delay. They used the basic compilation language they deciphered not long ago, cooperated with their teammates to sneak into a quantum network node, and began to collect shallow data on a large scale, searching for public information on network. Every second, a large amount of data is packaged and uploaded to the high encrypted level information processing library temporarily opened by the 3 major civilizations. The 3 major civilizations monitored the situation remotely, and their work efficiency was very fast. The action was completed shortly after, and it went very smoothly. The engineering ship immediately dismantled and recycled all devices and left several strange-shaped bombs on the spot, which then returned to the explored universe through the wormhole. After the engineering ship returned, the 3 major civilizations closed the World Tree Channel on the other side of the wormhole, and the artificial wormhole quickly shrank and disappeared. Immediately afterwards, the bomb left in this area in advance exploded at the time point, and the disordered energy wave spread, and the influence range just covered this area, erasing various traces. The area has returned to calm, as if nothing has happened. I don't know how long it took. A space crack suddenly appeared, and a translucent blue-green root emerged from it, and its body was very large. I saw ripples on the surface of the roots, and a fleet flew out of it. It was a little blurred at first, like a phantom. When it completely escaped from the roots, the appearance of the fleet suddenly became solid. Nearby is the abnormal reaction area displayed by the Information State Alert Network. Holy Tree Messenger, do you want to start the detection? In the command room of the main ship, the captain stood next to a tall figure, and asked for instructions respectfully. The tall figure is called Babani, with a hideous appearance, looking like some kind of arthropod, wearing armor and a faint blue-green energy wrapped around it, which is not the same species as the crew around it. Within the World Tree civilization, the Holy Tree Messenger is a special group with a high status and one of the executors of the highest will. Only individuals with deep connections with the World Tree can take on their own and can use some of the World Tree's abilities, such as fast shuttle, transforming entities, etc. Start the information state camera and see what's going on here. Barbani's voice was short and sharp. This device can trace back what happened in an area at the level of information state. The greater the power, the longer the backtracking time, and the clearer the details. The fleet quickly started to operate, and the light green light curtains were scanned around, but there was no response from the scanned area. No information traces were scanned, and nothing happened here. It is basically confirmed that outsiders were sneaking in. The captain glanced at the scanning results and quickly concluded. Even the longer information traces disappeared, proving that outsiders have mastered a certain level of information technology and have a good level of civilization. It seems that there is a new prey. Barbani was excited. The captain glanced at the time and analyzed. Judged by the time difference we rushed to the scene, the target of outsiders' infiltration may be to enter our quantum network and steal intelligence. This is a good thing. Barbani didn't care. He was not worried about the leak of network information at all, and there was no key secrets found on it, and it was also a layer of bait. The Information State Alert Network covers the entire World Tree Civilization information collection, which can detect whether it is being spied by outsiders. As long as it gets entangled with the foreign information collection, a warning will be issued. But it is limited to alarms and cannot steal other people's information in reverse. So you can only find that there are outsiders watching and do not know the specific situation of the other party. But this is not a problem. The World Tree itself has the nature of a high-dimensional information body. The more outsiders knowing it exists, or the deeper the two information sets interfere with each other, the more obvious the sensing will be. As long as the interaction reaches a certain standard, the World Tree can lower the revelation, sense the direction where the other party's information is located, and then send a long voyage to search along the direction, and the other party will always be found. This is also like the soul connection of cosmic treasures, which can be located remotely. But the relationship is the opposite. Most cosmic treasures are difficult to establish soul connections, and they are extremely cold. Even if they recognize their masters, they are still half-hearted. Evolutionary blocks and space-time amber have such personalities, but the World Tree, the universe treasure, is almost always here. However, outsiders can only rattle outside and cannot get substantial benefits from it, but will expose themselves. This is similar to when you recite my name. I will know that you are similar to the characteristics of life in some information bodies in the universe, as if they are divine. Therefore, the intelligence of quantum networks is a kind of bait to catch the universe with the ability to discover their fish and find prey. However, the information on the internet is not fabricated false data. It is indeed real information left by the daily activities of countless people. However, all the secrets about the World Tree itself are strictly restricted and uploaded is not allowed. Okay, your mission is completed. Barbani laughed sharply. I'll suggest that the Tree King mobilize all future information perceptions to see if he can predict the information of this group of outsiders in advance. Let's go. As he finished speaking, the blue-green energy on his body suddenly rose. The huge roots that were standing beside him seemed to have received a signal. Suddenly, they swallowed the fleet back and then quickly retracted back to the space crack. The next moment, this space crack quickly closed as if it had never existed. A few days later, in the territory of the Black Star Legion, somewhere secretly trained the planet, Han Xiao floated in the outer space, overlooking two meteors chasing each other on the ground, colliding again and again, leaving huge pits on the ground and dust rolling. One of them is Rothel, and the other is Carlot, who is undergoing special training. Rothel controls his efforts and constantly hone Carlot in actual combat. While teaching martial arts insights, he is also practicing fine control of the surge. Carlot is like a sponge, rapidly absorbing the essence and enriching himself. I found the correct training method, and this guy's progress is 1,000 miles a day. Han Xiao, who was watching the battle in the sky, nodded with satisfaction. Not only Carlot, in the past few days, he has also been training other super A-level seeds, teaching according to their aptitude and providing customized training plans, which have good results. I feel that if this continues for a long time, there should be many seeds that can germinate. Didi, at this moment, the communicator rang. Han Xiao took a look and found that it was a message sent by the three major civilizations. It was a world tree civilization information obtained from the internet, and it has been completely analyzed. He raised his eyebrows and immediately looked at it with concentration. Because the player's intelligence channels are limited, it is difficult to involve high-level secrets. His understanding of the world tree civilization comes from the war period in his previous life, and is basically common sense at that time. He knew very little about the world tree civilization at this time, and this information helps deepen his understanding. When there was no war, the daily life of the world tree civilization was similar to that of the interstellar society. Speaking of which, the three major civilizations in their previous life have been dealing with invasions and have never hit the territory of the world tree civilization. This is the first time I've seen a detailed star map of their territory. Han Xiao looked carefully and found that they were all ordinary materials, none of which is as important as the secrets, such as the world tree entity, provided by him. He found notes on the three major civilizations at the end of the message, saying that the agreement will be fulfilled after a while and the status of the association will be recognized. Although it did not prove the accuracy of the secrets I provided, some other ordinary information was in line with it, and the three major civilizations should not doubt it anymore. While reading the information, the communicator suddenly rang again. Han Xiao took a look, but it was the news of the swearing man, and the content made him feel tight. The Son of Fate suddenly had an abnormal reaction. Han Xiao's eyes twitched slightly. If you remember correctly, the Son of Destiny had an abnormal reaction last time, which was the time when the intelligent plague broke out early, and a batch of new sub-body was created, one of which was in his own hands. This is what the person told him in person after he had a good relationship with the swearing man. At this critical moment, the Son of Fate has made another mistake, and he feels that nothing good is going to happen. Ancient Star Desert, the secret base of the Covenant organization. A light flashed, and Han Xiao, wearing the Emperor's mecha, teleported to the exclusive throne teleportation platform. Luo and Fei were already waiting here. Hello, Haixing. The two of them stepped forward to say hello. Where is the one who swears? Han Xiao glanced left and right. He is waiting for you in the Son of Destiny laboratory. The incident happened very suddenly. Please come with us. There were not many of them, and he led the way ahead. Han Xiao followed them all the way to the destination. When he walked into the laboratory, there were busy operators everywhere in the room. Han Xiao saw the Son of Fate locked in a transparent container and the swearing man standing next to the container. At this time, the Son of Fate had woken up from his sleep, his body curled up and trembled continuously, and white noise-like spots flashed through, like a projection when the signal was bad, becoming very blurred, and the swearing man released the soul flame, as if comforting the other party. The experimenters in the room were operating the instrument with sweating profusely, with full power operation, binding force field, and real-life stability anchor. What's the situation now? Han Xiao came to the instrument and looked at the parameters with a curious tone. The swearing man frowned. The Son of Destiny is awake and is disturbing the information state. The amplitude is the highest so far. It almost broke through the containment and turned into a high-dimensional information state. It is not over yet. Have you found the reason? Is it unclear? And you can communicate after he stabilizes. Hearing this, Han Xiao bounced his fingers, summoned a set of stable anchors, arranged them around to provide assistance, and looked at the Son of Destiny carefully. This was the first time he had seen the real body. Every time the Son of Destiny activates his ability, he will cause information state disturbances, causing the random birth of children in the entire universe. Lodi, who has been receiving treatment, is one of the children who awakened after the last disturbance. At present, he has tried to suppress the transformation process. At this moment, the Son of Fate suddenly stopped shaking and turned towards Han Xiao, as if he was observing curiously. He suddenly raised his hands and pressed them on the inner wall of the container, releasing a happy mental fluctuation. Everyone heard a childlike laugh out loud out of thin air. The Son of Fate was facing Han Xiao in this way. Not long after, Shining's body gradually stabilized and returned to peace. Seeing this, the swearing man stopped working, looking surprised. "Why did you solve it as soon as you come? He seems to like you very much. This is the first time we meet, so we are too unreserved. Why does your tone sound like you are being snatched from love? What nonsense are you talking about?" Han Xiao teased the swearing man, and was also secretly surprised. The Son of Destiny seems to have an inexplicable closeness to him. Could it be that his primitive supernatural body affinity and perfect energy affinity are playing a role? There is this possibility. After all, Chaos Secret can feel that I am so beautiful and even want to disperse me more than once. Perhaps for the primitive psychotropic body, these two specialties are like catnip's attraction to cats. No wonder the Son of Destiny was fascinated by me as soon as he saw me. Who said that he was too tempted to energy life? Han Xiao muttered for a while, raised his hand, and knocked on the container. The Son of Destiny immediately imitated it, and the two interacted happily. This scene made the swearing man a little disgusted. In the past, the Son of Fate liked him the most, and he personally carried out the daily comfort work. Unexpectedly, He Xing only came once, and the Son of Fate, who had cultivated his feelings for many years, immediately ignored him. The most annoying thing is that even before the Black Star appeared, the Son of Destiny was not so close to him or so proactive. It was obviously me. I won't say this. After watching the source side for a while, the person who swears out before speaking, okay, no matter what the reason is, it is enough to stabilize it. I'll ask what's going on. As he said that, he squeezed away Han Xiao, gathered the soul flame, and communicated with the Son of Destiny. A few seconds later, the fluctuations in his mind bloomed again, and Han Xiao heard the intermittent words of the Son of Fate. I feel the feedback from the child body, the intersection of information collections, the thread. As the Son of Fate tells, Han Xiao shared a series of chaotic and blurry scenes in his mind. Han Xiao's eyes immediately froze. In these intricate pictures, he suddenly saw information about the world tree, such as the picture of the roots of the world tree lying across the starry sky, or the scene of a group of people with robes wrapped in blue-green energy sitting upright on the ground meditating. The person who swears does not know the existence of the world tree and cannot understand it at this time and is confused. What are these? Wait, I'll ask a few questions. Han Xiao didn't have time to explain to him, raised several questions without any beginning and end, and received a response soon. After listening to the answer of the Son of Fate, Han Xiao's thoughts were running rapidly and pieced together and analyzed the information. The sudden abnormal reaction of the Son of Destiny originated from the world tree. Both sides became entangled at the information state level. It sensed that the world tree was positioning the explored universe in some way. The reason why it produces induction is because of the subbody. The subbody that has been produced is randomly distributed throughout the universe. Not only has the universe been explored, but even some of the subbody with the Son of Destiny on the world tree has awakened the ability to predict. For the Son of Destiny, these children are equivalent to their eyes and ears, eyes and antennae, collecting external information. Not long ago, the child on the world tree activated its foresight ability. Since the media was related to the information collection of explored universes, the two sides had an intersection. Because this is the location of the ontology, the early warning mechanism was immediately triggered. So the Son of Destiny activated his ability to predict it just now and share the memory and vision of the child. In this process, the Son of Destiny felt the threat like a natural enemy from the World Tree and predicted the possibility of being swallowed by the World Tree in the future. He almost wanted to directly turn into a high-dimensional information state and run away. So, the previous abnormal movement occurred. So, the World Tree is using premonition to sense that the universe has been explored and the three major civilizations have been exposed. Han Xiao's heart tightened. Sure enough, as long as you start a contact, the situation will be irreversible and you will soon notice each other. The World Tree civilization is more powerful than the three major civilizations. Even the three major civilizations in the previous life have not figured out all the capabilities and technologies of the World Tree. It is still too ideal to hide the traces completely. In the past life, the three major civilizations were beaten to the point of being beaten. Even if they were lucky enough to win in the end, they did not fully understand the World Tree. Some of them, such as the Information State Alert Network, did not use special technologies in war, and the three major civilizations were not clear. Because the World Tree took the initiative to invade, the Information State Alert Network used to prevent outsiders from snooping is basically useless. Even the three major civilizations are unaware of it, and there is even more no way for the player group in their previous lives to know it. The only good news now is that the World Tree civilization only noticed the existence of outsiders and did not have much information. So it used information state means to search, so it created intersections and was noticed by the Son of Fate. Han Xiao's thoughts flew around. Fortunately, the Son of Fate spread his body all over the sea of stars. Otherwise, he would not know if he was discovered. Don't be foolish about spying on the information here. But suddenly he was stolen directly from the house and caught off guard. The Son of Destiny calls the World Tree natural enemy. One is the primitive supernatural body, and the other is the wonder of the universe. Both have information state abilities, but the focus is very different. According to the explanation just now by the Son of Destiny, it can share information about the contact of the child. Since the child is connected to the World Tree, the overall trend of the World Tree civilization can be observed to a certain extent in real time, but there is also a risk of exposure. Only when the child actively uses the predictive ability and the information entanglement occurs, the ontology can use this as a disguise and take the opportunity to obtain the information mastered by the child. Otherwise, it will be easily discovered by the World Tree. But even so, Son of Destiny is probably the only channel for low-risk monitoring of the trends of the World Tree, which is more convenient, more secretive, and more efficient than the detection methods of the three major civilizations. Such an intelligence channel is an unexpected surprise, and there is no reason to ignore it. Han Xiao thought for a while and said in a deep voice in the spiritual link, "You don't want to be swallowed by the World Tree. Helping us is the best choice. Only by destroying the other party can you remove the threat once and for all. Otherwise, even if you escape far away, there will always be risks." Hearing this, the Son of Fate shook his body, his voice ethereal. "How do I want to help you? With hiding yourself, monitor the other party's movements as much as possible, and then tell me everything." "I can." The Son of Fate did not refuse, and suddenly put his hands together. A small white light ball separated from the surface of the body, floating in the container, floating towards Han Xiao, and pressed on the inner wall. Han Xiao understood the meaning and raised his eyebrows. "Is this for me?" "Use it to create a child body, to extend my sense." In the fluctuations of the mind, the Son of Destiny explained the use of this light ball. When it activates its ability, it can give birth to children within the entire universe, or it can give birth to children in a designated area. But the latter has preconditions, and it needs to circle an area with its own energy in advance. Turn this area into an independent information collection before it can be designated as the birthplace of the children. Simply put, this is like tying a horse-drawn land. It can also be said that a yellow dog urinates and scratches the territory. After listening to the explanation of the Son of Destiny, Han Xiaojing suddenly changed his movement on the panel. "You trigger the mission, Son of Destiny's help. Task introduction. The Son of Destiny has a good impression of you. Because he felt the threat, he decided to ask you for help and ask you to do one thing. Task requirements. Go to the designated location. Use the energy of the Son of Destiny to encircle a large enough area. Reward. 120 experience. The Son of Destiny has a good impression of plus 25. Random reward X1. Milestone expertise. Into the enemy camp. Into the enemy camp. When you act in the enemy's sphere of influence, it is even less likely to be noticed, and you also get a 3% full attribute bonus. Let me go to the world to build civilization enclosure. Han Xiao was stunned. The birth scope of the Son of Fate is limited to the territory of the world tree civilization. In this way, more and more children are equivalent to constantly inserting eyes and intercepting more and more information. Although there are time limits on the ability to enclose land, it is only in years, which is sufficient for long-term use. It seems that I am the most suitable for this kind of smart job. It seems that I have to apply to the world to create civilization. Han Xiao nodded secretly. He asked the swearing man to open the container temporarily and took out the ball of light. As soon as he touched it, the light ball was injected into his palm and turned into a mark, which stored the energy lent to him by the Son of Fate. What the hell is going on? What are you talking about? The swearing man looked puzzled and was in constant doubt. Han Xiao thought about it, pulled the swearing man aside, and briefly explained the situation. Are you saying that the three major civilizations have discovered a stronger unknown civilization? The man who raised the oath looked surprised, then suddenly realized and understood the whole story. No wonder the three major civilizations have made so many concessions. So that's what it is. Just know about this matter yourself. It's not suitable to tell others for the time being. Remember to keep it confidential. Han Xiao instructed in a deep voice. With the ability of the Son of Fate, he naturally could not avoid the swearing person. Let the other party know the truth and understand the importance of the matter, so that he could cooperate with each other. In addition, the character of the person who swears is tested and is quite trustworthy, so it doesn't matter if he wants to know. Don't worry, I won't tell you such a big thing. The swearing man looked serious and paused suddenly, and asked in a low voice, You mentioned at the regular meeting that the three major civilizations recognize the status of the association. For this reason, we have to help it some time. Is this the point? Han Xiao nodded. That's right. If the war breaks out, the members of the association will all participate in the war and fight against foreign enemies. This is a transaction. Moreover, the lips and teeth are cold, and we don't have many choices, so I need you to prepare more keys to the sacred place. I understand your plan, and I will cooperate with you with all my strength. The swearing man exhaled. If the Super A-level fights with all their might, there will be heavy casualties, and Black Star Bear would probably want to take this opportunity to show the unlimited truth about the Sanctuary's recovery. As an insider, this is indeed a highly feasible solution in his opinion. While he was thinking, Han Xiao suddenly patted his shoulder with relief. Then do it well. After the matter is done, the organization will not treat you badly. The person who swears. Damn, he is busy digesting information and forgot to grab the lines. The two had a secret talk and reached a consensus. Han Xiao left a set of thrones and a set of master clones in the Son of Destiny laboratory and interacted with Son of Destiny for a while. Then he left the room and turned to visit and comfort the many resurrected people who lived in seclusion in the Covenant. The two sides held talks. The current president of the Super A-Level Association pointed out in the talks that the Covenant organization should attach importance to the spiritual civilization construction of those who are resuscitated, help those who are resuscitated keep up with the pace of the times, implement the basic principles of people-orientedness, and implement the 2-1's requirements, namely, the treatment of each resuscitator must be guaranteed and the vigilance must not be lost, and eagerly hopes that the Oath person will be a good example and take the lead. The leader of the Covenant organization highly appreciated the achievements of the association and emphasized that the two sides have always been actively cooperative and contributed to the Super A class together. We hope that the association will continue to focus on a common cause and cooperate with the strategic assistance of the Covenant. Many resurgents expressed their great admiration for Black Star's contribution to the cause of the Super A class and unanimously welcomed Black Star to come and present guidance next time to spur the Covenant organization. In any case, the two sides had a full exchange of opinions. After daily exchange of feelings, Han Xiao left the Covenant base and teleported back to the Black Star Palace outside several star fields. Back at the office, Han Xiao rubbed his jaw without delay. He turned to contact the heads of the three civilizations and sent the information he got from the Son of Destiny from the encrypted channel. Before long, the communicator rang and received an invitation to a remote session. Han Xiao turned on the remote projection, turned his eyes, and came to the joint office of the heads of the three major civilizations. He saw three people with a deep face at a glance. "Hey Xing, where did your information come from? Is the situation true? You have to be responsible for talking nonsense." As soon as we met, Mar Bruce asked in a row. His tone was extremely serious, as if he was questioning. Information provided by Han Xiao shows that the World Tree Civilization has detected the traces of outsiders and is trying to find a way to track them in reverse. This is a major event that affects the overall strategy and cannot be careless. This information contains no evidence, and it looks like an irresponsible conjecture. Moreover, even they dare to detect in an unmanned area with no clue about the trend of world-building civilization. So where did Han Xiao's intelligence come from? The three had to doubt the authenticity. "I have a special intelligence channel, which is a special primitive superpower body called Son of Destiny, which has extraordinary abilities at the information level." Han Xiao explained the abilities of Son of Destiny. Son of Destiny. The three of them looked at each other, and a big doubt appeared in their small eyes. This original ability body does not exist in the known super risk ability table, and there is no record of the confidential database of the three major civilizations. This is the first time that the three of them learned about this original ability body. "So you really don't know?" Han Xiao was helpless. He had been inquiring about the information of the Son of Destiny for a while, but there was no record in the database of the Empire. He thought that the relevant information might be stored in a confidential database. It seems that the three major civilizations are not aware of the existence of the Son of Destiny, but they are indeed good at hiding their own existence by mastering information states. "The Son of Destiny is in your hands now. Is it reliable?" Lewis asked. "It's true that in my hands the information is fine." Han Xiao nodded, concealing the existence of the Covenant. Hearing this, the head of the Zuling sect spoke in a deep voice. "The empty words are untrue. We have to check before we can confirm the authenticity, and such information channels should be controlled by us." Han Xiao shook his head, and his tone also became stronger. "At this point, do you still have doubts about me? Who provided the confidential information of the World Tree? Isn't me right? I showed sincerity, but what did you do? In order to confirm whether my intelligence is true, you go to explore the World Tree Civilization through the wormhole, which eventually led to exposure. Of course, this is understandable in your position. I understand you, but being noticed by the enemy is also a fact. No matter how correct your motive is, you cannot change the established bad result. I know that you may mess up, so I didn't tell you about the existence of the World Tree before." The three of them had a suffocation. Mar Bruce coughed and took the initiative to explain. "It's not that we doubt you, but we can't believe in the information that is doubtful. If we don't confirm it in advance, it will be too late to have a problem. This is not the first time you have said this, but what's the result? You are still acting according to the confidential information I provide. In my opinion, the so-called confirmation is just an unnecessary move, which increases the risk of exposure." The three of them opened their mouths, not knowing what to say for a moment. Lewis said, "Black Star, don't be excited for now. We have been cautious and have not met any life in the World Tree Civilization. I don't think it's 100% certain that the other party has noticed our existence just by relying on the perception of a primitive supernatural body. Do you still want 100% confirmation?" Han Xiao opened his eyes wide. "Then let's just show up and ask the World Tree civilization, which is absolutely 100%. Lewis's mouth twitched and stopped talking. Mar Bruce said helplessly, but intelligence. Han Xiao interrupted Mar Bruce and said in a low voice, I know you are worried. I didn't expect you to trust me completely, but you have stole the internet intelligence and should confirm the external attitude of the World Tree. Since everyone is prey, everyone is in a consistent relationship with the outside world. Do you still need to worry about my bad intentions and be careful of me? The threat is imminent. Now is not the time for internal suspicion. Whether it is me or you must believe that each other's actions are for a common goal and will never make trouble on purpose. If the authenticity of this information is not confirmed, I will say it. If it is because you have to check this intelligence channel is also exposed, what should I do? The three frowned. This is true. Everyone is now unanimous to the outside world and should believe in each other. But if Black Star made such a statement, would it be that he deliberately refused to let us confirm, so as to cover up the tricks of this information? They have no choice but to think in this direction, and their identity determines that they have to consider various situations. Seeing the reactions of the three of them, Han Xiao knew what they were thinking and shook his head in disappointment. After all, countless years of peace have made you arrogant and feel that you can deal with any situation. Maybe my information has given you too many illusions, making you feel that you have an advantage and can control the situation. It's a big mistake. I hope you can recognize the reality well. The World Tree is stronger than you combined. As long as it finds us to provoke a war, the situation will be out of control in an instant. We will be at a loss at any time and become the next Kama Republic. Then what suggestions do you have? Mar Bruce asked. I just said it straight. I will never leave this information channel to you. Even if you don't believe it now, you should consider dealing with this situation. The World Tree civilization has advanced unknown detection methods, found the traces of outsiders, and entered a warning state, but has not been tracked successfully. So I suggest stopping regular exploration, reducing the opportunity for further contact, and temporarily standing by, leaving more time for the secondary dimension expedition teams looking for the World Tree's main body. But if we don't explore, how can the information come from? I am frank. Most of the information you have explored at the moment are meaningless things. Anyway, there is no result. So it's better to stop and use the channel of the Son of Destiny. It means we don't have to do anything. We just need to listen to you well. And we believe whatever you say. Do you think it's possible? The Su Ling sect next to him spoke. His tone was dissatisfied, paused, and added, either give us the Son of Destiny, or let us send scientific researchers to study together to prove that the intelligence is reliable. Han Xiao laughed. Are you forcing me now? Yes, I can give in for justice, and we can study the Son of Destiny together to dispel your suspicion. As long as I don't do this, it seems to be my fault. Because I have the channels, I must make concessions and make concessions. If you don't let you get a share of the pie, you won't adopt my opinion. You misunderstood. Mar Bruce felt that the atmosphere was a little wrong and wanted to explain. Han Xiao interrupted him, and his smile slowly turned cold. You three shit-like things. I have tolerated you for a long time. You haven't figured out who needs whom. Do you really think I have no choice? I am willing to maintain the interstellar society, so I'm so cold in my lips. But the universe is so big. Can you stay here? It's so annoying that I can leave with my super A-level association and forces. Whether it's not exploring the universe or the secondary dimension, leave you alone to deal with the World Tree civilization. You could just fend for yourself. Do you want to try it? The three of them were shocked, almost ignored that the Super A-Level Association has a complete retreat. With their ability, they can live, well, even if they escape into the unexplored universe. This is definitely the worst result for the three major civilizations. As long as the Super A class is determined, we can completely put aside the interstellar society that has lived for a long time. To be honest, even if the creatures here die, it doesn't matter. Most Super A class matters, and there is no reason to stay and fight. If the news of the World Tree spreads, there will always be someone who chooses to escape. If even the Black Star who masters the revival of the sanctuary is unwilling to stay, then other super A-level options can be imagined. With such influence, Black Star is not a partner without a way out, but an equal-level person who holds bargaining power and a force they must strive for. Bruce couldn't sit still and hurriedly said, "Don't be angry. That's not what we mean." Black Star, Your Excellency, the questions we raised were just about matters and had no idea of interest. Lewis also hurriedly comforted him. "It was my improper wording, which caused a misunderstanding. Please don't take it to your heart." The leader of the Zuling sect had no choice but to bow his head and feel depressed. If you're scolded, you have to take the initiative to apologize. When did our leaders of the three major civilizations ever be so humble? Seeing this, Han Xiao then put away his temper, regained his expressionless face, and said slowly, "I will continue to share information. Believe it or not is your business. I am too lazy to care. Also, I will go to the World Tree Civilization territory in a while to enhance the monitoring of the Sun of Destiny. Remember to prepare the World Tree channel or the high-dimensional Apocalypse teleporter. If you don't even have this trust, I think we really don't need to cooperate." "Okay, we will deal with it," Bruce replied before the other two. Now is not the time to continue bargaining. Han Xiao nodded and suddenly said, "There's one more thing. Hurry up and fulfill your promises and recognize the association's independent status. Don't think that you can be refused until the war breaks out. It's the same thing. At worst, I'll leave it." After saying that, the communication was directly suspended and the remote projection disappeared. There were only 3 people left in the room, looking at each other with complex expressions. I didn't expect to be scolded by him in person. Is it because we were too tight? Lewis smiled bitterly. Don't underestimate others. How could a hero like Black Star easily lose his composure and get angry? It's just taking advantage of the problem. The head of the Su Ling sect shook his head, paused, and said helplessly, but it really hit the nail on the head. Black Star is really... Bruce hesitated for a moment and sighed. It's full of wings. On the other side, Han Xiao's eyes turned and returned to the office. He snorted and threw the communicator aside. These 3 people who were slapped in the year of the dog face will not slap them twice. I don't know who is the father now. As the saying goes, there are tall men holding on to the sky. At present, there are only 3 major civilizations and the pressure brought by the Han Xiao blocker world tree. Most people in the interstellar society are unaware of it. Undercurrents were surging under the appearance of peace, and half a month quickly passed, and it was the meeting time of the Shanghai Civilization General Assembly again. The Shanghai Civilization General Assembly is chaired by 3 major civilizations, and the participants include superstar clusters, star cluster level and galaxy level civilizations in the entire universe. Unlike the regional civilization parliament of various star fields, the Shanghai Civilization General Assembly is the most authoritative civilization parliament. The power core of the entire interstellar society is solemn and is also called the Central Parliament. There are fixed meetings every year, often lasting for several months. During this period, meetings are held frequently to review the issues submitted by various civilizations, coordinate the development of all interstellar civilizations, mediate disputes, discuss the management of the interstellar society, etc., including but not limited to topics such as people's livelihood, economy, military, and disaster relief. However, most interstellar citizens do not pay much attention to this matter because they hold meetings every year, and most of the time they talk about some cliché topics. Most interstellar citizens do not care about it deliberately, and generally only take a casual look at the simplified version of the news media summary after the meeting. The venue of the Shanghai Civilization General Assembly is in the shape of a petal. The center is the director's desk of the General Assembly. A circle is surrounded by 3 representative seats of civilization distributed in a circular shape. Extending outward are rows of fan-shaped seats, with seats arranged by civilization level. Superstar cluster civilization sits in the inner circle, galaxy civilization sits in the outer circle, and the invited news media have special broadcast areas. At this time, the venue was neatly filled with diplomatic missions of various civilizations, and the conference had been underway for a long time. The Speaker of the General Secretary had just completed a round of voting and rejected a proposal to increase the regional security budget. Then he opened the next issue, looked up at the representatives of the three major civilizations, cleared his throat, and said loudly, "Then the next issue is a joint proposal of the Glorious Federation, the Red Empire, and the Void Spirit Sect. The proposal believes that the Super A-Level Development Federation plays an indispensable and important role in maintaining the operation of the Interstellar Society, has extraordinary influence, and is committed to maintaining the peace and stability of the Interstellar Society, and has made indelible contributions. He hereby recommends amending the interstellar general laws, such as the Peace Treaty, accepting the Super A-Level Development Federation, allowing it to enjoy an independent official status, and the rights and treatment are equivalent to higher civilizations. Please come to the stage to make statements." After the Speaker of the General Secretary read the topic according to the text, the venue, which had some subtle discussions, suddenly became silent. Except for some of the affiliated civilizations that had already passed through the three major civilizations, all the other participants were shocked. The three major civilizations stopped making peace with the Super A-Level Association not long ago, and now they can't wait to be promoted. Not to mention the inside story, there is no such precedent in history to allow a non-governmental organization to have an official status equivalent to civilization. The proposals of the three major civilizations set a precedent, and the strength of the outside world's rebound can be imagined. What exactly is the reason that makes the three major civilizations willing to bear this price and specifically seek political benefits for the association? Most of the civilized representatives were confused and thought it was a daily routine meeting, but unexpectedly, the three major civilizations suddenly threw a bomb. The news media present became energetic in an instant. This is the smell of big news. Under the gaze of the crowd, the imperial diplomatic representative stood up and looked around the venue, slowly stated the reasons for the proposal, emphasizing the unique status of the super-level association in today's interstellar landscape. The speeches were full of praise, and they almost praised the association to the sky. After listening for a while, the expressions of many civilized representatives became more and more strange. Why does it sound familiar? Are you just lazy and replaced all the blockade declarations with antonyms? After the three major civilized representatives finished their statements, the General Speaker announced that they had entered the debate and consultation session, and a large number of civilized representatives immediately asked for speeches together. Although the General Chamber of Shanghai Civilization is chaired by three major civilizations, if you want to add new clauses to the interstellar general law, you still have to vote, and opponents can question it after the statement. But as the ultimate winner of the exploration history, and using absolute power to control the ruler of the explored universe, the three major civilizations will naturally not be careless and hand over too much power, and they all set themselves the privilege of vetoing and making decisions. The voting results of a topic are denied, and the proposal stage is returned to the proposal stage, and a round of statements, debates, corrections, and votes are carried out, and the cycle is completed until the result is satisfactory. If one vote is used, the voting stage will be directly skipped, but the priority is lower than the one-vote veto, which means that only three major civilizations can exempt each other's one vote. However, the three major civilizations have used their privileges in a handful of times. As long as they do not involve their own major interests, they will not interfere and control their qualities. Most of the time, they only act as referees and rarely end up in person. The representatives of the three major civilizations responded to questions from various participants with ease and said a word about the sharp questions. Among them, the superstar cluster civilization was the most calm. I learned the news early, watching coldly while secretly wondering what the inside story of Black Star and the three major civilizations were. Just as the crowd was excited, the voting stage was soon reached. The civilized representatives who had previously been unaware of it were basically opposed by many factors, and no one wanted to set this precedent. The voting results are displayed on the virtual screen, with a large number of votes against each other and failed to meet the standards for the draft approval. The Speaker of the General Secretary glanced and said, "The number of votes supported is insufficient, so now this item is rejected." Before he finished speaking, the representative of the Guanghui Federation knocked on the table and said lightly, "We exercise the veto power." The Speaker of the General Secretary nodded, not surprisingly, then re-enter the proposal stage, please. However, before he finished speaking, the representative of the Red Empire spoke and slowly said, "We exercise the voting power." As soon as he finished speaking, the representative of the Guanghui Federation and the Zuling cult expressed their support at the same time. Looking at this scene, many civilized representatives became turbulent, feeling both as expected and as unexpected. The unexpected reason is that the three major civilizations will exercise their privileges. But unexpectedly, the three major civilizations directly use two privileges. The three major civilizations basically do not use two privileges at the same time. After a veto, everyone will generally re-vote, and other acts such as lobbying will be carried out during this period to win the number of votes, so that other civilizations will feel more involved. But now the veto is decided immediately, which means that the attitude is very tough. The subtext is that this proposal must be passed, without any doubt, very domineering, and does not mind opening a one-man show. Are the three major civilizations so determined to stand up for the Super A-level association? What is the inside story? Many civilized representatives are unbearable, as many news media rush to forward it. The news that the three major civilizations have fought for official identity for the Super A-level association spread like wildfire, and a hurricane of public opinion immediately broke out in the interstellar community. The storm between the three major civilizations and Super A-level associations has subsided for a short time, and a shocking melon broke out again, and it instantly became the #1 hotspot. A large number of interstellar citizens cannot understand the practices of the three major civilizations. Not long ago, when peace talks were held, although the three major civilizations made concessions, there is at least a high-sounding reason. How can I explain this now? Reconciliation alone is not enough, and it even needs to help the association become a regular. What are you doing? Is it a compensation? It was embarrassing enough to take the initiative to make concessions first, but was scared to take the initiative to make concessions. Unexpectedly, the three major civilizations would have to compensate the association in turn, and insisted that they were not cowards. Only fools believed it. As soon as this proposal was exposed, it was strongly opposed by a large number of interstellar citizens. The dissatisfaction with Super A-level was suppressed, but as the association was about to become a regular, many people couldn't bear it anymore and criticized the association. The most mainstream argument was that the association was not qualified to become an official force, and that a Super A-level group should not have such an identity, oppose hegemony, etc. Due to a series of intensification of class contradictions, the Super A-level association has become the main target of hatred. At this time, seeing the association further develop and even about to whitewash, many interstellar citizens were indignant. This mentality is like seeing an enemy living well with a very deep prejudice in nature. On the contrary, most of the superpowered people in various star fields are excited and have been looking forward to the Super A-level association as the leader. Unexpectedly, it will really become famous, and it is the first case in history. No matter how the association does it, a large number of superpowered people are admired and promising. With a formal official status, the three major civilizations cannot promote the illegality of the association, and they do not have to worry about losing their citizenship in the interstellar society after joining the association. Since the three major civilizations held a one-man show in the Shanghai Civilization General Assembly, many civilizations express their attitudes through various channels, first acknowledging the important influence of the association, but they tactfully thought it was a bit too much, and claimed that they were not clear about the private transactions between the three major civilizations and the association, in order to express their dissatisfaction. In contrast, the player group responded to this news a little slower, mainly because most people don't quite understand the meaning of it. In their opinion, the Super A-level association is enough to be strong enough. These political things seem to be meaningless. But after some plot stream players popularized science on the forum, many players finally understood the difference. Treat civilization as a country. So it means that the Super A-level association was a company before, but now it is a country. So, is the founding of the country after the Super A-level? It's almost the same. No matter how powerful the association was, it was a civilian force, but now it has finally sublimated. I realized it. The next main plot should be to use the Super A-level kingdom as the main body to witness the birth of an alternative superpowered civilization, and Black Star is the supreme leader. So, it is called the Black Star Age. Lu, Brother Lao Dong. Alas, as an old player who entered the trap of version 1.0, I witnessed Lao He from scratch and achieved his current achievement step by step. It was really touching, as if I recall my youth. No, I want to brush the Black Star Legion series videos from the meat bag again. Oh, please cover up the ID when you're using soft article advertisements for yourself. Thank you for your cooperation. On the forum, many players were very excited. When the three major civilizations confronted the Cold War with the association, many players thought that the main plot of the next one was a battle between the two sides, but they did not expect that they ended with a peace of mind. Now that the A-level country has been established, in the eyes of many players, the main missions in the future will definitely revolve around this point, and it is absolutely impossible to guess wrong this time. Just when the outside world was in a turmoil about the association's transformation, Han Xiao was ready to set out to the territory of world-building civilization. The Central Star Sea, the border of the abyss of stars. The huge fleet surrounded a high-dimensional apocalypse teleporter. At this time, the teleporter was preheating, and there was only Han Xiao inside the teleporter. We set the coordinates to an unenabled coordinate, located in an unmanned land. If what you said is true, then the World Tree civilization has an unknown detection method. You'd better leave the place immediately when you arrive on the opposite side and find a way to hide yourself. In the mechas built-in communication channel, the fleet commander Simon is carefully instructing the precautions. You can just take charge of sending me over, and I will deal with the rest. Han Xiao replied, well, anyway, you have the Emperor Mecha, so we don't have to pick you up, just adapt to the situation. Simon nodded. The three major civilizations finally adopted the opinions and agreed to send Han Xiao to the territory of the world-building civilization, because Han Xiao had the Emperor, so he did not need to respond. For Han Xiao, as long as he leaves the throne once in the past, he can teleport at any time in the future. This is the concern that the three major civilizations did not allow him to intervene in the exploration before. However, he was worried that the connection between the Emperor and the throne would become a clue to positioning. So he placed many thrones in different subdimensional worlds, and he had to carefully choose his position when leaving the throne in the territory of the World Tree civilization. I hope some results can be achieved this time. Han Xiao's thoughts flew. This time, going to the World Tree civilization territory and helping the Son of Destiny to circle is just one of the goals. Anyway, the World Tree civilization has noticed outsiders. As long as it does not reveal the intelligence that has explored the universe, perhaps the actions can be bolder. If he had the chance, he wanted to try whether he could find clues about the World Tree on the opposite side. This is extremely important. The expeditionary fleet alone is too random. By the way, he also wanted to see if virtual purification and restoration has any effect on the people of the World Tree civilization. Just as Han Xiao was thinking about it, the Galway Apocalypse teleporter finally preheated and began to rotate quickly, turning into a light ball. Cut off all links, Simon said in the channel, then shut down the communication network. Han Xiao turned on the autistic mode of the mecha, blocked all network links, including Philip, and completely disconnected the network. Soon, the speed of the high-dimensional apocalypse transmitter reached its limit. Buzz! Suddenly, the light flashed, and the teleporter quickly stopped, and the inside was empty, and Han Xiao's figure disappeared without a trace in front of everyone. The feeling of the high-dimensional apocalypse teleporter is almost the same as the teleportation of the Emperor. With a flash of vision and a lighter body, he came to the target location. The three civilized fleets around him disappeared and turned into an empty space. This is the territory of the world-building civilization. Let's determine the location first. Han Xiao quickly turned on various detection equipment to observe the surrounding environment, which was indeed an unmanned land. The exploration of the three major civilizations is actually not useless. At least the star map of the World Tree territory was stolen from the internet, providing considerable convenience for his infiltration. However, because it is not convenient for you to connect to the World Tree Civilization Network, you cannot enjoy network navigation and positioning. You need to find a planet as a coordinate point, confirm your specific location, and then let the backup independent artificial intelligence synchronize the star map model. Use the spatial ranging technology and the calculation formula of the star distance and horizon to create a self-use navigation device. There is no need to connect the network. Although there will be some errors, it is basically enough. It is not convenient to come alone to the world to establish civilization territory, so it is not convenient to contact the explored universe, so it is currently not available for remote assistance and can only do it cheaply. Han Xiao entered the quantum network vision and did not invade the nodes. Instead, he viewed the dense areas of nodes in this way to determine where people were smoked and avoid them. I don't know what the detection method of World Tree Civilization is. Han Xiao's eyes flashed. Since he came to the territory of World Tree Civilization, a faint sense of crisis and alertness has lingered in his heart. It seems that just staying in the territory of World Tree Civilization is a dangerous thing. Feeling this intuition, Han Xiao had some guesses about the reasons for the exposure of the three major civilizations. Just staying here, you feel out of place as if you're being peeked at. The World Tree has powerful information state capabilities. Perhaps it is a detection method specifically for foreign information states. Han Xiao said intimately. Logically speaking, the three major civilizations have never encountered any life in the World Tree civilization, and the areas explored before are also unmanned areas. If the cover-up measures are taken, they should not be noticed. However, if the World Tree civilization has arranged an unknown foreign information monitoring network throughout the territory, the situation is hard to say. According to Han Xiao's understanding, the research of the three major civilizations in the field of information states has been progressing slowly, and there is no such technology. If the roles are changed and the World Tree civilization uses the same method to peek into the explored universe, the three major civilizations will probably not be able to discover them. I hope the mark of the Son of Destiny can play some role. Han Xiao glanced at the mark on his hand. The Son of Destiny is also an expert in the field of information states, with the unobservability of high-dimensional information states. This temporary mark can activate the relevant obstruction function, achieve the information closure similar to Lodi, and is not observed by ordinary people. It may be able to hide the unknown monitoring methods of the World Tree civilization to a certain extent. However, the three major civilizations have already alarmed the World Tree, allowing the World Tree to detect the existence of outsiders and conceal its own traces mainly to facilitate the execution of tasks. As long as the information of the exploration of the universe is not disclosed, it is no big deal to be discovered. Just run away in time. Let's encircle the land first. Han Xiao calmed down, activated various shade devices, and chose a direction to fly over. After sailing towards a quantum node for a while, an earth-yellow planet finally appeared in the observer, as if it was a colonial star. Several space gaps were opened in the outer space, and blue-green translucent roots extended from it, inserted into the planet, constantly expanding and shrinking, with a frequency like breathing. The roots of the World Tree. Han Xiao stopped, calibrated his position in the star map through this planet, and finally established a module. He just took a look from a distance and didn't get close. It would be great if we could start from the root and follow the clues to find the location of the World Tree. Unfortunately, in my previous life, this method did not work, so we have to make a long-term plan. Han Xiao glanced at the yellow planet again and nodded secretly. This should be a transformed planet. Everything that the world tree swallows is digested and converted into information storage, and can be converted into entities in turn. A planet being swallowed does not mean disappearance. It just exists in another form. The world tree can create it again, which only requires a certain amount of energy and resources. However, the resources required for materialization do not require matching materials. The world tree is closely related to the sage energy. The sage energy can reversely decompose various forms of energy and is often regarded as universal energy. The world tree also has a similar function, involving material changes. For example, when making steel through the world tree, the materials consumed can be wood, seawater, and all kinds of messy things. With enough energy, a series of unknown principles are converted into physical steel, like an untouchable product of advanced alchemy. Turning stones into gold is just a basic operation, just like some kind of synthesizer. Although the world tree has will, it is also a cosmic wonder with tool attributes. It is used by civilization. After years of attempts, it has counted a synthetic table of countless objects. It is precisely because of this characteristic that the war power of the world tree civilization is extremely powerful, almost invincible, and the army is endless. Many resources come from the planets. The world tree civilization will transform valuable planets in its base camp, allowing them to continue to evolve and produce various substances, thereby accumulating more resources. Swallowing the planet in one bite is like a one-time transaction. After conversion, there will be more long-term harvests and a positive cycle. Now is not the time to cause trouble. After Han Xiao activated the navigation star map, he immediately left here and his figure disappeared quickly. After a while, the roots of the yellowish-yellow planet suddenly rippled, and a virtual fleet sailed out and quickly turned into a physical body. In the command room, Barbany looked at the yellowish planet curiously. It is suspected that an abnormal reaction occurred nearby. Is the outsider not satisfied with exploring everywhere this time, but wants to spy on our planet? I don't know. The response of the Information State Alert Network this time is very weak. I don't know if it is a false alarm. The captain shook his head. Let's take a look with the Information State Illuminator first. Barbany waved his hand to signal. Soon, the fleet activated the device, and the light green light curtain quickly scanned the surrounding area. The results showed that everything was as normal, and no trace was removed like the three major civilizations, and no trace of Han Xiao was shown. The captain took a look at the result and nodded. The information state traces are intact, and there are no abnormal clues. According to the situation where the outsiders cleared all traces last time, this time it was either a false alarm, or this time the outsiders have a higher level of information state technology. Is it a new prey? Babani became excited again. Well, this possibility is not ruled out. The later generation's information state technology level is obviously higher than the outsiders who cleared all traces last time, and perhaps two different groups of people. But next to it is the root of the world tree. If the outsiders clear the traces here like last time, they will be discovered immediately. I prefer false alarms. The captain analyzed for a while and said, "Be safe. Since the photographer has failed, the other party may have used high-dimensional information state means, and you need the Holy Tree Envoy to detect it yourself." Hearing this, Babani nodded, turned around, and flew out of the cabin, and his body entered the universe. Immediately afterwards, a stream of blue-green light emerged from his body, concentrated on his visual organs, emitting a hazy green light. He patrolled the area while scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, Barbany stopped and looked in a direction, which was the area where Han Xiao had been staying. The green light in his eyes gradually became stronger. At this moment, a blurred shadow like water wave suddenly appeared within the range covered by the light, like a ball of glowing particles, very sparse. I saw it. It was indeed a photo of the high-dimensional information state. Barbany was excited. The high-dimensional information state is unobservable, and the related technology is very profound. Even if you stand in front of you, ordinary people cannot find the other party, and the information state illuminator cannot detect it. The disguise provided by the Son of Destiny is the high-dimensional information state. But as the messenger of the Holy Tree, Babani was able to borrow the high-dimensional information vision of the World Tree to offset the information closure. Others could not see the high-dimensional information state, but he could see it, and then he found the trace. However, simply borrowing high-dimensional information vision cannot completely trace the situation like a photographer, and cannot obtain specific information, and only certain traces of action can be detected. The number of outsiders is unknown, and there shouldn't be many. I stayed here for a few seconds. Hey, this outsider seems to be still here with us. Barbani suddenly exclaimed, and his tone became excited again. In his vision, this luminous particle-like trace extends in two directions. One is the way of origin, and the other is the way of departure, pointing to the direction where the outsiders leave, which means that the outsiders are not teleporting away, but are still staying in their civilized territory. Holy Tree Messenger, what should I do next? The captain asked in the channel. You guys are on standby in the tree. I'll chase after you to see if you can capture the outsiders this time alive. Barbani couldn't wait to set off, turn into a blue-green beam of light, shot out quickly, chasing in the direction Han Xiao left. On the other side, Han Xiao was galloping in the universe, looking for a starting point suitable for land enclosure according to the star map. Just as he was concentrating on his journey, there was a sudden movement on the panel. You trigger an emergency mission, nowhere to escape. Task Introduction. In the territory of World Tree Civilization, outsiders have almost nowhere to hide. Your whereabouts have been discovered. Someone is chasing the clues you left behind. Task requirements. Deal with the pursuers. Reward. Unknown. I have been activated and turned on the high-dimensional information disguise of the Son of Destiny's mark, but I was still discovered so quickly. The monitoring methods of World Tree are so sharp. Han Xiao frowned, and his thoughts turned. The mission prompt says that in the territory of the World Tree, outsiders have almost nowhere to hide, and Han Xiao is becoming more and more alert to the unknown detection methods of the World Tree. The World Tree Civilization monitors its own territory far more than the three major civilizations. If I don't figure out what's going on, I'm afraid I can't move here. Han Xiao frowned. Now that the whereabouts have been discovered, continuing to escape will only be pursued. With the convenience of the world-building spiritual network, pursuers can share information and siege and intercept it, which is quite troublesome for them. It seems that we need to adjust the plan. It is not suitable for carrying out land enclosure tasks now. Han Xiao said intimately, if you don't figure out what the detection methods of the World Tree Civilization are, you don't know how to be exposed, and you don't know what to do if you want to avoid them. Since the pursuer is behind, it is not enough to be solved. It is just right to try to learn the mechanism of detection from the other party. He originally wanted to see if virtual purification can work for people who have the World Tree Civilization, but now there is an opportunity. Due to the mechanism of the spiritual network, the scene of contacting people who are in the world-cultivated civilization will be observed, and there are many risks, such as the other party calling for reinforcements, etc. Maybe they have to leave if they cannot continue to perform the mission. However, this is not a big problem. The World Tree Civilization territory is not something that can only be done once. There is no time limit for land enclosure tasks. This time, it is okay to do it next time. On the contrary, if you can learn from the pursuit of the World Tree detection methods, it will be more valuable in his opinion. At least you don't have to fumble around. However, although I was discovered, I didn't have any advantages. Han Xiao's eyes flashed. The current situation seems to be that the enemy is dark, but the pursuer discovered him. But it is estimated that he did not know that he had detected the opponent through the panel mission. Thinking from another perspective, it may be that the enemy is dark. Although he does not know what the pursuer is in, he probably follows his own trajectory of action. Perhaps he can ambush the other way around, have a mindful calculation but is unintentional, quickly resolve the battle, and avoid the pursuer seeing too many means. TSK, I just want to sneak well and insist on forcing me. Han Zhao's mouth twitched, and he stopped moving forward, but turned around and flew for a distance to start making arrangements. A long green rainbow crosses the starry sky and gallops rapidly. Babani always opened his high-dimensional information vision and tracked the traces left by Han Xiao. In his eyes, a path composed of luminous particles continued to extend. I'm so brave. I really dare to stay, trying to find out more information and seek death. Babani was not angry, but happy, and became more and more excited. Although the Holy Tree Messenger is of high status and power, he has nothing to do most of the time. After all, the World Tree connects everyone. There are no criminals or rebels, and there's basically no internal friction. These strong people are not engaged in production. Apart from training and material enjoyment, there is nothing else to do. Many people are even too lazy to show off and have been sleeping in the tree and living in the virtual world. Now that I encounter something interesting, Barbani is so happy that he is full of expectations. I hope this group of outsiders has some skills and let me have a good time. However, just as he was thinking a lot, a sudden change occurred. The space around suddenly shook, as if it had turned into solid in an instant. Babani's speed dropped sharply, as if he was trapped in a mud. At the same time, dozens of starlight suddenly lit up in his field of vision. The next moment, dozens of huge blue and white beams of light attacked from all directions, crossing the visual range to strike. Barbani was at the intersection of the beams, and the dazzling light instantly swallowed his body. Is this an ambush? The evaporated pain of flesh and blood swept through every nerve in an instant like a volcanic eruption. Babani felt his body dissolve, and his vitality was flowing rapidly. The power of the attack was beyond his expectations, and he suddenly became frightened and angry. Except for the outsiders, it was impossible for them to be someone else. Babani only found it unbelievable. This group of outsiders actually noticed his pursuit, and not only did not escape, but also wanted to beat him back. Babani was frightened and angry, and was about to endure the pain and break free from the shackles. At this moment, a red light suddenly appeared inside dozens of blue and white beams. The next moment, the red light suddenly expanded, dyeing the beam red in an instant, and the output power surged. The intersection of the beams exploded, like a red sun was born. Babani's figure was thrown away, covered in bruises, almost as if it was burnt, and was shocked. The lethality of this round of strikes scared him. He didn't expect that with his ability, he would be seriously injured after a meeting, and he didn't even see the enemy's figure. This time, the outsiders actually have such powerful power. I can't solve it by myself. I have to be a good person. Babani hurriedly wanted to take action, but at this moment, a glimmer of light suddenly appeared in his sight, sweeping across, instantly sweeping over his body. At this moment, Barbani's body suddenly froze, revealing a look of confusion. At the same time, Han Xiao, who was looking here through a remote device, raised his eyebrows and looked surprised. Is the virtual purification effective? Han Xiao set up an ambush trap where he passed before and used a bunch of techniques from the treasures to cover up signs as much as possible. These dozens of high-intensity beams came from a special array of floating weapons, which were cosmic treasure-level mechanical equipment. They were one of the accessories of mechanical gods, and had amazing lethality. I thought the pursuers might be a fleet, but Han Xiao planned to attack if he couldn't ambush, but found that he was only chasing one person. According to his understanding of the World Tree civilization, this person is likely to be a super A-level powerhouse, such as the Holy Tree Envoy, the Ancestor Spirit, and it is impossible for him to be the 5 big tree kings who are so fierce. He ambushed without saying a word and obtained the opponent's battle information through the panel, secretly breathing a sigh of relief. Babani's level is far lower than him, and his energy level is around 5W3, but he is just a super level A. Even if he can borrow some of the power of the World Tree, he still has no power to fight back in front of him. So after using virtual purification restoration, Han Xiao was ready to kill him immediately, but the feedback from the combat information made him stop, and the panel prompted that the virtual purification had taken effect. It's really okay. Han Xiao took a breath of heat. When he got virtual purification restoration, he suspected that this move might be effective for the World Tree, but he didn't expect it to be really useful. The World Tree's spiritual network connects everyone, and in his opinion, it is like an extremely huge, intelligent host, processing, distributing, and monitoring the information of each individual. All the lives devoured by the World Tree will be rewritten. No matter how hostile he is, they will be loyal to the World Tree in the end. Negative memories have not disappeared, but have just faded. The effect of virtual purification and restoration is to purify the intelligent targets infected by the virus, and the nature of the living organisms swallowed by the World Tree will also change and become a symbiotic relationship. Even if it is not materialized, it can live in the virtual world created by the World Tree, which is similar to intelligence. Therefore, Han Xiao is not sure whether this move can take effect, but now it seems that he has guessed it right. But Han Xiao didn't feel happy for long, and soon realized the problem. Virtual purification only temporarily restores the other party's original thinking, but the other party is still an individual devoured by the World Tree. This connection will not be lifted. Then the World Tree can rewrite the other party's thinking at any time to cover the effect of virtual purification, which means that this move may only make the other party temporarily awake. Moreover, this trick can only be used on enslaved objects. If the target is originally loyal to the World Tree, it is obviously useless. Fortunately, this guy named Babani is not the native race of the World Tree civilization, but the enemy that the World Tree civilization devours in the cosmic war. Babani was stunned on the spot. Countless memories collided in his mind, and the memories of his civilization being destroyed by the iron hoof of the World Tree became vivid again. He even remembered that after he was swallowed, he became an accomplice to destroy his civilization, and countless fellow tribes died in his hands. The distorted thinking is quickly corrected, and the perspective of looking at things returns to normal. The long-lost hostility and anger burst out like a volcano erupting. World Tree, what did you ask me to do? Babani suddenly covered his head, trembling all over like a roar or a howl. The pain contained in it was moving. However, at this moment, Han Xiao activated the short-range transmission equipment and came to Babani in an instant, grabbed his body, and said in a deep voice, "Are you awake? Time is tight, and you don't have time to talk nonsense to you. When you wake up, tell me the secret you know." Babani was pulled away from grief and anger, and immediately remembered what he was doing before he woke up. These memories will not be eliminated by virtual purification. Without too much explanation, he instantly understood the meaning of the outsider in front of him and his current situation. Without any hesitation, Barbani immediately told the secret of the World Tree he had. After recovering from waking up, for Barbani, no matter what the outsider is, as long as he is an enemy of the World Tree, he is the object worthy of help, and there is no need to think about it. Seeing that the other party was so good, Han Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and focused on the content. He quickly talked about the important secrets, but not long after, Barbani's face suddenly changed and a look of struggle flashed. They noticed that you should leave quickly. The people of the World Tree will arrive at any time. It monitors everyone and has found that I have recovered from waking up. I can't resist its will and will soon be rewritten. Han Xiao also saw the duration of virtual purification in the status bar passing rapidly, and his heart beat, knowing that the World Tree has paid attention to this out-of-control individual. He let go of his hand and was about to retreat, but he found that Babani raised his hand and pushed him away with force. Then a cracked light lit up all his energy, which was to detonate all his energy. When the light burst to its highest point, Barbani looked at Han Xiao deeply, and his tone was firm. "We are no longer saved. No matter who you are, don't lose." Boom! The next moment, a violent explosion spread, and Barbani instantly exploded and turned into dazzling fireworks. Han Xiao was slightly moved. This sober behavior is far more determined and decisive than he imagined. Only strong hatred can drive the other party to make such a choice. I may have underestimated this trick. Han Xiao's thoughts flew around, but without time to consider it, Han Xiao quickly put away the mechanical equipment present, turned on the short-range transmission equipment, and flashed away from here again and again. After a while, a space crack suddenly appeared in this area, protruding out the roots of the world tree. A huge fleet sailed out, quickly turning from virtual to real, and several holy tree messengers arrived together to inspect the scene. The Information State Alert Network just issued the highest alarm, indicating that the most serious information leak has occurred here so far. Several holy tree envoys looked grim, and they rushed to the scene as soon as they received the alarm. Not long ago, the World Tree shared Babani's experiences through the spiritual network, and everyone was shocked. Barbani betrayed? How was this possible? He actually told the secret. What happened, and what methods did the outsiders use to deceive him? He turned back to the seed, and he could only ask him what was going on when he matured next time. These holy tree messengers expressed difficulty in understanding the situation, because no one could betray the world tree, and even the idea of betrayal would not appear. At this moment, more and more space cracks bloomed, roots protruded, and sent batches of fleets and strong men to this place. Suddenly, the cold voice of the tree, king, suddenly sounded in the spiritual network of everyone present. Chasing him, don't let this outsider leave alive. In the dazzling star space, Han Xiao's figure was galloping rapidly. It turns out that's the case. Information State Alert Network. Recalling the information he had just obtained, Han Xiao's face was quite solemn. Barbani said a lot of secrets, including Information State Alert Network, high-dimensional information vision, and other means. Han Xiao finally knew how the other party discovered him, and couldn't help but have a headache. Unless there is an information state technology that transcends the world tree, this kind of detection method is almost impossible to solve. No wonder the three major civilizations are exposed so quickly, and outsiders are indeed unable to move forward in the territory of the world tree civilization. When I triggered the alert network, it should have been a calibrated navigation instrument. I observed the yellowish planet and the roots of the world tree next to me. I, an outsider, interacted with the information collection of the world tree civilization, so I was noticed. Only then did the holy tree messenger come to check it and track the traces left by myself with a high-dimensional information field. Even if I had the seal of the Son of Destiny, it would not be easy to protect myself. It's like having an extremely strong sixth sense. Anyone who looks at you can detect the direction of your vision and can also sense which part of you are looking at. This is not easy to deal with. I guess there is no chance to complete the land grab mission this trip. Han Xiao said intimately, his thoughts flying. The most important thing is the Information State Alert Network. As long as there is no alarm trigger, even if you leave traces, the world tree will not be able to detect it at once, just like looking for a needle in a haystack. But now he has been discovered, and the world tree messenger can follow the traces. In this case, he uses the energy of the Son of Destiny to enclose the land. He is worried that he will be discovered by the high-dimensional information field, and it is not convenient to even stay at the throne. According to the mechanism of the Information State Alert Network, it is not impossible to avoid it. As long as you consciously avoid information interaction, just fly in the universe, and don't touch anything related to the world tree, you can still hide it. Just like when you first came, there was no information entanglement, and the world tree never discovered it. But this is easier said than done. At least this alarm has been triggered, and there's basically no chance to hide it now. As for other secrets, Barbani also said some of them, some of which Han Xiao had known long ago, and some were unclear, so he would further increase his understanding. What he paid the most attention to was the remote sensing of the world tree's direction of the collection of foreign information. The more people they know, or the deeper the entanglement between the two sides, the direction of the universe they have explored will be exposed. This is not very good. Although the three major civilizations concealed intelligence, in order to explore secretly, some people still made it clear about the matter. If further confidentiality measures are not taken, the number of insiders will only increase. Han Xiao's eyes twitched. The more you know, the easier it is to be sensed, and the world tree's ability to countertrack is too tricky. Unfortunately, there is no coordinate of the world tree ontology in these information. According to Barbani, he has never read any relevant information in the spiritual network. None of the holy tree messengers and other senior personnel he has contacted know about it. But even so, the value of this information exceeds all the results of previous explorations, and is probably the biggest gain of this trip. Only by knowing the various means of the world tree can we take targeted measures. Fortunately, the virtual purification is effective, otherwise there would be almost no way to obtain these secrets. Han Xiao secretly said that he was lucky. The information he had at present had surpassed his previous life. After seeing Babani's resolute action, he found that the effect of virtual purification may exceed expectations. There are many foreign races who are swallowed and assimilated by the world tree. If everyone has a similar awareness, they can become potential spies and become 25 boys. Although the world tree will definitely target this move after being prepared. Once someone loses control, they will immediately rewrite their thinking and make the duration of virtual purification plummet. But no matter how bad it is, it should be time to self-destruct. In this way, the foreign powerhouses swallowed by the world tree may not be able to play a role. However, the world tree powerhouse will not die completely. Once it dies, it will turn into a seed and return to the world tree and fall into a deep sleep. The world tree can consume resources and time, mature it, wake it up, and resurrect it. The mechanism is somewhat similar to the bear, but there are also subtle differences. The basis of the existence of the heroic spirit in the underworld is the soul. By acquiring entities, it doesn't matter if the heroic spirit exists, because it is essentially living. The resurrection mechanism of the world tree is different. It is the ability of the information field. Every individual is unique. Due to the connection between the world tree, information is refreshed in real time. When an individual dies, he does not maintain consciousness like a heroic spirit. His thinking is as quiet as real death, enters a dormant period, and turns into a seed. Only when the world tree replenishes nutrients can it be reborn and awakened. In this regard, the world tree and the restoration of the sanctuary also have similarities, except that the restoration of the sanctuary only requires opening the sanctuary without additional resources and time. The world tree resurrects individuals, and this process requires a lot of resources and time, which means that as long as you die, you will not be able to survive in a short period of time. This form made Han Xiao think of the barracks of the old-fashioned real-time strategy game in his previous life. The production unit needs to read the bars, especially the stronger the unit, the longer the time it takes. The principles of the recovery of the world tree and the sanctuary are related to information states, but there is a principle of uniqueness. What will happen if the world tree powerhouse is revived first with the sanctuary? Will the connection still exist? Han Xiao couldn't help but be curious. If feasible, the sanctuary recovery may continue to take away the strong people controlled by the world tree, causing the strength of both sides to rise and fall. However, the possibility of failure is not ruled out. After all, the individual and the world tree are symbiotic. Then even if the individual dies, as long as the world tree that preserves the individual information state template still exists, the dead individual may be judged by the sanctuary as still alive, and then it will not be able to recover and be enslaved forever. Moreover, according to the mechanism of the world tree, Han Xiao even suspected that the world tree was like the previous master of the underworld, intercepting the information status of the strong men under his command. If he did not enter the sanctuary, he would not be able to recover. At present, I can only guess. Only by trying this kind of thing myself can I know. Well, but it is not convenient to take risks now. Han Xiao pondered to himself. Babani is dead, and I don't know if the information disclosed is considered a medium. Han Xiao does not want to take the risk of using the sanctuary to recover. If the world tree connection is not lifted, there will be many more risks. This can be done after the war breaks out before experimenting, and there is no fear of being discovered when the coordinates are exposed. Han Xiao flashed all kinds of thoughts and digested the newly obtained information, then opened the panel and took a look. The previously triggered mission, Nothing to Hidden, has been shown to be completed, and he will settle it immediately. The panel prompt pops up immediately, showing that he has obtained 210 experience, 2 random reward opportunities, and a Babani character card. It is an offensive skill that is not very useful to him. In addition, it also prompted that the World Tree Camp's favorability has dropped significantly, and a new mission has been launched. You trigger the emergency mission, World Tree's Anger. Mission Introduction. Your behavior angered the World Tree. It regards you as a huge threat. It decides to chase you on a large scale and eliminates you. Mission Requirements. Deal with pursuers and escape from the civilized territory of the World Tree. Reward depend on the mission evaluation, and the mission evaluation depends on the escape resistance. Note, when you activate this mission, it means that the World Tree has remembered you. Whenever you find your trace, it will start a hunt and take effect forever. Hey, it really stabbed the hornet's nest. Han Xiao smacked his lips. It seems that virtual purification left a deep impression on the World Tree and regarded itself as the #1 threat. As long as it is discovered, it will persevere in chasing the convenience. The mission itself is very simple. If you want to escape, you can evacuate by using the Emperor directly. However, the evaluation depends on resistance. The task can be completed so easily, the lowest evaluation is probably obtained. This time, he didn't have the chance to complete the land grab mission, so he could only come again next time. However, Han Xiao thought for a while and did not plan to retreat immediately. Anyway, it was discovered, so I took the opportunity to use virtual purification to get more information and killed some World Tree powerhouses so that they could return to the seed state and temporarily reduce the high-end combat power of the World Tree. Unfortunately, I don't know what changes will happen to the connection between the World Tree and individual after the time and space Amber seals the target. I am not very brave enough to take risks for fear of taking the Amber away and being positioned remotely. But this place is an enemy base camp after all, and there are many strong people. There are many factors that can threaten me. If it is too rude, it will be a turnaround. Han Xiao calmed down and took out bombs to remove traces, and while galloping, he laid them down along the way. This kind of bomb can remove conventional information traces other than high-dimensional information states, making it impossible for the information state illuminator to trace back. Although the information state illuminator cannot detect high-dimensional information states, it is beneficial to itself to arrange these bombs to expand areas that the World Tree troops cannot detect. At the same time, behind Han Xiao, a huge fleet was chasing him. In the command room, a group of super A-level powerhouses with different appearances looked out the window, borrowing the power of the World Tree to continuously illuminate the traces of high-dimensional information. The outsiders have begun to clear traces on a large scale. The other party has learned about the existence of the photographer from Babani. This move is likely to be a measure. Mobilize more people to search the passing area to prevent the outsiders from leaving anything. The tall figure standing in the front spoke slowly. His tone was unquestionable, and everyone present followed his horse's head. Tadirian, executive officer of Jui, is responsible for coordinating the pursuit and is the person with the highest position on the court. There are 5 tree kings in the World Tree, and each tree king has 2 executives as assistants, ranking from 1 leaf to 10 leaf. The tree kings are usually sleeping, absorbing the power of the World Tree to strengthen themselves. So these king executives are the highest executives in handling the World Tree civilization affairs. They're not only of high positions and powerful, but also have strong personal power. None of the king executives are below the peak and the A-level level. In addition to him, there are other peak super A-level in the room. Light chasing behind is easy to escape by the other party. I have notified some holy tree messengers to ride the roots and intercept them in front. A man next to him spoke in a deep voice. This is a high-level holy tree messenger with deeper connections to the world tree and stronger personal power, far from comparable to Babani. There seems to be only one outsider, and he is very strong, at least at the level of an executive. Be careful of being broken by him. Another person said, this time he was talking to an ancestral spirit, and this identity is generally responsible for faith affairs. The person who spoke is not an ordinary ancestral spirit, but a member of the 13 ancestral spirits, which represents the strongest 13 among the ancestral spirits, and their strength is at its peak and the peak of the A level. Don't worry, Your Excellency the Tree King has been paying attention. If the situation is wrong, he will come in person. Tedrian responded coldly, then looked back and said, Babani was bewitched. This time I was chasing with me. There are no one with a weak mind. I hope you can resist the strange, bewitching methods of outsiders. Hearing this, everyone present nodded. After being immersed in a virtual purification, although the World Tree did not know the principle, it felt threatened to see Barbani's performance through the spiritual network. To be on the safe side, all those sent to pursue this time were individuals who were loyal to the World Tree, and there was no foreign race who had rewritten their thinking. At this moment, the World Tree powerhouse in the command room suddenly stopped and saw that their high-dimensional information vision suddenly split into 7 and flee in different directions. The outsider threw out the bait and divided the troops to confuse our tracking target. This is to disperse our personnel. It seems that he has the intention of counterattacking. Seeing this, Tedrian narrowed his eyes and his tone was quiet. One of the 13 ancestor spirits named Roxilian habitually pinched a cluster of small tentacles on his chin and slowly spoke. In this way, you can only act separately and you can't miss any trace. Although the high-dimensional information field can see through the information closure and track the traces, it cannot trace the specific content like a photographer. The World Tree still has its limits, so they cannot immediately distinguish which of the 7 trajectories Han Xiao is, collecting enough information samples to distinguish the differences in the traces. This takes some time to chase along the trajectory and collect samples to lock in the outsider subject. If the outsider's goal is to escape, the time scattering of thousands of trajectories is a good way to confuse the public, which is enough to delay more time. However, now only 7 are divided. Tedrian guessed that the outsider would not give up and wanted to fight back. Even if the other 6 trajectories are just bait, they have to deal with them, so as not to leave troops or other dangerous things in the territory of civilization. Then mobilize more people. Our support speed is very fast anyway. Overman, the high-level holy tree messenger, nodded in agreement. The group had no objection. In the territory of World Tree civilization, they could ride the routes of World Tree to quickly shuttle. As long as someone discovers the target and shares the location with the spiritual network, others can quickly arrive. Leave some people to act as mobile support forces, and the rest act separately. Tedrian nodded. They not only chased behind, but also followed the direction of the trajectory, allowing some troops to shuttle directly to the front to pursue and block, confirm the changes in the trajectory, and continuously narrow the scope. The World Tree's troops were mobilized continuously, gradually forming a large encirclement net. A fleet followed one of the trajectories for a long distance, and the holy tree messengers on the ship focused on maintaining a high-dimensional information vision. At this moment, a message came from the spiritual network, and the sender was the intercepting force in front of this pursuit path. No follow-up information trajectory was found ahead. We are heading back towards you and narrowing the search range. You should deal with it carefully. Hearing this, the Holy Tree envoy immediately cheered up. They were separated from the intercepting troops in front. Since the trajectory ahead was cut off, it means that the target was suspected to be at this distance, and it is very likely to meet them. Be careful. The enemy will appear at any time. The Holy Tree envoy ordered the crew, carefully sensing the surrounding environment, and felt a little annoyed. Unfortunately, the information camera is not useful this time. Otherwise, the enemy would have no way to hide any arrangements, so there would be no need to be so careful. After driving forward for a while, suddenly, the spacecraft radar sounded an alarm. A high-energy strike on the way was detected, and the shield was automatically activated. Please be careful to avoid it. At the same time, a beam of light shot from a distance penetrated the array of the fleet and quickly destroyed several warships. Enemy attack. The Holy Tree envoy was shocked and called for support on the spiritual network without hesitation. Then he immediately opened the energy cover to protect himself. I saw a small mechanical force wrapped in golden mechanical force suddenly attacking from the distance of sight, approaching quickly and keeping fire. In the high-dimensional information field, the source of this trajectory is this army, but there seems to be no outsider in it. It seems that the path I pursue is bait. The Holy Tree messenger expressed annoyance, as if regretting that he had not chased the outsider's body. At this time, space cracks broke open around, and many thorns were protruded. A batch of support troops arrived quickly, and in an instant, 6 or 7 super levels arrived here. Seeing this mechanical team fighting the fleet, everyone knew that this path was not where the outsider was. Remove a false path, there are still 6 left. Fake this mechanical team first, let the Holy Tree swallow them, and analyze the information. Everyone rushed forward without saying a word, intending to fight quickly. However, at this moment, one of the soldiers of the mechanical team suddenly exploded, and the blue phantom light suddenly bloomed, instantly swallowing the surrounding mechanical team, and the light ball spread rapidly, expanding like it never stopped. Damn it! It's the original Phantom. The faces of several World Tree powerhouses present suddenly changed, and they hurriedly stopped and retreated quickly. The fleet that had originally surrounded it also scattered and quickly turned around and left, but some of the spacecraft were still out of sight and swallowed by the original Yoning. The larger the light group, the faster the expansion speed, and all the matter and energy they come into contact with are assimilated, and a phantom expansion reaction continues to occur. But at this moment, space cracks appeared again around them, and the roots of the World Tree explored into the ghost light ball, absorbing energy quickly like a jelly. The ghost energy ball stopped expanding and slowly shrank until it disappeared. All the things that were previously devoured by the ghost energy were annihilated, and nothing left was left. The digital World Tree powerhouses who ran away stopped and were chased to pieces. This is not a stable secondary secret energy, but a violent primitive secret energy, and its equivalent is not small. Although they are super A-level strong people, they don't want to use their bodies to try the power of the original secret energy. The Holy Tree messenger was still scared and said annoyedly, "That outsider must have arranged primitive secret energy on all baits." He wanted to kill the pursuers and let others be careful. The news quickly spread from the spiritual network to the hearts of his companions, and each pursuit team immediately became stern and took a lot of attention. Has a team already detonated? Han Xiao was speeding in the universe, suddenly noticed the feedback of mechanical force, and his eyes flashed slightly. Not long ago, he sent 6 mechanical teams to separate the forces, on the one hand, to disperse the pursuers' forces, and on the other hand, to act as an eye position to see the size of the pursuers. The mechanical force itself does not enjoy the protection of the Sun of Destiny Mark, which means that all actions will be seen through by the information illuminator. However, after receiving the mechanical force connection, the mechanical force can share the disguise of the Sun of Destiny Mark to act as bait. Han Xiao left some tricks on these baits, and the original secret energy is one of them. He doesn't mind spreading secret energy pollution in the territory of the World Tree civilization. Planting mushrooms in the enemy's homes can not only damage the pursuers, but also destroy their own troops, so as not to be swallowed by the World Tree and cause risks. However, he did not intend to use the original secret energy to cause too much damage to the other party. After experiencing the war in his previous life, Han Xiao knew very well that the ability of the World Tree to devour energy was as effective as the original secret energy, and the method of controlling secret energy pollution was much more convenient than the 3 major civilizations. At this moment, Han Xiao felt a sudden movement and turn around to look. He saw a space crack suddenly appearing not far ahead, and a world tree fleet sailed out. Discovered him. Another Holy Tree envoy who commanded the intercepting fleet was surprised and happy, and immediately sent a location through the spiritual network. Seeing this, Han Xiao turned around and killed him without saying a word. The golden mechanical force bloomed, and a huge mechanical legion emerged from it and launched an unreserved firepower coverage towards the fleet. With his current energy level, the mechanical legion's lethality has been extremely astonishing, and it almost instantly eliminated this small interceptor fleet. The Holy Tree messenger hurriedly dodged the defense, but could not resist the firepower of the mechanical legion. He was so scared that he was so scared. At this moment, space cracks appeared one after another around, and the first batch of reinforcement from the World Tree civilization arrived quickly. Han Xiao found 5 Super 8 energy sources with a scan of his senses. However, he ignored it. During the charge, blood and energy bloomed. Some mechanical warriors quickly gathered and turned into a small mechanical god. They rushed to the injured Holy Tree messenger in an instant. One by one, cracked rays were released from the fingertips of the mechanical god, and in the blink of an eye, the defensive methods of the Holy Tree messenger were torn apart. Han Xiao activated the accessory device of his palm, and a space shock wave was fired, setting the target temporarily in the air, and then smashed the horrified Holy Tree messenger with a horrified face. Bang! The shock wave burst out, and the accumulated lethality penetrated into the body of the Holy Tree messenger without reservation. The powerful force crushed the muscles and bones, and the cells instantly apoptized. The green blood flower exploded in the air, and the body of the Holy Tree messenger disappeared, leaving only a pool of blood stuck to the mechanical fist. With one punch, the amount of blood is clear. If I'm not in the S+ level, I dare to stop me. Is it a waste of time to fly so far? Kill one first. Han Xiao grinned. He was hitting the enemy now, and he took the lead without any reservation. The battle information shows that the energy level of this Holy Tree messenger is less than 50,000, which is a little weaker than Babani. He has made a lot of steps, and the power of charge endless power is very high. In conjunction with the mechanical troops' concentration of fire, the Holy Tree messenger was directly killed. Without delay, he immediately shifted his target and rushed towards the 5 World Tree powerhouses who had just supported him. The enhanced star-slaying blade was unfolded in his hand and slashed it out with a knife. The surging secret energy turned into a sharp sword light. Do not to avoid it. Seeing Han Xiao's brave performance in killing his companions just now, the 5 World Tree powerhouses who came to support changed drastically and did not dare to face it head-on, so they hurriedly threw the fleet down and dodged themselves. Rumble. The fleet could not dodge, and the warships along the way were crushed by the star-killing blade and instantly exploded into fireworks. The debris of the hull were rolled up by the blade, turning into hot melt, splashing on the spaceships around which were not affected, burning the shields to flash. Han Xiao raised his hand and sent out a virtual purification, quickly sweeping over the 5 people, but the 5 people returned to normal with just a slight swaying their bodies, without the sign of confusion like Babani. Is the World Tree guarded? I didn't send foreign tribes to chase me, and my reaction was quite fast. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and was not surprised. He turned his blade and locked the weakest of the 5 people displayed by the battle information. He rushed over, scaring the other party so much that he turned around and ran away. The other 4 hurriedly wandered around and launched a long-range attack, trying to restrain Han Xiao, but it was like tickling the tickles. The 4 of them gathered fire and could not even penetrate the shield of the mechanical god, and Han Xiao was too lazy to resist. At this moment, more and more troops came to support. When the World Tree powerhouses saw this scene, they immediately joined the battle. The number of people besieging Han Xiao increased rapidly, quickly reaching double digits and continued to rise. However, what shocked many World Tree powerhouses was that even though the besieged reached double digits, the outsider was still as if he had entered a no-man's realm. He ignored the damage and only attacked but did not defend. He fought against the fire of so many people and killed the ancestral spirit that he had locked and pursued, allowing them to add a second casualty. However, with more support coming, everyone finally joined forces to get involved in this outsider, fighting hard to solve, which made the other party unable to continue to kill people and commit suicide. Before the battle lasted, Tedrian and others also rode on the World Tree Express to the battlefield. At a glance, they saw the mechanical gods guarded by a large number of mechanical warriors like an unmoving mountain, fighting with dozens of World Tree powerhouses, but they were not crushed and did not fall for the disadvantage. The combat power of this outsider is too exaggerated. Tedrian's face changed slightly. Is he from a civilization with extremely developed individual power? Overman looked horrified. It seems that I was too conservative before. He must be at the level of a tree king. Looking at the chaotic battlefield, Roxillian was frightened. The three of them had previously judged Han Xiao's combat power from Barbani's encounter, but this time they found that the level of this outsider seemed a bit scary, far exceeding their expectations. The situation is not right. I have to call the Tree King. Tedrian made a quick decision and immediately called his boss through the spiritual network. At this time, the mechanical god in the field suddenly opened up all fire and briefly forced the siege back. The next moment, the mechanical god disintegrated, revealing Han Xiao's figure. The mechanical forces around him shrank rapidly and were captured by the mechanical force and integrated into his body. Han Xiao glanced at the situation on the field. The super A-level powerhouses who rushed to support had already exceeded 30, and there were several peak super A-level ones. In this case, there was basically no chance to continue killing. Moreover, the World Tree is still investing in reinforcements. If you stay here, you will definitely be kicked as a ball in the end. Moreover, the World Tree is not short of top-level individual power, and the 5 Tree Kings are stronger than the other. He turned his head and glanced at Tedrian and others, and narrowed his eyes. Tedrian, Roxillian, Overman, hey, they're all acquaintances. During the war in previous life, the strong men who had explored the universe and the World Tree civilization suffered casualties and were famous. Han Xiao naturally knew some of the powerful figures in the World Tree. If you remember correctly, these 3 guys in their previous life had super A-level lives. One of the masters of Amber in time and space was broken by Tedrian, causing this universe treasure to fall into the hands of World Tree civilization. Later, he was slaughtered by Carlot. Just as Han Xiao recalled quickly, something happened in the field, and another World Tree root appeared, and a powerful pressure far exceeding the other spread. The next second, a tall figure exuding a majestic aura came, with long white hair dispersed, cold eyebrows and eyes, and a blue-green light wrapped around his body, mixed with dark red arcs. The man had a light green mark on his forehead, shaped like a burning flame, and he was staring at Han Xiao indifferently. Oh, a man is here. Han Xiao jumped. One of the 5 Tree Kings, Saint Grace Berendo, the Tree King, is a martial arts superpower. He caused huge casualties to the explored universe in his previous life. The Dragon King, Milizaus, and the Beast Ancestor, Gruten, both died under his fist. In the end, Karloth and the Love Car, Inying merged and killed him with difficulty, and almost died together. In the war in his previous life, he had witnessed the King of Jinshu taking action with his own eyes and was swept to death by the aftermath, which was deeply impressed. If you can kill you, the resurrection time will definitely be long. Han Xiao had this idea, but glanced at the dozens of World Tree powerhouses around him and immediately gave up this idea. If you want to fight one-on-one, he will not be afraid of the other party, but in the enemy's base camp, it is basically impossible for him to do this. At this moment, many World Tree powerhouses who had just been forced back were about to surround them again. However, just in front of everyone, Han Xiao's figure suddenly disappeared, leaving them empty-handed, leaving only everyone confused. Why did he disappear? Has the space anchor failed? Tedrian was shocked. In order to prevent outsiders from teleporting and escaping, They anchored this space when they fought. Logically speaking, except for the World Tree Express, which is unique to the civilized territory, there are basically no other teleportation methods that can take effect. But soon he received a reply from others on the spiritual network, indicating that the space blockade is as normal. He actually escaped by him. Roxillian was immediately dissatisfied. It seems that he has some special teleportation method that can ignore the space blockade. Then we have nothing to do. Overman frowned. The group was immediately depressed. After finally surrounding the prey, even the Tree King arrived in person. At the critical moment, the cooked duck flew away. Tedrian had no choice but to go forward and salute to King Jinshu. Old King Shu, we are not doing our job well. Let this outsider escape. King Jinshu glanced at him and said indifferently, he escaped quickly and save his life. Otherwise, I will give him to the mother tree to swallow him, and I will be able to grasp the position of this outsider civilization. Sorry, I broke your plan. It was me. Tedrian was about to continue the review, but suddenly stopped, and his face became exciting in an instant. At the same time, everyone present learned the same message through the spiritual network. The pursuit force that went to track down another bait suddenly encountered the body of an outsider and was wiped out. The Holy Tree envoy led the team had only time to send a distress signal, and the voice disappeared, and he was very sacrificed. Tedrian's face suddenly became gloomy, and she was very angry. This outsider didn't leave. He ate another army. At the same time, the position of a bait mechanical team. Han Xiao grabbed a dying Holy Tree messenger and broke his head casually. Immediately, he took back the set of thrones carried by the mechanical team and curled his lips. The methods he left behind in these bait troops were not only primitive phantom, but even assigned a throne to each team, regardless of losses, and invested enough capital. This time, I came to the world to build the territory of civilization. I didn't bring much other equipment. Only the Emperor brought a lot of it. Over the years, he has used his money ability and has already stocked up a lot of emperors, so he has no worries about using it. Putting aside the corpse in his hand, Han Xiao licked his lips. As sure, you have to fight gorillas at other people's homes. Read wonderful novels for free. Just when Han Xiao used the Emperor's teleportation to change shapes and eat another fleet alone, another space rift appeared around him. The troops besieged him, rushed to support him, and chased him reluctantly. But this time, before Tedrian and others arrived completely, Han Xiao replaced another set of emperors and disappeared again in front of everyone. This time he teleported to a bait unit that had not been caught up. When the king of town trees, Tedrian, and others arrived, all they were left was a wreckage of the fleet floating in the universe and the corpse of another Holy Tree messenger. Damn it! Tedrian was furious and angry at being played with. Even though the World Tree Express's support speed on its own territory was already fast enough, it was still a step late, causing the outsider to kill another companion. The other sacred tree messengers and ancestor spirits also looked gloomy. The high-dimensional information vision bit the target. Everyone thought that the outsider had no way to escape, but they didn't expect that the other party had such a method, which caught them off guard. Although the other party's traces were still invisible, they were teleported to another bait force that had not been caught up, which made them unable to immediately lock in Han Xiao's position for shuttle, and could only track the trajectory again. The three major civilizations know little about World Tree, but the same goes for the other hand. The World Tree civilization has less understanding of the explored universe, and it is also the first time that it has seen the Emperor's teleportation method. In this case, those other bait marks may become outsiders at any time, full of dangers, and may be killed by the other party. Roxillian looked grim, as if facing a great enemy. Everyone thought of the outsider's combat power, just now, and couldn't help but feel a sense of terror. Chasing is to chase, but it's hard to say who is unlucky after catching up. This outsider must have wanted to use this method to encroach on our troops. As long as we divide our troops to pursue, we will be at risk of being counter-killed. But we must not refuse to pursue it and allow this level of personal power to move freely in our territory. By the way, what kind of civilization does the other party come from? He actually sent a Superman of this level to take risks alone. Could it be that this civilization has many advanced combat powers of the same level? Overman frowned and spoke with a little uneasy tone. When most of the people present felt a strong sense of fear when they thought that outsiders were not only strong in individuals, but also had this kind of unsolvable means of being extremely mobile. Just one person caused them such a big trouble, and being rampant in their territory was simply a provocation to the entire world-building civilization. It was originally a one-sided hunting hunt, and the outsiders not only did not flee in panic, but even regarded them as prey in turn. Everyone did not expect to fall into a passive position in their own territory. This was something that had never happened before. After years of fighting in the universe, any hostile civilization is not careful when it comes to contact with it. They have never seen such an arrogant guy. No matter what, this problem must be solved. Tedrian spoke in a deep voice. Wake up those guys who are not visible and join the pursuit. He did not think of a way to solve the strange teleportation ability of the outsiders for the time being. But since the outsiders' goal is to counterkill the lonely troops, then increasing the personnel of each pursuit unit will be restrained and unable to cause damage before their support is a useful method. However, Tedrian was very worried that outsiders would split up a bunch of bait troops again, and this open conspiracy forced them to divide their troops. They could have collected high-dimensional information samples during the tracking to lock in which path the outsider's main body was, but the other party's teleportation method allowed every bait to be turned into the body, so it was impossible to tell. After saying that, Tedrian turned his head and looked at King of Trees, nodded and said, "You're Lord of Trees. What do you think?" King of Trees had just been listening to everyone's discussion, without interrupting, and then slowly spoke. "When you surround him, let me know. Also, I will clear this star field later and block it here, so I don't have to care about the losses." After saying that, King of Trees turned into a blue-green stream of light and disappeared, sank into the roots of the World Tree. This time he had already gone in vain. He probably won't be able to deal with outsiders for a while. He doesn't want to be fooled with everyone. Hearing this, Tedrian and others breathed a sigh of relief. The planet in the territory of the World Tree civilization has long been formed naturally, but a high-value planet that the World Tree uses information state to transform it into a ruminate and can freeze the current evolution at any time, swallow it back again, turn it into an information state to store it, and then convert it into another position. With such characteristics, the World Tree is like a mobile base, packing and taking away the entire civilization, changing the position of the base camp in the universe, and dealing with various situations, almost for war. Clearing this star field means letting the World Tree take back all the planets and creatures in this area. In this way, there is no need to worry about outsiders doing destruction everywhere, and there is no need to worry about many worries. Only the Tree King is given this level of manipulation permission by the World Tree and can issue such commands to the World Tree, and the permissions of others are not enough to do so. However, the World Tree is not just about leaving. After changing the location of the base camp, it is necessary to take root of this area from scratch, turn it into its own information collection, and integrate them with each other. Some abilities can only be used in the turrets after being fused. For example, the World Tree Express can only travel quickly on its own turrets, just like the ubiquitous Stargate, and in other locations in the universe, there is no way to arrive at the same time as it is now. Buzzing, at this moment, another space crack was blooming, and more troops were summoned by Tedrian and rushed to help. It included more high-level holy tree messengers and 13 ancestor spirits, all of whom emerged from their sleep, and several executives arrived, as well as some senior military generals who were specifically responsible for foreign wars. The team size grew stronger. Although the opponent is only one person, the World Tree has received extremely high standards. An army of this scale is more than enough to engage in cosmic wars. More than 10 days passed by in the pursuit battle. These days, Han Xiao has been wandering in this star field, responding to the encirclement and interception of the World Tree troops. He divided the bait troops again and again, constantly used the Emperor to move his figure and exchange shadows, and cut the World Tree's pursuit troops. Sometimes they arranged the throne, but sometimes they were just simple primitive phantom bombs, true and false. At the same time, they occasionally used the Emperor's return function to jump repeatedly, which was extremely flexible, making the World Tree troops miserable. The Emperor is simply a guerrilla weapon. Using this tactic, Han Xiao achieved some results, and the number of Super A-level powerful people killed has accumulated to 6. But as the World Tree powerhouse gathers, it becomes increasingly difficult to kill the enemy every encounter. Each pursuer has allocated enough strong men to restrain for a short while. Then in the blink of an eye, dozens of super-level reinforcements will appear, and the peak super-level emerges, resulting in the time of each battle being reduced, and Han Xiao is afraid to fight in one place. Moreover, the World Tree's fleet is too large, surrounding the entire star field, and has been shrinking and surrounding the circle. Han Xiao's guerrilla range has also narrowed, and each bait force is caught up in the shorter and shorter time. At the same time, Han Xiao also found that the navigation star map had failed, and the planets in this area seemed to have disappeared and could not be accurately positioned. Is it because the World Tree swallowed all the nearby planets? In order to deal with me alone, he actually made such a big deal. In the empty universe, Han Xiao was galloping by himself, feeling secretly astonished. This was a bit beyond his expectations. Only when World Tree has a very rich family background can it not care about this loss and decisively strengthen the walls and clear the fields. After more than 10 consecutive days of guerrilla warfare, he has fought with the World Tree strongman for nearly 100 times and met a lot of acquaintances. Except for the Tree King, almost every pursuer has fought with him. Although there was no chance to kill the enemy later, Han Xiao touched a lot of attributes of the World Tree powerhouse through combat information and learned about the specific abilities of many opponents, which were all valuable information. My guerrilla area is getting smaller and smaller. If this continues, it will be blocked soon, and now it cannot eat up the enemy's strong men, so there is no need to continue guerrilla. Han Xiao's thoughts flashed. The World Tree really has no way to restrain the guerrilla tactics of the Emperor, but this is the base camp of others, and the army directly presses over and breaks all the methods with one force. Although guerrilla tactics are good, the force advantage and rapid support system that are crushed by the World Tree civilization will soon reach its limit. It's time to escape. Han Xiao nodded secretly. Although the land grabbing was not completed, the harvest exceeded expectations. Not only did he get a lot of important information, he also sent a few World Tree powerhouses to the Western Paradise. It was higher than his expectations and could be withdrawn. If he stayed, he would definitely not be able to get it. However, before evacuating, Han Xiao wanted to find an opportunity to touch the Tree King, touch the opponent's battle information, and explore the truth and reality. All baits have been cleared, and only the last high-dimensional information track is left. The outsiders have not continued to divide their troops and can lock in his body. In the command room of the main ship, Tedrian looked at the current situation, and his face, which had been gloomy for more than 10 days, finally cleared the rain. I finally surrounded him. This outsider is too difficult to deal with. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. God knew how he came here for the past 10 days, and an outsider made them feel uneasy. There are a lot more World Tree powerhouses participating in the pursuit than 10 days ago. 6 high-level Holy Tree messengers came, 7 of the 13th Ancestor Spirits came, and several military commanders and executives. There are about 20 peaks with energy levels exceeding 7W1, which is about 2/5 of the peak of the entire World Tree civilization, which can be said to have given enough attention. Don't be too happy too early. Since he has this kind of teleportation method, he is likely to be able to escape. At this time, a senior general wearing military uniform spoke coldly. Hearing this, everyone felt helpless. They naturally understood this principle, but after studying it for more than 10 days, they could not crack the teleportation methods of outsiders. Their requirements have been reduced step by step from killing outsiders to expelling. Turn out the outsiders first, and then think about what happened later. This time, perhaps the strongest civilization we have ever encountered. Tedrian responded with a frown. At this moment, everyone's spiritual network suddenly received the message, and the pursuit troops finally caught up with the outsider's body and shared their coordinates. Let's go. Everyone present looked shaky, and they immediately started the World Tree Express and quickly shuttled along the routes. Not long after, everyone's eyes flashed, and they had already arrived at their destination. The outsiders were floating in the star space and did not attack the pursuit troops as before. The pursuit troops were waiting for reinforcements and did not dare to take the initiative. For a moment, there was no movement on both sides. Seeing this, many World Tree powerhouses turned into streams of light and shot out of the fleet, landing in all directions of Han Xiao, forming an encirclement, and more reinforcements were coming in endlessly. The number of Super A-level people present quickly approached 100, surrounding Han Xiao and staring at him. Because all the bait tracks were removed this time, outsiders could no longer use the gorillas to play with them before. Tedrian informed King of Town Trees. Boom! The next moment, the figure of King Jinshu descended rapidly, and the pressure swept across the audience. Hisser King of Trees. Seeing this, Tedrian greeted many World Tree powerhouses in the spiritual network. King Jinshu looked at the situation in the field, nodded and said slowly, I finally surrounded him. Why don't I take action? This outsider looks fearless and probably will use that teleportation method to escape our territory. Tedrian explained. Just as the two were communicating, Han Xiao suddenly raised his hand and pointed at the King of Jinshu, then hooked his fingers, and the energy fluctuations continued to rise and locked on the King of Jinshu. Seeing this action, everyone present understood what the outsider meant, and was provoking their Tree King. The King of Shuzhen looked at Han Xiao indifferently, with an expressionless face, raised his palm casually, and waved it down gently. Fix him. www.read wonderful novels for free. More than 10 minutes later, the deep level of the world, somewhere in the space. On the vast and boundless sea of white sand, a figure suddenly flashed, and a figure fell out of thin air, falling on the sea of sand as if he was not standing firmly, and staggered for a moment. Han Xiao barely stood firm, took a breath, put away the black and golden Emperor mecha on his body, revealing his bruised body. The ferocious wound was sprayed with blood, and the sand was seeping into the ground, which soon dyed the ground in a golden red, with large pieces of burnt marks on his body, and the cells were necrotic, which was very shocking. I almost turned the water, and it was too forced to fight against 100. Hiss, it hurts. The scorching pain spread throughout the body, as if every cell was wailing. Han Xiao's face shook slightly. He took out the injection gun and injected a tube of high-concentration Aurora's life essence into his body. A wave of numbness and itch and comfort swept away instantly, calming the pain and becoming warm. The white golden light surged, and Han Xiao's wounds quickly closed and returned to a healthy and intact body, leaving only solidified blood. It was quite thrilling just now. The combat power of hundreds of Super A-level teams exceeded his limit, including more than 20 peak Super A-level and powerful men of the level of the Tree King, and he had only one person fighting alone. Everyone is Super A-level, even though his combat power is now out of reach. As long as he has not broken through to a new level, he still cannot completely ignore the number gap. It is difficult to deal with a tree-stopping king alone. He is the strongest martial artist he has ever fought so far, not to mention that there are a bunch of strong people next to him to help. The process needs no further explanation. There is no upper hand. It is also a luxury to share the same color. The lethality of so many strong people joining forces has exceeded his recovery rate. His health rises and falls sharply like a roller coaster. His health value even drops below 16% at the most dangerous moment. If it were the other Super A levels that had already been explored in the universe, they would probably have died thoroughly. Ernos, who possessed the Void Spirit national artifact, would not be able to bear it. However, Han Xiao did not intend to fight to the death, and hid many abilities, mainly to achieve the goal and obtain the battle information of the King of Jinshu. Although the opponent's level is higher, some attributes are question marks, many abilities are exposed, and the information is of great value. If you meet the King of Jinshu again in the future, you will know it. After obtaining the information of the King of Town Trees, Han Xiao did not dare to fight. He immediately changed his clothes to evacuate, came to this temporary secondary dimension where the throne was buried, and instantly escaped from the siege. There is a secondary dimension for buffering, which is safer. Han Xiao slapped his chest, shattering the blood on his body, and putting on a new set of clothes. Although the probability of the Emperor's teleportation being tracked by the World Tree is very small, to be safe, he still uses the secondary dimension as the transit zone and does not directly teleport back to the explored universe. Immediately afterwards, Han Xiao took back the local throne, left the secondary dimension destruction device, shattered the secondary dimension, and let it be swallowed by the spatial turbulence and clear the traces. After doing all this, Han Xiao opened the panel and took a look. The World Tree's anger. Mission has been completed. As expected, the bigger the quarrel, the higher the task evaluation. At this time, I had reached the highest rating and the reward was quite generous. Experience alone gave 7,400 E, which was more than the experience of repelling the 3 major civilizations. I made up a lot of experience reserves and was a little closer to level 360 advancement. The other reward tips were also flashed together. Get random reward X5. Milestone expertise. World Tree Nemesis. World Tree Nemesis. When fighting with the object of the World Tree camp, the actual damage caused to the other party is plus 12%, and there is a certain chance to trigger the fear state. Get 5 divine transformation points. Get 5 divine transformation points. Get countless legend. Mysterious outsider. Leave a great reputation in the World Tree civilization. Countless people knew about this powerful and mysterious outsider and were frightened by it. The deeds of Sing here, which shocked the World Tree and almost made the children stop crying, this wave of broad. Han Xiao's eyes lit up. Needless to say, World Tree Nemesis is a targeted expertise of the camp and is similar to Old People Killer. Although the effect is simple, it is quite practical. The 5 divine transformation points are exactly what I need, which is equivalent to creating 5 cosmic treasures. At present, the divine transformation of the void has reached the 13th level, and it is still only 2 points away from the last level to be upgraded. This wave of windfall is enough to upgrade the transformation of the divine nature to the 14th level, and there is still some surplus, which is not much inferior to the perfection of the 15th level, reducing my workload. The last cosmic legend obviously left a deep impression on the World Tree civilization. He was full of fear of him and became a celebrity. Next time he met again, the World Tree people should be able to recognize him at a glance. There's also a last reward prompt on the panel. Han Xiao took a look, and it was a reward for a piece of sanctuary fragment, which means that his level authority in each sanctuary has been upgraded by 1 level, which is an additional reward for the highest quest evaluation. Oh, good thing. Han Xiao was stunned for a moment, and then became surprised. The authority of a sanctuary is what I urgently need at the moment. The higher the authority, the closer the time flow rate of the sanctuary is to the main universe. It is an unexpected surprise to be able to upgrade from a mission. Restraining his joy, Han Xiao stayed away from this place with a load of harvest. To ensure insurance, he intends to wander in the deeper tertiary dimension for a while before returning to the explored universe. At the same time, the world establishes the territory of civilization and is just a siege on the battlefield. The field was in a mess, with the wreckage of the World Tree fleet everywhere, and the Roots were cleaning the battlefield, sweeping away all the wreckage. In the command room of a main ship not far away, many World Tree powerhouses who participated in the siege surrounded the King of Trees, with serious expressions and vaguely a look of horror that had not faded. Some of them were injured. Tadirian pressed the table, his tone of surprise. The combat power of this outsider is undoubtedly one of the strongest individuals we have ever seen in the universe for many years. It is incredible that so many of us can't kill them, even if we take action together. It can basically be concluded that among us, no one is his opponent, and even the Lord of Trees will find it difficult to gain the upper hand. Many World Tree powerhouses were still scared, and many peaked super A-level silently. Even the expressionless king of Jinshu did not refute, but just shook his head. Faced with the siege of hundreds of people, the outsider dared to stay and fight hard, which surprised them. Unexpectedly, he still had a certain amount of power to fight back, and in turn injured many people. Although they had the absolute advantage in the siege just now, this outsider was so hard that he endured the fire of hundreds of people. He was still firm and could not bear it. He lasted for more than 10 minutes before he escaped with his strange teleportation method. Although the enemy was expelled, the powerful performance of the outsiders has been deeply imprinted in everyone's hearts and has almost become a psychological shadow. Every time I think back, many people present couldn't help but feel shocked from the bottom of their hearts. Although I drove away this outsider this time, it is difficult to guarantee that I will come back in the future. This is very difficult, Roxillian said in a deep voice. Tedrian nodded with a solemn tone. If we cannot limit the other party's special teleportation methods, our territory will almost become the other party's back garden. We will come whenever we want, walk whenever we want, come and go freely, and let us fall into a passive. We can't clear the star field every time and mobilize so many people to chase. As he said, his expression became more and more surprising, and he said in a constipation, "And only civilization with extremely developed individual powers will be born with superpowers of this level. Who knows how many advanced combat powers of this outsider civilization are in the same level? This time we have leaked too many secrets. If the other party sends more superpowers of the same level to come next time, we will be in trouble." Hearing this, everyone felt a chill and worried. Han Xiao's amazing combat power made them make a wrong judgment, thinking that there were more powerful people of the same level who had explored the universe, and they couldn't help but be frightened. They have always been conquerors, basically the one who actively invaded, but at this time they felt a rare fear and even had the idea of running away. "What do you think?" another executive officer next to him asked. Tedrian gritted his teeth and said, "This unknown civilization has mastered our coordinates. My suggestion is to clear all star fields and move the base camp immediately so that we can avoid being harassed by the other party. Then we will find a way to find out the other party's background. This is indeed a solution, but we cannot give full play to our advantages." Someone expressed opposition. "Stay here and let the enemy continue to harass us, and the information entanglement will become more and more in-depth. In this way, we can position the position of this unknown civilization faster." Before Tedrian could speak, someone next to him interrupted, saying, "I don't think it can. This outsider used means to bewitch Babani. These secrets of ability were known to the other party. They will definitely avoid more information entanglement and will not be fooled." Upon hearing this, everyone looked helpless. The biggest problem now is that the outsiders are strong, but that the intelligence gap is too large. The leaks here are too serious, but they know almost nothing about outsiders. The group was divided into two factions. One side suggested moving, and the other side suggested staying and argue. "Mr. King of Trees, what do you think?" Tedrian turned his head. Everyone stopped discussing, and it was finally up to the Tree King to decide. King Jinshu closed his eyes and thought for a while, then opened his eyes again. "No need to migrate. Territory loss is not important. Information entanglement is more important. Now, there is a certain intersection. I will speed up the sensing speed of the World Tree. At the same time, I will notify the future team of information perceivers to increase the frequency of prediction, and then let the expedition exploration team sent out in recent years speed up the itinerary." As he said, the king of Jinshu paused and said slowly, "Also, strengthen internal surveillance and arrange more detection devices." Outsiders have mastered some of our confidential information and cannot rely solely on the Information State Alert Network. If outsiders are found again, notify me immediately. Under the calm face of Jinshu Wang, there was actually a surging heart. Han Xiao's combat power also surprised him, but he did not show any expression on his face. Although he did not express it, the king of Jinshu had already kept Han Xiao deeply in his heart and was looking forward to fighting again. On the one hand, it is the necessary fighting spirit of martial arts, and, on the other hand, it is the world tree that expresses its desire for Han Xiao. Faced with all new things, the mother tree has an extremely strong appetite and asks the king of Jinshu to send this outsider into its mouth and eat it as a tribute. As one of the implementers of the will of the world tree, the need of the world tree is his mission and cannot be rejected. After staying in the deep-level dimensional world for a few days, Han Xiao returned to the universe and immediately visited the Covenant organization and asked the Son of Destiny about the trend of the world-building civilization. The staff around him were familiar with the journey and teleported to the Son of Destiny's laboratory. The staff around him looked at him and looked down and continued the work in his hands. It was no longer surprising. "You're coming to see me." The Son of Fate felt something, turned his head towards Han Xiao, pressed his hands on the inner wall of the container, and emitted a happy mental fluctuation. Han Xiao smiled, stepped forward, and knocked on the container to express his greetings. The Son of Fate realized that the mark on Han Xiao had not yet subsided, and tilted his head. "Don't you define the area?" "Something unexpected happened. I didn't have the chance to do this." Han Xiao shook his head and said, "I need you to tell me what the opposite side is going now." "Okay." The Son of Fate did not refuse, shared information in the spiritual link, and pieces of information poured into Han Xiao's mind. Han Xiao quickly browsed these pictures, and the real-time dynamics of the World Tree civilization were almost completely visible. He soon saw that during the few days of staying in the deep-level dimension, the World Tree civilization was stimulated by him and was looking for clues related to him. It also increased the frequency of the predictor's ability to mobilize, indirectly causing the surveillance of the Son of Destiny to increase. This trip left a deep impression on the opponent. The reaction of the World Tree civilization entered his eyes through the monitoring of the Son of Destiny, so he would not have looked at the dynamics of the World Tree. The Son of Destiny is the most important intelligence channel at present. By observing the other party's real-time dynamics, you can make targeted arrangements in advance, just like two real-time strategy game players who are driving the fog of war on one side, while burying their heads to explore the opponent's position on the other side. The gap is obvious. Seeing the headless fly-like movements of the World Tree civilization, Han Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, the black fire surging, and the swearing man came here. "Hey Xing, why didn't you tell me before coming?" As he said that, the swearing man glanced back and forth between Han Xiao and the Son of Destiny, with a feeling of, "You actually meet with me on your back. I just come here to ask about the surveillance situation. I will come here frequently in the future. I will tell you every time. That will be too troublesome. Just get used to it." Han Xiao waved his hand. "Do you think you are the leader? If you want to inspect it, just inspect it. The person who swears secretly complains." "Okay, the matter has been asked. I have something else to do. Let's go first." Han Xiao nodded, and without waiting for the oath to speak, he changed into another set of emperors and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. The swearing man had no choice but to withdraw his gaze and turn to look at the Son of Fate. The Son of Fate ignored him. Seeing that Han Xiao had left, he fell asleep again, not at all the initiative he had when facing Han Xiao just now, as if he treated the swearing man as heir and was obviously different. Seeing that the Son of Fate was rude to him, the corners of the man's mouth twitched, took a deep breath, suppressed his sadness, and turned his head away depressedly. The conference room of the three major civilizations. "Hey Xing, you are finally back. Why have you been there for so long?" Mar Bruce looked up and down at Han Xiao's remote projection, and his tone was puzzled. The Lewis and the Zuling sect leader next to him were also curious. After seeing Han Xiao off, they thought Han Xiao's first exploration would not last long. But unexpectedly, more than half a month passed in a blink of an eye, and there was no news. If they hadn't received Han Xiao's active contact just now, they wouldn't have known that Han Xiao was back. In the past half a month, the three of them lived a little tormented. Because they could not contact Han Xiao, who was far away in the territory of the world civilization, they were suspicious and worried every day, and they thought something happened to the Black Star there. At this time, when he saw Han Xiao visiting him on his own initiative, the three of them breathed a sigh of relief. And then they were curious about what Han Xiao had done after staying in the territory of World Tree Civilization for so long. Some accidents occurred in the middle of the journey, and I was delayed. Let's not talk about those things for now. I got some information this time. Let's take a look. Han Xiao waved his hand, too lazy to greet the three of them, and straightforwardly sent the World Tree secret that Barbani said to the three of them. The virtual screen appeared on the desktop, and the three of them only glanced at each other and could not move their eyes away and were stunned. This are all the information you obtained on this trip? Marbruce's eyes widened, feeling disbelief and almost shocked. The three of them had limited expectations for this information, and they felt that Han Xiao had gone to their base camp after all, and it was difficult to move forward. Even if he gained something, it would not be too amazing. But what happened to this information? All are unheard of secrets. Information State Alert Network, Information State Photographer, a lot of important strategic intelligence is not easy to obtain at first glance. Could it be that Black Star robbed the World Tree's confidential database this time? The three of them couldn't help but feel a little dazed. How many times have they explored the World Tree Civilization? It is best to steal some network information, all of which are superficial. However, when Black Star only went there, it got explosive gains, whether it was the quality or quantity of intelligence. It was countless times theirs. The repeated explorations of our three major civilizations are better than the harvest of Black Stars. The three of them looked at each other, and their hearts were mixed. Black Star is a headache for them when they act as opponents, and it is extremely reliable when they act as teammates. It is simply a pleasure. If it weren't for the confidential information provided by Black Star, they wouldn't know how passive the three civilizations are now. Restraining the shock in his heart, the three of them calmed down and focused on browsing the secrets of the World Tree shared by Han Xiao. Their faces kept changing, sometimes solemn, sometimes surprised, and sometimes annoyed. Soon, the three of them read the information with complex expressions. So we were exposed like this. Lewis sighed, and when they saw the Information State Alert Network, they finally understood how the World Tree Civilization discovered them. This kind of technology is hard to defend against. The research level of World Tree Civilization in the field of information states is much higher than that of us. The head of the Zuling sect also frowned and spoke with worry. It seems that Black Star is right. We'd better stop regular exploration. The three of them looked at the information, feeling a lot of pressure, and at the same time they were a little lucky. Thanks to the Black Star stealing these secrets, they would have continued to explore according to the original method without knowing it, and they might have suffered one day. Now that they know the detection methods of the World Tree, they can make certain targets. Black Star, how did you get this information? Bruce couldn't help asking, and both of them also raised their ears. It's nothing, I just fought with them and questioned them from some people. By the way, I have recorded their abilities and performances of all the advanced combat powers of the World Tree that I fought with, and I have also sent them to you. Han Xiao concealed his own ability factors, explained it briefly, thought about it, and shared the collected information of the World Tree Strongman with the three people. The information recorded on it is not as detailed as the panel combat information, but he can also roughly understand the abilities and combat power level of hundreds of World Tree Strongman. This intelligence is not for your own use, but also for the Super A level who have explored the universe to have a basic understanding of the enemy, so that they will not be caught off guard and there is no need to hide it. Seeing the information of hundreds of World Tree powerhouses, the three of them were stunned. Good guy. Are you going to sneak or go to war? I have fought hundreds of advanced combat powers in other people's base camps. You are rowing without slurry, all by waves. Will this be too radical? Lewis couldn't help but speak. Han Xiao glanced at him and spread his hands. If you don't contact this way, do you think those secrets fell from the sky? Don't worry. Although I fought with the enemy, the traces were cleared. My intelligence channels monitored the real-time movements of the World Tree civilization, and they found nothing. Upon hearing this, Bruce was speechless and moved. Blackstar, if you take such a big risk to collect intelligence, everyone will remember your contribution. In his opinion, if it were not for the purpose of collecting strategic intelligence, Blackstar would not risk dealing with the World Tree powerhouse, resulting in pursuit, and all this is for the overall situation. The other two realized this and nodded, sighing. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly. Seeing that the three of them had a misunderstanding of his motives, he didn't want to explain, and he wanted to think so. It would be no harm anyway. No matter what, the information you obtained has extremely high strategic significance and can provide important reference for our strategic direction. The three of them sighed for a while and soon became excited. In any case, the information gained from Blackstar on this trip solved their urgent needs, and it was almost the same as timely help, which was enough to change their strategic deployment. The three began to discuss the next plan fiercely, asking Han Xiao's opinions from time to time. Listening to the three of them finally adopted the suggestion and decided to stop regular exploration. Han Xiao exhaled and said intimately that he had finally convinced the three major civilizations not to do extra things, and his trust had increased. The universe has not been explored somewhere. Two spindle-shaped dark green spacecraft were sailing rapidly in the boundless and desolate universe, and a shading device covered the trajectory of the transitional stream. In the cockpit, more than a dozen operators sat in their respective positions and worked in a quiet state. The cabin looks clean and tidy, but in some subtle places, you can still find the mottled traces of time. Every once in a while, the World Tree civilization will send long-distance exploration teams in different directions, trying to discover other civilizations in the vast galaxy. These two spacecraft are one of them. The crew members don't remember how many years they have sailed, as if they are wandering silently in the cold universe. Suddenly, the radar, which had not been moving for many years, made a sound. Unknown metal object was detected. The direction was... The dozen people in the room were stunned for a moment, but they quickly reacted and immediately controlled the spacecraft to fly in the direction indicated by the radar. The two spacecraft towed the streaming light and turned for a while. Soon, the radar-locked object entered the range of sight. Not far away, an egg-shaped metal cabin was driving slowly in the universe with a low-power tail flame. The shell was mottled, and there were traces of cosmic radiation erosion, as if it had been sailing for a long time. More than a dozen people present looked at the metal cabin in the observational picture, and the same thought came to their minds. This looks like a life-saving pod. The group opened the life detection instrument, and the extremely high technical level directly penetrated the shell of the life-saving pod and detected the life signal inside. The appearance of life in the life capsule is quickly displayed on the screen like upright crayfish. After obtaining the World Tree secret, the three major civilizations adopted Han Xiao's opinion, adjusted their strategies, no longer deployed detection devices to the World Tree civilization territory, reducing the possibility of information interaction between the two sides and turning to increase investment in the secondary dimension expedition team. Han Xiao rested for a while, and with the help of the Galway Apocalypse teleporter, he went to the World Tree civilization territory again. Because of his intelligence advantage this time, he carefully avoided contact, completed the land enclosure mission without any danger, and obtained rewards such as deep into the enemy camp. After that, Han Xiao did not continue to sneak into the territory of the World Tree civilization to harass the enemy, and also reduced contact with the World Tree civilization. He stayed in the explored universe to build machinery every day, occasionally went to the Covenant to check the monitoring of the Son of Destiny, and on the surface he returned to normal life. In the short term, he is no longer planning to go to the world to build a wave of civilization. Now that the enemy is prepared, he is afraid of losing his car. Besides, There is enough information currently in hand, and Han Xiao does not plan to tease the enemy anymore and focus on expanding his military strength. The uninformed interstellar society still maintains the rhythm of daily life. As time goes by, the popularity of the three civilizations recognizing the independence of super-level associations has gradually cooled down, but has not disappeared. Many interstellar citizens' dissatisfaction with the three civilizations has settled down and remained in their hearts. After the political status was written into the interstellar common method, all super-level A-level forces have nourished a lot. No matter how complicated the civilizations in each star field have, they still acknowledged this, and took out their attitude towards civilization to engage in diplomacy with super-level A-level associations and increase cooperation. Originally, all forces thought that the Super A-level association would take action in the future, but the association still developed, as usual, with a low-key attitude, as if they were not the ones who have become hot topics of public opinion recently. The big guys have the final say whether the Starry Sea is chaotic or not. Since the top forces are not in order, life in the interstellar society has gradually returned to the surface calm, and time slowly slips away in this atmosphere. Shining the world, the territory of the Black Star Army, the Kundi clan's 77th settlement star. More than a dozen small warships with Legion logos led 3 huge transport ships to slowly land on the planet's ground shutdown platform. The wind pressure continued to roll out, blowing away the fine dust on the ground. The landing gear popped out at the bottom of the ship, fitting with the magnetic shutdown lock of the platform, and stopped steadily. Swipe. The cabins opened one after another, and groups of Kundi people wearing Black Star Legion's standard armor walked off the spacecraft. The leader was a tall Kundi people wearing special clothes of the logistics department. They were Patton, who was once imprisoned and released by Han Xiao. There were already a group of people waiting on the ground, and they took the initiative to greet each other, and the two sides greeted each other. Patton was used to it, waved his hand and said, "This period of supplies has been delivered, so please help unload the goods." He had a high prestige here. When everyone heard his words, they started working one after another, unloading batches of goods from the transport ship, loaded them onto the transport truck, and sent them to different cities one by one. Patton looked at him with his hips on his back. At this time, a Kundi tribe robe walked up to him and smiled. "How long are you going to stay this time?" "At most half a day. The Legion Logistics Department has a heavy task recently. I can't delay it. After sending this batch of supplies, I will leave." Patton looked back and said, who was talking to him was his acquaintance, the head of the settlement star, similar to the Lord. For decades, the Kundi planets have been lifted successively, but under some interference, no unified regime was born. Each planet has established lords, only responsible for the affairs of the planet, and loosely alliances with each other, just like a confederate system. After decades of adaptation, the Kundi people gradually integrated into the interstellar society and were accustomed to the various institutional rules of the interstellar society, but they were still very weak, difficult to develop, and the industrial system was incomplete. Therefore, relying on superpowers to feedback is still the main way to obtain various materials. In recent years, a large number of Kundi tribes have chosen to join the Black Star Legion in exchange for various resources by serving the Legion. Because the share of subsidies to each planet is determined by these superpowers, the status is transcendent, and all Kundi lords need to win the support of the Kundi Genius Group to form a dependency relationship. Oh, the work of the Legion is indeed more important, but unfortunately, I still want to treat you well. Since you don't have time, then next time, said the head. We are acquaintances, so don't treat me specifically. Patton shook his head. How can that be? After all, you're a celebrity on our planet. Our 77th residence star has developed well, thanks to your care. The instructor said in a warm tone. Okay, the next issue of supplies will not be missing you. Patton sighed, not knowing what the other party meant. Decades ago, after being pardoned by Han Xiao, he joined the army without saying a word, firmly supported the route of feeding back to the ethnic group, starting from the lower-level personnel and slowly climbing up. Because he was a mechanic, After passing the internal assessment, Patton joined the logistics department. He was a grassroots researcher at first, but later successfully advanced to a B-level superpower and was promoted to a middle-level cadre in the logistics department. He was one of the highest positions in the Kundi superpower in the Legion. Due to his position, he had discounts on purchasing supplies, so Patton played an important role in the Kundi tribe and had a high prestige. The lords of every planet wanted to please him, and he was used to it. How is the thought trend within the ethnic group now? Patton moved away from the topic. Hearing this, the head turned his head and looked at the working people and smiled. We have been conducting ideological education, and fewer radical people are now longing for peace. That's good. Patton nodded and glanced at the energetic Kundi people in the venue, and couldn't help feeling relieved. The Red Empire had a grudge against them to destroy their homeland, but the gap between the two sides was too big. Patton had always used his position to ask the lords of each planet to strengthen ideological education so that generations of descendants would not be influenced by hatred. After years of hard work, the Kundi people finally embarked on the positive development route, and radicals are unstable factors. Who knows what will happen under the driving force of hatred? Patton does not want the ethnic group to be implicated by a small group of radicals, so that the peace that he finally got was destroyed. Fortunately, decades of life have reversed the minds of most people, and fewer radicals are trying to take revenge. Most Kundis are quite satisfied with their current life, with colorful lives and hope for the future. I wish I could continue to be peaceful like this. Patton sighed in his heart. See Blue Star, Bennett Mansion. The courtyard is like a transparent greenhouse, with rows of plants planted. Bennett, with frosty temples, walked among the plants, carrying a kettle and watering slowly. He was wearing a regular dress, like an ordinary old man at home. It was hard to tell that this was the head of civilization. Father, we're here to see you. As the voice came from far away, Nero pushed open the door with one hand and held Mia with the other. The two walked into the courtyard. Bennett put down the kettle and looked back. A kind smile appeared on his wrinkled face and waved. You are here. It's rare to have the time to see me, a bad old man with half his body. Where is that? You are strong and can live a long time. Today is your birthday. Don't say such words. Nero took Mia to Bennett and pretended to complain. Hello. Mia asked shyly, a natural disaster-level Superman who killed without blinking, but was twisted and nervous at this moment. You are here too. Don't stand. Let's have a meal together today and try my cooking skills. Bennett looked at Mia, his eyes as if he was looking at his daughter-in-law, very satisfied. Nero had already taken Mia to meet his parents. Bennett also knew that Mia was having a partner with Nero now, so he did not interfere with his son's choice, and he was quite satisfied with Mia. Bennett took the two to the dining room next to the courtyard, then returned to the courtyard to pick some fresh plants, went to the kitchen to cook a table of dishes, and welcomed the two of them with a smile. A civilized head, two natural disaster-level superpowers, three of them eat at the same table, talking about family matters just like ordinary people staying at home. After chatting for a while, Nilo took out a tube of potion from his pocket and smiled. This is a birthday gift that my godfather brought me. The life potion made by His Excellency Aurora himself can continue to prolong life and maintain youth. Thank you, Black Star, for me. Bennett smiled and accepted the potion. Godfather expected you to say this. He asked me to tell you that with your relationship, there is no need to thank him. Okay, it's his style. Bennett shook his head and turned his head to look at Mia and smiled and said, What about you? Do you have any plans to nurture offspring? Mia suddenly blushed, and her voice was like a mosquito. There's no such idea yet. Nilo scratched his head and said embarrassedly, Mainly, the higher the level of life, the less likely it is to give birth to children. Mia and I tried it many times and used all postures, but unfortunately we couldn't. Bang! Before he could finish his words, a shy iron elbow pressed under his ribs, making Nero almost hold his breath, and his words were interrupted. Don't talk nonsense. Mia was so angry that she subconsciously gave Nero a loving elbow. She immediately remembered that there was Bennett on the opposite side, and quickly returned to her ladle-like sitting posture, with a shy face, as if humans and animals were harmless. It's great to be young. Bennett wiped his cold sweat. The elbow hit at the level of natural disaster just now made his hair stand up, and he couldn't help but look at Nilo. Good son. Thank you for your hard work. No, it's okay. I just like this kind of play. Seeing Bennett's complicated eyes, Nello hurriedly defended Mia, grinned, and rubbed her ribs for a while. Then he barely recovered and was in pain and happiness. After coughing twice, Nello moved away from the topic and suddenly said seriously, "By the way, my godfather asked me to tell you something serious." "What's the matter?" "Godfather said that in a while, he might move everyone from Hylon. Migrate the entire Hylon." Bennett was surprised. "Where to move?" "I didn't say it, just to make you mentally prepared," Nello replied. Upon hearing this, Bennett curled his smile, his expression became serious, touched his chin, and looked pondering, thinking about Han Xiao's meaning. "I suddenly want to move Hylon Star. Could it be that I move to the territory that the three major civilizations promised to super A-level associations? Or emergency shelter? If it is refuge, is there any battle to break out? But isn't it a good situation to be peaceful recently? I always feel that it's not a good thing." All kinds of thoughts flashed through my mind, and Bennett was secretly worried. At the same time, on a wasteland of the sea blue star, Hela and Aurora were walking slowly. Not far away is a huge pit, with a large number of building debris spreading, inserted into the ground obliquely, like fragments shot by violent explosions, like ruins. This is a budding site, which is now protected and regarded as a historical relic. The two were originally visiting Emmys, but because they were not at the right time, they were driven out. They suddenly came to the place where they were excited and wanted to revisit the old place. So they came to the Mengya ruins to stroll around. "Do you still remember? I was locked up here before. At that time, I thought I would never get out of trouble." Aurora squatted down and picked up a piece of metal fragment, put in her hand to play with her, and sighed. Hyla looked at the surrounding environment, and her memories of the past were fresh again, and she became more and more talked and said softly, "Yes, I have done so much dirty work for the Bud, saying that it was to save you. But in fact, I'm also confused like a walking corpse, getting deeper and deeper. If I hadn't met the Black Star, I wouldn't have survived." After experiencing so many things, the two of them can now face the painful memories of the past openly. Looking back at the beginning with their current eyes, they were as if they were dreams. Aurora suddenly laughed. To be honest, Black Star was so young back then, not like now. People always have to grow up. Hearing this, Hela's mouth curled up a subtle amplitude, remembering the experience of abused Han Xiao for more than half a year, and thinking about the now-famous Black Star. It felt quite happy that I've seen a big man wet the bed when he was a child. Although I'm not a real childhood sweetheart, I'm also the earliest old friend I met, and there's actually not much difference. But soon, Hela closed her smile and sighed softly, with complex emotions. Seeing this, Aurora turned around and looked at her sister. "What are you sighing?" "I was thinking if I had chosen to go with him when he entered the interstellar world, maybe now wouldn't have been one step later." Hela's tone was complicated and his expression was lost. The outer space of the sea blue star, long tan floating island. "Are you leaving?" "Well, when I rushed over, the machine was only half built, and I had to go back and finish it." Han Xiao put on his clothes, buttoned it up to cover his strong chest muscles, and prepared to go out. At this time, two white fingers clamped the hem of his clothes and gently pulled them. "Accompany me for a while." "Okay." Not long after, on the other side of Long Tanfu Island, Aesop's residence, the dishes on the table were beating slightly, and the juice of the dish spilled onto the table. Aesop held the tableware and looked helplessly at the corner of the ceiling. He saw the wall trembling slightly, and dust fell down. Oh, it started to shake again. Most of the day later, the light green force field rolled up a set of clothes to make it float in the air. Han Xiao reached out to take it, draped it over his body, dressed neatly, rubbed his hard-working old waist, and came to the mirror to rub his cheeks. Emmys unbuttoned her hair and gathered it at will. Her black hair flowed down like a waterfall. She then opened the refrigerator with force, took out half a bottle of strong liquor, poured 2 glasses, held it to Han Xiao, turned around and sat on the edge of the table, and handed out one of the glasses of wine, and smiled. "Drink some." Hearing this, Han Xiao glanced at her, took the wine, and took a sip. Emmer smiled and reached out to sort out Han Xiao's clothes and helped him erect the collar. "You are very busy lately. I want to find you some time ago, but I couldn't contact you. Which day am I not busy?" Han Xiao smacked his lips and tasted the wine. The sweet taste echoed in his mouth. "Hello, honestly. Where did you go some days ago? Have you gone to the secondary dimension with someone else?" Emmys took a sip of wine, with an elegant demeanor and a joking tone. "Nonsense. I have only been to the secondary dimension with you, and, at most, I will add a sui." Han Xiao drank the wine in one gulp, put down the wine glass, and combed his hair casually with his fingers in front of the mirror. Emmer shook his cup and smiled. "You have achieved success and achieved independence for the Super A-Level Association. The 3 civilizations have re-recognized your identity. Most of the goals set when the association was established were completed. You can relax now. It's still early, and it's not the time to relax." "Why? I'm not satisfied, and I want to continue climbing up." Emmers raised her eyebrows. "You are all top figures in the universe, and it's a bit dangerous to go up. Could it be that you, a big ambitious, really want to gain the position of the 3 civilizations and steal the position of the ruler?" "You're thinking too much. I'm not referring to these, but some other things, and there's a huge threat that has not been lifted, but I can't tell you yet." Han Xiao glanced at her helplessly. He didn't disclose too much about the information about the world tree for the time being, and even those close to him didn't know it. "Okay, you always have big plans anyway, but you won't be so busy all the time. There will always be a day to stop. If this matter can be solved smoothly, I should be able to rest for a long time. Then I'll wait. Don't break my promise." Emmer smiled softly. "Depending on the situation, if I can really be idle, I will spend more time with you." Han Xiao chatted casually and was about to change to the Emperor and leave when suddenly the communicator rang and received a message. He took it out and took a look. It was Aesop, and Han Xiao was immediately happy. "Hey, it's the old man who is looking for me. His time is really accurate." Emmers looked at him and said disapprovingly, "It must be because he saw the earthquake stop, so he called you. Do you want to go together?" Han Xiao shook the communicator. "He is looking for you, not me. I guess he has some predictions to talk to you, so I won't go. I'll see Hira and the others later. Go and see the old man by yourself. I'll take a shower." Emmys waved his hand lazily, patted Han Xiao's, but then got up and left the edge of the table and walked out of the room. Han Xiao shook his head, left the Dragon Boat Palace, and came to Aesop's house with a familiarity, and was soon welcomed by the intelligent butler. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Aesop sitting on the sofa and raised his eyebrows at him. "Come out. Ask aware of it." Han Xiao curled his lips, picked up a fruit from the fruit plate on the table, and threw it into his mouth, sat on the sofa next to Aesop, put an arm on the back of the chair, crossed his legs, and asked casually, "What are you doing for me? You guys move less next time." Aesop said helplessly, "It's not the first time I've seen you. When did you care so much?" Han Xiao glanced at him strangely. "I mean to pay attention to the impact. Every time you finish the shock, the logistics department will have to undergo maintenance. They thought it was Emmys who was training and complained to me more than once, asking me to advise her not to always cause trouble." Aesop shook his head, looking aching. He knew that Han Xiao and Emmers had maintained a relationship for a long time. Although Emmers was nominally his adopted daughter, he knew that such private affairs had nothing to do with him. So he did not intervene or interfere, nor did he have the ability. Besides, Black Star has always satisfied him. As an ancient man with a rich love history, Aesop is quite enlightened in this regard. It is not surprising that Emmys and Black Star have hooked up. In his opinion, 2 adult men and women from the interstellar era have known each other for nearly 100 years and have a similar status. They have experienced a lot of things together, and they also like each other. It is only a matter of time before they sleep in the same bed, and it will be a natural result. As for the 2 not getting married, it is harmless in Aesop's eyes. The old-style marriage system was already out of fashion thousands of years ago. The interstellar race has a long lifespan and a colorful life. The lifelong monogamy has become a backward system eliminated by many interstellar civilizations. Now, the mainstream types of marriage contracts are generally legal polygamy and monogamy with contract limitation. But no matter which marriage it is no longer a necessity for interstellar citizens. Due to the strong population circulation, the identity registration of most interstellar civilizations has long been simplified, and it is very simple to register a household registration. A considerable number of interstellar citizens raise their offspring without marriage. Civilizations provide high subsidies and even establish public foster care homes. Hearing this, Han Xiao was speechless. Why would you say this when you come to me? If there is nothing serious, I will go back. I'm not so bored yet. Of course I have serious business to find you. Aesop calmed down, threw away his distracting thoughts, leaned forward, and said solemnly, I recently made a new prophecy. I saw an unknown cloud covering the interstellar society, containing blood and fire, roars and screams. It is very likely that a disaster is brewing. Do you remember a prophecy I once made? The boundless wormhole unfolded and countless fleets invaded. The two seemed to be related, and perhaps an unknown war would break out in the near future. Is that true? Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. The content of Aesop's prophecy probably refers to the world tree. You don't seem to be surprised? Aesop blinked. Since you have a prophecy, there's no need to hide it from you. You must be curious about the reasons why the three major civilizations have made concessions again and again. That's it. Han Xiao spread his hands. Aesop was startled, and then suddenly realized it turns out that there are foreign enemies, which makes sense. The three major civilizations have to integrate their power, so they reached an agreement with you. It's almost that. I can reveal some information. This time the foreign enemies are very difficult. Perhaps the strongest enemies the three major civilizations have seen in recent years. As for the details that are too specific, I can't tell you for the time being. Just be mentally prepared. Han Xiao said, so cosmic wars are really going to break out. Alas, the days of peace are always so short. If it were foreign enemies, it wouldn't be a small fight. I don't know how many people will die at that time. Aesop sighed. As he said that, his face turned solemn and said in a deep voice, Haixing, if the situation is not good, I hope you will take enemies away, and there is no need to be buried with the three major civilizations. How tragic the scene you predicted is, making you so pessimistic? Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. Aesop said slowly with a serious look on his face, I'm just guarding against you. Remember, if the situation is wrong, don't go to the dark. On the other side, the void dimension, the palace of Suai. Thuyui sat at one end of the table, opposite to Manison's remote projection. On the table was a virtual card game of Veen cards, and the two were chatting casually while playing cards. The association has an official position. According to Black Star's character, he should strike while the iron is hot to implement the next plan. Now he is busy developing in a low-key manner, and has been delaying and starting a new plan and missed the opportunity in vain. This is not like him. Suai played a card casually and said slowly. Manison looked at the hand, without raising his head, and said casually, Black Star must have his own plan. He has been mysterious recently, and he's been hooking up with the three major civilizations, and he doesn't know what he is doing. Speaking of which, the concessions between the three major civilizations have always been strange. Swear's hands overlapped. Manison didn't care and said lightly, the choices of the three major civilizations are obviously due to pressure. Where does the pressure come from? There are only a few situations. In terms of the current situation, the most likely situation is the invasion of foreign enemies. Black Star should have reached an agreement with the three major civilizations to fight the enemy together. Let's just wait. That may not be the case. Suai shook his head. Because he had iterative intelligence, he thought more. In addition to the possibility of foreign enemies, he also felt that perhaps the three major civilizations discovered the existence of iterative, so he let go of the dispute. However, these are all speculations. No matter which one it is, he supports Han Xiao's current approach. although Han Xiao did not disclose the situation of the World Tree. Many super A-level powerhouses have come back to their thoughts after these days and roughly guessed that the cause of the current situation is the existence of foreign enemies. However, since Black Star has not announced it, many members of the association tacitly pretended not to know, but in fact they knew it. In places where Han Xiao didn't know, there were already quite a lot of super A-level preparations for the battle. The universe has not been explored somewhere. The spacecraft of the World Tree Voyage Exploration Team changed directions and was jumping in one direction at full speed. The crew in the cockpit was full of excitement, and there were still several trembling elderly Kundis tied in the corner. After so many years, I finally found a prey. The captain stared at the coordinate navigation direction on the screen, excited. Wandering in the universe for many years, I have been searching for unknown civilizations alone. The universe is so vast, the probability can be imagined, just like looking for a needle in a haystack. For the long-distance fleet, it is like a punishment for exile, and it has not been gained until today. Not long ago, they discovered a life-saving pod with low technical level, captured the lives inside alive, and through various means, they obtained the information and the memory of these intelligent creatures who claimed to be the Kundi tribe. When the Empire defeated the Kundi civilization, a group of tribesmen fled through life-saving poles. After years of voyage and some accidental factors, some survivors were far away from the explored universe, and this life-saving pole was one of the original escapees. These Kundis' memories of the explored universe only remained at the stage of war between the Red Empire and theirs. Because they were shining indigenous civilizations in the world and had never integrated into the interstellar society, they had almost no understanding of the situation of the explored universe. But for the World Tree Exploration Team, the most valuable intelligence is the coordinates of the life-saving pod record and the navigation records over the years, which provide them with a navigation target to point to the original address of the Kundi civilization, that is, the Shining World Star Domain. Due to the particularity of the World Tree Mine Network, each exploration team is a real-time connected cosmic coordinate recorder. Through the coordinates of each place, the World Tree will be uploaded simultaneously. It means that as long as the Voyage Exploration Team arrives at the destination, it will obtain the opponent's coordinates. After analysis and research, the World Tree Base Camp can use wormhole generators to transport large troops. The three major civilizations have also used this method to enter the territory of World Tree Civilization for the first time, which is basically the standard space technology for higher civilizations. At the same time, the exploration team is also responsible for intelligence work, infiltrating into the unknown civilization and collecting the other party's information. Only when the opponent's situation is known can the World Tree invade on a large scale, and it is not a reckless war when it discovers prey. I don't know what level of civilization I discovered this time is. Will it be the nest of the outsider who has made a big fuss in the civilized territory recently? This, you have to be careful. The captain muttered secretly, very alert. He also learned from the spiritual network that Han Xiao had a record of 1 against 100 in the world-building civilization territory. If this coordinate is really the hometown of the brave outsider, the level of danger will be mentioned to the highest level. The territory of the Black Star Legion, a military forbidden area. In the dazzling star space, 2 giant mechanical gods were colliding one after another, like interstellar monsters fighting close to each other. With each attack, electric arcs flashed and Mars flew everywhere, and the shock waves continued to bloom like endless ripples. Bang! Among them, the black and gold mechanical gods pressed against the thick phantom shield and hit the opponent's abdomen, splashing out light chips in the sky. Taking advantage of the collision, they opened a short distance. The dense muzzles on their shoulders shot out countless light, condensed into a shining golden beam of light column, pushing the opponent out. The mechanical god who was knocked away rolled in the starry sky for a while, quickly stabilizing his body, and the flashing shield withstood the attack without being injured. You are recovering well. The black and gold mechanical god did not pursue it. His body's surface was like a scale, open and close, and he took the weapon back into his body and then spoke in the channel. It was Han Xiao himself. Another mechanical god was Hai Bolong. He stopped hearing this, moved his shoulder axle, and said softly, "This configuration still needs to be redebugged, and the power is not enough." After awakening and proving that the existence of the world tree, Hai Bolong repaired his body with the help of Han Xiao, restored his combat power, added various weapon carriers, formed different set configurations, and continuously debugged the operation state. From time to time, he would ask Han Xiao to discuss it to test the actual combat capabilities of various configurations. I think this set of melee equipment combination is quite suitable for you. Just add a few more sets of reactor modules. Although I can't beat me, it should be no problem to fight with the machinery country. Han Xiao smiled. For him, it is a good leisure event to discuss with Hibernon. He relaxes his body and mind while making machinery. After all, most of the Super A levels cannot stand his size. Hibernon's body shape is similar to his, and he is also resistant to beating and can fight each other with his hands and feet. He is a good practical target. Although Hibernon was once defeated by the World Tree Powerful Man, the situation he faced was also against one, and his strength should not be underestimated. After restoring his combat power, he entered the first echelon of the Super A level group in the universe, and even the best level inside, which was a strong support. Hearing this, Hai Bolong disarmed his arm form, removed a metal tube from the groove of his arm armor, threw it to Han Xiao, and said, "It's another mutated carrier." Han Xiao took the metal tube, looked at it, sensed some special structures from it, nodded, and put it away. Although he is now an active mechanical god, it is the result of tricks and does not completely reproduce the special features of Hiberon. Hiberon's body is very strange, and the combination of flesh and blood life and mechanical life is coordinated. Mechanical carriers configured for a long time, like biological tissue, have a chance to undergo natural mutation and become special equipment like companion weapons, similar to the Apostle weapon, and the effect is enhanced. In the eyes of ordinary people, a body full of treasures is full of treasures. Any piece of it is disassembled, contains amazing technical content. However, Han Xiao only needs a mutant module to allow Hiraud to cut off the mutated body tissue from time to time and give it to him for research. This is one of the rewards for debugging the body. After doing all this, Hebelong asked, "How is your contact with the World Tree now?" "It's okay. I have mastered a lot of secrets at the moment, and I'm still holding my troops for the time being, and I'm accumulating strength." Han Xiao briefly talked about the situation of stealing the World Tree secrets and the current strategic policy. This is the information that he said was easy to share when he invited Hebelong to fight against the World Tree. Hearing that the three civilizations had gained the intelligence advantage with the help of Han Xiao, Hebelong hesitated for 2 seconds and couldn't help but say, "It's really their luck to have a person like you in the three civilizations." If you want to ask Hebelong what he feels now, it's both envious and sad. The Kama Republic, where he was located, did not react until he was hit by the World Tree civilization. He was caught off guard and defeated by the destruction. He couldn't help but envy the Black Star that had explored the universe. If the Kama Republic also had the help of the Black Star, at least he would not lose without any ability to resist. Hai Bolong was in a complicated mood and said depressed, "It's a pity that we don't have such luck and we can't produce a person like you." "Well, it won't be." Han Xiao was helpless. "We were having a good chat. Why did it suddenly start a blow? Did I ask you to blow it?" He was about to speak to comfort him when the communicator suddenly whirled. I took it out and saw the message of the swearing man. "There's a new discovery in the monitoring of the Son of Destiny. Come quickly." Han Xiao narrowed his eyes, his thoughts turned, and he immediately lost the intention to chat. He said goodbye to Hiberon casually, and then replaced the Emperor and teleported to the Covenant. As soon as his eyes flashed, he had already arrived at the Son of Destiny laboratory. This time, the person who swears to wait for him in the room. "What's going on? What's going on?" Han Xiao glanced at the Son of Fate, walked to the person who was swearing and asked straight to the point. The situation has changed, look. The swearing man looked grim and had no intention of joking, so he moved away from the position. Han Xiao turned his head and connected with the Son of Fate, and messages flowed into his mind, and his face suddenly changed. Did the World Tree Exploration Team get our coordinates? This information was a bit unexpected, and Han Xiao immediately became solemn. The monitoring of the Son of Destiny comes from the information interaction when the child activates the predictive ability. The information monitored this time was that an exploration team of the World Tree found the coordinates of a new unknown civilization. The World Tree regarded all the information mastered by this exploration team as a predictive medium and organized a large number of predictors to mobilize their abilities. So the Son of Destiny learned about the situation of the exploration team. Therefore, Han Xiao saw in the intelligence that the World Tree Exploration Team discovered a group of Kundis and the information they obtained from it. The coordinates pointed to the former site of Kundi civilization, which was the shining center of the world. The surveillance information shows the origin of these Kundi people, who are actually fugitives who survived the war. Although the fugitives know almost nothing about the interstellar community, the World Tree is still uncertain whether this unknown civilization and the outsiders who spy on them are the same group. Exposing the coordinates is extremely deadly. The World Tree must check it clearly before it can stop. Then, it will naturally be able to figure out the details of the three major civilizations. There is such a thing. Han Xiao frowned. In the past life, the invasion of the World Tree was destroyed and prepared. It was obvious that the exploration team discovered the three major civilizations early, but they were quietly stealing intelligence until they were ready to go to war. No one knows when the World Tree discovered the three major civilizations for the first time, but in Han Xiao's opinion, it was unreasonable that it was so early. It was probably the butterfly effect. Because of his own influence, the number and trajectory of the Kundi fugitives had changed, and he was accidentally hit by the World Tree Exploration Team. If you don't have coordinates, it will be hard to find something in the house. If you know the direction, your efficiency can be improved countless times, let alone the vast interstellar universe. The same is true for the World Tree Exploration Team. In the previous life, the exploration team was likely to search aimlessly and look for a needle in a haystack. It happened to be that it had arrived at the explored universe. Now that it has navigation coordinates, it is driving directly in the direction. The time to arrive at the explored universe must be greatly advanced, allowing the three major civilizations to be exposed in advance. What are you going to do? The person who was swearing on the side asked in a deep voice when he saw Han Xiao's face changing. Han Xiao came to his senses and frowned. In this case, you can only interfere, and you can't sit back and see the World Tree easily come to you. The Son of Destiny monitor shows the current position of the exploration team. All you can do now is to intercept the exploration team halfway. Try not to let the World Tree find out the details of the three civilizations. Win some time. Let the three civilizations mobilize publicly, officially move into the form of war, and wait for foreign enemies to be on the battlefield. But no matter how you do it, the World Tree has already obtained the coordinates, and finding the shining world is a foregone conclusion. Even if this exploration team is eliminated, there will be a continuous stream of follow-up troops. I thought there was still a lot of time, but the plan could not keep up with the changes. Thinking of this, Han Xiao shook his head helplessly. He finally convinced the three civilizations, and according to his suggestions, he reduced contact with the World Tree civilization, leaving more time for the secondary dimension expedition team. But unexpected factors made things contrary to his wishes. The Kundi civilization was once destroyed by the Empire, and now the fugitives have brought greater disasters to the three civilizations, just like a cycle of reincarnation. Is it a drink and a peck, and don't blame anyone? After sighing, Han Xiao calmed down and calmed down. No matter what, things have happened, so I can only find ways to deal with them and accept reality. Have the World Tree discovered our coordinates? In the conference room of the three major civilizations, the three were shocked when they received Han Xiao's information. It's exactly like this. Han Xiao told the whole story. After he left the Covenant, he immediately notified the three major civilized leaders to share this sudden information. After listening to the explanation, the three of them looked calm. The three of them had no extra thoughts about the leak of the cunning fugitives. At most, they cursed unlucky and were more grateful that Han Xiao had a surveillance channel to discover the trend of the World Tree this time. After all, they don't have the perverted information state alert network like the World Tree. If they were sneaked in, they would be completely unaware of it, and their underwear would be visible to others. After thinking for a while, Bruce spoke in a deep voice with a serious tone. Black Star, the exploration team will leave it to you to solve. Everyone, from now on, we have to enter a state of war. The universe has not been explored somewhere. A flash of light flashed, and Han Xiao's figure appeared out of thin air in the vast starry sky. This is where the exploration team passes. After taking a look at the coordinate data, Han Xiao muttered secretly. The World Tree regards all the intelligence of the exploration team as a predictive medium, which naturally includes the exploration team's marching route. The Son of Destiny also intercepts the detailed coordinates. Han Xiao borrows the high-dimensional apocalypse teleporter and enters the coordinates to teleport to this unexplored area that the three major civilizations have not set foot. The exploration team passed by here not long ago, and now it is naturally far away. According to the navigation coordinates given by the Kundi tribe, the exploration team sailed here. Han Xiao took out the interstellar positioning instrument and calibrated the position, turning his head to lock in a direction. With the navigation coordinates, the exploration team is likely to advance straight, so the opponent's course can be determined. Although the exploration team is very fast and has already run very far ahead and cannot see the trace, he is enough to pursue with this method. The mechanical arc flashed, the door of the secondary dimension barracks opened, and a large number of mechanical troops rushed out. Han Xiao himself led a force to chase along the straight line of navigation coordinates, while the remaining mechanical troops scattered and explored in different directions. On the one hand, it is for insurance, fearing that the exploration team will detour, and on the other hand, it is for setting up a Stargate terminal nearby. The three major civilizations set up a terminal on the other side in the explored universe, allowing the two sides to connect space and activate the long-distance Stargate channel. This involves the next strategy negotiated before departure. Due to the World Tree's devouring mechanism, the three major civilizations do not want to start a war within their own territory, which is too passive, so they decided to use the Stargate to transport a large number of troops to this area, build a defense circle along the navigation trajectory of the exploration team, defend against the enemy outside the National Gate, and at the same time block the World Tree's subsequent exploration core and try to increase the difficulty of the opponents. Infiltration. There's a large area between the defense circle and the Shining World as a buffer zone. Even if the World Tree breaks through the defense line, it cannot immediately attack the territory of the explored universe. In this way, the three major civilizations can bombard the fire with their full potential, use strategic weapons of destruction to cover fire, try to eliminate the living power of the World Tree, and attack the enemy in the middle of the way. These are all necessary preparations, but in Han Xiao's view, a full-scale war would not break out suddenly. He learned from Babani that World Tree's long-standing habits. Even if he found out that they had established a defensive circle, World Tree would not attack recklessly. He would probably take a detour and find a way to sneak into their rear and steal intelligence. The World Tree is mainly about aggression and looks reckless, but it is not the case. According to Barbani's explanation, the biggest advantages of the World Tree are, 1 is the continuous army, and the other is the amazing detection technology, namely hard power and intelligence capabilities. Why can we always fight a devastating invasion? It was not because of hard power to move forward, but because of the fact that he had mastered detailed information about the enemy before the war, understood his weaknesses, accurately attacked the chicken, attacked his vagina, and entered his soul with one shot, and started with Tianhu. While Han Xiao was thinking in his mind, he led the mechanical force to jump into full power, turning into streams of lights across the starry sky. All staff were equipped with high-warp jump engines, and with the support of mechanical force, the speed was faster than the exploration team. After pursuing for a long time, the two spacecraft of the exploration team appeared in the radar field of view. It turns out to be in this direction. Seeing the target appear, Han Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. The Son of Destiny is really powerful, otherwise it would not be so smooth. The exploration team turned on the shielding device, but could not avoid his detection, and he would not be easily discovered by a small exploration team. Han Xiao had no intention of going up to communicate. He waved his hand and asked a group of mechanical troops to go around in front to arrange a space stabilization anchor, forcing the exploration team to withdraw from the jump mode. He set up long-range weapons without saying a word and locked the two spacecraft. Not long after, the two spacecraft of the exploration team crashed into a trap arranged by the mechanical forces and suddenly shook, and the speed dropped sharply, returning to the conventional navigation mode. Han Xiao opened fire without hesitation, and a large stream of high-energy particles shot out from the muzzle and swept across the two spacecraft. The next moment, the shields of the two spacecraft shattered in the blink of an eye, and the hull melted suddenly, annihilated without a trace. In an instant, the people and the ship were instantly lost. A small exploration team naturally could not withstand Han Xiao's attack. Seeing that the target was successfully removed, Han Xiao shook his head, but couldn't be happy, knowing that this was just the beginning. Due to the spiritual network connection of the World Tree, it is basically impossible to mislead this exploration team. Now the World Tree Base Camp must attach great importance to the progress of the exploration team. Any mistakes here can be found, which is equivalent to the host backing up all the data. It can blackmail the exploration team, but it cannot blackmail the World Tree itself. Tampering with the data is easy to detect, so it can only eradicate the exploration team and gain some time. Han Xiao did not leave the place immediately, but instead collected the surrounding spatial coordinates and called out the engineering troops to arrange them here. At the same time, the world is building civilization. The exploration team's spiritual network link was disconnected, and the team members were killed, all turned into seeds, suspected of being attacked. In the Tree King Hall, Tedrian stood under the throne, reporting on the situation and speaking in a shocking tone. Due to the discovery of prey, World Tree civilization currently attaches great importance to the progress of the exploration team and has been maintaining spiritual communication with the team. As soon as the exploration team loses contact, the senior management will notice it. Enemy attack? Could it be that this unknown civilization did it? How did they discover the exploration team? King Jinshu frowned slightly. At this time, the other Tree King, sitting upright next to him, laughed and spoke slowly. It seems that this unknown civilization is not simple. It either has special anti-surveillance methods similar to the Information State Warning Network, or has established an outpost outside the territory. It is also possible that the escapee discovered by the exploration team is just a trap. The main hall has 5 thrones, corresponding to 5 Tree Kings. At this time, the 3 thrones are empty, and only 2 Tree Kings appear. One of them is Tree King Saint Grace, and the one who is speaking at this time is Minakal, the peak super A-level mind master. After Han Xiao made a big fuss, the World Tree civilization entered a state of alert. The Heart Tree King woke up from his sleep. Now there are 2 Tree Kings on standby at any time, and the other 3 Tree Kings are also distracted to observe the situation outside. At this time, several executives were waiting for the order. Upon hearing this, one executive asked, "Train, are you saying that the coordinates obtained by the exploration team have problems?" The King of Heart Tree said casually, "The coordinates and intelligence provided by this fugitive may have been specially forged by an unknown civilization. The purpose may be to lure the enemy deeper and guide outsiders into the trap they prepared. After all, the universe is so big, we are not just hunters." Many executives looked even more and more solemn. The exploration team discovered the coordinates as soon as they discovered the front foot The rear foot was destroyed, which forced them to fear, and their evaluation of this unknown civilization was straight up. During the battle against the universe, they have never encountered tough problems. They have seen civilizations that are also mainly aggressive. They have always maintained their due vigilance for this kind of existence. At this time, Tedrian exclaimed and said, "No, if this is a trap to lure the enemy, there is no need for this unknown civilization to attack the exploration team. This will only alarm others, and they should show weakness." The King of Heart Tree smiled and nodded, with a slow tone. "Yes, so the possibility of the trap is not high. This unknown civilization should not want to contact outsiders and is afraid of exposure. But their actions also expose some situations. After discovering the exploration team, the unknown civilization launched an attack directly and had no intention of capturing alive. Isn't a doubt?" Hearing this, many executives' eyes flashed, thinking. Tedrian pondered. According to common sense, a civilization discovered an exploration team of unknown origin and would most likely capture it alive and try to obtain information. The King of Hearttree nodded and said slowly, "That's it, but this unknown civilization did not do this. Maybe it was due to caution, but it was more likely to be mastering our intelligence and knowing that the world tree has a spiritual network link, so it did not dare to show up for fear of being observed. Think about it. If it weren't for understanding our spiritual network, how likely would it be to destroy an external exploration team so hasty?" Tedrian was surprised and said in a deep voice, "So what you mean is that this unknown civilization is probably the hometown of the outsider who stole a large number of our secrets." As soon as the words fell, everyone's faces changed slightly. Han Xiao left them with a lot of psychological shadow, and he still remembered it freshly and did not fade so easily. When it comes to him, many members of the World Tree feel pressured. All this is just speculation. What's going on? We have to verify it before we talk about it. King Shu waved his hand and said lightly, "The next step is to locate the coordinates that this exploration team has recently passed, open the wormhole channel, transport the advanced troops to go over, continue the unfinished exploration, and move towards the navigation coordinates. Whether it is a trap or not, this is the only clue at present, and it must be checked clearly. This is what I mean." King Shu nodded calmly. "I understand. We will mobilize the fleet now." Many executives saluted and responded at the same time. The universe has been explored somewhere in the Central Star Sea. Several huge Stargate devices lie across the galaxy. At this time, the passage was not opened, but was just a giant circular mechanical device. In front of these Stargate devices, an endless joint fleet was suspended. The legions of the Glorious Federation, the Red Empire, and the Zuling sect were clearly divided and had been on standby here for a long time. These Stargates are matched with the Stargate terminals taken away by Han Xiao. As long as Han Xiao completes the terminal connection, a fast channel can be established on both sides. After learning about the existence of the World Tree, the three major civilizations have been secretly mobilizing their troops. At present, most of the army is on standby and can be dispatched at any time. During Han Xiao's departure to deal with the exploration team, the three major civilizations efficiently recruited a group of mobile troops and waited for departure here. With the efficiency of Black Star, it should be fast. In the main ship of the Glorious Federation, Commander Simon played with a sophisticated, nostalgic, antique handmade flip pocket watch and looked down at the time from time to time. The crew members around them all looked solemn, and the atmosphere was solemn. At this moment, several star doors outside the window were activated one after another, and a faint blue space vortex appeared in the ring device. Starlight was dotted, mysterious, leading to the exit to the other end. Seeing this, Simon closed the cover with a snap, put the pocket watch into the pocket on his military uniform's chest without expression. The whole army sets off. In the area where the exploration team was annihilated, Han Xiao's mechanical troops had set up a Stargate device and activated the passage. The space vortex was slowly rotating. Not long after, a group of 3 civilized fleets drove out of the Stargate. Simon saw a mechanical base floating in the starry sky outside the window, which was a temporary stronghold built by Han Xiao. "We're here." Simon sent a message to Han Xiao. "I saw this. This is the navigation trajectory of the exploration team. I will leave it to you next." Han Xiao replied casually, and then sent the information to the commanders. Simon nodded without greetings, turned around, and ordered the fleet to start the action. The three major civilized joint legions immediately dispersed, and the engineering team created the prototype of the defense circle on the spot, while the mobile troops traced back along the exploration team's action route and arranged space stabilization devices along the way. The World Tree can only intercept coordinates from the exploration team's route to open the wormhole. The three major civilizations have countered this. Seeing the three civilized fleets starting to work in an orderly manner, Han Xiao nodded. Although the two sides contacted in advance, the situation of the three major civilizations was much better than that of their previous lives. Now the World Tree has not mastered their background, is not prepared, and cannot invade from the secondary dimension. So the three major civilizations need to pay attention to the front line of the main universe for the time being, saving a lot of energy, and currently have the initiative to block the enemy outside the territory. And the situation is very good. Everyone buried their heads in the arrangement for a long time, and suddenly, an abnormal time and space coefficient occurred somewhere on the exploration team's route, which immediately attracted everyone's attention. I saw a wormhole vortex generated out of thin air, but on the way to form, the prototype of the wormhole was disturbed by the stable anchor in the nearby space, and the process was interrupted and was suddenly extinguished. The teleportation of the World Tree failed. Seeing this, many of the three civilized officers were happy. This was obviously the operation of the World Tree, trying to send the next group of troops after the exploration team was killed, proving that the plan they're currently implementing is effective and successfully preventing the operation of the World Tree teleportation force. In this way, the World Tree can only select coordinates farther away for teleportation, and keep trying until it is successful. At that time, the three major civilizations that are prepared will naturally surround and intercept and start to exchange fire. Since the plan was effective, Han Xiao did not keep an eye on it. Just leave this to the three major civilizations, with a large number of people and a higher efficiency. Leaving a throne, Han Xiao replaced the emperor and returned to explore the universe. And there are still many things to do. Fenxing, Super A-Level Association Headquarters. After Han Xiao returned, an emergency meeting was held immediately. The members of the association received the news and attended. Since the three major civilizations were lifted, Black Star has not gathered everyone so urgently. In the venue, many Super A-Level projectors descended on their seats, looking at Han Xiao curiously. "Hey Xing, you urgently call us for a meeting. What's wrong?" Fu Yui turned his head and asked. Han Xiao looked around and said in a deep voice, "I know you have always been curious about the internal war between us and the three major civilizations. I did not disclose it to the outside world due to confidentiality agreements and some strategic considerations, but now the situation has changed. I can tell you, the three major civilizations have discovered an alien civilization that lives by invasion, which threatened the safety of the entire interstellar society. So they chose to compromise and concessions at a critical moment, hoping to unite our strength and fight against foreign enemies together." Hearing this, the faces of many Super A-Level people here changed. Some suddenly realized, some were surprised, and some are unsurprising. Many people have already vaguely anticipated this possibility, and there is no big performance at this time. Manison's eyes flashed, and he slowly said, "Is this the transaction condition for the three major civilizations to give us independent status?" "That's it." Han Xiao nodded. "Then how powerful is this foreign enemy?" Sui was curious. For some reasons, it is not convenient to disclose details for the time being, but the overall strength is very strong. Han Xiao briefly talked about the scale of the World Tree's power. After listening to the introduction, many people present looked at each other and frowned, becoming afraid of the powerful enemy depicted by Han Xiao. I didn't expect to fight side by side with the three civilizations in a blink of an eye. The foreign enemy is so powerful. Can the three civilizations win? Even if we can win, it will be a tragic victory. Many people whispered and talked quietly, worried. Dilrun frowned. In other words, we still have to work hard for the three civilizations? Han Xiao waved his hand. It's just a deal, and we are also the prey of foreign enemies, and it has a relationship with the three civilizations. Nonsense. The three civilizations can't take care of themselves, and we can completely protect ourselves. They dare not stop them at this moment, but staying to fight is just to use our lives to maintain the rule of the three civilizations. Dilrun was dissatisfied, and he was very firm in his hostility to the three civilizations. If we participate in the war, we don't know how many people will die. Even if the sanctuary recovers, it will probably be... Agile, stop talking. Most people are willing to fight against the three major civilizations for the treatment of the Super A-class class. Because of historical reasons, many people will be unhappy if they fight for the three major civilizations. Among them, the recovered ones account for the largest proportion. They believed that they could no longer enjoy the recovery of the sanctuary and lost this life for the three major civilizations. They couldn't help but feel that it was not worth it. The issue of protecting the people is not considered in some cases that exceed A-level considerations. After all, individual power is different from civilization. If it is not based on the people, there is naturally no obligation to protect. Now, the problems of the superclass, say, are basically solved, and many resurgents have achieved their goal of coming out, and their mentality will inevitably turn to be alone. Han Xiao took all the faces of everyone and said, "This is a transaction condition. If you don't participate in the war, the association's independence and other agreements will be invalid." Dilrun snorted disapprovingly. "Come on, it's not certain whether the three civilizations can win. We risk our lives to fight, but if the three civilizations lose, these agreements will still be useless. For us, this is obviously a way to make a fortune." "You are right, but everything has two sides, and this is also an opportunity. Besides, we are all born in the interstellar society. Before we can abandon our hometown, escaping is not the first choice." Han Xiao shook his head. "Okay, suppose we have won the foreign enemy, but after this, what if the three major civilizations take the opportunity to clean us again? Will we still have the current resistance force at that time?" Dilrun questioned. "Of course I have considered this. Don't worry, it's not our turn to fight against foreign enemies. The losses of the three major civilizations will only be greater than ours. The association can still retain enough power, even stronger than now." Dilrun snorted coldly. "It's light, and I can't control others. Anyway, I don't agree. I want me to fight for the three major civilizations." "There is no way." Han Xiao ignored him and turned to look at the others. "What do you mean?" Listening to the two of them, many Super A-level expressions were different. Some people were hesitant, and some people were calm. Black Star is right. This is a transaction with risks and benefits. We are not fighting for the three major civilizations, but for our hometown. At least personally, I have been used to living here for so long. If it is not necessary, I don't want to sit back and watch the destruction of the interstellar society. Khan spoke slowly. Suai nodded and said, "No matter what, it is too early to discuss escaping before the war begins. I believe that Black Star does not mean fighting to the end. If the situation is really irreversible, with his style, he will not lead us along the way. That's the reason." The secret master nodded expressionlessly. Most of the Super A-level people outside the resuscitators understand Han Xiao's approach. After all, not everyone is willing to abandon their hometown. Moreover, as a Super A-level, even in the face of cosmic wars, he still has the confidence to protect himself, so he will not panic. Being scared away by the enemy is not within the scope of most people's considerations. It is at least possible to know whether he can win or not. Upon hearing this, Han Xiao nodded and then looked at Dilong and others and slowly said, "The war has not yet broken out. You still have enough time to consider. The association respects the opinions of each member, and cannot force anyone to participate in the war. Of course, if you change your mind one day, I also welcome you to fight side by side with us. Humph. Even if the interstellar society is gone, I have to live in seclusion in the world, and I will not regret today's attitude. DeLong snorted. Han Xiao's expression was calm and not angry. It was normal to have differences, and he had already considered this. However, I have explored the universe, and the whole nation is a soldier in my previous life. It can be seen that most people still dislike integrity. Moreover, the swearing person in the previous life convinced many resurrected people to join the war at a critical moment. It is obvious that it is not just Xiaoji who moved his emotions and reason. It is estimated that he used the revival of the sanctuary as a bargaining chip, which made all super A-level temptations. When the truth about the unlimited recovery of the sanctuary was revealed, he believed that these cold, war-avoiding factions would be really good. Han Xiao gave instructing him before announcing the meeting. Everyone left with their own thoughts. Only Manison stayed. What do you want to tell me? Han Xiao glanced at him and asked. Manison folded his hands on his legs and said lightly, "This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Should I reconsider my route? What? Do you want to replace the 3 major civilizations?" Han Xiao smiled slightly. Isn't it? Manison glanced at Han Xiao. If you are defeated, then pretend I didn't say it. If we win, this is an excellent opportunity. Maybe it will be the weakest moment for the 3 major civilizations so far. The virtual rebellion virus in our hands can come in handy. You are still not giving up, and even the plot is even more exaggerated. Han Xiao shook his head. Manison had an expressionless face. When the 3 civilizations come to rest, we will still regard us as thorns. As long as they stay on our heads for a day, we will not get real peace for a day. Your checks and balances are effective, but isn't it good to solve the threat once and for all? It's too early to say this, so now we should focus on dealing with foreign enemies. Han Xiao waved his hand without comment. For citizens of the Interstellar Society, this is an ordinary day, but on this day, the peaceful life in their eyes was easily broken by the interstellar decree jointly issued by the 3 major civilizations. On this day, the 3 major civilizations announced that a powerful foreign civilization was planning to invade the Interstellar Society. From today on, the entire universe will enter a state of war, requiring multiple marginal star fields, such as the Shining World, to begin to migrate people on a large scale. This shocking news swept every star domain like a hurricane. All the interstellar citizens and civil forces who saw the news could not believe their eyes and thought it was fake news. But the next actions of the 3 major civilizations proved that this was not a joke. A large number of official fleets forced the migration of people in various marginal star fields. Civilizations from all over the world cooperated extremely, and interstellar citizens of different races were packed and sent to the transport ship, heading towards the hinterland where the universe had been explored. Recently, the Super-Level Association with amazing reputation also issued a statement simultaneously, proving that what the 3 major civilizations say is true and will resist foreign enemies together and begin to recruit superpowers in the universe without restrictions. This series of actions was almost no interval, as if they had been prepared for a long time, and the efficiency was extremely high. The tense atmosphere of the storm was about to come swept across the entire interstellar society. There was no relevant news before, and the situation came too suddenly, as if the calm sea was smashed by a meteorite from the sky, causing waves, and public opinion exploded instantly. However, the characteristic of the interstellar era is that people are used to all kinds of strange things and have strong adaptability and acceptance. Although the long-term and comfortable life slowed down many people's reactions, in general, interstellar citizens still quickly accepted the fact that foreign wars were about to break out and had no time to think about random things and hurriedly responded. Fortunately, the conflict between the 3 major civilizations and the Super A-Level Association some time ago, a lot of interstellar citizens had experience, and at this time, they almost seamlessly switched to the mentality of escape without hesitation at all. Without the forced migration of the three major civilizations, most interstellar citizens consciously left the edge star domain, forming a huge migration wave. The public star gates were blocked, and the fleet could extend to the end of their sight, endless. While migrating the people, the army of the three major civilizations set sail towards the marginal star domain, requisitioned most areas, and started the war mode. In daily life, the star domains in various places are living areas. Once a foreign war occurs, the entire area has explored the universe, which is the strategic depth in the eyes of the three major civilizations, and all star domains are war zones with different functions. Many leaders are discussing heatedly in the joint conference room of the Superstar League. Since the three civilizations released the whole cosmic war mobilization, the leaders of various civilizations have put aside other tasks and regarded them as their top priority at present, and actively inquire about the situation of foreign enemies from the three civilizations. However, because this matter is very important, there are too many civilizations that are eager to inquire about the news. The three major civilizations have only made unified responses and briefly explained the situation of information entanglement, claiming to control the scale of insiders, and saying that it is not convenient to disclose the enemy's intelligence for the time being. So other civilizations are almost ignorant of foreign enemies at this time. But even if some civilizations are usually dissatisfied with the three major civilizations, when facing foreign wars, they will abide by the instructions of the three major civilizations and obediently cooperate with the strategic deployment. After all, the three major civilizations are the supreme rulers, and their determination to maintain the security of the universe does not need to be questioned. They are also the pillars of the interstellar society. All civilizations do not oppose that the three major civilizations enjoy unified command during wartime, and even the Superstar Group Alliance dare not have any objections. A leader of the Superstar Group knocked on the table hard and sang, "The invasion of foreign civilizations is not a trivial matter." For some reason, the three civilizations did not disclose the enemy's background, but the big fanfare of such a battle obviously met a strong enemy. According to the attitude of the three civilizations, this time it is probably a mature cosmic civilization, not comparable to those natives. Another guessed. Everyone's faces were quite heavy. It was not the first time that they had explored the universe to deal with unknown civilizations. The development of new star fields occasionally occurred in history. The recent example is the Shining World development. The Kundi War is a similar event, but the indigenous and cosmic civilizations are vastly different, and the intensity of the war is not at the same level at all. The cosmic civilization in the universe has not been explored, and it is basically the overlord of a region. This is not a small fight when fighting the natives, but an equal interstellar war. It no longer enjoys a 100% winning rate like teaching the natives a lesson, and the interstellar society has a chance to be destroyed. The three major civilizations have made a defensive posture in the base camp, obviously not the one that takes the initiative, but are most likely to be invaded. This makes many superstar civilization leaders feel bad. No one wants to start a war in their own territory, so even if they win, their territory will suffer huge losses. However, the three major civilizations adopt defensive strategies, proving that they are likely to be at a disadvantage, resulting in them being able to passively resist the other party's invasion. The conservative strategies of the three major civilizations have exposed their lack of confidence. We should prepare a way out. If the three major civilizations become losers, we must find ways to preserve our civilization. The leader of the Star Ark spoke in a cold voice. In the eyes of those who are superiors, nothing is inevitable. They will never believe that the three major civilizations will never be defeated or destroyed. Any possibility must be considered and prepared for the future. It's a pity that the three major civilizations do not disclose the information of this foreign enemy. We cannot analyze the other party's social form, political tendencies, and external attitude. Someone shook his head. It seems that only when the war begins can we learn about the situation of this foreign civilization and make a decision based on the actual situation. Before that, We can only arrange a fire storage, said the leader of the Star Ark. After a while of discussion, one of the three kings of Moto suddenly whispered, "To be honest, this may also be our chance to break the deadlock." Hearing this, the eyes of the heads of the superstar cluster flashed. They stayed in the universe that had been explored and had been restricted by the development of the three major civilizations. Only external forces could break the balance. The attempt to shine the world failed. Although the Super A-level association has potential, it seems to be useless now. However, foreign enemies are the biggest variables, which is just an opportunity to change the pattern. The leader of the Star Ark pinched his chin and said slowly, "The ideal situation is that the three major civilizations and foreign civilizations are both defeated. We must be promoted and replace them to rule the interstellar society. Of course, they will be on guard against us. If this road does not work, we can also take advantage of the war to evacuate. The three major civilizations will not have the strength to stop us at that time. We can take civilization to move to a distant area, become new rulers, and eat resources to develop freely, and no longer be restricted or suppressed like today." Everyone's eyes were slightly bright, and they were a little moved. As the saying goes, it is better to be a chicken head than a phoenix tail. The Superstar Group Alliance has been the second child for too long and is beaten by the three major civilizations every day. If there is no external interference, they will not see a chance to turn the tables and will always be inferior to the three major civilizations. If we can get rid of restrictions, then Great Migration is also an option. At this time, the leader of the Star Ark changed his tone and said, "However, there is no enemy's intelligence now, so it is not suitable to make a decision. The three major civilizations will most likely guard against us, use a knife to kill people, force us to be the main force, so as to reduce our strength and make us lose the threat. So we should look at the direction of the war." Many leaders nodded with subtle expressions. At present, the enemy has not yet been fought, so it is natural that all civilizations cannot unite, and selfishness is inevitable. The war has always been sudden, and the announcements of the three major civilizations spread throughout the starry sky, which also surprised the player group and responded fiercely. "Suddenly, where's going to go? I haven't brushed my teeth yet." Didn't it mean that the main plot is the rise of a Super A-level country? Why did it suddenly turn into a Star War? Damn, I got the main line again. I really can't guess this version. In fact, all this is a context, but the intelligence level we are exposed to is not high enough, and we can't get inside information, so we can only analyze the appearance. A large number of players on the forum were surprised, but after being surprised, most people's emotions quickly turned into excitement. Fight, a good thing. You can participate in the big plot again. As a group that is afraid of the world's chaos, players are very welcome to war. After the three major civilizations and associations reunite, many players can only operate the black markets in various places to spend their daily life. Although they are very free, they have no main goal, and they are still a little idle. Now that a cosmic war is about to break out, most players can't wait for it. Just at this time, Han Xiao also issued a conscript order to the Legion players, summoning all the Legion's wearable soldiers to go to the Shining World to stand by. With the Black Star's arms raised, almost all tens of millions of Legion players responded, threw down the Black Market mission in their hands, and gathered from all over the place towards the Black Star Palace. Shining World, Dawn Star Cluster, Border Star Gate Station. Civil spacecraft of various styles lined up in endless queues in front of the exit Stargate, maintaining order under the supervision of the Red Empire fleet, entering the Stargate in batches. These are interstellar citizens who respond to the migration and are leaving the Shining World on a large scale. Basically, all interstellar travel companies spontaneously assist in the migration, mobilizing their ships and transporting batches of interstellar citizens out of the country. This is not only a response to the call, but also acquiring the huge demand for flights and taking advantage of the opportunity to make a profit. At present, interstellar flights basically do not consider comfort. They only care about passenger capacity. Unless they choose VIP cabins with a price that has increased many times, don't expect any special treatment. In a large travel boat, countless interstellar citizens crowded in the cabin hall, where you can see various races, all of which are ordinary passengers, most of whom are chatting with their companions, with many worries, and the hall is noisy. The recent storms are so frequent. Those who are superiors keep making trouble, which makes us uneasy. A human race in the universe couldn't help complaining. A person next to him expressed dissatisfaction and said angrily, "Who said it was not?" Some time ago, the three major civilizations confronted the Super A-Level Association. I thought something big would happen, and the storm was finally eliminated. Now the war is about to be fought again. It really won't make people calm. It's happening, so it's better to complain less. A passenger with exquisite clothes sighed, "I just hope that this migration to the internal star domain can ensure our personal safety. As long as the three major civilizations can block the enemy in the border star domain, we should not have to worry. No matter how fierce the fight is, it will not threaten us." Another passenger said, "It's hard to say. When we encountered foreign civilizations before, the three major civilizations did not allow us to move and take refuge on a large scale. The enemy this time is probably very powerful. I hope the three major civilizations can be more reliable, otherwise the internal star domain will not be safe." Someone was worried. The people in the cabin were panicked, and the more they talked, the more worried they felt. In addition to personal safety considerations, many people are also worried about life issues. All people in the border star field have moved to the internal star field, which should be crowded, and daily necessities will be even more in short supply, and prices will definitely rise. Oh, I finally saved some savings, and I don't know how long I can last. I hope that the job opportunities will not be affected. As long as I don't go to the front line, I will do any job. Many passengers sighed. At this moment, a situation suddenly appeared outside the window, attracting everyone's attention. There were long queues in front of the exit stargate, while the adjacent entry stargate was deserted. But at this time, batches of fleets suddenly drove out from the entry stargate and arrived at the shining world. The hull armor was left with signs of different super-level forces. The next moment, these arrival fleets turned into dense streams of light, heading towards the opposite direction of the refuge fleet and heading to the war zone. Those are the fleets of the Super A-Class Association. Many passengers watched the fleet disappear from their sight, and some of them suddenly became a little subtle. Among the refugee groups, there are many interstellar citizens who criticized the association online during the confrontation between the three major civilizations and the association. Seeing the scene, they felt very complicated. The universe has not been explored, intercepted the war zone. A large number of mechanical strongholds are lined up between the stars, and the orbits composed of spatial stability anchors extend out, covering the world tree exploration team's marching route. The construction efficiency of the three major civilizations was amazing. In just a few days, it formed the prototype of the defense circle and formed a war zone here as the forefront of intercepting the world tree. In the past few days, the three major civilizations have paved spatial stability tracks along the exploration team's route all day, and the scope is getting bigger and bigger. It has been found that the world tree has tried to generate wormholes at different locations many times, but they are all interfered by the spatial stability anchor and eventually failed. In the temporary base, Simon and other commanders stayed in the combat staff room and whispered to the tactical star map, while Han Xiao and many Super A-level listened. After the meeting, Han Xiao brought more than a dozen Super A-level players, Sui and Kant, to the interception war zone, while staying in charge while understanding the current situation. There are many territories of Super A forces in the Shining World and are already preparing for war in full swing. There are many cadres who make arrangements, so there is no need for the leaders of the forces, such as them, to keep watching. In addition to the members of the association, there are also many three major civilized direct lines who are over A level, and they are also here to prevent the World Tree Sect from coming over A level. According to statistics, the other party has tried to open the wormhole channel 5 times, and the coordinates are getting farther and farther away. The last time it has approached the edge of the stable space orbit. Simon pointed to the star map and said solemnly, "The coordinates selected by the other party next time should be widened for a long distance, and maybe outside our observation range. The defense circle has not been completely improved. Black Star, we still need your help." "I try my best." Han Xiao nodded. Laying a stable space track can only delay a little time, so that the teleportation position of the World Tree is far away from the defense circle, but it is impossible to cover the route left by the exploration team for countless years. As long as the World Tree moves the teleportation coordinates very far, it will sooner or later throw new exploration troops over. If the new World Tree exploration force is outside their observation range, it will be more troublesome. The opponent can take a big detour, and the defense circles of the three major civilizations have not been completely built yet, and the probability of interception is limited. The best way at the moment is to rely on the information channel of the Son of Destiny to locate the subsequent exploration team and intercept targetedly to avoid missing fish. The premise is that the child predictor of the World Tree has mastered this information, otherwise the Son of Fate will not be able to obtain information. However, this channel is very hidden. The World Tree should not be so aware of the problem and will still use the power of the predictor to solve the problem for the exploration team. Ding bye. At this moment, Han Xiao's communicator suddenly rang. The room immediately became quiet, and everyone stopped to talk and looked at Han Xiao. Han Xiao took out the communicator and took a look. It was a text message sent by the person who swears. After reading the content, his eyes flashed immediately, and he pondered. The World Tree has successfully opened the wormhole. A new group of exploration troops have arrived, and it is 4 days away from the farthest spatial stability node. Everyone, we have to fight with the opponent. Hearing this, everyone present's pupils shrank. Although he was mentally prepared, everyone was still in a heavy mood when they officially fought with the World Tree troops, and only Han Xiao could treat him calmly in the room. In the vast starry sky, a fold of space emerged out of thin air, accelerated its rotation, and quickly turned into a wormhole, and hundreds of thousands of World Tree battleships sailed out of it. We're finally here. In the command room of the main ship, a creature who looked like a stick insect stood in his arms with a playful tone. He looked at the costume as a senior officer, and there was a series of medals hanging on his chest. Owl, the World Tree military commander, is affiliated to the Foreign Operations Guidance Corps. This is a talent pool composed of the World Tree elite middle-level commanders. This person is responsible for exploration, infiltration, and stealing intelligence for many years. He is currently in charge of the 274th Advanced Exploration Corps, and is also the fleet sent here. His skin is like leaves, his veins are clearly visible, and his emerald green light flows, and his whole body is like a plant that forms a spirit. This is one of the family species of the World Tree, the Green Demon. Not all races devoured by the World Tree are qualified to become relatives. Families are elite groups empowered by the World Tree. Just like Super A races, they have extremely high super energy awakening rates, special talents, and inherently outstanding World Tree connections. Owl fiddled with the medal on his chest and issued an order slowly. All units should pay attention to the predetermined tactics and go to the navigation target separately according to the scheduled tactics and try to avoid the enemy fleet that may be encountered. Our goal is to reach the destination, not to be stalemate with the enemy's interceptor troops here. The wormhole passages were interfered with by the space stability anchors in the previous few times and failed to teleport them, resulting in the 274th Advanced Exploration Corps being on standby for several days. World Tree naturally guessed the strategies of the three major civilizations from it, knowing that this unknown civilization wanted to intercept them in this area and prevent them from reaching the territory. Therefore, the World Tree decided to let the exploration team take a detour. Hundreds of thousands of exploration ships, each additional route, increased the teleportation coordinate options of the World Tree. As long as the opponent's spatial stability track is not blocked in time, you can slowly explore in until you reach the opponent's territory. This approach takes time and effort, But the World Tree does not lack patience. The method is simple and crude, but effective. If a road is blocked, you can go a little further next time, and sooner or later you can penetrate the opponent's interception network. Their advantage is that they don't care about losses and have enough trial and error capital, and what they are least afraid of is a tug-of-war. Under Owl's order, hundreds of thousands of warships moved and scattered, like the stream of flowers of a celestial girl, quickly disappearing from her vision. Owl's relatives swaggered along the route of the previous exploration team. Although the executives think that this civilization is suspected to be the hometown of the outsider last time, it is not possible to confirm it at present. If not, I don't know if there is any individual power here. Owl squinted his eyes and casually glanced at a figure in the corner of the command room that was resting with his eyes closed. World Tree specially asked a Holy Tree envoy to follow the ship. If you encounter an enemy's intercepting force, you will take action depending on the situation. The goal is to force out the individual power of this unknown civilization. It doesn't matter even if you sacrifice it for this. 3 days later, a small fleet of Void Spirit cult searched along the trajectory of the exploration team. The captain was connecting to the command channel, listening to other troops frequently reporting points with a serious expression. A total of 7,200 enemy ships have been intercepted. It has been found that the enemy is taking a detour separately. It is still unclear about the total size of the enemy. Sir, this is very unfavorable to us. The deputy next to him said in a worried tone. It's indeed unfavorable. The captain pointed, but we can only try our best to intercept. There are too many divisions of troops in the World Tree, and no route will be used as a medium for predictors. So even the son of Destiny Channel cannot monitor all divisions of this exploration corps. The 3 major civilizations can only send troops to patrol everywhere, like sieves, sifting through various areas over and over again to intercept fish that have escaped the net. This approach is like looking for a needle in a haystack. It can only take a chance to a large extent, and it will also cause the dispersion of troops. However, the defense circle has not been built yet, so I can only take stupid measures to catch the World Tree's move. No matter how troublesome it is, I cannot let the World Tree explore the Yellow Dragon directly. The extraterritorial defense circle is a major project. The principle is to regard the shining world as the center, build a virtual spherical shape, and then continuously enlarge and spread until it covers the current position. Then the 3 major civilizations cut a sphere arc cross-section on the direction of the World Tree, and then enlarge or shrink according to the situation to form a 3-dimensional boundary to determine the basic range of the defense circle, and then establish a large number of wormholes to quickly support the base station to make up for the problem of 2 long front lines. Due to the large arc range, this seems to be an impossible project, but in fact it is just a limitation of human resources and resources. With the engineering, efficiency, military force scale, and resource reserves of the 3 major civilizations, it is enough to bear such a project. Since you don't want to be driven straight by the World Tree, there is not much to be taken to establish a line of defense. The captain was about to speak, but the anti-hidden radar suddenly issued a warning, pointing to the oblique position, showing a group of moving unknown targets. I met it. Come on. The captain's eyes froze, and he immediately ordered. The fleet immediately turned around and headed towards the target, and the radar-locked target did not turn around and rush straight towards them. Not long after, this fleet of Void Sect met with the troops led by Owl and appeared within each other's sight. Fire the cannon, the captain said without saying a word. His face was ferocious and let out a Li Yunlong-style roar. The fleet of Zuling cult opened fire immediately and fired salvo. A dark red light lit up at the shipborne muzzle, and then a dazzling beam of light burst out, cutting through the starry sky curtain. At the same time, Owl's proprietor also fought back. 2 waves of opposing rain of light intersected, shooting into each other's array, splashing sparks on the shield. Neither of the 2 sides meant to communicate. As soon as they met, they would encounter a battle like thunder and earth, and they would be very happy to ejaculate. The two sides were fighting fiercely, and suddenly, a mental fluctuation suddenly broke out from the main ship of Oer, sweeping across the fleet of the Zuling cult in the blink of an eye. Many warships of the Void Spirit sect seemed to be under stress reactions, and suddenly popped up complex magic circuits made of energy, resisting spiritual fluctuations head-on, and were blown away by magic sparks, which immediately faded a lot, flashed continuously, and suffered heavy damage. Super A-level mental power. Please support. The captain's face changed, and without saying a word, he directly asked for help in the command channel. Since there are too many search teams divided, the limited number of Super A-level is naturally not enough to be configured to each team, so they're on standby at the main base. Only when the search team encounters the World Tree Powerhouse can they request Super A-level support. In order to prevent ordinary crew members from stealing their memories by mental magic, mental power, and other means, the search spacecraft has been specially treated. Mental barrier enhancement devices are arranged, and special industrial enchantments are engraved to resist spiritual invasion. The number of times depends on the strength of the other party, so that the crew members in the vehicle will not be killed in seconds when they meet. Not long after the words were finished, a phantom suddenly appeared on the battlefield, and then suddenly condensed, and Sui arrived through the high-dimensional apocalypse teleporter. Is this the individual power of the World Tree? Thor narrowed his eyes, and a look of interest flashed across. The next moment, the vast mind power surged out like a flood discharge, and slapped at Owl's troops with a bang. The mind power emitted by the holy tree messenger suddenly rewinds and turns into a shield to protect the fleet. However, after only a few seconds, it was crushed into dust by the mind power of Suai's vast ocean. The exploration ship was squeezed into scrap iron one after another, and exploded into fireworks all over the sky. Seeing this, the Holy Tree envoy rushed out of the main ship and launched an attack on Suai. The ripples of mind power turned into a needle and shot towards Suai's brain. It immediately made a tingling sound and could not penetrate Suai's thick spiritual barrier at all. Without saying a word, Suai released a more solid mind power with his backhand and immediately tied up the Holy Tree Messenger. The huge gap in energy levels made the opponent almost unable to move. Let me see your memory. Thor's eyes flashed, and his mind power penetrated into the brain of the messenger of the Holy Tree. This is his first time to come into contact with the World Tree Powerhouse. Before that, he only heard Han Xiao say that, and had not experienced it personally. At this time, he couldn't help but want to peek into the other party's memories. However, just as the tentacles of mind power penetrated into the heart of the Holy Tree Messenger, a powerful pressure suddenly came along the spiritual link. Boom! The indescribable fear suddenly crashed into his heart, and Saori felt the palpitations and chills deep into his bones, as if he was being looked at by an endless giant beast. An extremely strong alert suddenly rose to my mind, as if something extremely terrifying would happen without cutting off the spiritual link. Because the World Tree's spiritual network connects all individuals, once you try to peek at the individual's memory with spiritual means, it is equivalent to connecting to the World Tree. Outsiders will immediately feel the huge pressure and strong pressure of the soul network, and will be noticed by the World Tree. If the head iron keeps the spiritual link, it will give the World Tree the chance to swallow the soul in reverse, and, at the very least, the sand value must be cleared and you will fall into madness. Is this the World Tree? Suai hurriedly withdrew his mind, and his eyes were surprised. He finally understood why Han Xiao was extremely afraid when he mentioned the World Tree. Although it was just a glance, he almost felt exhausted at this moment, and the feeling of oppression in the face of the high-level existence was deeply rooted in his heart. After dispelling the idea of spying on memory, Suai increased his strength and bombarded his mind. Not long after, the consciousness of the Holy Tree Messenger was crushed, and his body was blown into debris everywhere, crushing to death. Among the only remaining main ship of exploration, Owl lit a cigarette took a sip, looked at the artillery fire that was coming out of the window, and shook his head helplessly. TSK, TSK, I haven't succeeded in the battle. I hope I'll be more lucky next time. The next second, the artillery fire flooded the spacecraft and exploded. All the crew members, including Owl, turned into seeds and returned to the embrace of the World Tree. At the same time, the World Tree civilization and the Royal Palace. What a great mind master. I kill Manny so easily. Tedrian and other executives' faces tightened, showing a serious look. They had just watched the encounter between Owl and the sacrifice of the Holy Tree Messenger through the spiritual network and saw the whole process. Did you see this mind master present? It's similar to the teleportation method used by the outsider last time. King Xinshu said lightly, there is a 70% chance that this unknown civilization is the hometown of the outsider. This is good news. King Xinshu nodded. The outsider had already made them feel stressed last time. If they encountered a new enemy at this critical moment, they would also doubt whether they could fight on both sides and eat two preys at the same time. But now it is highly likely that the two are the same enemy, which makes people feel relieved. In this way, the exploration team discovered the enemy's nest when they had no clue, which is simply a good omen of destiny is in me. This mind master should be inferior to that outsider, but he is also powerful enough. The average Holy Tree Messenger is far from an opponent. It can be seen that this is indeed a civilization with very developed individual power. Tedrian pondered. King Xinshu nodded and said slowly, the opponent's strategy is very clear. He plans to establish an interception circle here. It is obviously not yet built yet. You can destroy it. Next time, choose a coordinate at a little back for teleportation and let the troops build a temporary base there as a guide. At that time, mobilize the large army and launch a round of general attack. We don't need to explore the information first and then launch a general attack like before. King Xinshu turned his head and took a look. Information needs to be collected, but focusing on this point alone is too conservative and rigid. It is best to adjust the plan flexibly according to the situation. Exploring information is one aspect, and it is also important to take the opportunity to disrupt the enemy's deployment. The two do not conflict. If the other party is comfortable to build an interception circle, we will have to spend several times or dozens of times the cost to break through. It is better to take action now and destroy the enemy's plan. King of Heart Tree narrowed his eyes. The style of World Tree civilization is more pragmatic. He has no habit of waiting for others to transform before taking action. In the combat command room of the main base of the war zone, reports of successful interception were continuously transmitted. Simon and others were surrounding the real-time star map to control the overall situation, while many Super A levels were on standby. 10 high-dimensional apocalypse teleporters outside the window were maintaining preheating and could be dispatched at any time. At this time, a light flashed in the corner of the room. The King of Sulis, who had changed into a set of emperors, teleported back to the room, wrapped in Han Xiao's mechanical power, immediately attracted the attention of others. Come back. How do you feel? Han Xiao raised his eyebrows and took back the emperor from Sour. Because the high-dimensional apocalypse teleporter is only responsible for one-way transmission, the intercepting troops will naturally not carry another teleporter. So Han Xiao borrowed the Emperor Mecha and asked other super-level A to bring one when they were dispatched. After that, he would pull it back with his mechanical force to improve efficiency one by one. The Super A level of the World Tree is quite powerful. Saurier nodded seriously. But you were ravaged to death. I feel like you are praising yourself in disguise. The Sun Hunter next to him was suspicious. Well, I'm evaluating it with the standard of ordinary Super A. Don't count the peak Super A. The opponent's mind power is relatively strong, and the light green energy seems to have greatly improved his mental power. On our side, we can probably fight 1.6 Cisco. Sui pondered. It's pretty good. The Empire has coal. You have Cisco, this kind of mat. The basic combat power unit is more convenient for us to intuitively compare our strength. Swordmaster Fu spoke lightly. Fortunately, these two were not here, so no one jumped out to refute them, and everyone nodded. What you were talking about is the increase in combat power brought by the World Tree connection. Basically, every World Tree civilization enjoys this bonus, which is equivalent to having a wonder-level universe treasure per person. Han Xiao replied to Sui. So, the lower limit of the opponent's average combat power of the Super A-level group is higher than that of ours? Asked Manison's master clone. It can be said that. Han Xiao spread his hands, but the high-end combat power should be half a dozen. The 5 Tree Kings and the 10-leaf executive officers under his command stand alone. The 13th Ancestor Spirit and the high-level Holy Tree Envoy are extraordinary. There are also senior military generals who have been responsible for foreign wars for many years. We can still fight. It's not easy to mess with. The secret master shook his head. Saori frowned and said, "Speaking of this, I just tried to spy on the other party's memory, but I felt the high pressure. If I did not regain my mind power in time, I would probably be severely damaged. Is that the power of the World Tree?" That's right. That's the World Tree. Don't use your mental power to detect the memories of any member of the World Tree. They are all connected together, protected by the World Tree, and their thinking is monitored. Once there is a deviation, they will be corrected to prevent mental means such as snooping and possession. Han Xiao explained. It's like a slave. You can never rebel against your master. Xui sighed for a moment, then asked curiously, "Then how did you get the information from them?" "Only to ask? I'm better than you." Han Xiao was very frank. Everyone was speechless. Although it is true, why do I want to hit you so much? Everyone ignored Han Xiao and pulled Xui to ask around. Although everyone present had read the hundreds of World Tree powerhouses collected by Han Xiao last time, they were still very curious about Xui's fight experience. Han Xiao didn't care, shook his head, stood up, and came to Simon and others, listening to the continuous orders of the senior officers and staff members, while watching the changes in the real-time star map. There are dense light spots distributed on the star map, each representing an intercepting force, which is changing dynamically. A cross is drawn in some places, which represents the location where the enemy was successfully intercepted. There's an aperture around the cross and a line extending out, representing the possible routes of other World Tree exploration troops. The interception is pretty good now, thanks to your intelligence. Simon saw Han Xiao coming over and took the time to say something. Just help each other. Han Xiao didn't care. Simon nodded and then sighed. But the interception circle is still too passive. We can only try our best to prevent the World Tree exploration team from entering our territory, but if we defend for a long time, we will lose. As long as the enemy circulates far enough, sooner or later there will be fish that will miss the net. We can only find a way to delay the arrival of this moment. This is also impossible. The opponent is the World Tree after all. Han Xiao shrugged. Yes, this civilization was born for war. If it were other opponents, we wouldn't have to be passively guarding our family like we are now. It's really a tricky enemy. Simon was helpless. The 3 major civilizations are also overlord civilizations. If the foreign enemies are not war machines like World Tree, with their current intelligence advantages, they may have already figured out how to take the initiative. But no tactic can be applied to all situations. Taking the initiative depends on who the opponent is. If you ignore the actual situation of the opponent and copy the cases in the tactical manual, you will probably suffer heavy losses. After all, they're not as good as the World Tree, who can compete for their family without any pain. With the lessons of the Kama Republic, the most powerful thing about the World Tree is not the powerful attack of invasion, but the erosion of one and the other. Moreover, Han Xiao's information has shown that the ontology is the foundation of the World Tree. If this is a real-time strategy game, then the World Tree territory is at most a sub-base, and the main base is still in the fog of war, while the 3 major civilizations have exposed the location of their main base and are under attack. It is naturally not worthwhile to exchange a sub-base, let alone the speed of other people's violent soldiers is faster. After calming down, Simon took out the flip pocket watch and took a look and said, "The interception circle is still in the construction stage, and the most lacking manpower is." How long will the fleet of super A-level forces of your association arrive? It's soon. They are gathering towards the teleportation point. Han Xiao replied. The current shining world is rapidly turning into a war zone, and irrelevant people are leaving at high speed. The Glorious Federation has not hesitated to take out a large number of high-dimensional apocalypse teleporters in stock and established a gathering point in the Morning Star cluster to teleport the subsequent troops over. Fleets of super-level A-level forces, such as the Black Star Legion, are rushing there. Simon nodded and said, as soon as possible. The more we have, the sooner the interception circle can be completed. The longer the world tree is blocked outside the territory, the better. The interstellar era emphasizes efficiency. Advanced mobility reduces the time of the journey. Many things can encounter every day, but at a higher scale, many things require a long evolution. In the next few days, the three major civilization interceptors were playing hide-and-seek with the 274th Exploration Corps of the World Tree. One by one, the exploration teams were destroyed, but due to the detour, the front line was getting longer and longer. At the same time, a group of reinforcements from super-level A-level forces also came to the interception war zone and quickly entered the construction of the interception circle. Wormholes quickly supported the base stations and connected them to each other, like large networks, forming layers of barriers, and the area is rapidly expanding every day, spreading further away. The intercepting war zone is now the front line. After more super A-level deals with the matters in hand, they have also arrived here one after another, and the number is quickly approaching 100 people. On this day, the main base viewing platform, Han Xiao stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the dazzling galaxy from afar, as if thinking about life. But in fact, he was browsing the forum to check the reactions of players arriving at the front line. While focusing on the post, footsteps suddenly sounded from far near. Han Xiao turned off the panel and looked back. It was Hela and Aurora. You are here too? Han Xiao glanced at the two of them. Just arrived. Hela's expression was calm. I know with your personality, you will definitely not miss this kind of battle. Han Xiao shook his head. He did not force the two sisters to participate, nor did he force them to stay in the rear. After all, the two are already super A-level, and they have to respect each other's wishes. If they come voluntarily, he would not stop them. Moreover, the two sisters are indeed rare, excellent combat power. Since we have to fight the enemy together, we naturally cannot stay out of the matter. With the current strength, I don't have the habit of accepting protection. Hylas said slowly. Han Xiao glanced at Aurela. What about you? Sister is here. I will definitely follow you. Otherwise, what if she is beaten to death? And my ability should be very useful. Aurela smiled. Here, maybe her situation is safer than mine. Hylas snorted, which was one of the reasons why she did not stop Aurora from following. With you here, other super-level A-level safety will be guaranteed. Han Xiao nodded to Aurela. Don't get me wrong. We have other plans. This is a good place to strengthen the underworld. Hyla waved her hand. It's indeed a good opportunity. Han Xiao nodded in agreement. With the underworld here, even if the warriors below level A die, they will have a chance to be reborn. The War Meat Grinder has always been a treasure land for collecting souls. As long as the underworld can be installed, there is no problem. However, the World Tree Warrior was bound by a bond and would not lose his soul even after death. It is estimated that it cannot be captured. The underworld is likely to be able to recover the fallen soldiers from the three major civilizations. Moreover, Han Xiao did not dare to let the two sisters take the risk of capturing the World Tree personnel. If the World Tree connection would not be lifted, it would be a direct exposure of the coordinates of the underworld in the secondary dimension. It would be a bad idea for the World Tree to follow the clues to attack the underworld. But this does not affect the strategic importance of the underworld. In Han Xiao's eyes, the underworld has the ability to change the overall situation, and its effect is no less than the recovery of the sanctuary, and it even exceeds some aspects. Unfortunately, Aurora's accumulation is still too little. If she is allowed to grow for dozens or hundreds of years, The power of the underworld can still set a new high. Han Xiao turned around and looked out the window again, saying in a deep voice, I have a vague feeling these days that the World Tree will not sit idly by and watch us deploy our defense line. I am afraid that a large-scale attack will be organized soon. A tough battle may break out soon. It is also the first large-scale head-on battle between the three major civilizations and the World Tree. Is this your intuition? Hyla raised her eyebrows. No, it's just a prediction based on the style of the World Tree. Han Xiao pinched his chin, pondered, and changed his tone side. No matter what, you must pay attention to protecting yourself. I may not be able to take care of the intensity of the cosmic war. I will take good care of myself. Hyla replied lightly. The world builds the territory of civilization. The boundless fleet is laid out in the universe, and streams of light are constantly coming from afar, turning into new troops and integrating into the collective, causing the scale to continue to expand. Many executives looked at this scene and nodded secretly. After the King of Hearts decided to launch a strong attack, they immediately mobilized armies from various groups to gather here and stand by. Due to the superior characteristics of the spiritual network and rapid shuttle within the territory, the efficiency of the World Tree civilization assembled troops was extremely astonishing, and soon formed a large expeditionary force with a number of 8 billion warships, which could attack at any time. Hisser King of Trees, when will the strong attack be launched? An executive turned his head and looked at the two kings of trees. The king of Jinshu didn't say anything, turned his head to look at the king of Xinshu. The scale is not enough, so I'll collect more people. The king of Heart Tree is slow. Your standard is? Tedrian asked tentatively. In the first battle, this strong attack is just like saying hello. The fleet size is at least 50 billion. Otherwise, if they can't even stop this offensive, we can adopt bolder tactics in the future. King Xinshu's tone was calm, as if he just threw out a small denomination chip on a gambling table, and he didn't care. However, he paused and said, by the way, considering the possibility of that outsider joining the war, that person is not easy to deal with. The interception work is still in full swing, because the opponent only brought one Holy Tree envoy, and the other intercepting troops did not encounter individual power, so only Sui was dispatched once, and no other Super A-level players had the chance to take action, and they were intercepting the main base of the war zone. In the compartment of the combat command room, nearly 100 super-level people gathered together, each doing their own things here. Some are supervising the situation, some are resting, some are dealing with matters, some are chatting casually, and even some are playing cards in such serious occasions, which is simply unreasonable. Speaking of this, we two groups have not sat down and chatted together for a while. Kant looked at the three civilized direct descendants sitting upright, and his tone was quite emotional. When the three major civilizations targeted the association, Han Xiao did not allow the direct descendants to participate in the regular meeting. After the lockdown was lifted, due to various things, the normal treatment of the three major civilizations to be treated in the association has not been restored. Therefore, when the time on standby at the main base was a long-lost member of the association and the direct descendants to talk about everything. Now everyone is united in the enemy. Don't mention the past for the time being, just be their own masters. Olu sighed and glanced at Han Xiao, who was dazed, browsing the forum, next to him with complicated eyes. Hey, don't confuse us with you. You have a master, but we don't have one. It's all for ourselves. The Sun Hunter curled his lips. Alulu was silent for a few seconds, moved away from the topic, and said, I see that your association members are not here. Why don't the others come? They are still thinking about it. Saurier shook his head. You joined the war. Are they waiting and watching from behind to take advantage? Can you accept this? Ulu raised his brow. So you should kneel down and be grateful to us. Damn, just think I am so great. The Sun Hunter cursed. Clusier was helpless and explained. Someone has to set an example. If it weren't for the Black Star, we might not have come. At this time, Clody, who was close to her eyes and resting, opened her eyes and said slowly, Then do you have the awareness of dying in battle? Hearing this, everyone paused and turned their heads and looked over. Claudia had an expressionless face and a calm tone. We, the direct descendants, all of us, participated in the battle with the determination to sacrifice our lives. Are you egoists, not afraid of losing your life? Even if the sanctuary is revived, I believe none of you will be willing to spend a chance of resurrection and give the initiative of life to others. You are right. If you can live, of course no one is willing to sacrifice. But you must always experience the strength of the enemy in person to have a clear idea. So don't expect us to fight to the death for you. We are just fulfilling the transaction. It is already a righteous thing to come to help the war. The secret lord responded lightly. At this time, Ulu looked at Han Xiao, who was not involved in the chat, and said loudly, "Hey Xing, if our direct descendants die, you'll help us recover, right?" Hearing this, Han Xiao turned his head and glanced at him concisely. He was not familiar with Ulu before, but after contacting him over the past few days, this person is indeed not difficult to deal with, as others said. Yes. Then I'm relieved. If I could leave my body when I died in battle, please use space-time amber to make a specimen and take it away after I resurrect so that others will not covet my handsomeness and steal my body home to collect it. Ulu joked, but no one laughed. Do you think you're very humorous? The Sun Hunter rolled his eyes. Han Xiao was too lazy to talk and fuck everyone. So he looked back and continued to watch the forum on his own. At present, more than 90% of the player group in the universe have come to the front line, and most of them are ready to fight, hoping that the war will begin soon and are in a hot mood. This large-scale war action has always been a good opportunity for players to gain experience. Most Legion players can participate in the action to gain experience more efficiently, which is conducive to Han Xiao's accumulation of experience reserves. However, the player group has not reached the upper limit of the version level, and the first choice for experience is to upgrade by yourself. Only after reaching the upper limit of the level will you have a lot of spare experience to do other things. This means that when most players reach the maximum level, their own harvesting experience can be improved a lot, and now is not the fastest harvesting speed. It's just a pity that the role of the player group cannot reach the level of the previous life. Han Xiao felt helpless. World Tree War was originally a late-stage version, but now due to the butterfly effect, it has reached 5.0 ahead of schedule. In the previous life, it was only a mid-stage version. Players have less accumulation of several versions, and the upper level limit is less than tens of levels. The role in the front battlefield is naturally not as good as in the previous life. In the past life, the player group had high strategic value. The Immortal Suicide Squad, composed of advanced superpowers, made a lot of contributions in multiple local battlefields. Now that this power is gone, it will definitely affect all aspects. Fortunately, the fate of the two Sisters of Hela was rewritten by themselves, and the underworld should be able to fill this gap. Beep, beep, beep. While he was thinking, the communicator suddenly rang, but it was the message of the swearing man. Han Xiao took it out and took a look. His face changed slightly, and he said in a deep voice, "The World Tree is recruiting the group army, and the scale is expected to reach tens of billions. I am ready to launch a strong attack." Hearing this, the chat sounds in the room disappeared immediately. Everyone stopped what they were doing and turned to look over, with all the expressions of solemnity, surprise, fear, and other expressions. Han Xiao immediately walked out of the compartment and asked Simon and others to share the information. Other Super A-level players also stood up one after another and followed Han Xiao. A group of mermaids came out one after another. Simon and other commanders were supervising the overall situation outside the compartment. When they heard the information shared by Han Xiao, their faces changed. They hurriedly opened the remote communication and reported the situation to the heads of the three civilizations. The three civilized leaders appeared on the remote communication screen. The three of them listened to the report. Their faces were calm and nodded solemnly. Is World Tree Civilization preparing for a strong attack? I know. We will send orders to help the armies of various groups speed up to gather on the front line and prepare for tough battles. As he said that, Mar Bruce breathed out, his tone with subtle gratitude. Blackstar, Your news this time is still very timely, and we have bought a lot of time. The World Tree Civilization is still in the recruitment process. Before the fleet was collected, it was detected by the Son of Destiny and passed to Han Xiao. This is a huge advantage. The other party did not call him so quickly, so they had enough time to prepare. If you know the other party's next move in advance, the three major civilizations can respond in advance. Black Star's intelligence channels have made contributions more than once, but each time it makes the leaders of the three major civilizations feel that it is a timely help. A fleet of tens of billions of scale is not easy to deal with. Although I provide an intelligence advantage, you are the main force. Han Xiao nodded. The World Tree Civilization takes action to tens of billions of warships, which is indeed a big formation, but under the scale of cosmic warfare, this is not a total attack, and the scale of tens of billions has not reached the level of invincible power. Internal fighting and foreign war. The mobilization capabilities of the two are incomparable. In the absence of foreign enemies, the three major civilizations will control their military strength to an appropriate standard and will not expand their military force on a large scale, avoid excessive military spending, and mainly focus on reserving strategic resources. Once the war industry is fully entered, it will quickly turn into the military-style mode, with all its military factories dying day and night, and their military strength is increasing every day. The scale of this powerful attack by World Tree is not enough to make the three major civilizations immediately give up the interception circle. Unless they cannot stop it completely, it will not be time to use the rear strategic depth zone to exchange time. At this time, a staff officer touched his chin and said, "Since the other party is still recruiting troops, should we try to take the initiative and harass them?" Hearing this, everyone turned their heads to look at him and withdrew their eyes. Simon glanced at him and shook his head and said, "The information state alert network of the World Tree is spread all over the territory. If it encounters it, it is exposed. What can it harass? Moreover, any unit can quickly shuttle through the territory, almost teleporting, and its mobility is far from comparable to ours. It is a natural ambush circle. Once exposed, it faces countless fleets of airborne sieges, and we will be eaten as much as we go." Another commander next to him brought the topic back on track and said in a deep voice, "The Wormhole Quick Support Base Station has covered the current interception circle. No matter which interception area the World Tree hits, we can start positional warfare and prevent the other party from breaking through the surface at a point. The interceptor circle is divided into multiple levels, leaving a strategic depth zone with different distances between different levels. The Rapid Support Base Station is a connection channel to ensure that the troops in each region are watching and responding to each other in the horizontal and vertical directions. Both the observation layer and the garrison level have completed relevant configurations. No matter where they encounter strong enemies, they can quickly airborne the main force. As for whether the World Tree's strong offensive troops will hit the interception circle, it is not a big problem. Although the interception circle is still under construction, it can work without fully forming. Its essence is very similar to racing, and the expansion speed is as fast as the enemy detours. At the same time, the intercepting troops also continuously arrange space anchoring tracks to clear the route coordinates of the exploration teams, so that the opponent's starting point will continue to move backwards and try to return to its original position, resulting in the fact that they can only resume regular navigation next time and are always in the interception circle. It seems that World Tree is not going to just give us appetizers, but is going to serve us a meal. This is my first experience of a cosmic war of this scale. Ulu's eyes flashed. At this time, the secret master pinched his fingers, calculated the divination, and said expressionlessly, "My death sign is flashing." After saying that, his gesture changed, and magic waves spread out. Everyone noticed something and immediately looked over with curious expressions. "What did you do just now?" "I have transferred my bad luck," the secret master said calmly. "Who did you turn to?" "He." The secret master pointed to Han Xiao. Han Xiao glanced at the lowered state of luck on the panel, his face full of question marks. "We have a grudge." "No." "Then do you get bad luck into me?" "Anyway, You are not afraid. There is no room for your fortune to decline. Han Xiao's mouth twitched slightly. If you treat me as a trash can? If there weren't foreign enemies now, I would let you know why the chrysanthemum is yellow. The world builds the territory of civilization and expeditionary army assembly area. The dense wormholes remain between the starry sky, and the roots of the world tree extend out from it. A continuous fleet of fleets shuttled through, continuously expanding the scale of the expeditionary army and varied warship types. Nearby, there's a floating lookout platform made of light green roots. King of Zhenshu and King of Xinshu stood here, scanning the lineup of the expeditionary army. The King of Heart Tree said lightly, "The advanced combat powers dispatched this time include executives from 3 leaves to 9 leaves, 7 high-level holy tree messengers, the 13th ancestor spirits who rank from 2nd to 6th, from military leaders and other strongmen, a total of 107 people. This scale is enough to test the opponent's background and see how developed their individual power is." "It's great." King of Zhenshu nodded. Hundreds of world tree powerhouses participated in the expedition. This wave of lonely troops went deep into the country, and the survival rate was quite low. However, when King Shu sent these members, he was ready to sacrifice all these people. Sacrifice does not mean giving for nothing. They use advanced combat power to fight too easy. This is their usual way of fighting against powerful enemies. The enemy's advanced combat power will be gone if it dies, and their advanced combat power will return to the seed form after being killed. After waiting for a certain period of time in the body, it will undoubtedly be profitable for the world tree, using the battle of attrition to gradually disintegrate the enemy's vitality, so that the strength of both sides will increase and decrease. World Tree used this method to defeat one enemy after another, and so far it has been unfavorable and has not been cracked by anyone. Naturally, there is no reason not to use it now. The King of Hearts turned his head and looked at the King of Zhenshu and said, "They lack a leader, so you can go together this time." "I want to go too." San Yulinin, Cyan Rian, and several military leaders are enough to lead the troops. There is no need to let me take risks. The King of Zhenshu frowned. He was not very willing to participate in this easy expedition. It was uncomfortable to return to the seed form, and a King of Trees needed a longer recovery time than others. The King of Heart Tree shook his head. "The other party's information collection has not been invaded by our side. It is difficult for the Mother Tree to penetrate the covered area of their information collection. The connection level of the Tree King is needed to allow the Mother Tree to project, so you have to go there." "Okay." The King of Zhenshu nodded and did not ask why the other Tree Kings were not. Among the 5 Tree Kings, he is the only one who has no other skills except fighting. From a pragmatic perspective, sacrificing his cost-effectiveness is the highest, and he has long been accustomed to being a pioneer. This trip may encounter that outsider. You'd better accept baptism and set off before you set out, otherwise you may not be his opponent. King Xinshu instructed. "Then I'll go and prepare." As soon as he finished speaking, the figure of King Zhenshu escaped. After receiving the information about the world tree preparing for a strong attack, the 3 major civilizations responded quickly, and the highest military orders were transmitted one after another, like a signal passing through a neural network, controlling the limbs of the cosmic civilization, the giant. The armies of various groups rushed to the front line, as if they were clenched their fists and gathered their strength. Every few minutes to hours, a group of fleets will arrive at the interception war zone. In addition to drawing regular troops from their headquarters, the 3 major civilizations have also recruited troops from other higher civilizations to mobilize the entire explored universe. The troops in the interception war zone have increased rapidly, and the daily increase is in units of 1 billion. Staying near the teleportation point, Han Xiao has seen almost all the main battle spacecraft models of various civilizations these days. The 3 rare major civilizations and war main ships at all levels are available here, and the top main ships representing the strongest units are as conspicuous as cranes. At the same time, the 3 civilized transportation troops kept sending various inventory of cosmic treasures, and all the equipment used for individual power was temporarily lent to many Super A levels. Even members of the association can be allocated as needed, while other strategic cosmic treasures were handed over to different fleets for use. The temporary base observation deck, many Super A level, standing in front of the viewing window, looking at the scene outside the window. The nearby ocean has become a warship, almost covering the starry sky. Wherever you see, it seems that there are only countless warships with metallic hulls left. If you pull the perspective far away, this scene is like the scale armor gradually opening and closing on a giant beast. What a huge military force. This is the first time I've seen such a scene. Many people exclaimed in a low voice. Usually, there are no three major civilizations mobilized, so many troops, and the internal struggle does not have such intensity, and only the exploration of wars can be compared with the present. A considerable number of people have experienced cosmic wars for the first time. Seeing this scene, they have a new understanding of the mobilization ability of the three major civilizations. Although I don't know what the World Tree Army is like, many people are excited when they just look at the military power of the three major civilizations. We can't do much of this kind of war. It is our mission to strangle the high-level combat power on the other side. Sauer said in a deep voice, "The enemy has a lot of advanced combat power, and we won't be relaxed. With their style, we should find a way to exchange it with us." A Super A-level spoke next to him, worried. "As long as you don't leave my treatment range, I should be able to ensure your safety." Upon hearing this, Aurora interrupted, her tone of gentleness. "It's up to you this time. Let's be with you. Please trouble you." Many people quickly responded politely, and their tone was close to max. Through the mechanism of the World Tree, it is not difficult to guess that the other party is good at do-easy tactics. Everyone present is very clear that in this kind of war, the nurse is the thigh that can increase their survival rate. Many people are holding the moon around Aurora like a support team. Hela watched coldly, and the contrast was very clear. Madison ignored the noisy people and approached Han Xiao and said slowly, "Hey Xing, you seem a little nervous, worried that your immortal body can't stand the battle of this intensity?" Han Xiao turned around, looked up and down, then reached out to poke the chest of the master of Madison's clone and said angrily, "If you have the ability, come over as the original body. Let me see if you are nervous." "Haha, it's ridiculous. I'm not an alien among mechanics like you. I never do anything that I personally take risks." Madison snorted faintly. "Come on, just say it. Just your small body and face swaying in front of me." Han Xiao expressed his strong contempt. Madison laughed disdainfully, paused, suddenly restrained his smile, and whispered, "You should know who the strongest person on the World Tree is. Well, the most powerful one should be the Ancestor Tree King, the head of the 5 Tree Kings. Then can you deal with it?" Madison was curious. "This person is unfathomable, and I'm not sure." Han Xiao shook his head. "Among the 5 Tree Kings, the Tree Supering King, who is a martial artist, is the strongest. Even in the fierce battle situation in the previous life, the Tree King is still a divine dragon with no tail. He has only a handful of attacks, as if he is wandering outside the war. But the Ancestral Tree King's record is very bright. All those who die in his hands are peak Super A level, and there is no weak hand, as if an ordinary opponent is not worth his attack. At the same time, the Ancestral Tree King is the person with the deepest connection to the World Tree. None of them. In a sense, he is the only master of the World Tree, and Han Xiao is not sure whether he can beat the other party. Don't you even have confidence?" Madison thought. Han Xiao was about to say something when suddenly the communicator vibrated. The room immediately became quiet, and everyone's eyes gathered on Han Xiao, all of them realizing something, and their expressions gradually became solemn. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes, took out the communicator, and took a look, immediately paused, and took a deep breath. "They are here." More than 10 minutes later, the combat command room. Simon and other supreme commanders and commanders of various armies gathered together to analyze the enemy situation. Many Super A-level listened, and only Han Xiao, a joint consultant, participated in the discussion. The enemy's position has been exposed. They have established a temporary base in this area in the distance and sent multiple scouts to advance, increasing optional teleportation coordinates and shortening the march distance. It is estimated that when an intercepting force is encountered, the large force will jump in. The tactical star map is displayed on the virtual screen with multiple coordinates marked. Simon zooms the map from time to cooperate with his explanation, and everyone listens attentively. The large troops of the World Tree civilization have already assembled within their own territory, but did not dispatch them immediately. Instead, they sent scout troops to establish temporary strongholds and approach the interception circle to obtain closer coordinates as jump points to shorten the itinerary of conventional voyages. Because once the large army arrives at the war zone, it is basically impossible to hide and can only sail regularly. It is likely to encounter over-visual fire coverage and multiple harassment from the three major civilizations in the middle. If the teleportation point is too far away, the loss will be expanded, so the distance must be shortened as much as possible. Although the World Tree civilization is not afraid of war damage, it does not want to take a bath in the artillery fire. Han Xiao got such information from the Son of Fate, which he shared with the three major civilizations, so this combat conference was established. The opponent's mobilization ability is amazing and comes very quickly, and it doesn't leave us much time to assemble. Although we have transferred more troops, our advantage is not great. This battle is not easy to fight. Another Supreme Commander spoke. At present, our biggest advantage lies in the home field advantage in depth. We have arranged multiple traps, ambush areas, and over-visual range strike areas in advance. If the opponent's large force is dragged down from the jump point to the depth of the interception circle for more than 7 days, we expect that the opponent's fleet can reduce its personnel between 2 billion and 7 billion. However, the premise is that the stolen information is accurate enough, and the opponent's warship technology is not different from ours, so we will not take out any black technology. The senior officer responsible for coordinating the construction of the defense line pondered. As they said that, everyone turned their heads to look at Han Xiao. Most of the information about the World Tree was provided by Han Xiao. At present, in terms of intelligence, they can only rely on Han Xiao, and their contributions are countless times that of all of them. There is no problem with intelligence. Han Xiao nodded. Although the World Tree civilization is powerful and have a lot of black technology, warship technology does not have much advantage. The technical content of the main warship model is not much different from that of the three major civilizations, and there is no generation difference in performance. It was reflected when participating in the war in the previous life. Therefore, the three major civilizations did not collapse in 1,000 miles under the raid and withstand the pressure. Simon clapped his hands. The situation is clear, and you will be assigned your tasks next. He quickly assigned tasks according to the finalized plan, and soon it was Mini Super A-level turn. Looking at everyone, Simon said in a deep voice, "You don't need to participate in the early fire coverage and harassment war. You're still on standby at the base, waiting for the battle. Also, don't be idle with mechanics and provide technical support at the virtual network level." Okay. Everyone nodded without objection. In a cosmic-level battle of tens of billions of warships, their consumption of enemy troops is like a drop in the bucket. The risk is far higher than the benefit when fighting the fleet with individuals. This kind of mission does not require the participation of advanced combat power. The combat meeting was brief and concise, and soon the results were achieved. Not long after, the formal notice of the entire army was sent out and the war machine was quickly started. Many commanders took the order to act, and fleets sailed out of the airport, turned into flowing light, and disappeared into the universe. The player group on standby in various fleets received several main war missions that they were thinking about at the same time, and the forum once again set off a wave of discussion. Han Xiao also triggered these tasks. After browsing carefully, he found that the situation was roughly the same as the main task of the World Tree War in the previous life. It was a set of killing enemies and rewards, but there were subtle differences in the task expression. Most of the words used in previous lives were resistance and blocking, but now the task is more positive, and the relevant tasks are adjusted according to the butterfly effect caused by itself. For example, this interception battle that did not exist in the previous life formed a branch mission alone. If the strategic goal of blocking the enemy can be completed, it will not only receive high rewards, but also make special notes that it will have a positive impact on the overall battle situation. This is also the characteristic of the World Tree's main line. Each local battle will form branch missions, and the results of the battle will dynamically affect the overall strategy. Players in previous life had good combat power in the later versions and could sometimes influence some local battles. However, they could not decide the outcome of such a large-scale war. They could only try their best to open a breakthrough and create opportunities for the large army. This is also the role that players in previous life often play in the battle situation. The rewards for this main task are mainly based on experience, which is a drop in the bucket for Han Xiao, but it is extremely generous for players. If you can get the victory reward of the intercepting branch mission, your per capita experience reserve can be greatly improved. As a terminal for harvesting experience, the player group is a reservoir for Han Xiao. Players do tasks and work to create wealth, experience, and then part of the wealth flows into his hands through consumption and other means to help him develop. Without the leak shine, how can they maintain the super spec combat power growth rate over the years? Therefore, this large-scale collective mission has always been loved by Han Xiao. Whether for strategic considerations or for the goal of harvesting experience, he wanted to try his best to win this battle and accelerate the accumulation of experience reserves. Since Han Xiao and many Super A-level players did not participate in the harassment war on the front line, they only watched the front-line battle reports in the base every day to supervise the overall situation. The three major civilizations first cleared and intercepted the scouts. After not many days, the World Tree finally chose the nearest jump point. The expeditionary force officially arrived and drove towards the interception circle. The large army suffered an over-visual fire strike during the voyage. After passing through each trap area, it caused a certain amount of loss. However, even though it was frequently harassed by the three major civilizations, the distance between the large army and the interceptor circle was still shortening every day and getting closer and closer. The situation developed step by step. The World Tree Expeditionary Force finally contacted the interception circle. The army of the three major civilizations was on high alert. The large forces of the two sides finally broke out in a head-on exchange of fire, and many super-level people were summoned away. The light of the high-dimensional apocalypse teleporter occupied the field of vision. The next moment his eyes dazzled. Han Xiao and many Super A-class teleported to the main command ship behind the battlefield. "You're finally here." Simon nodded to everyone. "How is the situation now?" Han Xiao asked, and like everyone else, he turned his head and looked out the window. What caught my eye was an endless spectacular battlefield. The warships on both sides had a total of hundreds of billions of warships fighting in a melee, and the arrays were intertwined, as if the endless rays of naval guns weaved an impenetrable light net. In such a large-scale battle situation, unified dispatch is extremely difficult. The grassroots command is mainly composed of various formations and is divided into local theaters. The special technologies and cosmic treasures of both sides take turns to fight. Various strange phenomena occur in different areas. Every second, more than 100,000 warships explode into fireworks. Naturally, both sides would not set up their formation and then take action. The war started when the harassing troops fired the first shot. The World Tree Expeditionary Force fought with the three major civilizations all the way from the jumping point to the interception circle and basically stopped fighting for a moment. Now, it was just rising from the harassing war to the frontal battle. It did not exist to temporarily stop the opportunity to adjust. Looking at this scene of a high-intensity cosmic battle, many Super A-level people were secretly shocked and took a breath. The temperature in the room dropped significantly several degrees. Looking at such a fierce melee, many Super A levels couldn't help but feel a headache and felt that they couldn't start. In this kind of fleet battle situation, Super A-class individuals are just a drop of water in the sea, and their lives are at risk at any time. Only in the battlefield where two cosmic overlords collided head-on can we deeply realize that most of the internal struggles were small fights, and this is the highest level of war. Without caring about everyone's psychological activities, Simon replied in a deep voice, "It's still evenly matched, and the situation is still unclear. The opponent's advanced combat power has not taken action yet." Han Xiao withdrew his gaze and pondered. Is the World Tree Strongman still waiting and watching? We should not have to participate in the frontal battlefield, right? No, except for the mechanics providing virtual technical support. The task of the other people is to deal with the World Tree's advanced combat power, and don't worry about anything else for the time being. Simon shook his head. Individual power rarely is responsible for frontal battles and large-scale battles. Most of them use a series of tactics, such as rushing, beheading, attacking, and guarding the main ship. The commander basically does not let the advanced combat power take the risk and waste energy on the frontal battlefield. After all, normal super-level strength and physical strength are limited. Only mechanics who master virtual technology can play a huge tactical significance in the large interstellar battlefield, constantly invading the enemy's network to seize control of the warship, and their role is far higher than that of the other four superpowers. Okay, Han Xiao had no objection. In this kind of battlefield, you only need to take care of your own responsibilities. Controlling the overall situation is the responsibility of the commander, not their Super A-level jobs. At this moment, the real-time battlefield star map changed. One of the war zones suddenly showed hundreds of high-energy sources. The three civilized fleets in the area were killed in a large number of casualties in an instant. Many main war ships exploded in an instant, and the situation quickly fell one by one. World Tree has deployed advanced combat power. Simon's eyes narrowed, and he turned to call out the surveillance screen. He saw World Tree powerhouses with different appearances rushing for a wave, and various abilities took away one after another of three civilized fleets, opening up the situation for this war zone. Han Xiao identified the enemy, and his eyes were fixed on the king of Jinshu, who was among them, and he narrowed his eyes, a little surprised. He thought the Tree King would not participate in such a do-easy-like battle, but he didn't expect the Tree King to come. However, considering that the other party is a martial artist who specializes in charging into battle, it seems reasonable to act as a suicide squad. After all, there's only one martial artist who specializes in this. At this time, Simon withdrew his gaze, glanced at all the staff, and nodded with a heavy focus. "Everyone, I'll leave it to you." After the words came, the three civilized direct lines Super A-level teams turned to the cabin door without hesitation. The other Super A-level expressions condensed without saying anything and shook their heads and followed. "Since I chose to come here, even if the battlefield is dangerous, it is impossible to escape at the last minute." Soon, the Super A-class left the spacecraft, flew at high speed in the battlefield, moved their positions along their own formation, and quickly arrived at the incident war zone. Across the distance, the chief sympathy of the two sides' unique power echoes each other, locking each other and getting closer to each other. Han Zhao's eyes were fixed on King Jinshu, and King Jinshu also noticed it, staring at Han Xiao tightly. His martial arts aura continued to rise. "Leave that Tree King to me. You can deal with the others," Han Xiao said in the channel. "I understand." Many members of the association responded, and the direct descendants surpassed a level and expressed the same attitude with their actions. The Zuling sect did not allow Ernos to participate in the war. Black Star is currently the first combat force of the three civilized armies and is facing the strongest enemy. Many naturally have no objection. While charging forward, Han Xiao activated various skills. His eyes never left the King of Trees. The two of them seemed to have sparks of gold and iron clashing from a distance. "In your territory, I can't move you. This time I have teammates. Why I didn't finish last time is just right now." A cold light flashed in Han Xiao's eyes, and the mechanical arc suddenly shook out. The mechanical warriors in his body were released, flying behind him, deformed and bonded to his body. The precise mechanical armor quickly covered the face that was missing from the murderous aura. In the endless fleet ocean, two groups of people dragged their dazzling tail flames and quickly approached each other. Immediately afterwards, two groups of streamers collided suddenly, and the melee started. Bang! The colorful light bursts and spreads around the surroundings with the collision point as the center, and the scene is like a supernova explosion. The energy tsunami of more than 200 superclass A-level combined forces swallowed up large areas of fleets around them. The explosive high-energy reaction instantly alarmed countless warship radars on this battlefield, and instantly became the most eye-catching area in the theater. Light cannons from the surface of mechanical gods continued to bombard an emerald green meteor, but they could not penetrate this layer of protective aura defense, and all of them exploded into light chips on the shield. The king of Shushu, wrapped in green flames, activates energy, raises his hand and makes a punch, and his fist flashes with dazzling light hits the blade of the Stargenting blade that is slashing heavily. A fierce shock wave explodes at the intersection, making a buzzing sound like a yellow bell, and it sounds in the depths of the soul of the living body. For inertia, the king of Jinshu raised his hand and held the star-slaying blade, releasing a cold and violent mental fluctuation. Han Xiao was too lazy to guess the other party's thoughts, and his body was full of mechanical force. He used the Gata Wave fist to maintain his position. The star-killing blade blew out along the blade. The powerful blue-chopping waves cut off the tree-storming king. But the next moment, King Jinshu stopped his body, turned around in an arc, and launched a charge again, continuing to attack the mechanical god head-on. The fists and feet brought a sharp shadow, and endlessly blew the emerald green X-body fluctuations, condensed to near substance, like a luminous spear inserted on the Mesopotamine shield of the mechanical god. The king of trees was blessed by the world tree, and the protective aura was like a vajra, indestructible. It constantly exploded countless arcs and energy sparks in frontal collisions, and its playing style exuded a strong style of suppressing with force. The blade of the Stargenting blade rolled up a dark blue secret energy like water waves. With one sword passing by, it collided with the king of Shushu in the blink of an eye. The two figures continue to split and reunite at high speed. The superposition of various force fields caused subtle bends and misalignments in the surrounding space. If it weren't for not using chat streaming tactics, I would have given you a few words. Han Xiao pursed his lips and suppressed the urge to send messages and shout the name of the moves. While fighting, he also watched all directions and observed the situation. On this battlefield, there's no tacit understanding of the army without fighting advanced combat power. The countless warships around did not stop their offensives here. Large numbers of troops were invested in this war zone, with the arrays intertwined. However, the fleets on both sides wanted to kill the enemy's advanced combat power and also wanted to protect their own strong men, so they formed a restraint, leaving indirectly room for both sides to move through Super A level. It is also for this reason that many mechanics, including Han Xiao, did not summon too many mechanical troops. Otherwise, the target would be too large, and they would have to withstand the concentration of fire from the surrounding fleets, resulting in a large amount of additional losses and only reduce their troops. Good steel is not used on the blade, which is not cost-effective. While analyzing the situation, the king of Jinshu suddenly shone with light and used martial arts skills. The charge speed suddenly increased, and he headed straight for the torso of the mechanical god, as if he suddenly became invincible. He actually crashed into the phantom shield. The green meteor bombarded the mechanical god's abdomen armor, smashing a huge pit and shaking out a large crack. Immediately afterwards, the king of Jinshu's head suddenly rotated in the center of the sunken center, as if he wanted to turn into a drill bit and drill the mechanical gods into each other. Obviously, The head was not ordinary iron. But at this moment, large pieces of black nanoparticles suddenly oozed out of the armor depression on the abdomen of the mechanical god, quickly condensed and deformed, turning into countless mechanical tentacles, and suddenly rushed towards the king of Shu. The bearings were conducting mechanical conduction. When the force reached the end, the tentacles suddenly tensed, and from the whip suddenly turned into a spear. A neat round of thrusts pierced the king of Shu's protective aura, pushing him out at once. Immediately afterwards, Han Xiao turned the hilt of the knife and released a hand, slapped the opponent like a fly, and the tree-stained king flew out and knocked over the 3 or 4 Super A-level battles along the way. I also want to get into my body and dream. Han Xiao patted the abdomen of the mechanical god, and the sag quickly recovered. Martialists basically used to deal with mechanics to behead their bodies or dominate their clones. This is the most efficient routine operation. King Shushi wants to drill into the body of the mechanical god and attack his body. Although I went to the World Tree territory last time and lasted for about 10 minutes between hundreds of Super A-level sieges, the World Tree powerhouse cannot completely accept his flesh and will still try to raid the body. After all, the 3 major civilizations accept the title of immortality, which witnessed Han Xiao's achievements over the years and was deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. However, these intelligences were not circulated in the World Tree. Han Xiao only showed his flesh in the other side's territory once, and finally he was seriously injured and evacuated. Therefore, most World Tree powerhouses still do not know enough about Han Xiao and will not easily give up the way of raiding the body. The fighting power of the Tree King level is indeed extraordinary, and I will not be able to take him down for a while. Han Xiao's thoughts turned. Last time I had a hasty fight, I didn't understand the skills of King Shu. Now I see that the other party is indeed not simple. Before Carlot took shape, King Shu was undoubtedly above all the martial arts he had encountered. The Beast Zugarutin and the Starshedder Sierran were all younger brothers in front of him, and they were definitely not opponents. If the fight started, I would probably not be able to survive for a day at King Shu. However, even though Jinshu Wang was a tough man, his hard power was still on the other person's head. At the same time, the King of Town Trees also perfectly meets the standard of the peak of hostile super-level elderly people in the World Tree camp. At this time, the 4 specialties of World Tree Nemesis, Civilized Leader Assassinator, Elderly Killer, and Fearless Heart lit up together, and the troops all survived. Fight steadily and fuck him. Han Xiao's eyes flashed. He has advantages in combat power and profession, but the King of Jinshu is not a vegetarian. He can still play a few moves with him and will not be able to defeat others for a while. The two of them fought fiercely, fighting in a turbulent manner, and the other Super A-level battles were also in a melee. So much Super A-level burst of energy kept squeezing away from others, causing each person's battlefield to gradually move away from each other. Although most people don't mean to fight one by one, both sides want to defeat each other one by one, and they can support each other, so they naturally formed small groups to fight fiercely. Bang! The mechanical emperor trident pierced and was stuck in the side blade by a wide-faced giant sword. The secret energy entangled with mechanical force collided with each other, exploded the spherical light blue impact energy ball. The 2 mechanical gods fought back and forth, like 2 vague afterimages that constantly collided, frequently bursting out shock waves. One of them was silver and the other was golden red, with green energy wrapped around them, and the color matching was extremely bullshit. What a sharp guy. Manison shook his opponent with a halberd, and he couldn't help but squint his eyes. He had already learned from a Black Star that the World Tree's individual power was very developed, but after actually fighting, he personally realized the other party's strength. Although he was hit by a series of blows by Black Star, his strength was no longer in the peak state, but he was still firmly in the first echelon, and his ordinary peak Super A level is still no match for him. But now this enemy is fighting back and forth with him, which even makes him feel a lot of pressure. Even if Manison finds that his strength is slightly better than the other party, it is not enough to create an overwhelming advantage. Moreover, This person is not among the hundreds of world tree powerhouses provided by Han Xiao, and is a powerful enemy with unknown background. Just as Manison was thinking, the other party suddenly emitted a spiritual fluctuation, which sounded in his heart. "You are very awesome. What's your name?" Upon hearing this, Manison was unmoved and did not respond. There was no answer, but the other party did not stop and continued to send a spiritual message. "It doesn't matter if you don't say it. I'm eyeing you. You are qualified to be my trophy." Lin Karen, executive officer of the Three-Leaf of World Tree. Remember this name. Your life is destined to be mine. Talk more. Manison was calm, and this kind of slutty talk would not affect him. After being influenced by Haixing, he is no longer afraid of chat flow. However, he remembered the other party's name. According to Black Star, the 10 executives are all fighting powers at the top of the World Tree, and they're getting stronger and stronger. The third leaf is in the first echelon of the World Tree powerful, and must have a place in the top 15. It seems like a big fish. Manison's eyes flashed, and he silently increased his strength, and his offensive became more and more fierce, with murderous aura. In a local battlefield, 2 torrents of energy, one black and one white, collided with each other, splashing endless light chips like water splashes. Dark Emperor Claudia controls the surging dark energy and is fighting against a thin member of the World Tree. The other party is also a psychic, controlling a dazzling white energy like flowing platinum, with a texture as flowing as a veil, like a rolling mist, but its power is extremely corrosive. What kind of supernatural power is this? It's comparable to mine. Claudia frowned slightly. The strength of a psychic person depends partly on the level and partly on the role of his own abilities. If the abilities are equal, then the level of the psychic ability will have a stable advantage. For example, Gauda's energy control is one of the highest abilities. If he grows to the same energy level, Claudia has basically no chance of winning. Claudia's dark energy control is already a super high-risk ability, but the opponent's ability can compete with each other, which is not simple. Although the opponent did not hit his body, he found that his cells became weak and his energy consumption was much higher than usual, like an opponent using energy as a medium to act on him. At this time, the person suddenly sent a mental message and said lightly, "Your abilities are very good. If you dedicate you to the Mother Tree, the Mother Tree will definitely be very happy." World Tree also likes to collect superpowers. Claudia changed his mind and tried to inquire about information, but the other party stopped talking and did not respond. Claudia thought his opponent didn't want to answer, so he gave up the intention of inquiring and continued to fight silently. But after a fierce battle, the other party suddenly spoke. "I am the executive officer of the 4-Leaf of the World Tree, Anrian Sorrow." Claudia was stunned for a moment, thinking that the other party was going to say something, so he immediately cheered up and waited. However, after the opponent said this, he was not in the following words and remained silent again. Claudia frowned, feeling confused. This sudden introduction of herself, and she didn't say anything after she finished. What was the meaning of being stupid? After a while, Anruain spoke again. "When you fall into the arms of the World Tree, we can become colleagues." After these words, he remained silent again and stopped talking, as if he was talking to himself and did not expect the other party to answer. Claudia's eyelids twitched. "I've confirmed that he is a weird person who does his own things." On the other side, Hela, wearing a red snake mecha, was dealing with the siege of 4 people, and the scarlet death energy was spitting out like a flood, and the beating was extremely fierce. Compared with other local battlefields, there is a significant difference here on Hela. That is, when she was besieged, there was no other super-level A support coming, as if everyone was letting her face the siege of multiple enemies alone. Bang! A martial arts world tree powerhouse passed through the ocean of death energy, caught Hyla, and beat her. Finally, when she was about to break free, she swept her abdomen heavily and kicked her out. While Hyla was flying backwards, another world tree powerhouse stopped the middle, and a series of spells poured out, bombarding Hela's back, hitting her in the other direction, causing 2 damage. Hela tried her best to stabilize her body, and suddenly a death sneaked, flashing to another position in an instant, gaining a short breathing opportunity. She was covered in blood, looking like a hideous, evil ghost, seriously injured and weak. Suai, who was closest to the front, glanced here and quickly withdrew his gaze. He had no intention of coming to support him, and even led his opponent to fight further and further. Seeing this, one of the four besiegers spoke up. "You are almost beaten to death. Your companions still ignore you. No one comes to help you. I didn't expect that in the face of our invasion. You are still in a state of internal struggle, which is interesting." Hylas stretched out his hand to wipe off the blood from his face, as if he was painless, and his expression was still indifferent. "No one came to help me. That's because I don't need help." As soon as he finished speaking, a golden light suddenly erupted from her body, and all injuries disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Hylas straightened her waist. The messy energy fluctuations returned to its peak, and the refined death energy continued to overflow with a solemn expression and aura soaring. "It doesn't hurt or itchy. It's only at this level. It's 1,000 years early to kill me." Xui seemed to be empty, and instantly flashed a magical light from his opponent, and he was not worried about the battle situation on Hela not far away. Hela's level has not reached its peak and is Super A level, but among the many Super A level eyes, including Saurier, she is one of the most difficult Super A levels. Not only can she reduce her life, but she also has a bound nurse. She is just like Xiao, who can't be beaten. Even if others are strong, no one is willing to provoke Hela. Sauri focused his attention on his opponent again, his eyes slightly condensed, and his invisible mental power was like thousands of needles, giving the opponent a high-level spiritual explosion, but it seemed like he had encountered a solid barrier. Most of the power was shifted out by the opponent's spiritual defense spell, turning into a disordered mental disturbance aftermath spreading around, immediately provoking the spiritual defense barrier of large areas of warships. The mental barriers of the warships that were the first to be hit were shattered by the aftermath. The opponent was not willing to be outdone. Under the stimulation of his strength, magic circles emerged, gathering into a spherical shell, and various exclusive magic tricks poured out, dazzling and colorful. The dense spell wave chased Suai and bombed him, and his fighting style was biased towards the fire-covered spell turret flow. What a smooth connection of mana. There is no flaw. Saurier's entire body became active, his eyes emitting strong light, and he observed his opponent while fighting. Although he is not a magic superpower, he is also a good person. He can tell at a glance that the other party has rich practical experience and is an extremely powerful magician. The coordination between spells is easy and smooth, giving him the greatest feeling of being both offensive and defense, and being one. Moreover, the World Tree connection has extremely high blessings for mental power. If it were not for the hard power crushing, the Mind Master would actually suffer a little from dealing with the World Tree powerful. It was particularly obvious in the competition at the same level. Xui discovered that the opponent's spiritual barrier was extremely thick, and it was difficult to attack every mental attack, as if it was indestructible. This guy seems to be a high-level ancestral spirit. Sauer adjusted his vision and saw a mark on the other party's forehead clearly. Blackstar once popularized the composition of the World Tree powerhouse to help them distinguish. The ancestral spirit has a characteristic in appearance, which is that it has a special mark, which is easy to identify. The one who fought with him at this moment was a member of the 13th ancestor of the World Tree, ranking second, and his strength was quite high in the World Tree, and he was no less than the executives of the 3rd and 4th Leafs. Just as Suai was observing, the second ancestor suddenly spoke. "I recognize you. It is you who killed Manny." Manny. Hearing this strange name, Suai's eyes flashed and immediately realized that he was talking about the Holy Tree messenger who was killed by him some time ago. The second ancestor spirit said lightly, "I like strong enemies. You are a good opponent. I hope you can make me enjoy it." Suai raised his eyebrows. "We are fighting to the death. Why do we suddenly start chatting?" He glanced at the A-level temporary team chat channel and found that most of the people were talked about by the World Tree Powerhouse, as if the other party was deliberately doing it. After thinking about it, Sui understood a little. The mentality of the World Tree Powerhouse is different from that of us. They know that they will not really die in battle, so they are fearless and feel relaxed. While we're facing a great enemy, they are tense, but they take the initiative to speak, which should be a psychological warfare, and want to affect our mentality. On the other hand, perhaps their move is to try to deepen the entanglement of information and collect information by the way. Why not do it? It is better not to answer. Sui's thoughts flew away, and after leaving a sentence, "Don't answer," in the chat channel, he focused on dealing with the second ancestor spirit. His mind and magic were flying all over the sky, and he was dazzled. A Star World spiritual dragon soared in the battlefield. The dragon's eyes were like burning red and golden flames, and a huge body like the main ship was extremely conspicuous. Every time the dragon wing vibrated, countless dragon word magic was cast, causing a storm of magic. Layered defensive magic arrays covered the body, and the heroic martial arts were extraordinary, and it was the Dragon King Milizaus. At this time, a military leader was fighting with him. He saw a gray meteor that was quite small in comparison flying around the old dragon, constantly launching attacks, wearing heavy armor, and various special guns were constantly changing in his hands. One person started a rain of bullets, which was a relatively rare gunman. The World Tree Military Department is responsible for foreign warfare. The military leader means the military chief combat power. Only the best military superiors in the A-level can get such a name. Each military head has its own prefix code, which generally depends on the number of the troops they are located. At this time, the military head fighting with Lao Long belongs to a World Tree army called Darklight, and its name is the Midlight Army head. The two fought hard to distinguish and were evenly matched, but because of their eye-catching figure, Lao Long became a target, and one person attracted the firepower of most of the battleships around him. Even when he was passing by with other super A-level World Tree powerhouses, he would throw a few skills at the old dragon. Anyway, the goal is so big, and the hit rate is so high, it would be useless to not fight. Due to this reason, Milizaus suffered too much additional damage, and his injuries continued to accumulate. Large pieces of dragon scales were lifted, his bones and flesh were rolled up, and blood was spilled in the sky, and his situation became increasingly bad. People and ghosts are showing off. Only Lao Long is being beaten. Bang! A beam of light shot out from the gun mouth of the Darklight Army head, piercing through the cracked defensive magic array, hitting the old dragon's back, shattering a large piece of scales and flesh, and adding a new injury to him. "This is the first time I have seen a creature like you. I don't know what your flesh tastes." The head of the Darklight Army fired and chatted endlessly. Milizaus felt a sharp pain on his back, and his dragon head swung, opened his bloody mouth, and let out an angry roar. The sound wave condensed by magic power shocked out, hitting the head of the Darklight Army head in the front and knocked him out. However, the old dragon did not take advantage of the situation to pursue it. Instead, it moved in a spiral motion. The dragon's body turned vertically, and a large number of magic patterns suddenly lit up on the surface of his body. The next moment, he suddenly disappeared from the spot, and a flashing battle to a battlefield not far away. A big melee of more than 10 people was going on here. He targeted a holy tree messenger who was suffering heavy damage and was about to withdraw with his companions. Milizaus flashed behind the holy tree messenger. Before the other party turned around to make hasty defense, he opened his mouth suddenly and spit out a dragon breath like a broken jade-like dragon blessed by the dragon language magic. It was like a substantial red gold flame surging out, instantly swallowing the target. In just a moment, the body of the holy tree messenger melted and quickly turned into a pile of ashes during the struggle, fluttering until it dissipated. Not long after the war started, the first dead man was born. After taking down one blood, Milizaus suddenly felt anger and was excited, fully revealing the essence of a human-headed dog. But before he was happy for long, he was beaten immediately. Without saying a word, several world tree powerhouses around him turned around and concentrated fire at Milizaus, smashing large pieces of dragon scales and flesh, and their vitality was flowing rapidly. At the same time, the leader of the Dark Light Army also rushed over and replaced the cosmic treasure-level guns to pour out firepower at a long range. A series of powerful beams of light bombarded the old dragon, exploded balls of fireworks, and even smashed Milizaus's dragon pupils, and blood sprayed out. The surrounding warships also turned their guns and pointed at Milizaus for a fire. He took down one blood, but was targeted in an instant, and was suddenly in danger and was seriously injured. Kill him. The leader of the Dark Light Army saw the opportunity and was about to try to kill the opponent in one go. But at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Brush! A dazzling platinum light suddenly shot out from behind the three civilized fleets, as if passing through the chaotic battlefield and landing accurately on Milizaus. The huge life energy was infused, and the old dragon's scarred body immediately began to repair it. However, in just a few blinks of an eye, the seriously injured dragon body recovered most of its body and became alive again. The dragon's tail was excited and mischievously shattered several World Tree battleships. This scene immediately attracted the attention of many World Tree powerhouses, and their faces changed slightly. Recovery-type superpowers. After years of fighting in the universe, the World Tree powerhouses have a wide range of knowledge. Recovery-type superpowers are actually not uncommon, but few people can reach the A-level level. After all, recovery-type superpowers are functional superpowers and are inherently not suitable for combat. Moreover, the potential of superpowers is not high, so training and sublimation are extremely difficult. However, this time the hostile civilization not only has a recovery psychic, but also has an incredibly powerful recovery effect. It can restore a peak super A-level life form in 2 or 3 strokes. It is no exaggeration to say that this is the strongest recovery psychic they have ever seen. I didn't expect this prey to have such a deck of cards. Many World Tree powerhouses changed their expressions and immediately realized that something was wrong. If this recovery abilities are not solved, the war damage will probably become extremely different, and this time the Duizi action will be greatly reduced. We must kill him first. Some of the World Tree powerhouses quickly completed communication in the spiritual network, immediately left their current opponents, gathered together, and advanced towards the position of life energy. Although it was behind the 3 major civilized fleets, they had no choice but to face the difficulties. This is actually the same as the player's tactics. After all, who doesn't cut the nurse first when fighting a team battle? But at this moment, several streams of light suddenly shot out from the fleet, facing the group of attackers with the advantageous number of attackers, and the 2 sides suddenly collided. The light flashed, and a violent explosion spread, and the momentum of the World Tree powerhouse's advance was immediately stopped. A strong man from the World Tree looked up and saw 5 super A-level living bodies with light flashing in front of him, not giving in. There's still a group of people hidden. Seeing this scene, many World Tree powerhouses were quite surprised. They thought that their opponent's advanced combat power had been put into the battlefield. These 5 people looked at the numerous World Tree powerhouses. Not only were they not nervous, but they were eager to try. They were the 5 heroic spirit kings in the underworld. The other 3 heroic spirit kings, including Sorokin, did not show up. Aurora only sent 5 people out. The heroic spirit king, led by Lei Jia, is currently the 2nd most powerful one. Hey, we can finally come out to move. Lei Jia moved his shoulders, and without saying a word, he took the initiative to charge with the other 4 heroic spirit kings, setting off a new round of melee. Even if other super A-level people know the existence of the sanctuary, they don't want to sacrifice their lives easily. In contrast, the heroic spirits in the underworld are truly fearless and waving. On the other hand, the 3 major civilizations command the main ship. Simon looked at the battle between Han Xiao, Hela, and the heroic spirits in the underworld, then turned his head and glanced at the calm Aurora. Couldn't help but shake her head, and from the bottom of her heart, she sighed to herself. The ones from Hylon Star are all a group of monsters. Bang! The mechanical god and the king of Shushu collided again, and they were about to part with a touch, bursting out with fierce shock waves. The skills of this foreigner seemed to be stronger than the last time we met. The king of Jinshu moved his fingers with a faint pain, and under his cold appearance was a surging heart. Although the two sides cannot decide the winner for the time being, after this battle, he felt the long-lost pressure from Han Xiao. He had only experienced this unmatched sense of power in one person, and that person was the unfathomable ancestral Tree King. Unexpectedly, the prey civilization selected this time actually has this level of advanced combat power, encounters a tough situation. Although he didn't want to admit it very much, he had to face the reality. He might not be able to defeat this amazing foreigner with his own abilities alone. The King of Town Trees quickly glanced at the battle situation. In the spiritual network, the voices of 6 or 7 companions were silent, which meant that they had died in battle. But with the help of the recovery psychic, the enemy has not lost any of them. If you continue to maintain this trend, wouldn't you be completely destroyed by the other party without any harm? How can this work? Can't wait any longer. King Jinshu's eyes sank. Seeing that the situation was not right, he immediately made change. The king of Jinshu suddenly pulled away. His palms suddenly covered his head and face, and opened his mouth wide, as if he was roaring in pain. The next moment, an extremely dazzling green light appeared all over his body, as if he had liberated the energy of the world tree in his body, and he saw endless green light overflowing from his body. Then with a bang, a powerful force burst out with him as the center, as if a higher-ranking existence was coming in place. The green light spots quickly condensed and turned into translucent light green world tree roots. At first, they only looked like many small snakes floating beside the Tree King, but the size of these roots grew rapidly and quickly expanded, whipping and whipping in the battlefield, dancing wildly. The appearance of the King of Town Tree also changed, and the whole person's state was different. His body became a material like the roots of the world tree. The green world tree power flowed in the translucent, as if it had undergone a transformation. A powerful momentum hits the face like a suffocating wind. Just now, the King of Trees mainly relies on his own combat power to fight. But at this moment, he began to significantly borrow the power of the World Tree. This is the World Tree ability that can only be activated by the level of the Tree King's connection, and it is also the reason why the Tree King is the Tree King. All this happened in an instant. During the transformation of King Jinshu, Han Xiao did not stop the long-range firepower, but was blocked by the dance of the World Tree roots. Oh, have you used your ultimate move? Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. He is not unfamiliar with this transformation. This is the unique power of the Tree King, which turns the body into the branches of the World Tree, like a temporary base station. In the previous life, whenever the Tree King opened this form, it was a sign of killing all directions. The most terrifying thing is not the increase in this transformation to one's own strength, but the fact that the body turns into a branch of the World Tree, which can bring a camp-exclusive buff halo with a wide coverage, so that the combat power of all World Tree members on the battlefield will be increased in an all-round way. This is the war form of the Tree King. Just as the Tree King liberated the power of the World Tree, all the World Tree members on the battlefield were emitting bright green light, and they were blessed by the halo. As if they had taken aphrodisiac, their full combat power suddenly increased by a lot. The halo covered the entire army, and the situation on the entire battlefield changed immediately. All the World Tree troops were in the buff, and immediately made rapid progress. Many of the 3 major civilized troops that were still in a stalemate were instantly hit hard, and the war losses increased sharply. Many Super A-level players were the first to feel the change at the first time. The overall strength of the World Tree Powerful Man immediately broke the deadlock. Many Super A levels, who were originally in a tug-of-war with their opponents, were suddenly taken away from their initiative and fell into a disadvantage in the blink of an eye. Many people were in danger and were in danger of their lives. I saw golden light shoot out frequently and continuously hit the Super A level bodies that fell into danger one by one. I provided a good sip of milk in a critical moment, which gave a large number of Super A level breath. However, the World Tree Powerhouse also responded, using various means to try to disperse or isolate the shot of life energy halfway and prevent the recovery psychopath from breastfeeding his companions. Only Hela has a soul link with Aurora and can ignore the spatial distance and receive Aurora's instant life dawn, as if it is bound to a plug-in milk source, while other Super A levels naturally do not have such treatment. Although the milk is enough, you have to receive it. Although Aurora's superpowers are strange, her current level is only ordinary Super A level after all, and she has some shortcomings and cannot ignore all kinds of blocking methods. This tests her as a nurse's microfucking. Not only should she pay attention to every Super A level life state, but she also has to find ways to avoid various obstacles to successfully reach the target. Han Xiao monitored the war situation in various regions through the perspective of quantum networks, and the changes in the war situation were all visible, and it was obvious that the situation was not good. The halo of the entire army is still powerful, but fortunately, it cannot be superimposed. Otherwise, the 5 Tree Kings would transform together, and the effect would be so perverted. Han Xiao's thoughts turned, and his eyes were locked on the King of Shuzhen. Only by killing King Jinshu can we remove the enemy's halo and regain the situation. Otherwise, our overall war losses will soar exponentially. However, at this moment, the King of Tree Town, whose power of the Liberation World Tree was strengthened, did not advance but retreated. He retreated and flashed into the heavy protection of the World Tree Fleet, and then took back the conspicuous World Tree roots back into his body, without any intention of rushing up to fight Han Xiao. Han Xiao's eyes changed immediately, and his mood surged. He thought that after the King of Jinshu transformed, he would rush up to continue fighting and try to defeat him, but he didn't expect that the opponent would avoid the battle directly after the explosion. If you don't fight, you'd say it earlier. It's so imposing, it makes me excited. This is not good. If you don't kill him quickly, it will be troubles. Han Xiao was helpless. After transformation, the Tree King has extremely high strategic value. He no longer takes risks and hides in the fleet and continues to provide bonuses to the army. This is a calm approach, but this situation rarely occurred in his previous life. The Tree King finally liberated the power of the World Tree, and the battle also rose accordingly. He usually fought happily. If the other Tree Kings chose to avoid war rationally, he would still accept it, but this time it was the Tree King. He died young, and the martial arts masters were not strong enough. My youth is over. Countless World Tree battleships protected the head coach, King Jinshu. Facing the endless gun muzzles, Han Xiao felt a little numb. Although he was quite confident in his own flesh, he was probably not too arrogant to rush alone in a battlefield of this scale. Moreover, the King of Jinshu is very strong and cannot solve the opponent in the enemy army for a while. He will only be shot when he rushes in and suffers from the fire. If you have a genital, don't come out. Seeing this, Han Xiao threw down the Tree King and turned around to kill the World Tree powerhouses in other battle circles. If you don't come to stop me, I will kill your teammates. Although the members of the World Tree have never cared about their teammates' casualties, this strong attack was a do easy, and the King of Jinshu would always care about the capital used for do easy. Otherwise, the meaning of his transformation would be very limited. However, Han Xiao's attention was not completely taken away from the King of Jinshu. He still watched the other party's movement trajectory to prevent the King of Jinshu from taking the opportunity to adjust his tactics and follow the example. The King of Jinshu did not stop him. From another perspective, it could be said that he had gotten rid of the entanglement and used his companions as bait to lure him away. He also used his superior combat power to attack other Super A-level players, which is also a kind of dug. Because this is a do-easy battle, he doesn't want to waste time on me, a master. He turns to kill other advanced combat powers, kill one and earn one. Perhaps this is the idea. Han Xiao secretly speculated about the intention of the king of Jinshu. At the same time, King Jinshu watched Han Xiao shift his attack target under the heavy protection of the fleet, with expressionless face and slightly flashing eyes. After a fight, just now, he judged that even if he transformed, he might not be able to defeat this foreigner with amazing combat power. So he suppressed his attacks and continued to focus on Daizi's strategic goal. As a tree king who has fought against many civilizations, he will no longer be easily gained. But he wouldn't be able to stay here without taking action. Otherwise, he would sit and watch the foreigners kill his companions, and his transformation in trying to strengthen the effect of Daizi will be meaningless. Since you do not intercept the opponent's strongest person, you can only make the same choice and transfer the attack target. All kinds of thoughts flashed by, and King Jinshu turned his head and looked at the position where the other party recovered the psychic. On a local battlefield, a formation of the Void Spirit sect was broken through the defense line by the World Tree Commando, and the formation of the frigate was torn to pieces. The Ion-class main ship in the center was bitten by the World Tree Commando, and a charge pole was bitten on the hull of the main ship, drilled through the armor, and sent batches of World Tree superpower squads to launch a battle to board the ship, trying to seize the main ship from the inside. At this moment, the main ship inside has become a chaotic battlefield, with bloody battles erupting in various cabins and corridors. The guards on the ship are constantly resisting the World Tree Superman, and from time to time, there are new charge cabins to break new gaps, and the offensives are one after another. Reinforcement! Reinforcement! A small team leader pulled out the sword inserted into the enemy's body, and a large piece of blood sputtered on the armored face. He had no time to wipe it, and he was anxiously calling for reinforcements in the channel. But the next moment, a blurred afterimage flashed through his gaze, and then a huge force suddenly exploded on his head. His head was grabbed by a big hand and hit the wall. His body twitched for a few times and then stopped moving. The palm was quickly retracted. The owner of the hand was a burly World Tree officer. A large group of members were slaughtering the soldiers in the main ship and had already broken through this line of defense. "Go to the main control room," the officer shouted and was about to lead the team forward. But at this moment, everyone's feet suddenly shook and the bulkhead not far away shattered, revealing half of the black charge cabin. Brush! The hatch opened, and a group of Legion players came out to support them. They rushed towards this World Tree team without saying a word. The two sides had nothing to say, and the fierce fight broke out immediately. After a fierce battle, the officer led his troops to wipe out the player team, but he also suffered considerable losses by his opponent's cruel fighting style. "These people don't want to die." The officer frowned. He had seen those who were not afraid of death, but the group of people just went on one after another, and they exchanged their heads for their injuries. In his opinion, there was only one possibility. That is, the enemy had a strong belief and did not hesitate to exchange his life for injuries. However, as a member of the World Tree, I will not be scared by this belief of fearlessness. Everyone is not afraid of death. If you want to fight for your life, I will fight for your life, and whoever is afraid of it is afraid of it. There was no time to rest, so the World Tree officer left this matter behind and was about to continue moving forward with his troops. But at this moment, dense footsteps sounded in the corridor ahead, and another group of reinforcements arrived. Their appearance and ability were exactly the same as the team that had been completely wiped out just now. This group of people. The World Tree officer was shocked. "I've killed these people just now, but they actually appeared again? What's going on with this group of people? Can't you kill them and be resurrected like them?" Before he could think about it, the fierce fight broke out again. Due to the previous wave of losses, the combat effectiveness of this World Tree combat team declined and was wiped out by the same group of players. The officer was also beaten to pieces. A similar scene was staged among multiple battleships. Among the 3 civilized command ships, Aurora released several dawns of life. But before her critical companion was hit, she was dispersed by several advanced combat forces in the World Tree. Aurora frowned slightly and lowered her palm. I'm too far from the battlefield. The opponent has enough time to deal with it and can easily block my energy. This doesn't work. My abilities are difficult to exert. I need to get closer and shorten the distance. After Aurora finished speaking, she flashed away from the cabin without waiting for Simon to answer, stepped into the universe, turned into a golden stream of light, and left the rear formation, and quickly approached the local battlefields where many super levels were located. This scene immediately attracted the attention of many world tree powerhouses, and a large number of advanced combat forces immediately leaned towards this recovery psychopath, but were restrained and blocked by their respective opponents. Not long after, Aurora stopped in the three major civilized fleets on this battlefield. Although she narrowed the distance, she did not step into the battlefield. She kept raising her hand to cast the dawn of life and shone brightly. If the distance that the dawn of life had to cross was 10, then now it is at most between 2 and 3, and the hit rate is a little higher than before. Not only that, her own life bodies within a certain range can increase the recovery speed. This is the passive aura that Aurora has its own superpower after entering the Super A level, and the range increases with the level. When she was just in the command ship, the halo range was not enough to cover here. When she arrived at this battlefield, her halo took effect, covering most of the Super A level battles on her own side. It's very dangerous here. Don't lean over. Hela saw Aurora's face changed. Aurora turned a deaf ear and gasped gently. Since entering the Super A level, she has never experienced such a high-intensity battle. Hundreds of Super A level were treated by her, and the life energy consumed has far exceeded the speed of replenishing vitality. Her face gradually became pale, and she felt that her body was being squeezed dry. At this moment, dozens of world tree roots suddenly attacked the main fleet from the side. Each root contained amazing energy and quickly smashed a large area of warships like indestructible and opened a hole in the formation. The next moment, the King of Trees was like a green beam, shooting rapidly along the gap towards Aurora, and the power of the world tree was burning. He has been looking for an opportunity to kill this recovery psychic. When Aurora arrived at the front line, he saw the opportunity. He used the fleet cover to sneak and launched a raid near the edge of the main fleet, vowing to clear out the biggest factor affecting Duizi's tactics. The roots of the world tree seemed to form a giant chariot, rushing around and sweeping away obstacles to the road. At the same time, the Jinshu king resisted the hasty gathering fire for the fleet. With the protection of the power of the world tree, the Jinshu king drilled into the main battleship all the way, with a strong impact. As if panicked, Aurora hurriedly pulled back and condensed a series of holy lights to hit the King of Trees. However, she was as powerless as tickling and could not stop the King of Trees. In the blink of an eye, the King of Shuzhan killed in front of Orla like teleportation, and a green light was raised in his arm, drawing a semicircle toward Orla's head, as if he was about to smash it in a meat sauce from top to bottom. The pressure across the two watersheds was locked on Aurora. Aurora seemed to be shocked, maintaining a panic expression, froze, and unable to move in place. But at this moment, a fierce mental explosion suddenly burst out with Aurora as the center, extremely aggressive and almost condensed into substance. The King of Jinshu's brain hurt, and his fist involuntarily deflected. The half-moon-shaped fist light, like a light blade, was wiping out on Aurora, shattering hundreds of warships along the way. Sorokin's figure separated from Aurora and appeared behind her like a substitute messenger. He gently pressed his eyebrows, and his mental energy spurted out from afar. His abilities were fully opened, and his aura was stimulating. There is another protector? King Jinshu's face remained unchanged. He was about to get rid of Sorokin's mental ability and continue to attack Aurora. But at this moment, something happened suddenly. The panic on Aurora's face disappeared instantly, and she returned to peace, as if she had expected it. The necklace she was wearing suddenly unfolded, and the mechanical structure suddenly crawled all over her body, turning into a set of mechanical armor that the King of Shu looked familiar to. Brush. The next moment, A flash of light, and Aurora disappeared, leaving only Sorokin and a throne. At the same time, Han Xiao's figure appeared out of thin air, replacing her original position. Before the king of Jinshu could respond, he raised his hand and had a 7-day lock with a move that made him stronger than gold, and he hung his whole body on the king of Jinshu. I knew you wouldn't give up cutting the nurse. Han Xiao's strong arms strangled the neck of the king of Jinshu. He felt a huge force hitting his chest and abdomen, as if he was hugging a big fish jumping around. Jinshu was constantly struggling in his arms. King Jinshu has been hiding in the fleet and has not had many opportunities to get off his phone. He specifically asked Aurora to pull out and let it go. Although it was a simple bait tactic, he believed that the World Tree powerhouse could not sit still. After all, the World Tree's combat ideas are different. Han Xiao considers it from the other party's perspective and believes that in the other party's eyes, only by cutting off the nurse can the do easy tactic be successfully carried out. It is worth sacrificing some advanced combat power for this. There is a certain chance to redirect the king of Jinshu. Although the hook is straight, it cannot withstand others' willingness, and it is a simple and effective solution. The king of Jinshu had no expression on his face and kept raising his elbows to the back, and raindrops fell on Han Xiao's abdomen, and shock waves exploded between the two. Part of the roots of the World Tree, surrounded by the surrounding fleets, blocked the fire, and part of them hit the two of them, trying to pull Han Xiao off the king of Jinshu. In terms of power attributes, the king of Shu is even stronger. Han Xiao could not lock the other party, but just before the king of Shu is about to break free, mechanical structures quickly spread along the contact between Han Xiao and Shu King, turning into a set of royal armor, wrapping up the king of Shu King. Eat my move and fly together. Han Xiao's mechanical force flashed, and the figures of the two disappeared from the spot. Saw. The next moment, the two appeared out of thin air in a strange blank area in the rear formation of the three major civilizations, as if the fleet had deliberately left it out early. Just as the two of them appeared, the fleet that had been prepared around activated the surrounding protective cover devices, quickly forming a spherical barrier, including the area, and then evacuated immediately. The king of Jinshu frowned and finally broke free from Han Xiao's arms. He pulled Han Xiao out with one leg. He turned around and glanced at the surrounding environment and found that there were hundreds of strange-shaped mechanical devices floating in this area. At the same moment he was observing, hundreds of mechanical devices suddenly lit up, as if hundreds of wormhole channels were opened, and the inside of the channel was filled with dazzling light, emitting heart-wrenching energy fluctuations. Han Xiao stopped flying backwards and narrowed his eyes. Hundreds of improved versions of the keys of destruction are enough for you and me to have a drink. Long before the war began, Han Xiao specially instructed the three major civilizations to arrange this type of trap and place the throne in the trap. Before the war, the three major civilizations arranged many similar traps and tried to form combination techniques in combination with the mechanisms of different universe treasures. At present, this trap is one example, and it is also the plan proposed by Han Xiao, using the teleportation of the Imperial Mecha and the lethality of the Key of Destruction to form a killing area. Advanced version, go to the underworld together. Buzz. The next moment, light that could blind people's eyes gushed out from hundreds of passages, instantly filling the area and submerging the figures of the two. A cruel person. Many Super A-level battles are currently in the fierce battle, and they can't help but pay attention to the situation on Han Xiao. They were also aware of the trap area composed of hundreds of keys of destruction. Looking at the violently expanding light, they couldn't help but feel sweat for Han Xiao. Black Stars both sides are famous for playing, but the power of hundreds of destruction keys is not comparable to that of the Mechanical Legion. Not to mention being bound in a small area, its power is highly concentrated, and its explosive power is even more terrifying. Not only are they cruel to the enemy, but they're just as cruel to themselves. Everyone only thinks that Black Star's methods are too crazy and are not afraid of blowing themselves to death. Various thoughts flashed through everyone's minds, but before the explosion could reach its peak, the protective cover that surrounded this area of the decisive area suddenly exploded with large cracks. Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of world trees emerged from the roots, while madly digesting the power of the explosion, slamming the shield from the inside. Then a green meteor suddenly hit the cracks in the shield. Click! The shield vibrated and opened a gap. The charred Tree King rolled out. The next moment, Han Xiao's figure also chased the King of Town Tree, flying out and tried to fight, but was pulled out like a baseball player by the angry World Tree Root. At the same time as the protective cover was broken by the Tree King, the power of the Key of Destruction increased from the inside to break through the shield, and the chain reaction energy ball in the area was out of control and expanded rapidly. Fortunately, the three civilized fleets had already reserved a large blank area around the trap, which was to prevent this situation. The nearest fleet had plenty of time to retreat and launched long-range artillery bombardment on the King of Jinshu. The King of Jinshu didn't care about anything else, gathered the roots of the World Tree, and turned into a protective posture. Then he hurriedly fled to the distance, avoiding the expanding energy ball behind him, for fear of being swallowed up again. Han Xiao stopped and continued to chase the King of Jinshu. While staying away from the energy ball, the two of them flipped and rolled and fought. Suddenly, a strong light flashed, and the expanded energy ball exploded completely. The shock wave shot towards all directions, hitting the two of them on the back. The huge impact force threw the two of them out, which was much faster than the normal flight speed. After rolling for countless rounds, Han Xiao barely stopped his body, and there was no pain in his body. He was covered in charred injuries. Obviously, he was seriously injured. On the other hand, the King of Shuzhen, who fell not far away, looked almost embarrassed, as if he had a layer of skin. Run fast enough. Han Xiao's veins pounded, his hands and feet moved, scorch marks fell one by one, his injuries gradually recovered, and his plunging health slowly rebounded. The King of Shuzhen was not a dead person. He was foolishly staying in the trap and ate damage. In the critical moment, he also exploded with all his strength, smashing the blockade shield and escaping the explosion area. Han Xiao originally stayed to hold down the King of Town Trees, but after the other party broke free from his successful locking skills at the beginning, he no longer gave him a chance. Han Xiao teleported by the Emperor, which naturally removed the mechanical god form. The arrival of the mechanical god was not instantaneous. There was not enough time in a hurry. But relying solely on the attributes of the original body, the martial artists at the level of the King of Shu could not control the Shu and were hit by the other party. The prerequisite for the tactic of going to Huangquan together is to control the enemy, and the target will not be obediently in the fire-raising area. The King of Town Trees runs fast, and the roots of the World Tree are protected. They escape before the key to destruction completely explodes. They do not eat a lot of damage, and even Han Xiao can only chase them out. However, this wave of power was too terrifying. Even if the King of Shun Chu escaped in time, he was still severely injured. His body was covered with scars. The roots of dozens of world trees suffered the most damage and also shrank. The power of the flowing world trees was severely consumed. The color was dim, weak, and as if they were wilted. King Jinshu looked down at the heavy injury without any emotion, and his tone was calm. A good attempt. I didn't expect you to be so risky and have the courage. He looked up at Han Xiao's injury again, and a trace of regret flashed in King Jinshu's eyes. I was sloppy. If I had known that the other party was so risky, I shouldn't have escaped just now. It would be better to use the trick and pull this foreigner to die together and get rid of this dangerous opponent. The idea of the World Tree members is different from that of ordinary people. King Jinshu did not have the pleasure of escaping from death, but felt sorry and felt that he had missed an excellent opportunity to do easy. It's a pity that the recovery abilities did not kill. King Jinshu shook his head secretly. This foreigner clearly has the advantage in strength, but he still uses dangerous moves. His intention is very clear, but he knows that he will not be able to take him for a while and is unwilling to fight for too long. So he tries to solve the halo of the entire army he brought as soon as possible and reduces the damage to the war. The king of Jinshu knows this very well, but even if he did it again, he would still raid the recovery psychic. The other party took the initiative to seduce it with his weakness, which was worth a try. As long as the opponent could lose his nanny forever, all the advanced combat powers, including him, were worth it. All kinds of thoughts flashed in an instant, and King Jinshu did not stop. He turned around and ran away in the other direction, not indulging in the battle at all. Trained by the opponent to the enemy's large forces, surrounded by numerous encirclements, how can we fight here be good? The most urgent task is to extend your survival time. Only by escaping back to your own fleet for protection and receiving support can we escape from danger and continue to provide the halo of the entire army. Run again. Seeing this, Han Xiao gritted his teeth and immediately chased after him. On the way, he quickly returned to the mechanical god form. The sword light was fierce, and the two of them rolled in and fought into a group, fighting and moving. Martial arts are not scary. Just fear that martial arts are not strong. Anyone who is a little bit arrogant or a little bit reckless will not be so difficult to deal with. Boom, 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 boom. The three civilized warships around were not idle either, providing massive firepower support. The continuous light cannons rushed towards the dozens of world tree roots extended from all directions, exploding fireworks all over the sky. Han Xiao was unwilling to fall alone into the enemy's large forces, and the king of Jinshu did not dare to do so. The army of this size was enough to cause life danger to individual power. The concentration of fire not only caused fragments of the roots of the world tree to splash everywhere, but also kept the king of Jinshu to make it difficult to move forward. Besides, King Jinshu was seriously injured and his condition declined sharply. Although his recovery was also good, under the entanglement of Han Xiao and countless fleets, King Jinshu's injuries showed no sign of improvement, and he was in a vicious cycle. Other world tree powerhouses and many fleets wanted to rush over to help, but were all stopped by the three major civilized troops on various local battlefields. The two sides fought fiercely and their eyes were red. Brush. The blazing red, cracked light passed by, breaking the roots of the two almost withered world trees. The king of Jinshu, who was protected by the roots, could not dodge and half of his foot was cut off. The texture of the broken mouth was like broken wood, slowly twisting and growing, as if he was about to grow the soles of his foot again. It seems that this is my burial place. King Jinshu observed the encirclement and his brows frowned. He tried to break through for a long time, but he was still trapped in the three major civilized forces, endured the siege of storms, and most of the roots of the world tree summoned after his transformation were cut off. His physical condition gradually reached the end of his strength and was no longer able to compete with Han Xiao's offensive head-on. The combat power of the king of Jinshu liberated the power of the world tree can actually last longer, but the tactics of going to Huangquan worked and laid the foundation for victory. If this wave hadn't caused him to be seriously injured, the king of Jinshu would not have been beaten so quickly that he would not have the power to fight back. At this time, the space buzzed and vibrated, the mechanical god's palms rotated, and various force fields enveloped the king of Shu, trying to imprison it in midair. The king of Jinshu's face tightened, and his martial arts aura that had weakened a lot. He broke free with force and narrowed his eyes. "Do you want to capture me alive?" After hearing this, Han Xiao did not respond and continued to increase the intensity of the force field. At present, the world tree has hit the door of the house, and its rough coordinates have been exposed. You can use space-time amber with confidence to try to seal the world tree powerhouse to see if it can curb the world tree's resurrection ability. But the only problem is that the world tree powerhouse will not accept the seal obediently. Aware of Han Xiao's intention, King Jinshu looked calm and resisted the constraints of the force field, and slowly said, "Your resistance is futile. We will invade your civilization sooner or later. This time we have failed, and there are countless times. You cannot stop the iron hoof of the world tree forever. I am waiting to fight you next time." As soon as he finished speaking, before Han Xiao could react, King Zhen Shu's body suddenly burst out with a strong light and exploded without hesitation. Bang! A violent shock wave swept through, stirring up a large arc of electric arcs on the shield of the mechanical god. The roots of the remaining world trees in the field also collapsed one after another, turning into light chips and dissipating, as if they had never existed. The world tree has been fighting in the universe for many years, and has encountered civilizations who want to capture their advanced combat power more than once. The idea is basically the same. I believe that capturing the world tree strongman alive and not killing them will curb the resurrection of the world tree and thus reduce the capital of the other party's war of attrition. This situation is not new to the world tree strongman at all. Although the king of town tree did not know what kind of means to capture the enemy this time, there was no need for him to take this risk. Seeing that the situation was wrong and he could not escape, he simply exploded himself and did not give him chance. In this regard, the members of the world tree have too much experience, unless the gap in strength is too large or forced. The members of the world tree rarely let themselves enter a dying state at the mercy of others. When they are weak, they will consider self-destruction and actively return to the embrace of the mother tree. What a tricky enemy. The Tree King is really hard to deal with. Han Xiao's eyes twitched, and he tickled. Time and space amber generation takes time, and the other party flaunts himself and does not allow himself to be imprisoned. He has no choice but to deal with the king of Shu, who has similar strengths. Although he has the advantage, he still cannot pinch the other party flat and round it. The opponents in the past were normal people. They either completely lost their combat power and could not move, or they would rather be sealed and die in battle. No one would easily give up their lives in self-destruction, so Spacetime Amber succeeded many times. But World Tree has completely different ideas. She likes do easy tactics and trades life for life. Self-destruction is common for them. Do you control me? Then I'll die for you. This is very tricky. In the previous life, although the amber of time and space was taken away by the World Tree powerful man, the three major civilizations did not give up capturing the other party's advanced combat power alive, but most of them ended in failure. The biggest obstacle was the mentality of the World Tree powerful man's decisive self-destruction. No matter what, the Tree King has been resurrected for a long time. At least the halo of the entire army was lifted. Han Xiao calmed down and turned to look at the battle situation. As soon as the Tree Town King died, the green light on all the members of the World Tree dimmed again, losing the aura increase. The pressure of the three civilized troops instantly decreased, and they finally returned to normal landing. I can't do anything to get the King of Trees, but the gap between ordinary Super A level and me is too big, so I may have the chance to seal a few. Han Xiao moved his eyes and looked at the other World Tree powerhouses fighting, with his eyes flashing. At the same time, the World Tree territory and the Tree Palace. The King of Hearts slowly opened his eyes, looked at the several executives who had not participated in the expedition, and said lightly, "The King of Jinshu has sacrificed himself and has turned into a seed." Hearing this, several executives present looked dark. Although this result was expected when he went to war, the few people were still surprised when it actually happened. After all, the Tree King represents their top combat power, and the meaning of death in battle is extraordinary. At this time, the King of Heart Tree stood up from the throne, summoned a root, stepped on it, ready to teleport. "Don't you continue watching the game?" an executive asked. "The battle situation has been decided. This strong attack seems to have failed. The effect of DEZ is limited, but has tested the enemy's large number of trump cards and the very critical recovery abilities. It has gained enough." "I understand. Then where are you going now?" Hearing this, the King of Heart Tree glanced at the few people and shook his head and smiled. "I'll go and water the King of Trees to let him grow taller." "Beautiful job." Bang! Seeing the King of Town Trees explode into fireworks, Simon suppressed his excitement and smashed the table lightly or hard. Black Star is still reliable. It eliminates the enemy's key points and stabilizes the situation. The sudden loss of the halo of the entire army and the World Tree Troops advancement during the amplification period put a large number of fleets in a bad situation at this moment. Seeing the opportunity, Simon quickly calculated for a few seconds and spoke decisively in the command channel. All units should pay attention to it. Press the whole line. When the three major civilizations on various local battlefields received the news, they immediately took action and fought in concert, gradually suppressing the enemy fleet, and the artillery fire was very fierce. On the other side, many World Tree powerhouses were slightly upset when they saw the King of Town Trees die in battle. Due to the loss of the aura increase, their combat power increased and decreased. The advantages they had gained before were quickly regained by the super A level of the three major civilizations. Without the constraints of the King of Trees, Han Xiao returned to the battle situation where many super A level players were and attacked other World Tree powerhouses, like a tiger entering a pack of wolves, quickly bringing an overwhelming victory. Han Xiao's goal was to use Space-Time Amber to seal the World Tree powerhouse, but it was not so smooth. Before the Tree Town King used the spiritual network to inform all the World Tree's advanced combat powers present. When the World Tree powerhouse felt that he could not support it, he brazenly exploded and was extremely decisive. Even though the World Tree knew that the opponent might be the hometown of a foreigner, it would naturally not make low-level mistakes. It never sent foreign powerhouses to the war, but was still guarding against virtual purification that they had not yet studied clearly. However, even so, Han Xiao had the advantage in strength and tried many times, but he still successfully sealed the target. Before the opponent exploded, he used thunder to beat him to death and swallowed him into amber. But this led to the self-destruction behavior of other World Tree powerhouses becoming more decisive, and several people even held a super A-level self-destruction, trying to kill the opponent. As soon as the king of Jinshu died, the balance of advanced combat power completely fell to one of the three major civilizations, and balls of self-destructive fire lit up in the battlefield. Not long after, the last Holy Tree envoy also exploded and died. Many super A-level evacuated from the battlefield, returned to the rear formation of the three major civilizations, stepped into the command ship, and almost everyone was injured. Simon greeted him, exhaled, looking respectful. "Thank you all, please rest first, but the mechanic still needs to provide some technical support." "Okay." Han Xiao nodded. This battle continues, but the work of the main fleet is followed, and their advanced combat power tasks have basically been completed. Simon continued, "Thanks to everyone this time, we won a great victory at the advanced combat power level, killing hundreds of super A-level players in the world, and making great contributions. We will officially talk about this after the war." After saying that, he turned around and returned to the podium, continued to control the situation, and could not get rid of it for the time being. Many super A-level look at each other and remain silent. Because of Aurora and Black Star, they only paid the price of 6 super A-level players to wipe out hundreds of super A-level players in the world. For the perspective of the battle-loss ratio, they did win a great victory. However, life is not a number. When I think of these 6 companions chatting and fucking together not long ago, many super A-level people feel sad. This time someone sacrificed, but the World Tree will always make a comeback. Will it be me who die next time? Similar thoughts emerged in everyone's minds. Although he hopes for the recovery of Han Xiao's sanctuary, no one dares to promise it when it is his turn. Many people are filled with emotions and are full of concerns about uncertainty in the future. Han Xiao looked back, took all the expressions of everyone, and said, "Aurora, you did a good job this time. If it weren't for you, our war losses might have reached more than half." Hearing this, everyone turned to look at Aurora, and most of them had a look of gratitude flashed in their eyes. Anyway, most of the people present were saved by Aurora more than once today and owe a favor. "I just did my duty." Aurora took a breath and imitated Han Xiao's modesty as he did. Her face was quite pale. This high-intensity battle squeezed her life energy too hard, and her breasts were almost squeezed out. Hela, who was standing beside her, felt a little distressed, but there was no expression on her face. Han Xiao patted Aurora on the shoulder, looked at everyone, and said, "This battle will take at least several days. Everyone is injured, so go and take a rest first." Hearing this, everyone did not refuse and left with their own hearts. Only many important members of the direct lineage, including Manison, Suai, and other associations, stayed here. Manison looked at the 4 space-time ambers beside him, with 4 world tree powerhouses sealed inside. "What are you going to do with these 4 people? Seal it first and store it in the interception circle. I will leave the throne here for supervision." Han Xiao pondered. He successfully tried to use space-time amber 4 times. Relying on the huge gap in strength, he strongly controlled the target, and then sealed it with space-time amber. Therefore, the advanced combat power of the 4 world trees I caught were all ordinary Super A level, and there were dozens of similar failure cases, which are 4 rare success cases. The executive officer, 13th ancestor, and military leader of the world tree themselves have outstanding strengths and are very tricky. They exploded too decisively and could not catch them at all. The 6 Super A-level people who died in the battle were mainly killed by the self-destruction tactics of the World Tree. The deceased were relatively ordinary or crispy Super A-level people who died suddenly on the spot, and Aurora was unable to rescue them. Although the advanced combat power won the battle, Han Xiao also fully felt the difficulty of the World Tree powerhouse. It was not just strength, but the synchronized spiritual network and the mentality of not fearing death were the most troublesome places. Even though he has many advantages now, the battle-hardened World Tree is still not easy to deal with. He has the means, and others have various countermeasures. Although space-time amber has proved its characteristics, we must also prevent the World Tree from cracking its principles. What we cannot do may not be able to do. Manison nodded. He did not dare to arrogantly be sure that the World Tree could not crack space-time amber, which was unknown to him. Han Xiao didn't say anything, turned his head and looked at Hela, winking. Seeing this, Hela nodded slightly. This is a secret code between the two. Seeing Hela's performance, Han Xiao knew that Hela had been using the underworld to store the souls of the fallen soldiers, and should have gained a lot, but now is not the time to check it out. World Tree. Han Xiao turned around and looked at the battle situation that was still fierce, with an inexplicable light flashing in his eyes. Our high-level combat power won a great victory. Only 6 people died, and Black Star also captured 4 prisoners alive with time and space amber. In the joint conference room of the 3 major civilizations, 3 leaders were receiving frontline battle reports in real time and discussing in a low voice from time to time. Black Star is still as strong as ever. Fortunately, with the help of the association, otherwise the direct line could not cope with so many enemies. Lewis shook his head. Only 6 people died in battle, and the record was better than I expected. Bruce breathed. Their next wave of offensive collapsed, and their next wave should not be coming so soon, and we have gained more time. Sulink Sekt nodded. Although the 3 of them have potential intentions to lose money to the association, they are still united in the same hatred of the enemy and are also happy to see that their own side's war losses are very low. But Hellas Underworld is taking in the souls of our soldiers, which is a problem. Lewis spoke in a deep voice. It's not the time to care about these things now. Bruce lowered his voice. The existence of the Underworld is no longer a secret. The 3 major civilizations had already known before the war. Although Hela knew that he might suck away the soldiers and talents they died in the war, in his current situation, he had to turn a blind eye. Although this is suspected of poaching, a large number of soldiers would have died in battle, but they still have a chance to recover after entering the underworld, which is equivalent to reducing the loss of their own war capital. Now, it is a special situation, and the 3 major civilizations can only acquiesce. The 3 of them were also worried that Hela would use the underworld to take away the Super A-level people who died in battle. But at present, few Super A-level people are willing to become heroes who are not free, and most of them choose to believe that the sanctuary will be revived. But no matter what, this is a hidden danger, but now is not the time to worry about it. Coping with the world-building civilization is the main contradiction, and the leaders of the three major civilizations have no choice. The fleets of both sides fought for 6 or 7 days, and the front line was already very long. Reinforcements from the three major civilizations are endless, and the super-level groups that have been recuperating have taken collective attacks from time to time, causing the battle situation to gradually turn to the three major civilizations and slowly turn from advantage to a victory. The World Tree Expeditionary Force was eroded by batches. When the situation was not good, it changed its tactics, no longer attacked head-on, and acted dispersed, trying to create loopholes in the interceptor network and drill through the defense line with its huge number. At this stage of the war, the world has been declared a failure. For the three major civilizations, there's only the mess left to clean up. Although he used a lower battle to defeat the powerful enemy and won a victory, the senior officer could not be happy, and the dark clouds of the World Tree Resurrection were shrouded in his heart. However, no matter how heavy the mood is, many officers still have to cheer up and command the troops to clean up the mess. Seeing that the war situation was settled, the three major civilizations finally passed the frontline war reports back to the interstellar community, promoting this victory and boosting the hearts of the people. The three major civilizations are not a secret to resisting the first wave of foreign invasions in the interception circle. They have been made known to the interstellar community when mobilizing local armies and various civilized armed forces. Because this battle was not live broadcast, no intelligence was sent back. After many days of fermentation, countless interstellar citizens who had visited the central region of the universe were worried all day long, fearing that they would see the news of the defeat of the three major civilizations when they woke up the next day. In the panic atmosphere of the entire interstellar society, the three major civilized foreign affairs departments, which had been silent for many days, finally reported the results of the front line to the interstellar society and declared this great victory. The three major civilizations claimed that the foreign enemy's offensive had been repelled and put in more detailed battle reports, revealing the battle loss ratio of multiple troops. The most eye-catching one was the results of the advanced combat power level. At the cost of just 6 people, they killed hundreds of enemies with super A-level people. The results made countless people lit up, and they were secretly surprised. You should know that although the three major civilizations have won the battle, they have also lost a fleet of tens of billions. Even so, it is a commendable victory. The loss is far lower than the enemy, but the combat losses at the level A level are several times better. They're the troops with the lowest loss rate and stand out. The successful annihilation of the expeditionary army of foreign enemies has greatly boosted the people's hearts. Most of the fearful interstellar people breathed a sigh of relief. The panic and fear entrenched in their hearts gradually faded, full of excitement, and cheered. The public opinion, which was originally filled with various concerns and panic, changed unanimously and became a trend of praising the three major civilizations, as if there were loyal and hardcore supporters everywhere overnight. The amazing record of the Super A-level group is naturally a hot topic discussed by ordinary people and has been almost unanimously praised. Many interstellar citizens praised their individual power for being quite reliable, such as forgetting that they had criticized the association's hatred speech. The association seemed to have changed from an opposition class who abuses privileges at will to a trusted guardian of the interstellar society, and their image changed by 180 degrees. During the internal struggle, many interstellar citizens disliked the Super A-level group and never stopped provoking. When facing a great victory for foreign enemies, interstellar citizens were proud of their excellent advanced combat power. The long-term resentment and hatred seemed to have been selected, and their attitude changed very smoothly. Of course, there are also groups with deep resentment, but they are shrunk now, dare not make the usual remarks, shrink their necks, and feel at ease to accept protection. At the moment, the foreign enemy has not retreated, so they dare not put down their chopsticks and curse. However, For most interstellar citizens, when danger comes, they will shine their flags and shout for whom when danger comes, and the unanimous external emotions temporarily suppress internal class contradictions. A big victory. Dilron disagreed. The huge virtual screen plays the news reports of the three major civilizations. In the room are the resurgents who joined the association with different expressions. Due to previous differences, many revivers did not respond to the call and did not participate in this battle. They all stayed in the explored universe. They did not know how fierce the war on the front line was, so they could only watch the war reports through the news. 6 people died in exchange for hundreds of casualties. This is normal and impossible. It seems that Aurora's ability has reduced the war losses to very low. Bigel nodded. Even if the war loss is low, the 6 people who died in battle will always be dead, and they are members of the association. They just believed the Black Star's nonsense and lost their lives. They deserve it. Dilron curled his lips. Everyone shook their heads and said nothing. How can one not die in such a war of intensity? Super A-level sacrifice is inevitable, but emotionally speaking, everyone still feels regretful. Don't say that. They died against foreign enemies at least. Besides, with the revival of the Black Star Sanctuary, they can still be reborn. Bigel sighed. So what about the revival of the Sanctuary? Just one chance? They were wasted foolishly. When they came back to life, they would sooner or later become the same idea as us. Dilron despised. Bigel could not refute, but shook his head helplessly and said, "Isn't there still the underworld as the final guarantee? Go. Do you like to lose your freedom? I even suspect that Black Star instigated us to join the war. Another goal is to let us die in the battle and enter the underworld, indirectly enrich his power." "Hump, a bad guy," Dilron said with a tongue. "Black Star should not be such a person." Bigel shook his head. "Are you very familiar with him? Can you guarantee what they think?" Dilron said impatiently. "Were you standing on? You like to talk to Black Star so much, why don't you roll behind his butt? You just keep on any shit. What are you talking about? And Black Star doesn't need to shit." Bagel's mouth twitched, and he was not angry. He was no longer surprised by Dilron's foul. Dilron withdrew his gaze and snorted. "This is just the first wave of offensives. The enemy will invade again, and there will be more super-level deaths. If we participate in the war, we will end up like this sooner or later. We finally get a new life, and I'm not willing to work hard for the 3 major civilizations. Did you make up your mind to sit back and watch the foreign enemy invade?" Bigel frowned. I won't wade into this muddy water. If the 3 civilizations can win, I will stay. If I can't win, the universe will be great. My elves and holy kingdom will be gone, and the princesses will be divided up. What can I have to nostalgic for?" Dilron clenched his nose. Okay, you're amazing." Bigel was speechless, shook his head and walked out of the room, hesitated for a moment, took out the communicator, and dialed the number of the person who took the oath. Within a few seconds, the communication was connected, and the oath-raising person's face appeared on the screen. "What's the matter?" Bigel hesitated for a moment and said, "I want to ask you about the call of Black Star." He was actually a little confused. After all, Dilron is not unreasonable. For the resurrected person, it is still a choice to keep his body alone. But Bigel was still unsure of his mind, so he wanted to ask the oath person's opinion. The oath person's persistence over the years has been respected by all the revivers. After all, he was a like-minded companion and an old friend of many years. He was very important in his heart and was far more trustworthy than Black Star. The swearing man also knew that the resurrected person did not respond to Han Xiao's call. He understood what Bigir was asking, pondered for a moment, and said slowly, "I suggest you join the war and do your best." Seeing that Bigir did not speak, the swearing man continued, "I know you are worried about risks, but Black Star has its own plan, not treating you as victims. The underworld is not all trump cards. He has prepared other retreats for you, and you have a misunderstanding. The compromise of the 3 major civilizations does not mean that the battle over the superclass A is over. Black Star is still working for this goal. Foreign enemies are an opportunity. I don't understand very much. Bai Gear frowned. It's not convenient for me to explain this matter too clearly. If you're willing to believe me, I will give you a piece of advice. Don't be afraid of death. The black bear always has a way to open your eyes again. The swearing man shook his head. Without Black Star's approval, he was not convenient to reveal the unlimited truth about the revival of the sanctuary. Moreover, it was suspicious to say it, and facts were more eloquent than words. The swearing man heard Han Xiao's plan and knew that Black Star needed a resurrection person who dared to die in battle as a model. If the resurrection person did not participate in the war, Black Star would lack the material to show the truth about the resurrection of the sanctuary. But it is not suitable to let the resurrected person die. After all, even if the sanctuary is revived, its strength will decline after rebirth. Few people are willing to do so. People's hearts are always changeable, so they have to instigate them to join the war. Anyway, as long as they go to the front line, the swearing person believes that the Black Star's operation will definitely play the resurrected person. I'll think about it. Vigel hung up the communication, thought about the swearing man's hint, pondered for a while before making up his mind. The suggestion of the oath must be a reason. It is better to go to the front line to take a look. Even if you participate in the battle, Rora will be on the battlefield, so the danger should not be that high. In the large conference room of the main base of the Interceptor Circle, many Super A-level players gathered together, and there were remote projections of Simon and other commanders and leaders of the three major civilizations sitting on the conference table. After many days of competition, this group of World Tree Expedition teams has been defeated, and the three major civilizations have only the final work left. The three leaders came over to reward these Super A-level meritorious officials. The direct line Super A-level will also have internal rewards, and the rewards of many association members are different. They are basically direct material rewards. This is an agreement that Han Xiao and the three major civilizations have negotiated early. The association will not provide advanced combat power for free. You are all credited, according to the agreement negotiated by His Excellency He Xing, and we will pay enough compensation. These are the predetermined resource list. Marbruce called out the virtual screen and clicked on a list interface, which showed various exchangeable items and presented them to everyone present. Han Xiao took a look and nodded slightly. Many of the projects here are strategic resources that are not normally open to the public. This time, the exchange channels have been opened, and there is no hiding them. This form is basically the same as the player's behavior of using the faction contribution to the equipment, except that the difference is that there are many panels that do not show the contribution level. At this time, Lewis pondered and said, "In order to show sincerity, you can choose different universe treasures in our inventory as rewards according to your respective achievements, and the same will be true in the future." Hearing this, many Super A-level eyes lit up and joy flashed. Many people don't even have a cosmic treasure, but now they have a channel to exchange it, and they're suddenly surprised. Even those who own cosmic treasures don't mind the more equipment they have in their hands. "Oh, I've invested a lot." Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. At least one item is available for Super A-level battle, not a small number, and every battle will be provided for qualifications. Even if there are many universe treasures in stock in the three major civilizations, they cannot withstand such artificiality. After all, you can choose the Super A-level, and you must start with the best. But after thinking about it, Han Xiao understood the small abacus of the three major civilizations. Anyway, every battle would be used to allocate cosmic treasures to the participants, so he would simply give the right to the extent that he could also inspire Super A-level battles. After all, if the Super A-level is gone, it would be meaningless to keep some individual cosmic treasures. The other three civilizations may have a small idea, which is to use heavy rewards to attract the resurgence of the association to participate in the battle. Once they stick out there, but Han Xiao knew what shape of poop they were holding. But there is no need to stop it. Han Xiao was happy that the three major civilizations would bleed. It was impossible to ask other super level refusal to refuse this reward, which would be too unpopular. Everyone was ready to pick the treasures of their favorite universe on the list. However, There are also a few super A-level choices surrounded Aurora and showed a kind smile. This time we owe you a favor. Do you have any cosmic treasures you want? I can choose for you. Aurora was stunned and waved her hands repeatedly. There's no need for this. Don't be humble. This is what you deserve. Milazau's magic power transformed into a loving smile. As a huge living target, both the enemy's hit rate and the hit rate of his own nurse were very high for him. The one who was happiest by Aurora this time was him. I really don't have any demand. Aurora was helpless. This is the truth. With a perverted treasure like Netherworld and a boss who wholesales universe treasures, what other bicycle do you need? She really doesn't need the universe treasures of the three major civilizations. The super A level around him glanced at him enviously, and he could understand this approach. After all, this battle has proved that it is the most important thing for nurses to survive on the battlefield. Some super A levels would rather give up the opportunity to exchange for the treasures of the universe than please Aurora. What's more, this nurse has limited breast strength. If she doesn't have a good relationship with her, the milk she accepts after a fight is probably not as good as others. Han Xiao glanced at Aurora, who was surrounded by stars, and his mouth twitched. Tiske, it turns out that this is just a mother who has breasts. After complaining in his heart, Han Xiao withdrew his gaze and looked at the list casually, without any psychological fluctuations. He now has a deep foundation and does not care much about the universe treasures provided by the three major civilizations. His mind is already drifting away. The main branch mission of this battle has been settled. Although it is a drop in the bucket for him, by the player's standards, the experience rewards this time are very generous. Countless Legion players have gained a lot of experience, which is the greatest benefit for him. Players can spend more experience elsewhere as soon as possible to improve their experience acquisition speed. Han Xiao's eyes flashed, and he thought in his heart, this time I repelled the enemy, and a large number of high-level combat powers need time to be resurrected. With me here, I guess the World Tree would not dare to send foreign powers here, so their next wave of offensives would not come so soon. Should I take this opportunity to go to the Sanctuary? The time flow rate of the Sanctuary is different from the main universe. It took 3 months to enter the third Sanctuary last time. Even if I have higher authority in the first Sanctuary, it is estimated that it will take a lot of time. Taking advantage of the World Tree not launching an invasion, it is a chance to enter the Sanctuary, and there is a high probability that I will not miss anything. Han Xiao planned to enter the Sanctuary this time. Naturally not just to resurrect the 6 victims, but there are still many super A-level waiting to be resurrected in history, such as the 3 major civilizations and the direct descendants of the Superstar Group Alliance. These are all agreed transactions. When the World Tree resurrects the Advanced Combat Power Unit, he also has to expand the scale of Strong. It's a pity that the Revivers did not participate in this war. Otherwise, they would be able to reveal the truth about the revival of the Sanctuary. But it's okay not to be exposed now. The war is still in its early stages. If it is exposed too early, it may cause other ideas to the 3 major civilizations to have other ideas. When the 2 sides fight so hard that they can't separate their energy, it may be the best time to expose. Han Xiao changed his mind. However, you still have to monitor it with the Son of Destiny first and confirm that the World Tree has no further action in the short term, so that you can enter the Sanctuary with confidence. On the other side, the world builds the territory of civilization and the palace of the king. The 4 advanced combat forces were captured alive, their spiritual network was disconnected, and although the World Tree connection still existed, they could not monitor their status. Executive Erie's expressionless face reported the situation of the 4 World Tree powerhouses blocked by Amber. The King of Heart Tree squinted his eyes, revealing a look of interest. Interesting. Does the enemy have this level of live capture? It's not simple. Maybe it's a special item of the wonders of the universe. Can it track the direction? Okay, the connection power of the Mother Tree is still transmitted to the individual, but it is isolated from unknown things and cannot penetrate it. It is impossible to perceive the situation of the 4 people. Following the interrupted information trajectory, it can confirm that the coordinates of the 4 people are near the battlefield of this expeditionary army. Well, try to take the back next time to see what they have been captured alive and throw them into the mother tree for analysis. The King of Heart tree waved his hand. When will the next action start? The executive asked. Don't worry, the opponent's recovery abilities are very difficult, which leads to the effect of do easy this time. However, even if the results are few, it is do easy. The enemy has permanently lost several advanced combat powers, so we still have the advantage. The King of Heart tree stroked the handrail, paused, and continued. Let's wait for our advanced combat power to resurrect. Now plan for how to get rid of the recovery abilities. If do easy is not good, then don't bother me. Just launch the general attack. As long as you enter their territory, the mother tree can eat it happily. Not long after, many super A-level selections of their favorite rewards, the 3 major civilizations encouraged them again before ending this meeting on rewards on merit. The group of mermaids walked out of the room and returned to the exclusive activity room. At this time, Han Xiao patted his hands twice, attracting everyone's attention. Everyone announced something. I may revive the sanctuary in the near future and bring back the 6 super A-level people who died in battle this time. Everyone was stunned and immediately became excited. So quickly, Saori blinked, a little surprised. He was a person who knew the details of the sanctuary and knew that it was not easy to open the sanctuary. He always thought that Han Xiao would wait until there were too many dead people and then pull them back in one breath. This was more cost-effective. Now that he only died, he used the sanctuary to revive it, which was a bit beyond his expectations. It's okay, this isn't the plan. Han Xiao waved his hand. This high-intensity battle made many super A-level people feel uneasy. Now, using the sanctuary to bring back the victims can boost morale. After all, although the historical super A-level people are amazing, it is better to let everyone witness the rebirth of the dead in battle. At the same time, this is also an opportunity to show your attitude. The impatient resurrection of the victims can make most people feel relieved and empathize with it and believe that they can also receive the same treatment. After all, other super A-level people don't know the price of the sanctuary's recovery. The more relaxed Han Xiao acted, the less concerned and the more confidence they gave them. I think those 6 guys don't want to be resurrected so soon. Maybe they will die again next time. Why don't they sleep for a while? Sun Hunter murmured in a low voice. Han Xiao turned his head and glanced at him, and the Sun Hunter immediately stopped his mouth. Hearing this, many super A-level faces became strange. In the eyes of everyone, the sanctuary is only a chance to recover and live early and die quickly. If it can avoid some battles during death, it is the best for individuals, but from the perspective of others, I hope that the victims will come back quickly to share the pressure, and I don't know what to say for a while. There were also some super A-level people who couldn't help but look at Hyla. If Black Star hadn't been acting very reliable, they even thought Black Star was anxious to resurrect the dead, and they wanted to quickly pull these people who had used the sanctuary to enrich the underworld. Han Xiao took the expressions of everyone into his eyes and naturally guessed the inner activities of these people, saying, "Anyway, the matter is settled." This trip is not only the victims of resurrection, but also plans to revive some historical powers, expand the scale of advanced combat power, and share more pressure for everyone. So that's the case. That's really good. Everyone immediately understood and nodded in agreement. Beep, beep, beep. At this moment, Han Xiao's communicator rang out. He took it out and saw that it was by Gear's call. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows and answered the communication. Vagel, were you looking for me? Vagel, my resurgence, and I decided to go to the front line to meet you and respond to your call to participate in the war. Vagel straight to the point and spoke solemnly. Hey, why is it so sudden? Han Xiao was slightly stunned. Many super A-level people around stopped talking and pricked their ears to listen. Because of the differences, the resurrected people did not come to join the war and sat on the front line to fight the enemy. Although everyone did not say it, They naturally had a lot of opinions about the resurrected people's group, and even if they understood the mentality of the resurrected people, they were still dissatisfied. Although Black Star said that those who were waiting for the recovery changed their minds, in everyone's opinion, the chances of the recovery responding to the call are too low, so everyone is very curious about why Baijel suddenly changed his attitude. Could it be that the rewards of the three major civilizations attracted them? It shouldn't be true. I haven't seen any good things about these resurgents, and they just got the reward and the news has not been transmitted back. Could it be that this great victory and extremely low battle losses gave the recovery his confidence? Well, I recently considered it. Since we are companions of the A-level United Front, we still need to advance and retreat together. We can't just watch you fight desperately. And Black Star, you are right. We are all born in this sea of stars. Before we abandon our hometown, I decided to do my best. Han Xiao was skeptical. These words sounded righteous, but he didn't believe in this, and he didn't think these elderly people would suddenly get excited. Could it be that the swearing person hinted him? Han Xiao's thoughts turned, and a look of relief appeared on his face, and said with a smile, "You made the right choice. I said that no matter whenever you change your mind, you're welcome to fight side by side with us." It's great that you can think so. Sui smiled. Everyone also expressed their welcome. With Bagel's statement, the dissatisfaction with the resurgence at the Super A-level audience disappeared a lot, and they felt much more pleasing to them. At this time, Han Xiao's eyes rolled and he asked, "By the way, whether Dylan comes or not, did he say anything?" "He said you shit. He said he didn't want to die." Baijel said helplessly. "It's still the same. I guess he can't change his mind." "Then forget it. Let's ignore him for now." Han Xiao shook his head. After a deep understanding of Dilrin's experience, he could understand why Dilrin refused to help the three civilizations. After all, due to the peak sorrow, this guy's head was so green that he could directly disguise his member of the World Tree. How could he be so miserable? After a few words of encouragement, Han Xiao hung up the call, walked out of the room, and found a private location, and dialed the number of the person who took the oath. Soon the face of the swearer appeared on the screen. Han Xiao did not greet him and asked straight to the point. "Did you say something to Baijel?" "Oh, is he going to join the war?" "I did hint at him." The swearer nodded slightly and explained. After hearing this, Han Xiao chuckled. "You are still very good at doing things. Although I don't necessarily need the resurrectionists as the material to reveal the truth about the resurrection of the sanctuary, they are fine. The material for revealing the truth about the resurrection of the sanctuary is not only these resurrectionists. Han Xiao has long considered the possibility that these resurrectionists will never participate in the war, but in fact he made many preparations. This time, some of the direct line powerhouses who entered the sanctuary to recover from higher civilizations are actually a backup plan. After all, the mentality of the direct line is different. 80% will continue to accept the command of the civilization and devote their lives to the battlefield. In this way, when these resurrected direct powerhouses die in battle, they will have the material to show the truth about the resurrection of the sanctuary, and they may not necessarily need the previous resurrection. Although Baijel decided to join the war, Han Xiao did not plan to change this plan and was still preparing for both. These thoughts flashed through Han Xiao's mind and asked the most concerned question. How are the keys of the sanctuary now? It's very good. The resources provided by the three major civilizations and the Superstar Cluster Alliance have supplemented a lot of materials. The first sanctuary has been collected long ago, and the third sanctuary is almost the same. Except for the sixth sanctuary, the keys of the other sanctuary have reached more than 75%. When a swearing man sent the data, Han Xiao glanced at it and couldn't help but smile. Although there's only one fully formed sanctuary key, it does not mean that the progress will be zero after use, because except for some extremely difficult materials to obtain, most of the other materials are repeated, and the three major civilizations have a lot of inventory and are supplied in batches. Han Xiao looked at the material list, and even if he used up the key of the first saint, his progress would drop back to between 70% and 80%. He only needed to get the few more critical rare materials to get the key of the first saint. Not bad, Han Xiao muttered subconsciously. Seeing him concentrate on checking the list, a light suddenly flashed in the eyes of the swearing man. Black Star is distracted. A great opportunity. Work hard. I represent the organization. Crack. Before the swearing man finished speaking, Han Xiao decisively hung up the communication, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Want to sneak attack me? I'm shitting you. Ding bye-bye. The communicator sounded like he was unwilling to give up. Han Xiao moved his lips for a moment, took a deep breath, and carefully received the communication. He was about to speak first, but suddenly he saw that the person who was not the swearing person appeared on the screen, so he hurriedly stopped. Hey Belong, I received your battle report. It's incredible. How did you do it? Hey Belong's electronic image showed an exaggerated and surprising expression. Hyberon did not participate in this battle. On the one hand, his body had not been debugged yet, and on the other hand, he would definitely be recognized by the world tree for fear of variables. Therefore, it is not convenient for him to participate in the first wave of battles. Only after the information entanglement between the two sides could he feel at ease to let him fight. Do you mean the damage to high-level combat power? Han Xiao pinched his chin and joked. What he had to say can only be attributed to my wise and magical martial arts. It was just a joke, but he didn't expect that Hai Bolong nodded seriously and looked like he was deeply convinced. Indeed, without you, the three major civilizations would not have had such a record. Han Xiao opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. Didn't expect that you, a strong-browed, big-eyed person, is also a licking dog. I originally thought that even if you could defeat the world tree, it would be a terrible victory, but I didn't expect that your strength would be so strong. Hai Bolong was a little excited. Because the Kama Republic lost too badly, Hibernon had a very deep psychological shadow on the world tree, but the report of this great victory gave him confidence. Seeing the hope of this cosmic civilization to repel the world tree, holding this thigh, there was indeed a chance to take revenge, and finally he was willing to do so. If there is any tough battle in the future, I must use my strength. Hai Belong's expression became solemn. Okay, even if you don't say it, I won't let you stay idle. Han Xiao had no choice but to encourage him and then hang up the communication. As soon as I put away the communicator, footsteps sounded behind me. Han Xiao looked back and took a look, but Hyla came over. Do you have time now? Come with me to the underworld. Hyla said slowly with a cold and charming face. If you don't go, those newly accepted heroes may have rebelled. Okay, go there. Han Xiao nodded, changed to the Emperor, and disappeared from the spot in the blink of an eye. Dimension of the underworld. The densely packed, new heroic spirits stood on the dark land. Countless people looked confused, and their memories were still frozen in the picture before death. The pain in their bodies seemed to have not disappeared, and their eyes flashed and they came to this space. Where is this? Why am I here? I should have been killed by the bombing. Why are I still alive? No, what's going on with my body? Why don't I feel it anymore? The commotion quickly expanded, and countless heroes became more and more panicked. While questioning, they observed the surroundings, trying to figure out the current situation. These new heroic spirits come from different civilizations and organizations and have all kinds of species. Many of them are serious soldiers, and they are all observing the heroic spirits around them vigilantly. At this moment, streams of light suddenly gathered over the crowd, condensed the figure of Onislu with a kind smile on his face. Everyone, this is the underworld. You have sacrificed on the battlefield, but have not completely died. Your soul was brought here, reborn, and become the heroic spirits here. The voice was transmitted to everyone's ears through the power of the underworld. Countless new heroic spirits looked up at Onislu in the sky, looking stunned. We really sacrificed and thought we had a dream. Only by obtaining permission can we leave the underworld. So now we have lost our freedom and become slaves. Countless new heroes were in an uproar and excited. If you don't have any mental preparation, you become a slave to others and you can't accept it all at once. This feeling is like being forced to buy and sell by someone. There is no freedom to refuse and can only be arranged at will. Moreover, the other party took advantage of their chance to die in battle and took away their souls, giving everyone the feeling that they were picking up cheap. It was simply a veritable picking up corpse. Many people were furious. Let me out. No matter who you are, I will not be your slave. Control my soul? Don't even think about it. The endless new heroes roared and shouted together, and their momentum was extremely shocking, as if they were about to shatter the earth, as if they were about to rebel in the next second. However, Anisalu's expression remained unchanged, and she just gently used her fingers to make a zipper. The next second, the whole world became quiet. No matter how the new hero roared, she could not make any sound. Looking at the countless new heroes covering their throats and frightened and furious, Anisalu shook his head helplessly and explained, "In the underworld, I am the absolute controller. Your power of action is controlled by me, and you have no combat power in your soul body. However, the more this happens, the more angry the countless new heroes are, and they cannot make a sound, so they use actions to express themselves, and they instantly scattered like birds and beasts, trying to escape in all directions." But Anisalu just changed his gesture, and this area was isolated from the outside world and became a circular space. Once the new hero spirit crossed the boundary, it would come back from the opposite boundary and could never walk out. Soon, countless new heroes became desperate and stopped escaping in vain. Countless angry eyes stared at Anisalu in the sky. Brush. But at this moment, a light flashed in the sky, and two figures appeared out of thin air, which were Han Xiao and Hyla. Countless new heroes immediately turned around and looked over, and were stunned. No one present did not recognize the Black Star. Huh, what's going on here? Han Xiao discovered something wrong as soon as he arrived. He turned to look at Anisalu. You deprived them of their voice? Yes, because they were a little angry. I hadn't had time to explain all. Anisalu explained. It's okay, I'm here. Please lift the band for them. Han Xiao waved his hand. Anisalu did as he did, and many freshmen immediately returned to normal, but did not continue to make noise. They all looked at Han Xiao. Their faces changed. Han Xiao is now very famous. When he saw him appear, most of the new heroes quickly calmed down. They could not believe in Anisalu, but believed in Black Star. Oh, I'm very conscious. Han Xiao glanced at it and was immediately happy. His face was so big. Just showing his face stabilized the emotions of these people. At this time, a freshman hero spoke loudly. Black Star, did you bring us here? Hearing this, Han Xiao looked down at him and found that this was an Imperial officer. He shook his head, patted Hela beside him, and said, Hela and Aurora are the masters of the underworld. I asked them to use the underworld to rescue the soldiers who died in the war. This is how you all come. Without waiting for the many freshman heroes to question, Han Xiao continued to speak on his own and said in a deep voice, only Super A level can enjoy the recovery of the sanctuary. If you don't meet the conditions, you will die if you die in battle. But you are all precious talents of the interstellar society. I can't bear to sacrifice easily. The underworld is my only way to save you, and I have to do it. Now that foreign enemies are spying on each living force, every point of living power is extremely important. Doing this is to maintain our limited armed forces. The three major civilizations are also insiders and support this plan. Although becoming a heroic spirit in the underworld will lose freedom, it is better than a heroic sacrifice. Here, everyone can still shine for the interstellar society and re-enter the battlefield to resist the foreign enemies. But please understand that we have never thought of treating you as slaves. I promise that when the war is over, if any of you are unwilling to continue to stay in the underworld, I can relieve your heroic spirit state and let you rest in peace. After saying this, the crowd was in a stir, and the expressions of many new heroes changed. They were in a very complicated mood, with entanglement, happiness, and relief. But no matter what everyone thought, the anger in my heart slowly dissipated and calmed down. Anisalu is a stranger and doesn't speak well, But Black Star is an acquaintance known to the entire interstellar community, and his words are worthy of trust. Anyway, I have come and I can't resist, so I have to accept this reality. Moreover, Black Star promised that they could choose to lift the control of the underworld on their own in the future and would not become slaves all the time. Although they didn't know if Black Star would fulfill its promise, they could only believe it now. Besides, after calming down, few people really want to rest in peace. Now this state is better than a complete death. Seeing that the new heroic spirit became quiet, Han Xiao turned his head and looked at Hela and shrugged. It's done, my job has been completed, and these people have arranged for you next. He came here to show up, with the goal of appeasing these new heroes. With his extremely high reputation and legend in the universe, no one is more suitable for this kind of work than him. In other words, if he has explored the status of a universe, he can stabilize the morale of the military by scanning his face. Okay, Hyla's words are as good as gold, and turned around and communicated with many new heroes to give more detailed explanations. Han Xiao glanced at the endless sea of people and let out a sigh of relief. War is indeed an opportunity for rapid growth in the underworld, and it is a complete wave of fat. This time, we have plundered so many heroes and pledged away countless talents from various major forces, which are of extraordinary value, and want these people to play their role. Han Xiao TSK, and suddenly felt subtle concern about Aurora's breast volume. It's so exhausting. I always feel that she will become flat-breasted in the future. One day later, the conference room of the three major civilizations. Are you going to revive the sanctuary and recall our direct descendants? The three men of Marbruce, Lewis, and Zuling cult stared at Han Xiao's remote projection in the room in surprise. Han Xiao spread his hands and said seriously, "The world tree has many powerful people. Due to the special mechanism, their number of Super A levels will not decrease, and it has accumulated to its current scale. Due to war and other reasons, the Super A levels in history have been lost again and again. Although we repelled the world tree's offensive this time, they did not show all the advanced combat power. We must expand the Super A level to slowly reverse the disadvantages of individual power." The three leaders looked at each other and were very surprised. When the agreement was signed, there was no limit on the clause that Black Star must revive its direct line. They knew that the Super A level association was still afraid of the three major civilizations. Even if there were foreign enemies, Black Star might not awaken their direct line and increase the combat power of competitors. So when Black Star took the initiative to mention this matter, all three of them were surprised. Whether Black Star was to share the pressure on the association members or simply to consider the overall situation of the war, such an approach would be beneficial to them. The direct lineages of the three major civilizations are Super A level, including pillars of the country of Claudi and Ulu, and are the guardians of different eras. If they can be recalled, it will be a huge supplement to the advanced combat power of the three major civilizations. This is a pretty wise choice, and I'm glad to see that you're willing to think about the big picture. Bruce exclaimed. Han Xiao didn't care and raised his finger. But there's a condition that these resurrected direct descendants must be put into the front battlefield. Of course. Lewis nodded, understanding Han Xiao's meaning, and it was impossible to let the resurrected direct descendants sit and watch the members of the association fight desperately in the rear. Okay, we have such a consensus and can talk about the issue of cost. Han Xiao put down. Fee. Do you think it's free? Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. No, tell me the price. The head of Zuling's sect shook his head. Because Black Star's sudden help was a bit righteous, the three of them almost thought it was free, but now they all came back to their senses and knew that with Black Star's urination, it was unlikely that they would miss this opportunity to make a big fortune. Although both sides are currently working together to resist foreign enemies, the service that should be collected cannot be free. After all, the relationship between the two sides is just an allies. The three of them had no objection to this. Now is the time to beg for others. They finally have the opportunity to recover the historical direct line. No matter how high the cost is, they will give it to them even if they endure the pain. Han Xiao opened the virtual screen, made a list, and sent it to 3 people. The 3 of them quickly browsed it, and the list was filled with various resources, materials, and weapons needs. Although it was expensive, it was within the acceptance range. Do you want these things? Yes. Follow the list to make up for the price of the sanctuary's recovery. Yes. Bruce agreed. Han Xiao nodded. There is still material on the list of sanctuary keys. Borrowing the power of the 3 civilizations to collect materials and supplying himself to enter the sanctuary, which is equivalent to spending the money of the 3 civilizations to improve his sanctuary authority. When are you going to start? Lewis asked. The Son of Destiny has confirmed that there is no big news in the World Tree civilization in the short term. I will use the sanctuary to recover soon. Han Xiao nodded, paused, and said, also, when using the sanctuary to recover, I will temporarily leave the main universe for about 3 months, and I cannot contact it during this period. During this period when I am away, Hela is responsible for relaying the information on the sanctuary to monitor the channel. 3 months. The 3 of them felt a slump. If the World Tree had some abnormal movement during this period and there was no black star, variables might occur. The 3 of them suddenly realized that they had already developed a certain dependence on the black star without realizing it. Since the discovery of the World Tree, Black Star's behavior has laid most of its advantages today, accumulated a high degree of trust, and the special consultant was extremely competent. To some extent, the 3 almost regarded Han Xiao as the backbone of dealing with the World Tree civilization. When Black Star is not here, they subconsciously lack confidence. If you are worried that the World Tree will send the Tree King again, you can let Ernos participate in the war. With his ability, it will be no problem to block a Tree King. Han Xiao said with a move in his heart. Ernos did not participate in the war in his previous life. This time he was still one of the few direct line super A-level who had not been recruited. It was very strange. Han Xiao was also surprised why the Zuling sect did not send this slap out. Even if the body did not go out to fight, it would be fine to release a few gods' incarnations. There are some special reasons, and it is not convenient for him to do it. Su Ling's sect's head shook his head. What special reason can be more important than the threat of the World Tree? Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. When I fight with me, I have various excuses when facing foreign enemies. Could it be that Ernos is a type of timid and heavy blow to the outside world? Anyway, there are some reasons. The head of the Zuling sect kept his mouth shut and suddenly changed his mind, saying, by the way, can you unseal the scepter of the gods? Ernos will not participate in the war, and he still asks me to unseal his weapons? Even if he is not used, the scepter of the gods is also a great killing weapon against individual power. Let's talk about it. Han Xiao did not agree. The scepter of the 10,000 gods can indeed improve the combat power of advanced combat power, but he does not plan to unseal the Zuling sect at present. After pausing, he said again, I need to obtain some media related to the recovery target. Which direct descendants do you want to resurrect? I will give me their media in the next few days. The 3 nodded, and their hearts moved slightly. They're also organizing humans to study the sanctuary. This is the first time they know that the sanctuary revival needs a medium, but it is normal to think about it. If there is no medium, wouldn't even super-level A-level individuals of other unknown civilizations be able to recover at will? At this time, Han Xiao said again, there is one more thing. This time, I will revive some of the direct descendants of the Superstar League. The 3 of them changed slightly. At this moment, the 3 of them thought a lot and subconsciously thought that this was a method of checking and balancing by Black Star. The recovery of the 3 major civilizations is a threat to the Super A-level association, so Black Star deliberately revives the direct line of the Superstar Group Alliance, forming a 3-legged stalemate and constraining the 3 major civilizations. This practice can also be explained by the recovery of the 3 major civilizations. That is, in order to consider the overall situation of the war, the 3 of them, as beneficiaries who enjoy this reason, cannot refute. Don't think too much. I just made a deal with the Superstar Group Alliance before and did not intend to violate this agreement. Han Xiao ignored the eyes of the three of them and answered casually. It should be. The three of them adjusted their mentality and returned to calmness. Many of the historical direct descendants of the Superstar Group Alliance died in the peak tragedy. The hatred between the two sides was deeply rooted, and once it recovered, it would inevitably be a problem. However, the revival of the sanctuary is controlled by Black Star, and they can only accept this change. Moreover, the three of them believe that as long as their historical direct descendants are resurrected one after another, there is no need to worry about the storm of the Superstar League. The two sides quickly reached a consensus. Han Xiao was about to end the communication when he suddenly remembered something and asked, "By the way, how is the progress of the secondary dimension expedition team?" Some losses occurred, but there was still no discovery. Bruce shook his head. Hearing this, Han Xiao sighed secretly. The World Tree Civilization did not know that they had sent troops to search for their main body early, and the secondary dimension expedition team was the winner of the three major civilizations. Superstar League Alliance, Joint Conference Room. After meeting the leaders of the three major civilizations, Han Xiao immediately found the Superstar Group Alliance. At this time, the leaders of various Superstar Group civilizations were in the room, staring at Han Xiao together. "Hey Xing, the results you achieved this time are surprising. Before you came, we were still talking about you. If it weren't for your ability, just such a battle report would almost make us think that the foreign enemies were very weak this time." Several civilized leaders spoke and expressed their praise. "It's okay, mainly because the Super A-level groups work together." Han Xiao responded casually, observing the expressions of the many civilized leaders present and quickly thinking. Based on his understanding of the Superstar Cluster civilization, most of these scoundrels are looking forward to waiting for the three major civilizations and the World Tree to both end up in order to get them a power. Therefore, the Superstar Cluster Alliance may not be very happy to see such a low battle loss. He remembered that the Superstar Group Alliance in his previous life even had a filing plan, which was to take advantage of the battle between the three civilizations and the World Tree, and take his own civilization away from the exploration universe and run away in the middle of the war. He believed that the three civilizations that resisted foreign enemies could not spare their energy to stop them, so he could only sit back and watch them go away. However, after completely experiencing the pervert of World Tree civilization, the Superstar Group Alliance understood that this was drinking poison to quench thirst, and in the end, this registration was not activated, and instead cooperated with the three major civilizations to fight the enemy. Han Xiao estimated that 80% of the Superstar Group Alliance now have similar ideas. He was bullied by the three major civilizations for so long. It is impossible for them to have never considered this route in their position. He was thinking about it, and the leader of the Star Ark knocked on the table and asked, "Hey Xing, what's wrong with you contacting us this time?" Han Xiao calmed down and said, "I'm here to fulfill the agreement." "Which agreement?" "I promised that the 10 direct descendants of your sanctuary will be revived, and now is the time." As soon as he finished speaking, many civilized leaders, such as the leader of the Star Ark, were suddenly overjoyed. After reaching the agreement, the Superstar League quickly collected the recovery expenses and handed them over to Han Xiao. But the Black Star had the final say when the recovery would be. They didn't know when the Black Star would delay it, but the deposit had been paid, so they could only wait patiently. And now, my wife finally became a mother-in-law. This spare tire is worth it. Sure enough, licked to the end, everything was available. The leader of the Star Ark suppressed his excitement and said, "I understand. What do we need to prepare?" "I need some media." Han Xiao reiterated his explanation to the three major civilizations, which caused everyone to nod. After explaining it, Han Xiao looked around at the expressions of everyone, smiled, and said, "There's another thing. Next time I recover, I will give you 10 places. I still need to buy them. You should discuss whether to increase the pounds by yourself." "Of course we accept it." The leader of the Star Ark spoke immediately. 10 places are far from enough to recover all the historical super-level A levels of their superstar cluster civilization. Since Black Star is willing to sell 10 more places, there is naturally no reason to refuse. You don't have to rush to bid. It's not too late to bring these resurgents back. Han Xiao waved his hand. The two sides exchanged a few more words, and then hung up the communication. There were only many civilized leaders left in the conference room, and a happy expression finally appeared on his face. When our direct descendants return, our plan will be more confident. Black Star has helped us a lot this time. The leader of Xing Arc Civilization took a deep breath and was excited. Everyone didn't know at this time that the Black Star, who only gave them 10 quotas at a time, sold to the 3 major civilizations, was unlimited. 2 days later, Ancient Star Desert, somewhere. The Covenant spacecraft is suspended between the stars and is preheating the equipment, ready to open the sanctuary passage. Han Xiao stayed in the main ship and was talking to senior officials, such as Hela. During the period when I used the sanctuary to recover, the Legion is under your command, so pay attention to preserving power. If the World Tree has its actions, Aurora, you should pay attention to protecting yourself. It is best to convince Manison and Suai to act as your bodyguards for the time being. This time, the World Tree's strongmen have suffered a lot of losses and are not resurrected so quickly, and the intensity should not be too high. Don't worry, I have the power to protect myself now. Aurora nodded. But just in case, if something happens, you'd better evacuate. I provided some emperors to Bolong. Although he has not participated in the war for the time being, if there is any danger, he will use his mechanical force to teleport you away. After instructing him and handing over the command power to many cadres, Han Xiao hung up the communication. I'm done talking, then I'll start, asked the oath-raising man on the side. Come on, Han Xiao did. The command was passed down, and light was shot out from the Covenant spacecraft and put into the key of the first holy place. Soon, a familiar scene appeared again, and the phantom of the 6th light gate appeared, leaving only one behind, turning into the passage to the first sanctuary. Han Xiao took a deep breath, turned into a meteor, and plunged into the passage of the sanctuary. The next moment, the light door quickly shrank, and a slender light flashed by, like the picture when the old TV was turned off. In full view of everyone, the sanctuary passage disappeared with Han Xiao, and there was nothing in the field. The swearing man exhaled. The annoying guy left. I can finally experience the feeling of being a one-man show again. The tunnel filled with endless streams of light seemed to be able to pass through time, and its senses became hazy and blurry, just like the mind sank into the old dream deep in memory. I don't know how long it took, but my vision suddenly became clear and my consciousness returned to awake. Han Xiao's gaze became clear, and he glanced around and found that he had come to an endless white world with countless balls of light floating. He was deeply impressed by such a scene. I'm in. Han Xiao slowed down, turned his head to look at the disintegrating passage, and reached out to hold it in vain. A stream of energy emerged from the body and turned into a mark on the palm of the hand. The passage of the sanctuary immediately stabilized. He took back his palm and saw that the mark consisted of 8 patterns, which reached the authority of the first sanctuary of LV8. Snatched the time. Han Xiao calmed down and immediately started to act. This was his second time entering the sanctuary, and he was already familiar with it. The longer you stay in the sanctuary, the more time you spend outside the world. The last time you entered the 3rd sanctuary, I delayed a lot of time because of testing the function of the sanctuary. This time I was not needed, and the action was purposeful. Han Xiao took out many media and called on the sanctuary to recover, and immediately responded. I saw light gathering, condensed into a sanctuary revival mark in the air in front of him, floating quietly. He reached out, and the sanctuary resurrection imprinted into his palm and turned into a tattooed mark. After checking the resuscitation object and the branding, Han Xiao nodded without delay. He immediately began to touch various information state light balls to collect different information. The data stored in the first sanctuary is closely related to mechanical technology, and it stores countless advanced drawings studied by iterative civilizations. A lot of them are cosmic treasures dedicated to the mechanical system. The value of these data to Han Xiao is far greater than the value of the third sanctuary last time. Han Xiao's authority level is higher than that of the third sanctuary, and his memory capacity is higher. He can take away more technical information at one time. Naturally, there is no reason to miss such an opportunity and search for technology here. The technologies of each iterative ultimate civilization enter Han Xiao's mind one by one, slowly reaching the upper limit of memory capacity of the permission limit. It's finally saturated, and the memory capacity of level 8 authority has been much higher. Han Xiao's plundering action stopped at the right time, feeling quite excited. This wave of plundering is a huge addition to his technical background. He has obtained multiple iterations of ultimate civilization trump card technology, which is enough to study for a long time, and the number of drawings in stock has increased significantly. These iterative ultimate civilizations have not been simple, and their functions are complex. The strategic value of some technologies is no worse than the high-dimensional apocalypse teleporter of the Glorious Federation. This time I brought out these precious technologies, which is equivalent to gaining a batch of new trump cards to fight against the World Tree Civilization and enhancing the war capital of the Interstellar Society. After being happy for a while, Han Xiao suppressed his inner emotions. After doing these two things, he completed the goal of opening the sanctuary. After looking around, Han Xiao suddenly remembered something and used the authority of the sanctuary to summon the iterative civilization message board. Last time I entered the third sanctuary, due to permission reasons, a lot of content on the message board was vacant. This time, the first sanctuary had higher authority and should be able to see more content. Han Xiao planned to take a look before leaving. The authority mark of the sanctuary bloomed with light threads, quickly woven into a message board like a light curtain, floating in front of Han Xiao. Han Xiao browsed carefully and confirmed the content of the third sanctuary in his memory. Sure enough, he found that many of the vacant contents last time have now become visible. He looked line by line, his eyes stopped on the record of the fifth last star couplet, and then looked at the last 4 paragraphs with the most vacant content. Compared with the third sanctuary, most of the contents of the last 4 paragraphs were still hidden, but some new content was also revealed. The 4th last paragraph shows the relatively most content. In the large vacancies, several pieces of information emerged. According to the research results of the Joint Observatory, the major restart will occur after. We have learned the lessons of the previous iteration and formulated an information state stripping plan, hoping that the long relay can end in our hands. Our civilization is called. If the subsequent iteration of civilizations is for us, then it will prove our plan. Please change to a new route. Is this the next iteration of Zuxinglian? Han Xiao pondered and thought, and it seemed that it was another message from a civilization that had not been able to survive the major restart. Although the permissions are not enough to display the name of this civilization, which makes it impossible to search the other party's information state light ball, it is known that the plan for the other party to have spent a large restart is the information state peeling plan. Information state peeling off? It sounds interesting. Han Xiao muttered while touching his chin. Apart from this paragraph, the other information that emerged in the last 4 paragraphs is fragmentary and has no value. Level 8 permissions are not enough to fully view this part of the content. After browsing it again and remembering the many messages in his heart, Han Xiao turned off the message board, stopped staying, and turned around and flew towards the sanctuary passage. The second day after Han Xiao entered the sanctuary, the main base of the intercepting circle, many super A-level people are on standby here, and when there is no combat mission, they will do their own things. In the exclusive activity room, some super A-level rest or entertain here and chat casually. Saori was playing cards with a secret, and a group of people gathered around to watch the game. He Xing has lost contact. I don't know how many troubles he will bring back this time. The Sun Hunter, the size of a finger, stood on the card table, holding his arms, and spoke in a muffled voice. Sui threw out a photo of Sui and smiled helplessly when he heard this. It's really troublesome. After all, some historical Super A levels have complex relationships with us. The first two batches of Super A levels that have recovered are not too much in connection with contemporary Super A levels, but the targets of this resurgence are different, and many of them are their acquaintances. Well, to be honest, I'm not ready to meet my ancestors. Milizao's had a headache. He is the leader of the Star Realm Spirit Dragon clan, and the Star Realm Spirit Dragon is a branch of bloodline left by a super-level magic blue dragon, and is considered his ancestor. Not only Milizao's has had such an experience, but Black Star's Super A-level recovery this time has a similar relationship with many people present. It would be fine if it was just like this, but many people had a grudge. When they thought that their enemies were about to recover, many people were nervous. Originally, everything was gone for death, and hatred was put aside, but now the enemy is cheating on the zombie. Should we still pursue the grudges of the past? Especially the victims of the peak sorrow represented by Dilrin, everyone felt that they would definitely not give up. When these people are recovered by the Black Star Sanctuary, it will be nice if they don't fight. Kant shook his head. Hela, who was resting in the corner, did not open her eyes and said coldly, "What are you afraid of? Black Star can revive them and can also stuff them back to the grave. If they make trouble, I am happy to send them to the underworld." Hearing this, everyone turned their heads to look at her, speechless. The reason is this, but when you say it in front of us, you always feel like you're warning us by the way. Everyone curled their lips and looked back. Humph. Although they're two sisters, Aurora is still more cute. Hera is right. At such a moment, we cannot waste a soldier. Suai smiled. After Han Xiao entered the sanctuary, Suai and Hela became the backbone of the association. The former was the vice president himself, and Hela did not have enough reputation. But Han Xiao handed over the information channel of the Son of Destiny to her, so Hela temporarily enjoyed a transcendent position. After that being said, although Black Star is shameless and insidious, he is still very hardworking and fighting for the interests of the Superclass A class and maintaining the security of the interstellar society, almost unlike the same person. The Sun Hunter smacked his lips and spoke. That's because you don't understand him. Cunning is just a means. I always think that Black Star is an idealist who is far-sighted for the peace of the universe, with noble pursuits that transcend reality. Bagel's tone was solemn, and he was an old dog-licking dog. Take it down, Black Star is purely an opportunist, but his common interests are the same as ours, and his own people belong to them, but don't gild his face. Herbert snorted coldly. The group of people had a heated discussion about what kind of person Black Star was. Anyway, Han Xiao was not here, and it was not convenient for everyone to complain in front of him. Now they can say whatever they want, which is a great pleasure. On the other side, Manison stayed alone at the lookout table of the main base, silently looking at the starry sky. He was playing with a Rubik's cube-like polyhedron in his hand, like some kind of mechanism, and the complex mechanical structure kept sliding, making a clicking sound. This is an enlightenment toy for children within the mechanic tribe, used to cultivate a sense of mechanic from an early age. The ancestors may be back. Manison murmured to himself, feeling a little complicated. He is the second Super A-level born in the mechanical clan, and also has a distant ancestor. Although he has become an independent species after he is promoted to Super A-level, this relationship can still be counted. Especially Manison is now the only leader of the Armor Tribe, and regards the Armor Tribe as its important capital. If the Armor Tribe's ancestors come back and want to become the Armor Tribe's leader again, who should the Armor Tribe listen to? If one mountain cannot accommodate two tigers, will your status be impacted? Unfortunately, the object of the Sanctuary's recovery is decided by Black Star. As long as you find the medium, you can freely choose the recovery target. Manison could not control Han Xiao's thoughts, and he even suspected that Black Star did it on purpose. Not to mention Old Maida's thoughts, Claudie and Ulu were also struggling at this moment. The two were staying at the base airport dock, watching giant starships sailing into the port along the track. Ulu lit a cigarette, exhaled a mouthful of light blue clouds, and slowly said, "The former direct descendants will soon recover. Are you nervous?" Why are you nervous? Claudi's expressionless face. Hey, don't tell me that there is no psychological shadow on them at all. Ulu sneered. Claudi didn't speak. Now he is the highest-ranking Imperial branch, but he is still just a junior in front of the previous generation. Claudi was not promoted to the A level and was the pillar of the country. Before he grew up, there was the previous generation of the pillar of the country supporting the prestige of the empire. At the same time, the direct line has an inheritance relationship. Due to the strength of supernatural powers, Claudi is the focus of the empire's training. The previous generation of the pillar of the state was his special training instructor, and he was half a teacher, leaving him some indelible impressions. If Gouda had not died, he would have accepted his special training, leading the new, and passed on it from generation to generation. Although the starting point of Black Star is for the overall situation of war. Ulu took another breath of cigarette and shook his head, but this kind of behavior may cause many people to enter an unconceived situation. Claudi shook his head. Faced with the many seniors who are about to recover, the entire Super A-level group inevitably has their own thoughts. More than a month passed in a blink of an eye. Military mobilization in major star fields in the universe has been explored, especially the Shining World has arranged heavy troops. Under the construction of engineering fleets and various planet transformation fools, various war facilities in large war zones have been rapidly improved, and military factories in various places have been launched around the clock, and countless various types of starships are shipped out every day. The conscription of the All-Star Sea, led by the three major civilizations, is also in full swing, recruiting a large number of superpowers from all ethnic groups to join the army, and recalling a large number of reserve soldiers who have served in the military service, receiving further military training at local military bases, supplementing the gap in military positions in various military positions, and forcing entry-level military training among the interstellar people to expand the source of troops. The speed of war mobilization in the interstellar era is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Under the unified dispatch of the three major civilizations, the war machines that have explored the universe are operating efficiently, and various resources are invested in the corresponding gaps for efficient use. The construction of the frontline interception circle is also underway. Although the World Tree failed to attack, it did not stop the harassment of small troops and exchanged fire with the interceptor troops many times. As the spatial stability anchor tracks laid by the three major civilizations are getting farther and farther away, the jump points of the World Tree civilization are constantly moving backwards, becoming more and more away from the interception circle. Therefore, the World Tree also regards destroying the spatial stable anchor track as an important combat target. It has repeatedly dispatched vanguard troops to attack the spatial stable anchor tracks of different sections of roads, unblocked different jump points, and redeployed the scout regiment at this coordinate. As the World Tree Reconnaissance Force continues to divide its troops, the overall structure of the spatial stable anchor track is like a three-dimensional tree-shaped model with many bifurcated numbers, extending continuously, representing the countless streamers of the fleets of both sides jump between the tree branches, colliding from time to time, and local battles break out. The global monitoring strategic radar screen of the main base of the three major civilization interceptor circles constantly appears in high-intensity energy sources representing the engagement points. The World Tree troops can occasionally succeed and repeatedly blow up branches of the space-stable anchor track, which needs to be repatched, and pursue a new batch of scout regiments placed by the World Tree at this jump point. As the interception circle and the spatial stability anchor track expand, the breakthrough points left for the enemy will also increase, which is an inevitable trend, but the forces of the three major civilizations can still cope with the current defense line of this scale. The harassment of the World Tree is endless. Although this is an effective method, it takes a long time. They must have made preparations and brewed a new offensive behind their backs, making a huge gap in our defense line and stripping off our control over the interceptor circle. In a combat conference room at the main base of the interceptor circle, Simon whispered with a group of commanders and staff. In the past month when Black Star was away, There have been constant small frictions between the two sides, but there were no large-scale battles, and the overall situation is still stable, and there are only a handful of times that the A-level group has been dispatched. There is no news of the World Tree launching a big move in the monitoring channel of Hellas' responsible son of destiny. The two sides are temporarily in a stalemate, with each other offensive and defense, and the enemy has not made much progress. Simon and others naturally understood that the World Tree would not keep entangling with them like this. In recent days, he had a strong tactical intuition and felt that some variables would appear in the near future. According to data statistics, the frequency of World Tree attacking space-stable anchor tracks has dropped by 37% in the past 5 days, and the number of reconnaissance troops has increased by 73%. We found that the World Tree troops left a large number of topological spatial targets near the anchor track. It is speculated that the World Tree civilization tried to deploy weapons of over-visual strikes at uncovered jump points of the track and defeated various orbit branches at a long range. Simon pressed the podium with both hands, with a solemn expression. Another commander nodded and said, "The over-the-range radar has been turned on all day. If World Tree adopts this solution, the Empire's over-the-range anti-particle base cannon, the glorious Phantom Star Destroyer, the Virtual Spirit Psychic Sniper Beam, and other weapons can all reversely lock the source of the attack and perform counterattack missions. I'm afraid that the World Tree will arrange the Rielbo Space Protection Belt, which will be a bad idea." Simon shook his head. Extravisual combat is also the main form of interstellar war. In this regard, the three major civilizations have strong offense and weak defense, while the World Tree is different. In the information provided by Blackstar, it claims that the World Tree civilization has a special cosmic treasure-level defense weapon for exceeding visual combat called the Relbo Space Protection Belt. This defense technology has a similar effect as the psychological band ring, such as a portable and reduced version, distorting the cosmic constants of an area, making energy-based long-range weapons, including beyond visual range strikes, unable to penetrate, forming a protective zone. However, this limitation is bidirectional, and external energy attacks cannot pass through, and attacks from the inside to the outside will be blocked. So, it is difficult for the fleet that opens the Relbo Space Protection Belt to launch an attack on the outside. Because the Rielbo Space Protection Belt cannot move with the spacecraft after it is unfolded, it will basically not be used in mobile warfare, and is generally used to protect certain important facilities in positional warfare. Only physical weapons, such as interstellar missiles and close-range charge assaults of starships, can ignore the effect of the Relbo Space Protection Belt, and other energy weapons are basically ineffective. Most of the weapons beyond the visual range are energy weapons, so this technology is often used in combat beyond the visual range. The protective belt is closed when firing and open when firing, which makes it difficult to suffer from excessive visual range shooting. While the group of senior officers were discussing, the global monitoring radar with a detection field of view covering all spatial stable anchor tracks suddenly issued an alarm. Hundreds of red lines, representing high-energy strikes, suddenly broke into the edge of the radar field of view and quickly hit different forked tracks. The three-dimensional radar model in front of everyone reacted, and hundreds of strike points spreading red ripples appeared, and the report of the destruction of the track quickly came back. It is confirmed that it is an out-of-visual range strike. The World Tree did it indeed. Simon's face froze and said that Xiao Xiao had arrived. He mentioned the out-of-visual range strike. The World Tree's attack wave came, and his recent intuition was fulfilled. The World Tree launches a jump point for the over-visual weapon, which is outside the coverage range of the global surveillance radar, and it is unknown how far it is. Analyze the attack trajectory and fight back. Simon ordered in a deep voice. The radar over-the-range radar operates, quickly analyzing the curvature, offset angle, star positions along the way of the enemy's hundreds of over-the-range attacks, and assists intelligently to quickly calculate huge data. Extravisual range strikes are generally not straight lines. Under various cosmic environmental factors, the attack trajectory will show different deflections. Just as a sniper needs to calculate the wind direction, distance, ballistics, gravity, and other conditions, the same is true for the beyond visual range strike. More parameters need to be calculated and the direction of the strike is corrected. The calculation model is very complicated, while reverse locking is to deduce these factors in reverse to obtain the coordinates of the attack source. Soon, the final result was transmitted to the beyond visual range weapons arranged by the three major civilizations along with quantum communication. Kerala, a huge planetary fortress, extends rows of giant combined gun barrels. The base slowly rotates, and the muzzle turns as if aiming at the empty starry sky. The actual site-based site has trapped the intelligently calculated spatial coordinates. Immediately afterwards, the barrel started from the root, and the energy circuit lit up one after another. I saw dark blue particles gathering rapidly from all directions, accumulating energy at the muzzle, bursting with dazzling bright light. When the power was accumulated to its peak, the color turned from blue to blast, and suddenly released a series of huge energy beams with a diameter and disappeared between the vast starry sky in the blink of an eye. But this round of counterattack was like a rock sinking into the sea with no news. Simon and his group waited for a while, but what they were waiting for was the second wave of the World Tree's beyond visual range strike, and hundreds of orbital branches were destroyed, and the attack source was exactly the same. The counterattack seems to be ineffective. Maybe you really hit it. They used that kind of protective technology. A commander next to him glanced at Simon and secretly whispered the crow's mouth. Continue firing, attack with waves, don't stop. Simon frowned slightly. The three major civilizations have begun to rotate the guns in endless rotation. Although the impact cannot be observed, the enemy's over-visual range attack also stopped. Even if the World Tree has arranged the Rielbo space protective belt, our frequency of firepower is enough to suppress them and make the opponent have no time to retract the protective belt, so that it will not be able to continue to launch an offensive against us, said a staff officer. Simon knocked on the table and shook his head. This is just a temporary solution. If you want to solve it once and for all, you have to send a fleet to attack on the spot and destroy their artillery strongholds. Called some Super A-level accompanying operations. Try to confiscate the Rielbo space protective belt and take it back to study. Not long after, many Super A-level who were on standby at the base were recruited and came to the combat conference room. After listening to Simon's explanation, he quickly understood the situation. Sauer touched his chin and asked in a deep thought, "We must not only destroy the opponent's shelling stronghold, but also confiscate the opponent's special equipment. Then, how many people are needed to lead the team by Manison or Kant? It's better to have 10 more than a level or above, and bring a batch of thrones by the way." Simon nodded. "Is there a little more 10? This time I shouldn't meet the World Tree powerhouse." The Sun Hunter turned his head and looked at Hela. "Can your surveillance channel see the situation of this artillery stronghold?" "No." Hela shook his head. The World Tree did not use profits for this stronghold. The Son of Destiny could not peek at the other party's personnel composition. Therefore, everyone knew almost nothing about the situation of the stronghold. At present, they only grasped the direction of the calculation of the visual range radar as a clue for tracking. "This is all for safety," Simon explained. "The other party may not only build this stronghold for long-range bombing, but may also use it as an outpost. We cannot sit idly by the World Tree to build a bridgehead. We must take the initiative to attack and constantly push their front away." The group discussed a few words and soon decided that Kant, as the leader of this trip, led another 9 super-level attacks, and the association members and the civilized direct line were mixed. Because there is no World Tree powerhouse in the target of the attack, Aurora does not need to follow and is still on standby at the main base. Soon, Kant and others formed a group of troops to set up a warship, arrived at the edge of the radar field of vision through a high-dimensional apocalypse transmitter, and headed towards the temporary base of the World Tree. After sailing for several days, the armed fleet of the 3 major civilizations arrived at the target location. I saw a group of interstellar bases floating outside the window in this area, surrounded by no dead corners, which was the Railbow Space Protective Belt. The Beyond Visual Range beam kept firing from the rear of this fleet. This was the fire suppression that the three civilizations lasted for several days. However, once they entered the Railbow Space Protection Belt, the speed of the energy cannon suddenly became like a turtle crawling, and the beam quickly shrank until it dissipated and all the power was wiped out, as if it had entered an energy-restricted area. It's here. The goal is correct. Khan's electronic eyes flashed and sent the picture back to the main base. At the same time, the warships of the three major civilizations fired an interstellar missile, dragging their tail flames into the Railbow Space Protection Belt. The physical missile was not affected at all and headed straight to the temporary base group in the center. But the next moment, the armor on the surface of the base slid, rows of guard turrets rose, and metal storms spilled out, forming an airtight barrage, and exploded all the interstellar missiles shot in halfway, exploding a series of fireworks. The energy weapon is ineffective, and the physical missile cannot penetrate the barrage, making it as difficult to get started as a turtle shell. It's not easy to deal with. It seems that we have to attack inside and let the fleet pass through the Railbow Space Protection Belt to facilitate effective attacks on their base group. The fleet commander said on the channel, "The Railbow Space Protection Belt cannot isolate quantum network communication." Khan opens the quantum network vision and tries to invade the base group and seize control, but is blocked by the firewall. "There's a force that is protecting their firewall. I can't get in." Khan closed his sight and hesitated. "I feel like a trap." "Well, it's a bit strange. Commando number 2 and 3, go in and take a look." The fleet commander waved his hand and ordered a group of assault warships to approach the opponent's base group, while the large force stayed around the main ship and remained unmoved. Anyway, the opponent opened the Railbow Space Protection Belt and could not attack the outside world. But at this moment, the carrier-based radar suddenly issued a harsh alarm. Hundreds of large-caliber star destroyers suddenly shot from the starry sky in another direction and headed straight for the armed fleet. "There is a situation. Defense." Khan's face changed, and the mechanical legion rushed out, forming shields. At the same time, the armed fleet also activated its own shield. The next moment, hundreds of beams of light blasted over, causing the shield to shaking, and the arcs shot out, and cracks emerged. This wave of over-visual strikes killed and injured a small group of troops, while the rest of the power was blocked. However, before everyone could stabilize, a large-scale over-visual range attack was launched from all directions, and the fleet was defeated step by step, causing danger. The screen was simultaneously transmitted back to the combat conference room of the main base, and Simon and his group's faces changed slightly. Manison knocked on the metal chin of the dominant clone and spoke. "It seems that the World Tree has built an unknown over-visual range camp in the area that our radar has not touched. It covers each other with the over-visual range, strike range, and looks at each other. I am afraid that the goal is not only to establish outposts, but also to use the Railbow Space Protective Belt to imitate us, to create a firepower coverage area and eliminate our military power." "What do you have?" Simon turned his head and asked. "If Black Star Surveillance Channel cannot get the coordinates of these bases, as long as the base does not fire, it will be invisible to us. The Railbow Space Protection Belt is too tricky and long-range strikes are almost ineffective. If you use troops to fill it out, it will hit the opponent's thoughts. This is not easy to deal with." Manison shook his head slowly. "The three major articles clearly have sufficient inventory of cosmic treasures, but the World Tree has conquered one civilization after another with an amazing foundation and has many strategic weapons, which should not be underestimated." Hearing this, Simon's face was solemn, and he was a little confused. He pursed his lips and sighed in his heart. It's a pity that Black Star, the special consultant, is not here, otherwise he could ask for his opinion. Black Star's opinions are an important reference for the three major civilizations to implement decisions. They are as comfortable as watching strategies to fight monsters, allowing the top leaders of the three major civilizations to fully experience the joy of hugging their thighs. But now he can't contact Black Star, so he can only find a way and act according to the opportunity. Simon calmed down and said slowly, "So there are two key points that need to be solved now. One is to locate various company bases, and the other is to adopt an efficient and low-cost method to break through the Relbo space protection belt and destroy the enemy's various artillery strongholds. If the monitoring of the Sun of Destiny has not gained any results, then we will either passively wait for different bases to launch an over-visual range strike and reversely analyze the source of the attack, or wait for our control to slowly cover the past." A staff officer spoke. Upon hearing this, Commander Su Ling shook his head and said, "As long as the world trees beyond visual range of the camp exists, it will inevitably destroy our space anchoring tracks, monitoring base stations and other facilities, and prevent us from expanding our control range. In the areas that were not covered, the world tree can expand the scale of the camp at will, and there is no end to fight. These resources are just a drop of water in the sea to them. They use extremely low cost to form a tug-of-war with us and hinder our actions. So at present, we seem to be able to wait for the other party to take action and then lock it backwards, which is very passive. How about large-scale searches with reconnaissance ships? The uncovered area is too large. This method is to look for a needle in a haystack, and the other party will inevitably place a large number of cruise fleets near the camp area, which is not easy to work. What about the mystery?" The secret master interrupted and said, "The world tree has targeted protection in this regard, and it is impossible to use the mystery positioning." Everyone discussed for a while, but there was no effective targeting solution for travel, so they had to put aside the location issues and instead discuss the attack method. Compared with positioning, it is not difficult to destroy the base. At this time, the Imperial commander spoke and said slowly, "We can use space-time shearing technology to allow the small fleet to carry high-energy explosive bombs, pass directly through the Relbo space protection belt, and blow up the other party's base." Is space-time shearing technology? It is indeed feasible. Simon pondered for a few seconds and nodded. The three major civilizations passed each other during the war mobilization stage and briefly introduced most of their trump cards to facilitate dispatch. Therefore, the senior officers of the Glory and Vile Spirit knew that the Empire had time and space shearing technology. In terms of attacking the company base, everyone's opinions are consistent. The space-time shearing technology is extremely suitable for this kind of attack. Compared to sending the group army to attack with firepower, this is obviously a means of lower consumption. The maximum cost of hundreds of warships and a batch of disposable suicide squads is to be on the safe side and toggle manual control in unexpected situations. Everyone present knew the candidates for the suicide squad. Let our legions of mortals carry out the space-time cutting combat mission. This is their passionate job, Aurora said with a blink of an eye. Yes. Simon had no objection, paused and added, "It is best for suicide squads to choose low-pollution explosive bombs, and the power must be sufficient. Otherwise, even the shield of the base would not be blown up." After finalizing the attack method, the group returned to the topic of positioning, and there must be a result. It is not impossible to passively wait for the opponent's attack, but if the enemy's attack cannot be blocked, our losses will only continue to expand. We need to find a way to protect the various branches of the space-stable anchor track. I am frank. It is almost impossible to complete the task to protect the safety of all track branches under the unidentified scale and position of the opponent. After all, there are too many branches and the number is still increasing. We do not have a defensive device like the Relbo space protection belt. At most, we can only try our best to clear the targets left by the enemy's small troops. An officer said helplessly, "The enemy is dark and I am bright, and it cannot be solved for the time being. However, if we can seize and analyze the Relbo space protection belt, we can also have the same defensive performance advantages as the opponent, reducing our passivity." Simon pondered. So in addition to attacking the time and space shearing suicide squad, we have to send formal troops depending on the situation. The time and space shearing troops can only die and cannot seize spoils, and they also have to rely on advanced combat power in this regard. The few good news at present is that the World Tree has limited targets for over-visual strikes, either aiming at targets left by reconnaissance forces or targeting targets near the base and unable to accurately strike other locations. It is equivalent to the fact that each company base is an inducing trap. Only when the three major civilized fleets launch an attack on it will be exposed to the range of attacks, so they're not worried about being hit by an out-of-visual range on the road. The army where Khan is located quickly retreated and reduced a lot of personnel. Most of the outer armor of the remaining warships had traces of damage, and they did not complete the combat mission and failed to destroy the locked World Tree base. The only gain is that when facing out-of-visual range strikes in other directions, the intelligent calculation model analyzes the locations of several new battalions and adds the offensive targets of the three major civilizations. Not long after, the Second Fleet set out and took action to these bases separately. They were all equipped with the Empire's improved time and space shearing devices, which would not be activated until they arrived at the destination. The crew was basically temporarily recruited Legion players, and there was no tragic feeling of Fong, Xiaxiaxi Yishwahin, and the heroes who never returned. The atmosphere of each warship was very relaxed, and a large number of players looked happy, unlike a group of suicide squads, but like an outing. I didn't expect that the reward for this kind of death mission is so generous. Fortunately, I got it. It's too easy to complete the mission by giving away a head. It's comfortable. If I could come here a few more times, wouldn't it be equivalent to trying to get the experience? Kwang Dao felt happy as he listened to the excited discussions of many players around him. Players are the designated candidates for the Suicide Squad, and only players can accept this task. The task briefly introduces the combat mission of the time and space-cutting troops. The player was shocked to find that this task was not difficult for them, but the task reward was moving, and even the credit for destroying the enemy base was considered to them. It's equivalent to doing nothing. Just go out and give away a wave of people, and you can get experience. It's extremely easy and freehand, just like trying to draw experience. According to the forum, this combat mission is very important and is actually very difficult. It is equivalent to a deadly task for normal soldiers, but there are innate advantages just for strain this difficulty, so they can obtain high rewards that seem to be inconsistent with the difficulty at a very small cost. Not many players are willing to miss such a good opportunity. Because the quota is limited, many players almost snatched the ball, and only a very small number of people got the opportunity to go to the battle and were very happy. In the atmosphere of many players' joy, each fleet arrived at different World Tree bases and turned on the space-time shearing device without saying a word, moving towards the base like skipping frames. Various over-visual range attacks came one after another, shattering the fleet. However, the next moment, the fleet recovered as usual, continued to jump forward, and soon broke into the Rielbo space protection belt without being affected. When the space-time shearing troops advanced halfway, the World Tree base realized through space radar that this was an unknown space-time technology, quickly stopped conventional attacks, and instead used space-time means to target them. The space-time shearing technology is not unsolvable. Nemesis is a space-time technology. At that time, the Empire also cracked this black technology from the Cunny tribe in the same way. The response of the World Tree base is effective. The distance between the space-time shearing troops every time they skip frames begins to shorten. The white noise flickers on the surface becomes increasingly dense, and the collapse speed is accelerated. However, after years of improvement of the Red Empire, although the space-time shearing technology is still restrained by space means, its resistance has increased significantly and can last longer. The space-time shearing force, equipped with high-energy explosive bombs, facing the target of the World Tree base, stubbornly passed through the Relbo space protection belt and exploded in the base group. In the shocking fluctuations, dazzling energy balls lit up one after another in the universe, swallowing up the entire base. At the same time, the temporary base of the Black Star Legion in the intercepting circle flashed by white lights, and the Legion players who acted as suicide squads were resurrected in the bound strongholds. The crazy knife opened a panel and took a look at the task that had become a complete state, smiling as if a chrysanthemum was blooming. I'm fat. If I eat this wave of rewards, my level should be able to surpass the first-tier players. I don't know if this task is one time. I really hope to do it a few more times. Using the assault power of space-time shearing technology, the three major civilizations can effectively attack the world trees over visual range camp. There is no good solution to this black technology. World Tree can only continue to implement the original tactics and continuously destroy the anchoring track of the three major civilizations. The three major civilizations continue to send people to destroy the bases exposed, and the two sides launch a tug-of-war. Since the space-time shearing forces are not afraid of conventional attacks, the World Tree reduces the over-visual range strikes against incoming fleets and does not want to expose more base locations in vain on troops immune to conventional attacks. Taking advantage of this, the three major civilizations and dark areas Chun-Song sent a normal fleet led by high-level combat forces to mix in the time and space-shearing troops, successfully breaking a base, seized a set of railbow space protection belt devices, and hurriedly transported them back to the main base of the Intercept Circle for analysis. In a huge frontline research institute, the generator of the railbow space protection belt is suspended in a vacuum bubble, and a large number of mechanical probes are inserted into the structure of the device, constantly detecting parameters and deriving principles, and countless technicians are busy in front of different instruments. Simon and other senior officers were also paying attention to the analysis progress of the Institute. They stood on the ground with remote projection, looking up at the Rielbo space protective belt device in the air, feeling excited. It was just an attempt, but I didn't expect that the device was really seized and the troops to go out were almost wiped out. If this technology could be analyzed, it would not only be able to deal with the opponents beyond the visual range, but our interception circle would be even more difficult to break. While the group was happy, the lights of the Institute suddenly turned into dazzling blood red, and a buzzing alarm suddenly sounded. Alarm! Alarm! Unknown data was detected and tried to sneak into the firewall. Many technicians present suddenly felt shocked and quickly checked the source of the problem. What's going on? Simon's eyes changed. Reported that the device seized on the front line seems to carry some kind of extremely latent data virus, which is invading the firewall itself, trying to loot data from our database. The research team leader hurriedly responded. The Hidden Danger Investigation Report. Why didn't this virus be found before? Simon asked. All inspection steps are qualified. It can only be explained that this unknown virus has concealed our testing. The research team leader gritted his teeth. At this moment, the alarm buzzing frequency increased again, and many technicians were sweating and screaming. The first-level firewall was broken. The second-level firewall was broken. Too fast. The invasion speed of this virus is too fast. Request to mobilize the main intelligent computing power immediately to suppress it. Simon hurriedly came to the screen of the technician and took a look. He saw that the unknown virus broke through the layers of firewall shells and was about to officially enter the surface quantum network of the Intercepting Circle base group. But at this moment, silver data streams suddenly emerged, instantly wrapping up the unknown virus. It was like white blood cells swallowing bacteria and letting it rush left and right, and it could not get rid of the blockade of silver data, and its speed instantly slowed down. A large number of silver data streams emerged again, condensing into a virtual figure of Manison, looking calm. Armed country. Simon's eyes lit up. I noticed the fluctuations in the internet. It seems that something is wrong here. Is this the virus of the World Tree? Manison reached out and caught the struggling, unknown virus in his hand and looked at it carefully. Seeing this, Simon immediately asked, "How is the situation?" "This thing is a viral intelligent life, not just data." Manison responded lightly. At this time, the unknown virus suddenly exploded and disappeared. The alarm from the Institute immediately stopped and the light returned to normal. You destroyed him? Simon was stunned. No, he found that he could not break through my blockade. So, he decomposed himself. If you guessed correctly, this intelligent life is a family of the World Tree, and he can still enjoy the resurrection of the World Tree. It has innate advantages at the level of quantum networks, and most firewalls cannot stop him. Manison narrowed his eyes. So that's it. Simon pondered for a few seconds, relaxed his expression, and said, Fortunately, you are here this time. Otherwise, even if we can clear it, we will leak some information. The three major civilizations mobilized more main intelligent computing power and could destroy the life of this intelligent virus, but one step slower. If it weren't for Manison's high-speed reaction, they might be attacked by the enemy's intelligent virus into the quantum network, and, through information sharing, the World Tree learned some of their information. Because of the disadvantages in intelligence, the last strong attack was defeated. So World Tree took more measures to collect information from the three major civilizations, and information wars were naturally indispensable. Black Star is not here. Just leave this to me. Manison responded calmly and lifted the virtual figure. Hearing this, Simon breathed out. Although when it comes to the strongest mechanic in Shanghai now, the first thing everyone thinks of is Black Star, which has led to a decline in the presence of the mechanical country. But we can't underestimate the armored country just because of the strength of Black Star. After all, they are at the top of the previous generation of mechanics, and their level is still there. Without mentioning conflicts of ideas, Simon still believes in the armored country's ability. Although he temporarily lost the help of Black Star, with the foundation laid by Han Xiao early on, the three major civilizations still struggled with the World Tree. Both sides use various cosmic treasures and special technologies to constantly restrain each other, and they cannot do anything to each other for the time being. The World Tree occasionally sends some foreign powerhouses transformed from devouring to test. Due to the existence of the Black Star, the World Tree has turned the foreign powerhouses into cannon fodder. Anyway, it cannot play a role in the frontal battlefield, so it is simply used to harass and consume small amounts of people. But because Han Xiao entered the sanctuary, the foreign powerhouses of the World Tree did not suffer from virtual purification and could only be killed by Super A-level who had explored the universe. However, even without the Black Star formation, many Super A-level players are also independent, and there is no trouble. The two sides fought back and forth, while silently brewing, maintaining the intensity at a relatively low level. After about 2 months of stalemate, Han Xiaofeng returned from the sanctuary. A golden spark suddenly flashed in the vast starry sky, quickly expanding into a golden vortex, spitting out Han Xiao, and then the passage of the sanctuary disappeared on its own. Han Xiao was shocked and quickly came to his senses. Although it's the second experience, this feeling is quite wonderful, Han Xiao murmured, familiar with calibrating his own thinking, looked down and saw that the mark of the sanctuary had disappeared, and the panel could be opened again, and a prompt to enter the first sanctuary popped up on it. Each time you enter a different sanctuary, you can increase your permission once. It is calculated when you enter so that the authority of the first sanctuary reaches level 8. After sorting out his thoughts, Han Xiao stored the technical information of the first sanctuary brought out in the memory palace in a category, and then took out the communicator and took a look. His eyes lit up. The last time I entered the third sanctuary was more than 3 months. This time was only about 2 months later. The higher the authority, the more the flow rate was, the more the war was. In such a short time, there should be no problem with the war, right? Han Xiao's thoughts flashed, and he immediately dialed Simon's number. After a few sounds, the communication was picked up. Simon's figure appeared on the screen, with a look of surprise in his eyes. His Excellency Haisheng, you are finally back. Huh? This tone of looking forward to the stars and the moon sounds like the reaction of meeting a savior when encountering difficulties. Could something bad happen, right? Could it be that I would have to turn the tide? It wouldn't be such a coincidence. Han Xiao's heart skipped a beat, and a bunch of thoughts flashed through him, and he asked tentatively, I have only disappeared for about 2 months. There will be no problem with you, right? Although there's a little change, I can still deal with it. Through the screen, Simon didn't feel Han Xiao's mentality and smiled. Now that you are back, we are even more confident. After hearing Simon explain it, Han Xiao knew that he had a misunderstanding. My teammates are quite powerful. The impact of missing him for several months is not great. The main reason is that I feel relieved and feel that I have regained my backbone and can finally continue to rely on my thighs. Yes, with the previous foundation, the 3 major civilizations are not so bad, so I have to worry too much. After hearing the current situation, Han Xiao touched his chin and pondered. So the World Tree has now created a camp beyond a visual range and is shooting guns with us. The construction of the interception circle and space anchoring track has encountered huge resistance. If you want to disintegrate the opponent's strategy, you must start with positioning, right? This is the case, but we are currently very passive. Only when the opponent fires can we lock and reverse. Other conventional detection methods are basically blocked. Simon explained. Well, World Tree chose a further jump point to establish a camp base, which is really difficult to deal with away from our coverage area. Is there nothing you can do? Although Simon didn't expect too much, he seemed to have no idea when he saw the Black Star who had always been confident, and he couldn't help but feel a little discouraged. Because Han Xiao has always been very reliable and has established a halo similar to everything in the hearts of the 3 civilized officers. If he encounters an unsolvable problem, although everyone will not react rationally, it is normal for him to feel a little more or less depressed in his emotions. It's not clear yet. I'll wait until I go over and see the specific situation. Han Xiao did not give a positive response. In response to the situation Simon mentioned, his brain was running rapidly, screening out one plan after another, and finding out if there is any technology that can be used in this area. Not to mention, the information brought from the first sanctuary this time is indeed a special detection technology suitable for this situation from another iterative higher civilization, specially used for combat beyond visual range with unknown enemy coordinates. According to the information, the strength of this civilization is beyond the visual range combat. Even without the help of fast wormholes and stargates, it can cross several star domains to make accurate beyond the visual range attacks on targets in motion. It has a very wide range and is very sharp. The first sanctuary stores countless mechanical technologies. This time, he only dug a small part of them, but it is already an extremely huge technical treasure. It is not that he wants to be flirted with the old, but he has indeed surpassed Jia Bao countless streets in terms of comprehensiveness. The experience and accumulation of multiple iterative civilizations can cope with various situations and have targeted solutions to many tactical strategies, which is an advantage that Jeff Bo cannot provide. Originally, the World Tree civilization has swallowed up the accumulation of multiple civilizations and has certain advantages on the front battlefield. This wave of information is enough to fill the gap between the 2 sides and even gain an advantage in the reverse direction. For the current 3 major civilizations, this wave of technical information is like a timely help, and it is a priceless treasure. In this way, even if the resurrection mechanism and resource conversion of the World Tree are almost unsolvable, the 3 major civilizations can persist for a longer period of time and gain more time for the secondary dimension expedition. With this batch of technical data, you'll have a greater grasp of the World Tree civilization. Unfortunately, you have never encountered any opponents like World Tree in each iteration, otherwise it would be better to have a targeted device. Han Xiao was secretly happy and a little regretful. After this trip to the sanctuary, he made new discoveries. Each sanctuary stores different categories of information. The first sanctuary is mainly mechanical, but he did not find information state technology. If the 5 superpowered professions correspond to one sanctuary, he guessed that the extra 6 sanctuary might store technical information related to information states. And this aspect is the weapon to restrain the World Tree. But the key to the 6th saint is too difficult to synthesize, and it is not the same difficulty compared to the other 5 sanctuaries. Han Xiao has never heard of the names of some materials. While he was thinking, Simon spoke again. Curiously speaking, Have your sanctuary recovered successfully? Well, there's another last link. We need to call other Super A-level players to suppress the situation, so as not to cause any trouble. Han Xiao nodded and replied, thinking of the resurrection of the World Tree. According to the experiences of previous lives, the resurrection speed of most World Tree powerhouses ranges from 2 to 8 months and is divided into different ranges by strength level. The resurrection time of peak Super A-level generally floats randomly between 5 to 8 months, and each time is different, while the resurrection time of the Tree King is not within this standard. That's good. Come to the main base. I'll call everyone to wait for you. Simon was very happy and couldn't wait. Well, I'll go later. Han Xiao hung up the communication, turned around, and dialed the number of the person who started the oath. This time it took 30 seconds before the communication was reluctant to answer. You are back. The swearing man appeared on the screen, expressionless. You don't look happy at all. I'm very happy. This sentence is combined with your dead fish face and the tone of reading, and it is not convincing at all. Han Xiao complained secretly in his heart and said helplessly, Okay, I'll just inform you that I'm back. There are many civilized direct descendants in the targets of this revival, and there is no way to send the covenant. Oh, you have nothing to say, so I'll die. Han Xiao's mouth twitched, ended the communication, and changed into the Emperor's brush and disappeared. On the other side, Covenant base. The swearing man sitting at the card table put down his communicator and turned his head. He saw the members of the Covenant organization in the activity room staring at him with a burning gaze. Black Star is back. A group of people are finally going to recover, and maybe they're my enemies in it. Haha, this group of people cannot join the Covenant and let them participate in the war. So don't we have to go out? Let those direct descendants die on the battlefield, and our revenge will be avenged indirectly. Black Star is wonderful. In the room, many resuscitators reacted fiercely, throwing down the cards in their hands, and the atmosphere was full of joy. Looking at this scene, the swearing man tightened his hand slightly, and his heart was filled with sorrow. The boss's experience card has expired again. In the combat conference room of the main base of the intercepting circle, everyone gathered together to gather around the throne stored here. A ray of light flashed, and Han Xiao, wearing the Emperor, teleported to him. The President is back. Legislative Commander. Hello, Haixing. When Han Xiao arrived, everyone greeted him. Thank you all for your hard work when I'm not here. Han Xiao put away the Emperor and waved his hand with a smile. He was a leader style, and everyone present was used to it. When will we complete the sanctuary revival? Simon asked, stepping up. Hearing this, most of them looked at Han Xiao with curiosity. Most of them only knew the existence of the sanctuary revival and had never seen how the sanctuary revival was carried out. They were very interested. No hurry. I'll take a look at the current confrontation situation first. Han Xiao shook his head, went straight to the command table, and called out the global surveillance and the battle reports of these days to quickly browse. Seeing this, everyone did not urge him, followed him, and did not disturb Han Xiao from observing the situation. However, this scene made many people feel strange, and they inexplicably felt that their work results were reviewed by leaders. After looking for a while, Han Xiao withdrew his gaze and looked at Simon, saying, I already know the situation. I have a way. Maybe I can restrain the strategy of the world trees beyond the visual range of camp. Do you really have a way? Simon was stunned. You said just now that you were not sure. Now that you came to the scene to see the specific situation, you thought of a countermeasure. Is it so fast? I have a special detection technology that may solve the problem of positioning. Han Xiao exported the technical data in his memory, hid the technical details, gave the general principles and effects, and showed the group. Simon quickly finished reading the information. His face became more and more surprised and said in surprise, If this technology is real, it can not only crack the current tug-of-war, but also change our future decision-making direction. This can bring more new tactics and expand our tactical combination library. Many Super A-level superlevels also looked at the technical introduction, and the mechanics among them were surprised and couldn't help but look at Han Xiao in surprise. Compared to other people, experts are more shocked. You can tell at a glance that as long as you follow the map to create real objects, it is definitely a cosmic treasure-level device. This technology alone is enough to change the way of war for a higher civilization. Not only has Black Star improved its combat power rapidly, but its R&D power has also reached this level. When did he develop this strategic observation technology? Han Xiao looked around and nodded. Of course it's true. I can share some of the technologies to allow the military factories of the three major civilizations to build a framework. I will be responsible for the core, divide the labor and manufacture, and improve efficiency. He does not intend to hide some of the technologies that are helpful to the battle situation. He only masters the core technologies. In other aspects, the three major civilizations produce resources to build, increasing the capital of the three major civilizations to fight against the world tree. Okay, I am worthy of being a special consultant. I will ask the three leaders later. Simon immediately became excited. He Xing just came back and proposed solutions to the problem that has plagued them for 2 months. Not only did he stand alone in intelligence, but he also made achievements in strategic technology. He Xing is indeed as reliable as ever. Looking at everyone's surprised expression, Han Xiao was calm and did not take credit for this. Strictly speaking, this is not his ability, but his ability to achieve higher civilizations in various iterations. He just stood on the shoulders of giants and had poor information. He had nothing to be proud of. Han Xiao waved his hand and said in a stern tone, "Put this aside in advance. Choose a place to revive the sanctuary. This time it is not as good as before. We ask these resuscitators to join the war. There must be many people who are unwilling to accept it. I don't want any accidents. All super A-level people come with me to defend the market." Okay. Everyone looked upright and agreed. A certain planet in Shining World was artificially transformed. The silver earth paved with engineering alloys enveloped the entire planet. No buildings have been built on the ground. The whole is a round silver sphere, which has only undergone the most basic surface geological transformation. Hundreds of super A-level stayed in the center of the vast silver plain, and their eyes were always focused on Han Xiao's back at the forefront. In order to reduce unexpected factors, the three major civilizations selected planets in their territory as the site for the recovery of the sanctuary. Many super A-level followers to use teleporters to come to the market together. The three major civilizations did not arrange fleets in the outer space of the planet, but only installed space stability anchors and deployed secret over-visual weapons in a more distant position. They used long-range equipment to observe the situation here. The outer layer of the planet looked empty and had no armed force. This is adopted Han Xiao's suggestion. Super A-level all have tempers. If someone wakes up and is forced to negotiate with a gun, he will definitely be unhappy and may not be conducive to contact. This time, the three major civilizations have a desire. The other party is a powerful historical strongman, all of whom are decent people with identities. It is not suitable to take such a tough attitude from the beginning. On the contrary, the communication between Super A-level does not hinder it. If physical persuasion is needed, it is enough to have him in a group of Super A-levels so that the strong will be respected. This is the default rule between Super A-levels. If military forces intervene, it may have a counterproductive effect. Then I'll start. Han Xiao looked back and saw everyone nodding and expressing no objection. He withdrew his gaze and activated the sanctuary revival mark on the back of his hand. The golden light suddenly bloomed and shot out like a wire drawing, condensed into luminous bodies on the plain in front of everyone, slowly becoming living bodies with different appearances. The energy fluctuations resonate with each other, as if a storm was rolled up out of thin air, shaving everyone's hair or clothes into a rush. Many Super A-level stares closely at this scene, afraid of missing any picture. Living. So, it was revived like this. It was different from what I thought. I thought there was a similar process of hatching. What is this principle? It looks so wonderful. A burst of surprise whispers came from behind, and Han Xiao took it as if he couldn't hear it, carefully observing the objects of the revival. The three major civilizations are directed by the Superstar Group, directed by the neutral Super A level. The power composition of the resurgence this time is more complicated than the previous two times, and the contradictions are probably more acute. Han Xiao secretly prepared mentally. At this moment, many revived people woke up like dreams, from being confused to being confused, and from being confused to being surprised, observing their own state and surrounding environment in surprise, and looking at each other. What's the situation? Illusion? Dream? Virtual world? What did the glorious Federation do to me? Huh, it's you. I crushed your head with my own hands. Why are you still alive? After this group of resuscitators saw the situation around them, the scene gradually became riot, and a stream of aura emerged from the individual, and the energy quickly entered an unstable active state and entered a state of combat. Many people who had hatred were ready to move. As for some neutrals who had not figured out the situation, they frowned and quietly retreated aside, with their visual organs dripping around, wanting to observe a wave first. Han Xiao was about to speak to show his existence, but at this moment, a tall male life body looked over, stared at Han Xiao and others, and slowly spoke. If you guessed correctly, we are all dead, and you have resurrected us? He wore a gorgeous priest robe. His voice was solemn and ancient, with a calming aura, quickly calmed down the riots in the audience, guiding the eyes of all the resurrected people present to focus on him, and then followed his gaze and locked on Han Xiao and others. This is also a line grab. Han Xiao looked at him carefully and realized that he was screening the database, and soon found the information of the guy who spoke. Hilbert Muller, the direct psychic gentry of the Void Spirit sect, has a peak over the ill level, and its ability is related to space. It was once the supreme pillar of the Void Spirit sect, and its qualification is even older. The former master of the Void Spirit National Artifacts of Ernos. Because Ernos' ability is more suitable for the Void National Artifact. After Ernos grew up, the Void National Artifact changed its owner. Hilbert stepped down as the supreme pillar, changed his post, and turned to explore the secondary dimension, disappeared during a long voyage exploration, and was unknown to life and death. Now it seems that this guy is naturally overwhelmed. The universe is so big and the danger is endless. I don't know what he encountered in the secondary dimension, but the possibility of the star couplet can be ruled out. Han Xiao once learned from Jace the appearance and names of the first 3 batches of outsiders, and those people are not in his revival choice for the time being. Han Xiao's thoughts flashed through his mind and nodded and responded, "Yes, everyone must still have memories. You have long been dead and become history. Now is 783 years of Xinghai calendar. Many years have passed. I awakened you in a way called the resurrection of the sanctuary. It turned out to be resurrection. Incredible, there is still such an operation. I thought someone uploaded my remaining consciousness to the virtual world. Many resurrected people calmed down and felt a little surprised. I really never thought about this kind of thing. At least when they died, few people thought that they would have a day to wake up." At this time, a female imperial human in military uniform next to him narrowed her eyes and asked Han Xiao, "Who are you?" "You can call me Black Star, the only controller of the current revival of the sanctuary, the joint consultant of the 3 major civilizations, and the current super-level president." Han Xiao introduced himself and added with a chuckling, "I was also an ally of the Empire. Speaking of which, we should be closer, Lord Ruefu." "That's the case. Then you are your own?" Ruefu's face relaxed a little. She was one of the former pillars of the Empire, with a peak Super A-level magician, nicknamed the Fairy Queen, and has outstanding combat power. When he heard that Han Xiao's title sounded like he was standing on the side of the 3 major civilizations, and the other party called himself an ally of the Empire, Refu felt that it was mostly not like an enemy. She turned her head to observe the Super A-level behind Han Xiao, and suddenly her eyes paused, stopped on Claudia, and a surprised smile appeared on her face. "Isn't this Xiaoan? Are you still alive?" When everyone looked at it, they saw that Claudia, who had always been indifferent, twitched slightly, and his feet moved quietly, as if they wanted to hide themselves in the crowd. "Hey, Claudia, don't pretend not to know you. I saw you. Where can I hide it?" Ruefu put his hands on his hips. His voice was thick and bold, like a lion roar in the east of the river. Han Xiao couldn't help but rub his buzzing ears, feeling that this girl and the Sun Hunter must have a lot of common words, and his words were like letting go. "I'm meeting again." A rare reluctance flashed across Claude's face, but he still responded with a tough bullet. In terms of qualifications, Rev is his old senior. He once taught him for a while with other pillars of the country. When Claudia was not strong, he left a deep psychological shadow on him and was half a teacher. What made Claudia scalp numb the most was that Rev touched him on weekdays and deliberately teased him. Speaking of which, Rifu is also a charming beauty. If it is normal, he would not avoid it. But the problem is, this guy is a acquired transgender person. He is not a forced person like Sword Master Fu, but an active choice. It is not a decision to be a weak young man. He actually became a sex only after becoming a super A-level. The reason is strange. In Rifu's words, it is a man is tired of being a woman. Try being a woman. Although the interstellar era is open and transgender has been widely accepted, Claudia has never liked new trends and can still accept it when getting along with her normally. However, when he was teased, he instinctively felt a chill on his back and really couldn't accept it. This mentality is probably, I treat you as a brother, and you actually want to join me? Well, everyone, it's not the time to greet each other. Han Xiao quickly interrupted the communication between the two. The main thing was not finished yet. If we let these guys who are kinship recognize each other now, then when do we have to talk about it? Well, I'm right. Let's not talk about anything else. If you revive us, you must have a purpose. What's going on? The resuscitator of the Guanghui Federation also spoke at the right time. This is a spiritual master, a direct powerhouse before Ulu. The questions are basically about the three major civilized direct lines, spontaneously gathering together, while the other resurrected people watched the communication between the two sides and silently obtained information. As for the 10 superstar group direct lines, they were huddled aside, always maintaining extremely high vigilance, clearly distinguishing. Hearing this question, everyone was excited. This was their most cautious point. For fear of reviving, they were for some bad intentions. Recovery is not only what I mean, but also what the three major civilizations, interstellar society, and everyone present have the same meaning as the Super A-level agreement. Han Xiao paused and said in a deep voice, "Our hometown is facing a huge crisis. An alien cosmic civilization is invading our world. Their strength is beyond imagination and extremely powerful. The war has broken out. We need your strength. Cosmic foreign war." Everyone's faces changed, and they had their own thoughts in an instant. Yet, if it weren't for this level of crisis, it seems that there would be no need to spend a lot of time resurrecting so many historical super-level A-levels. However, from a personal perspective, most resurrected people are unhappy to be exploited by others when they are resurrected. When many resurrected people looked at the hundreds of super A-level battles on the opposite side, they finally understood the situation. The surprise of resurrection was wiped out, and a faint anger ejaculated in their hearts. If you don't want to, what will happen? Force us with force. A neutral super A-level frowned and said with dissatisfaction. Han Xiao shook his head and said, "That's not the case. We will try our best to convince everyone that everything is voluntary and will not force you to join the war. After all, the resurrectionist is an individual with free thoughts, not a slave, and the means of coercion are not advisable. It is not only the complex identity of the resurrectionist, but also the other super-level A-level feelings. Pointing a gun at the head of the resuscitators to compromising will cause many sequelae. One of them is to empathize with other super A-levels, and worrying that they will receive the same treatment if they recover in the future. It is hard to say how many members of the association who are willing to continue to participate in the war are left. However, just using verbal persuasion, there will definitely be few resuscitators who are obedient. Force is an indispensable part. Both ends are in a dilemma and have to grasp the issue of degree. This is even more difficult to deal with than the previous two resurgences. Han Xiao was mentally prepared for this. At this time, a medium-sized super A-level spoke in a deep voice. We want to ask the senior management for their opinions. I wonder if we can give us a communicator. Han Xiao glanced at him and recognized that this was a direct descendant that the superstar group valued. Named Mablo, was very strong, but unfortunately he died in the sorrow of the peak. Okay, take it. Han Xiao did not refuse this request, took out a communicator, and threw it to Mablo. This is his trading conditions with the superstar group. With his rich experience in persecution, he must have suspected that the three major civilizations quietly attacked their advanced combat power in the war, and would never allow the strong men who had finally recovered to join the war. Han Xiao did not expect all the revived superstar group direct descendants to join the war. Mablo took the communicator, nodded gently, and took the other 9 superstar teams to the side to contact the senior management. For a moment, many resuscitators fell silent, and acquaintances exchanged their eyes, all hesitating and not speaking. At this time, Ruefu let out a breath and said slowly, "Since the Empire is in trouble, I have no choice but to do it. Isn't just a war? As long as the Empire gives orders, I am willing to contribute my strength." Well, I am the same. I was already a dead person. Since the Federation needs my strength to fight against foreign enemies, it doesn't matter if it burns again. With Ruefu taking the lead, many 3 major civilized direct lines agreed and expressed their support. Seeing this, Han Xiao felt relieved. As he expected, the support of most of the civilization's direct lineage was naturally reliable, and the advanced combat power that had been debugged by the long-term patriotic education of the 3 major civilizations was naturally reliable, and he was willing to contribute to the explored universe. However, it was obvious that things would not go so smoothly when many direct lines spoke out. Voices of singing opposites appeared in the crowd. "Hey Xing, sorry, we don't want to continue participating in the battle." Han Xiao and his party looked in the sound, and their expressions changed. I saw that the reviver who spoke was not a historical powerhouse, but a member of the association who died on the battlefield not long ago, named Garose, who had a brief intersection with Han Xiao. Several other members of the association who died in battle also followed Garose, obviously reaching a consensus and mustered up the courage to look at Han Xiao. Sure enough, even if the super A-level who is willing to participate in the battle now doesn't want to continue taking risks after dying once. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly. Although it was not surprising, he still shook his head and sighed secretly. But before he could respond, another resuscitator objected. "Sorry, I don't plan to participate in this war." Han Xiao turned his head and looked at it, and his eyes changed. The person who spoke was Hilbert, the first 3 civilized direct descendants to refuse to respond to the conscript. Refu looked at him in surprise. "You are." Before he finished speaking, Hilbert waved his hand, interrupted her, and said lightly, "I have sacrificed my life for the 3 civilizations and fulfilled my duties. I am worthy of them. Even if I am a direct line, Su Ling cannot ask me to make endless contributions. Even the senior management has the choice of retirement. Besides, I died once, and everything was cleared. I finally had a second chance. I couldn't work for it forever." As soon as he finished speaking, many civilized direct lines who were still struggling were slightly stunned. I felt that they were in their hearts. I couldn't help but nodded in agreement and agreed one after another. Even the civilized direct lineage who had already expressed his opinion was shaken by these words. The 3 existing civilized direct lines originally wanted to persuade, but when they heard this, they were speechless. It seems not very good. Looking at this scene, the 3 civilized leaders who were remotely monitoring the equipment all felt tight. This guy, looking at the broadcasting screen of the virtual screen, the Zuling sect's eyes sank. Most of the civilized direct descendants are hardcore. From the perspective of the heads of the 3 major civilizations, the revival of the direct descendants is naturally to allow them to continue to serve. They wish they could have the loyalty of the direct descendants for eternal life. But people's hearts will change, especially after experiencing a death, which is inevitable even for the direct descendants. He gave a precious life to civilization, felt that he was clear and unwilling to be driven again. In the eyes of the three, Hilbert's idea was due to human nature, but understanding is not in line with their current interests. If it was a peaceful time, the three of them did not mind the other party's idea of retirement, and would even give meritorious titles to demonstrate Hilbert's honor to serve civilization, so as to enhance the loyalty of other direct descendants. However, the situation is different now, and the transaction conditions for Black Star to agree to recover are in front, so the three of them are also in a dilemma. Back in the scene, after Hilbert finished speaking, the atmosphere at the scene fell silent again. Hilbert glanced around, then looked at Han Xiao and asked, "What do you think?" Han Xiao did not respond immediately, but turned his head to look at Xui, his eyes meaningful. Xui was stunned. "Huh? Were you looking at me?" "It's nothing, just look." Han Xiao withdrew his gaze. TSK, the Zuling sect really produces Erwuzi, although Hilbert's behavior of expressing personal demands is not as Erwuzi, it has affected the mentality of other revived people. It is estimated that in the eyes of the heads of the three major civilizations, it is no different from Erwuzi. Han Xiao flashed all kinds of thoughts, smiled slightly, and nodded. "Your request is reasonable. No one really stipulates that if you become a civilized direct line, you must work for it forever. Even ordinary people have the opportunity to retire. A meritorious person like you who die for civilization naturally has such rights. Then do you have no objection?" Hilbert raised his eyebrows. "I personally understand, but I don't have the final say in this matter. The quota for the recovery of your sanctuary was purchased by the three major civilizations for me. At present, only a deposit has been paid. If the three major civilizations want to reduce the quota, I can recover it." Han Xiao spread his hands and continued. "During the war, every resource must be used in practice. If you cannot reflect your own role, I guess they are unwilling to pay. In this case, then take back my life." Hilbert opened his arms, looked calm, and looked like he was slaughtered. Seeing this, everyone was in a complicated mood and frequently glanced at Han Xiao and Hilbert. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and felt clear. This guy is really willing to give up the second life he finally got? It is obviously impossible. This set is just a retreat to advance, and it is certain that the three major civilizations will not kill him. Otherwise, in the eyes of other resurrected people, it is no different from the force threat. This goes against the original intention of the beginning, causing more supra-level rabbits to die, shake, and further damage the loyalty of some direct descendants, making them feel that they have been enslaved forever. Han Xiao was about to speak when he suddenly received a message from the heads of the three civilizations. He glanced at them and couldn't help but shake his head and smiled. "Huh, you can rest assured. The three civilizations just said that they will still pay you enough recovery fees and will not take back your life." The three civilizations reacted quickly and were unwilling to damage the loyalty of more direct descendants. They had to express their opinions even if they pinched their noses. "That's good." Hilbert put down his arm without changing his face, as if he had expected it. Immediately afterwards, he turned to point to some of his resurrection direct descendants who had just agreed with him and asked, "Since we have not rejected our request and are not forced to join the war, we should be able to leave?" Han Xiao smiled and said slowly, "You are misunderstood. You can't leave on your own. You can only follow us." Hearing this, the faces of many resurrectionists changed slightly. Hilbert narrowed his eyes. "Do you mean to put us under house arrest? You can understand this way. You have been dead for a long time and have just recovered. You don't understand the current interstellar society. At the same time, the power structure is relatively complicated. Because the current war situation is tense, in order to reduce unexpected factors, we will carry out unified management. You cannot act freely until you are allowed." Han Zhao's face remained unchanged, but his tone was unquestionable. This is a plan that has been decided long ago. Even if all the resurgents are not forced to participate in the war, They will not be allowed to act freely. Otherwise, he would not have to bring so many super A-level people to the market. At this time, Garose and his group couldn't help but say, "We are the same?" Han Xiao glanced at them and said expressionlessly, "You've died in battle to fight against the world tree. Naturally, you don't need to accept such treatment. Come on." In fact, he didn't want to let these people go, but he needed to take care of the mentality of the members of the association behind him. The difference was still needed. Sitting in his current position, it is of course unlikely that people from different positions will give up their own interests by balancing the ideas of all parties, seeking profit and avoiding the common sense of harming others. Garose and others breathed a sigh of relief. Under the gaze of both sides, they left the position of the resuscitators group and stood in the super A-level group behind Han Xiao. As long as they got the benefits they wanted, they naturally did not intend to continue to stand on the same side as these resuscitators. Many super A-level look at Garose, and naturally they would not have the intention to despise them, and most of them felt it was natural. Hilbert didn't speak, but the neutral resuscitator quit. "How long is the house arrest period?" A dark golden-skinned reviver spoke in a deep voice, his aura more oppressive than Hilbert. Everyone looked over, and the mechanics were all shocked. Emperor Nifga, the first divine mechanic in history, the founder of the mechanical divine cult. All mechanics with bonuses from the mechanical divine cult are enjoying his protection. For super A-level mechanics, this is a figure like an ancestor. Han Xiao nodded and explained, "His Excellency Nifga, there is no fixed deadline for house arrest. Everything is subject to the specific situation. You will be subject to a long-term, one-on-one review. Only when you are sure that there will be no unexpected factors will you be allowed to leave." Hearing this, another neutral super level A spoke out and smiled coldly. "The review standards are set by you, and you can say whatever you want. I am very curious. If you don't agree to join the war, you will be under house arrest all the time." Han Xiao turned around and looked over. The person who spoke was named Aegon Wanitz, nicknamed Liu Yin, was a super A-level peak, transformed into a superpower, and was the same as Dilrin, a big man who called the wind and rain, died in the sorrow of the peak. At this moment, he looked at Han Xiao and his group with unconcealed hostility in his eyes. This time, a bunch of fierce people were revived, with strong people in the crowd, and there were many powerful people everywhere. "Of course not," Han Xiao replied casually, his mind moving. The three direct lines of civilizations, the superstar group, and the super-level A-level whose cause of death has nothing to do with the three major civilizations. Even if these people are unwilling to participate in the war, they will not make extreme actions. However, the people who died at the hands of the three major civilizations, or the peak of the tragedy, are completely different, and they have deep hatred, which is the difficult thorn. Aegon Wanitz glanced at Hilbert and other revived direct descendants and said indifferently, "You charge the fee to revive these direct descendants, but you voluntarily recovered our neutral super A-level, right?" "It can be said that." Han Xiao did. "Hey, I thank you for letting me live and owe you a favor. But if you want to use this kind of kindness to hold me hostage against foreign enemies for the three civilizations, it is impossible." Aegon Wanitz stood with his arms in his arms, and a stream of red flames wandered on his body surface. The temperature in the field soared rapidly, and his tone was firm. "I tell you clearly that I will never accept house arrest from the three civilizations. This is to go to jail. They will never let us victims of the peak sorrow. I will leave now. Who will leave with me?" Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, many super A-level outbursts who died in the peak of the tragedy echoed with their actions, and some neutral super A-level who were unwilling to be under house arrest also stood up together, wanting to leave the place with the power of the group. Huge energy fluctuations spread out. The alloy ground buzzed and vibrated, and one sag after another appeared. The three major civilized direct lines, the superstar group direct lines, and some neutral super A-level rear immediately stepped aside and had no intention of helping either side. They made up their minds to watch the show and prepared to act according to the opportunity. The direct, descending to the side of the superstar group, secretly communicated with Spirit. "We won't do it. This is a good opportunity to break through. I just contacted the senior management. They told us not to act rashly and listen to their arrangements for the time being. Maboro paused, stared at Han Xiao, looked up and down in surprise, and added, "Also, the senior management specifically told me not to join in the fun and provoke that guy named Blackstar. He will die." At the same time, Aegon Juanes and his group's aura quickly rose and were ready to move. The atmosphere in the field suddenly became tense and was about to break out. Seeing this, Han Xiao's smile gradually calmed down, and he slowly said, "We do not force ourselves to participate in the war, but it is necessary to be confined. This is not negotiable. You're all seniors with status. I don't want to use force, but if it is difficult for me to do it, I can only let you suffer a little. Don't toast or not to eat a fine." After that, the mini super A-level behind him spontaneously dispersed, forming a semi-encirclement, surrounding Aegon Juanes and others in the middle. That's right. Aegon Juanes was boiling and shouted, "Just use his mouth to solve the problem. You are dreaming. Either retreat or use your fist to make me surrender. This is the rule between super A-levels. If you want to stop me, you can try it." Bang! The surging flames gushed out, fueled by force, as if they never went out, and the alloy on the surrounding ground melted instantly. Aegon Juanes' body changed instantly, and his body swelled up, turning into a weird creature like a giant, like a broken skin from the inside out, and his appearance was like a demon walking out of hell, as described by some religions, with a mortal fire entangled all over his body. The next moment, his 4 anti-joint long legs suddenly stepped on, and his whole person shot into the outer space of the planet, like a fire meteor rising from the ground, at extremely fast speed, trying to break through the siege. This is a signal. Many resurgents who followed him showed their magical powers and attacked the super A-level surroundings. The torrent of energy burst out, instantly opening up a chaotic battle situation. The Earth kept shattering under the collision of super A-level abilities and almost blasted out a sink like a sinkhole. From the outer space, it looked like a planet was pounded hard by an awl, smashing the shell out of position. "Pick it up." Han Xiao stayed still, waved his hand, and sat down to watch some of his companions take action. Although there are a few powerful guys among this group of breakers, Kikizi and Lao Maitu are not vegetarians, and there are many direct descendants such as Claudi and Ulu, which is enough to suppress Aegon Juanes and others, and he doesn't need to go into battle himself. As expected, Aegon Juanes had just rushed to the outer space, and a huge silver mechanical god was generated rapidly. The visual effect almost covered the entire sky. He looked down at the planet in outer space and slapped it down with a sudden slap, instantly smashing Aegon Juanes back to the ground. Bang! The alloy ground was concave and twisted and shattered, and Aegon Juanes, who fell like a meteor, smashed a circular valley. A great move of Tathagata's magic palm. Han Xiao's eyelids twitched, and he felt a strong sense of déjà vu. On the other side, light flashed in Saori's eyes, and endless thought power gushed out, filling every inch of space with almost nowhere to hide. The continuous spiritual explosion shocked many breakers' movements. The other resuscitators did not intervene and retreated to the edge of the battlefield. They only experienced a little aftermath of their mind power. They also felt a tingling feeling in their brain area, and they were secretly surprised. This group of super A-levels in later generations is not simple. Less than 1/3 of the people can stop them by taking action. I don't think they can run out. The leading Black Star hasn't taken action yet, and his strength level should be less than that. Many resurgents who watched the show whispered, and were also taking this opportunity to observe the super A-level combat power of this era. They have just recovered and lost their weapons. Most of them are not in full swing, especially the mechanics among them. If these super A-level group are really powerful and do not see the opportunity to break through, they will be conscious of the situation and will be under house arrest. Manison and Thuyuai led a group of association members to fight Aegon Juanes and others for a while, quickly overturning one resurgent after another incomplete state. But there were many opponents, and at least there were peak super-level A-level existences. Many people on the association members were also slightly injured. Aegon Wanitz, who was covered with wounds, avoided Manison's phantom shelling and ran into Metes's wild beast on the association. He took several punches with his injuries and bullied him. His palm with sharp claws slapped heavily on Metes' chest. The concentrated explosive flame penetrated into Metes' body through his skills and exploded suddenly. Boom! The fire expanded, and Metes shot out from the smoke and fell to the ground. The remaining momentum was still unchanged, and a rift was plowing out of a rift, and black smoke was pouring out of his body, as if it was burned from the inside out, and it was very injured. But at this moment, Aurora raised her hand and shot out a life energy, hitting Metes. The charred flesh fell off one after another, and new flesh grew. The injury disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Restorability. Aegon Wanitz's face changed, and suddenly a flash of inspiration changed, and he suddenly adjusted his direction and charged towards Aurora. After a fierce battle, he had discovered that it was unlikely that he would break through the tough siege. He could not overcome the blockade of Manison and Sweer, and he had some intention of surrendering. But when he saw Aurora's ability, he suddenly had an idea. Since the three major civilizations are resisting foreign enemies, the recovery abilities must have important strategic significance for advanced combat power. If the recovery abilities are controlled, and she is hostage to negotiate with this group of people, they may be able to successfully leave. Aegon Wanitz made up his mind. Try again last. At the same time he switched to attack targets. All the Super A-level members of the association were furious. Aurora is their thigh against the world tree, and it is a strategic weapon to maintain the advantage of advanced combat power. But in order to break through, this guy actually wants their only nurse to fall into danger. Even Claudie and other direct descendants who did not take action could not help but be Super A-level. They were furious and turned into streams of light to rush towards Aegon Wanitz. This scene was like stabbing a hornet's nest. Aegon Wanitz was startled, but not only kept going, but instead accelerated the speed and believed that this move worked. Many resurrected people were also surprised and were about to continue watching the show, but at this moment, a powerful fluctuation that moved everyone and swept out. Buzz. Han Xiao's figure teleported in front of Aegon Wanitz. The next moment, the black mechanical god rose up, and his tone was stern. I know you have a grudge against the three civilizations. It's okay to let you vent your temper, but if you want to attack our important strategic figures, you are looking for death. Han Xiao did not hesitate, and opened his palm, and the tough binding force field acted on Aegon Wanitz, temporarily setting it in midair. Then the war troops that covered the sky and the sun separated from the mechanical god and opened fire endlessly at Aegon Wanitz. Round after round of firepower strikes, and the power was not reserved. Aegon Wanitz was blown away and pissed. No matter how he dodged and fled, the mechanical troops chased him and bombed him. I surrender. Stop beating. Aegon Wanitz hurriedly began to surrender, but Han Xiao turned a blind eye. The Super A-level people who were rushing to help stopped one after another, and the many resurgents watching the game were also in agitation, showing shock, and there was no way to tell that this was a murderous intent. Whether Aegon Wanitz surrendered or counterattacked desperately, Han Xiao ignored it and chased after a long time, finally bombarded the other party until death, leaving only a broken body falling from the sky. The breakout battle on the field had already stopped, and everyone watched Han Xiao ravage and kill Aegon Wanitz from heaven to earth. No matter how Aegon Wanitz counterattacked, he could not escape the control of Black Star. The difference in combat power was completely a huge difference in crushing levels, just like an adult bullying a child, pinching round and flattening at will. Just as the many resurrected people were surprised that Black Star was trying to kill, Hylas stretched out his hand to pinch Aegon Wanitz's body, pulled out a dead soul from it, threw it into the underworld, and immediately attracted everyone's attention. Seeing everyone's eyes falling on him, Hela ignored it and snorted coldly. Black Star can give you new life and take your life. If you give me shamelessness, I will send you all into the underworld. Underland. Hearing this name, many resurrected people had a stir, and the reactions were completely different because of the different active eras. Some people knew what the Ming-Tu was, and looked at Hela in surprise, while others looked confused and didn't know what this concept was. After asking, they understood the meaning of Ming-Tu. They couldn't help but change their faces slightly, and they felt a strong sense of fear. Nefati, who had been watching the show, frowned, looked at Hela, and spoke in a deep voice. To be honest, the ability of the recovery psychic man just now looks very familiar. What is your relationship with Ni, Ges, and Eros? He was also the first one, and he was in the same era as the two sisters in the underworld. From the beginning, he felt that Hela and Aurora's abilities were familiar with the aura. Hela looked down at him and said lightly, "They were dead long ago. We inherited the dawn of life and the power of the dead, as well as the underworld they left behind. So that's it." Nif Gadharth nodded slowly, without saying anything else. Seeing that he had no other problems, Hela ignored him, glanced at everyone, and said coldly, "Black Star has given you enough face. Don't be too arrogant. The same thing is said. Those who don't want to live can continue to make trouble. See if we can send you all into the underworld." Han Xiao spoke at the right time and shouted, "Hela, all the seniors are present. Please be careful when speaking." Hela threw away the wreckage of Aegon Wanitz, turned around and retreated to the crowd, and stopped talking. Listening to the two of them sing double acts, some resurrected people looked embarrassed, but they really didn't dare to do anything extreme. The deterrent power of the underworld is really great. Compared to entering the underworld, house arrest seems to be acceptable. Moreover, the crushing strength of the Black Star player Aegon Wanitz playing with his palms and the killer's behavior have also made many revivers quite afraid. However, although Aegon Wanitz was killed, it did not make most of the resuscitators feel sad. After watching the whole process, they naturally knew that it was not Black Star who took action unilaterally, but Aegon Wanitz brought it upon himself, so it was no wonder that others were blamed. Han Xiao's many super A-level people are not disgusted, but are happy. Who told Aegon Wanitz to boldly cut the nurse? Even if Black Star doesn't do it, many people want to kill this guy, but they think it's good to kill. Killing people to establish authority easily makes people feel that he is forcing and threatening the resuscitation. In order to prevent this sequelae, Han Xiao did not want to cause death, but Aegon Wanitz himself was a special case. It actually made both sides feel that he deserved it. It was simply wonderful. He was worried about how to establish his authority, and Aegon Wanitz sent a great opportunity and would not cause a rebound. Jia was a great man who helped him in time. He felt sorry if he didn't ask the 8 brothers in the netherworld to take care of him. Seeing that many resurrected people stopped the commotion, Han Xiao knew that this wave of killing chickens and warning monkeys had an effect and dispelled everyone's idea of causing trouble. But that was not enough. His main goal was not to house arrest, but to persuade the group of people to join the war voluntarily. Han Xiao took a deep breath and said, "In fact, inviting you to participate in the war is not asking you to make free contributions. This is also a transaction. I believe you will be satisfied with this price." Upon hearing this, many revived people showed interest. "Oh, what's the reward?" Hilbert asked curiously. Han Xiao smiled and put a strong medicine according to the plan. "As long as you choose to participate in the war, no matter how many times you die in battle, I will awaken you again. If one day we expel foreign enemies, those who participate in the war can always enjoy the qualification to recover the sanctuary and obtain a permanent security guarantee. However, if you don't participate in the war today, you will not have another chance to exchange it in the future. This is my bid." The resurrected person present was stunned, and then his heart beat faster. If this is the case, then there will be no worries. It is definitely a great deal to trade to exchange participation in the war for the qualification to recover the sanctuary. Besides, there are currently the current ability of Dawn of Life, and the survival rate on the battlefield is guaranteed, and it is not so easy to die in battle. It is worth a try. The only question is whether Black Star keeps his word. Observing the reactions of everyone, Han Xiao smiled and said, "Don't doubt my sincerity. The resurrection of the sanctuary is not difficult for me. Resurrection is just a slaughter." Rui Fu couldn't help but question. "What do you mean is that the resurrection of the sanctuary can be used endlessly? Is there no limit?" Haha, this really doesn't exist. Don't worry, no matter how many times you die, the resurrection of the sanctuary will still take effect. Han Xiao responded with a smile. When introducing the situation before, he did not repeat the lie that the sanctuary only once, so this group of resuscitations was not aware of it. As soon as he finished speaking, the members of the association around him couldn't help but look at him. Although there was no expression on his face, he sighed secretly in his heart. Haixing's ability to lie with his eyes open is getting better and better. Many members of the association determined that the sanctuary had only one chance to recover. The lies had been told for too long and had been taken as true. They did not believe Han Xiao's rebellion at this time. In their opinion, this was just a lie that Black Star deliberately made up in order to fool these revived people into joining the war. But everyone did not mean to reveal the truth, because it is in their interest to fool more resurrected people into the war, and this lie is invalid for them, such as the insiders. This split the difference between contemporary super A-level and historical revivers. Many members of the association believe that they will not be caught, and even if they recover, they will not be deceived. Therefore, they have different treatments and cannot harm the interests of their group. Therefore, no one intends to expose Han Xiao's liar. Even Garros and others who have just recovered chose to remain silent, but instead feel that Black Star has taken a good move. Seeing the revived people's heartwarming appearance, many members of the association laughed secretly, and they couldn't help feeling superior to mastering the truth. At the same time, Suai glanced at his companions around him and knew that no one was taking it seriously at first glance, and he couldn't help but twitch his lips. As a real insider, he certainly knew that what Han Xiao said now was the truth, but this group of contemporary super A-levels has been fooled by the Black Stars, and to be honest, no one believed it. Saori was so funny. Forget it. It's not a big problem. When Black Star proves this with its actions, they will know which one is the truth. He is not worried that Black Star's plan will fail. For their own interests, the three major civilizations and association members will probably tacitly conceal the truth, and many revivers must accept unified control and cannot freely access external information. The three major civilizations will naturally screen out information that may reveal the truth. Even if the fire cannot be kept in the paper and let the resurrected person know the truth, aren't there still some resurrected persons who voluntarily devote themselves to it? As long as a battle breaks out and a second recovery is successful, everyone will understand that today's words are true, and the situation will immediately return to normal and continue to flock to it. There are many backups, everything is under control, Black Star is still stable, Suri secretly praised. On the other hand, many recoverers were shaken by the trading conditions proposed by Han Xiao and became entangled. Hilbert's eyes flashed, and he said seriously, "If what you said is true, this deal is worth doing. I can play for civilization again and fight against foreign enemies. It's okay. You have enough time to consider it." Han Xiao smiled dismissively. As he said that, he raised his hand and waved his hand, unfolded a spaceship, landed on the bumpy ground, with the cabin door open, and invited everyone to get on it. Many resurgents have accepted Han Xiao's statement and have no objection. They have embarked on the spaceship. Everyone boarded the starship together and quickly went to the high-dimensional apocalypse teleportation point arranged nearby by the three major civilizations, preparing to jump to the interception circle. There is harmony in the cabin, without tense oppositional relationships. Many contemporary Super A levels have finally formed a relationship with various revivers, and many of them have met again after a long time of separation. Looking at the harmonious scene, Han Xiao felt relieved. The preliminary negotiations have been completed for the time being, and finally mobilize the enthusiasm of these resurgents to participate in the war. I don't know how many super A-level people believe my truth besides the resurgents. Han Xiao couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth. The war has already broken out, and the sanctuary's recovery will be revealed sooner or later. He has no intention of hiding it all the time. He used this reason to convince the resurgents that they had formulated a plan early in the morning and are not afraid of being known by the three major civilizations. But the previous lies were too deeply rooted in people's hearts. Han Xiao believed that 80% of the members of the three major civilizations and associations will be skeptical about his statement of change at this time. As long as it was not proved with practical actions, these people would rather believe in the lie that the revival of the sanctuary is limited to one time. However, although Han Xiao planned to reveal the fact that the revival of the sanctuary is unlimited, he did not expect to tell the truth completely. He had already prepared his remarks to the three major civilizations after the truth was exposed, and he hid a trick in it. Ding bye-bye. While thinking, the communicator suddenly rang. Han Xiao took it out and saw that it was an invitation from the heads of the three major civilizations. Without hesitation, he entered the field of vision of the quantum network and launched a remote projection. As soon as he turned his eyes, he was already in the office of the three heads of civilizations, facing the three people. Thank you for your hard work, Black Star. You have stabilized this group of resurgents. Bruce nodded. Thank you for thinking about the overall situation and bringing back so many advanced combat powers, which can make up for many disadvantages now. Don't just thank you verbally. Han Xiao smiled. Don't worry. We have already prepared the substantial reward. Bruce paused and suddenly asked, by the way, we also provided Gout as medium, but why did he not recover? I don't know. Either it was the media error, or this guy was not dead and was hiding in some corner. Han Xiao's face remained unchanged. This problem was solved with a push, and now it has no impact on him at all. So you're not dead? I understand. Bruce glanced at Han Xiao and did not intend to continue delving into it. At this time, the head of the Zuling sect interrupted and asked slowly, Hey Xing, the sanctuary you just mentioned has no limit on the number of times. Is it true or false? What do you think? Han Xiao asked back. I think this is just an excuse for you to stabilize the resurrected person. Su Ling's sect spread his hands, but there is no absolute in the world. Maybe this is the truth. The other two were also staring at Han Xiao, curious. Upon hearing this, Han Xiao shrugged and said casually, You are willing to believe that any statement is the same. When the situation develops to that point, you will naturally know whether it is true or false. Before this, I personally recommend that you listen to my words just now as false and consider the worst outcome in advance, and you will definitely not make any mistakes. Without waiting for everyone to respond, Han Xiao continued. Your current important task is to put a house arrest on these resurgents to ensure that they cannot get in touch with the truth, otherwise they will give up, and I can't do anything. You are right. The three of them looked at each other, suppressed their inner doubts, and nodded at the same time. They are more inclined to the so-called Sanctuary Recovery Unlimited as a lie that Han Xiao used to fool the revivers. With the urinary nature of Black Star, how could he easily reveal such a trump card? It is probably a lie. Anyway, it is common for Haixing to open his eyes to tell lies. They're used to it, they're not panic at all, and they even want to laugh. Pick. Han Xiao removed the remote projection, returned to his body, shook his head, and smiled slightly. I had a conversation with the heads of the three major civilizations just now. Judging from their performance, they probably did not believe in the reversal of their words, and they prefer that the sanctuary only has to be revived once. However, at this point, Han Xiao didn't care whether the three civilizations believed it or not. He once called out that the sanctuary was only limited to one time. First, to facilitate control of the resurgence of the Covenant, reduce their ambitions, and reduce the possibility of the Covenant exposure. Second, to deal with the three civilizations targeting the superclass A-class at that time, and to hide a trump card, so that the three civilizations felt that they could still hold their lives. Third, to delay time and wait for the swearing person to collect a new key to the sanctuary. Now both sides are grasshoppers on the same rope. World Tree Civilization is the main contradiction, and the three major civilizations cannot be separated from their own help. Under the current situation, no matter what fear the three major civilizations have against the Super A class, they have to rely on their combat power. Han Xiao doesn't mind the showdown at all, but unfortunately, they don't believe it for the time being. Monopoly business, speaking is good. Han Xiao said he put away the communicator, turned back to the cabin, ready to use his traditional skills and pyrotechnics with these new revivers. Brush, the alloy hatch door automatically slides open. Han Xiao walked into the hall and looked around. The various Super A levels in the room spontaneously formed several small groups, each family sitting in a bunch of direct descendants, neutral Super A levels sitting together according to the times, and occasionally some mavericks sat alone in the corner, clearly distinguished. People who want to inquire about news and love making friends are circulating among various groups. Everyone is a person of the same level, with many topics in common, and the atmosphere is quite lively. As soon as Han Xiaojiang came in, he found that the resuscitators from various groups were looking at him frequently, with a strong look of curiosity and surprise in his eyes. At this time, Emperor Nifuga took the initiative to come over, looked at Han Xiao up and down, and said straight to the point, "So you are the strongest mechanic of this generation. Why get back to my state? We will communicate with you if I have time." Han Xiao raised his eyebrows and smiled and said, "Okay, welcome at any time." He probably knew why these resurrected people looked at him with this kind of eyes. 80% of the time, he was talking to the heads of the three civilizations. These resurrected people inquired about his life from other Super A levels and were amazed by his record. Emperor Nifga proposed to exchange ideas. In his opinion, it was definitely not just for the exchange of feelings, but mostly to regain the position of the main god of the mechanical divine cult. Han Xiao knew a little about the idea of Emperor Nifga. If he had been dead, then there would be nothing wrong with leaving the inheritance to his descendants. But now he was cheating, so he planned to regain the inheritance and was unwilling to others to continue to occupy the foundation he had built. After all, it was theirs. After a glance, Han Xiao estimated that more than one person had this mentality, reviving a group of Super A levels with high seniority. He had long expected such a conflict of interest with contemporary Super A levels. "Hey, I've become the old Maitu now and the challenged one now." Han Xiao smiled in his heart. Aegon Wanitz would not allow him to show all his strength. So Nifga still had confidence in the competition, but he was an unequipped whiteboard at this time, and it was not the moment he wanted to compete. Nifgadi nodded, politely said a few words before he walked aside and sat back into the original group. At this time, someone in the neutral Super A-level group spoke and said to South Korea, "By the way, you said you were the current director of the Super A-level association. Then will your association still recruit people?" Han Xiao Xuanxing looked over and nodded at the speaker and smiled. "That's of course. Our association always welcomes newcomers to join. If you don't want to fight alone, joining the association is the best choice. This is a contemporary interest consortium of superclass A-class interests. We have always been willing to help newcomers form their own forces, but now it is a war period, and we will not take this action for the time being." As he said, Han Xiao turned his head and looked at Hilbert and others and smiled. We also welcome all former direct descendants who are unwilling to serve the three major civilizations. If you feel uncomfortable staying in the three major civilizations, the association is also a choice. "Hey," Ulu shouted, dissatisfied. "Are you too arrogant when you pry our corner in front of you?" This feeling is like an honest person watching his girlfriend being asked for WeChat by a strong scumbag passing by. It's better to make less jokes like this. Claudi's expressionless face and a cold aura. As the pillar of the country, he could not be indifferent to Han Xiao's poaching behavior. Ref, who was standing beside him, stared at Claudi and said in surprise, "Little Kiki, you have taken the lead in the past few years and have developed a good momentum." Claudi's serious, intense face immediately collapsed, and he immediately lost his skills. In front of these seniors, he was really not used to showing off. Sui, not far away, had his ears moved, almost thinking that he was calling himself, and suddenly remembered some bad memories and glared at Han Xiao's back with resentment. Hilbert did not respond positively and shook his head. Thank you for your invitation, but let's talk about it later. He just didn't want to continue working, which did not mean he didn't want the retirement benefits of the three major civilizations. At least it was a reward for his life. Han Xiao smiled, not minded, wandering among various groups and simply communicating his feelings, which was a deep understanding. After chatting for a while, the spacecraft finally arrived at the position of the Galway Apocalypse teleporter, entered the ring area, and activated the device. A flash of light was seen, and it was soon teleported to the main base of the Interceptor Circle. The three major civilizations have been prepared to welcome many revived people to their temporary residences. In order to prevent accidents, most of them have accompanied them all the way. Han Xiao did not follow him, but went to the underworld with Hyla. On the way to the temporary residence, everyone was chatting. Behind the team, Manison and Nifty walked side by side, maintaining silence. After a while, Nifka spoke slowly. Are you the leader of the mechanical clan? Yeah. Manison responded lightly. Yes, I didn't expect that among my descendants. You are such a powerful person. Nifgadi nodded with satisfaction. Manison looked straight, turned a deaf ear, and did not answer. Emperor Nifga was not only the first divine mechanic and founder of the mechanical divine cult in history, but also the ancestor of the mechanical clan. For some intentions, Manison was not interested in recognizing an ancestor. His intersection with Nifra is limited, and before he became Super A-level, Nifra was already dead. Moreover, after being promoted to the level A, their own race has sublimated and become a new species. From a genetic point of view, the two are no longer the same creatures. After sighing for a while, Nefusa raised his hand and patted Manison's clone on the shoulder and asked, How is the mechanical clan now? You will know when you go back. You're doing well anyway. Manison was too lazy to report to him. That's good. Nifgaga said aloud and instructed. After a while, please announce my return to the entire armed tribe and tell them that the ancestors are back. After that, Nifgagaga accelerated and left Manison. Manison looked at his back and raised his palm to brush the shoulder that had been patted by Niphat, as if he was sweeping away the dust. If I had it before, according to my former personality, I would definitely find a way to kill you. Manison snorted coldly. Although Nifga did not explicitly want to take back the leader of the armed tribe, if there was one more ancestor in the tribe, the power would definitely be divided. The armored clan is his important base camp, and he doesn't want to see anyone interfere in his interests, even his ancestors. With the seniority and high seniority, do you want to share the ready-made cake? Think beautifully. Want to step on my head? Do you think you are a black star? However, Manison has now restrained a lot. Although he is unwilling to give up his interests, he has no intention of doing anything to Emperor Nifga. At worst, he can send him to build a new armed tribe. Anyway, after so many years of reproduction, the old weapon clan has long been his possession. Just by the name of his ancestors, he cannot easily shake his leadership foundation. On the other hand, Milizaus was also staying with the ancestors of the Spirit Dragon clan in the Star Realm, but the atmosphere was completely opposite and very warm. Old man, are you saying true? Do you really have a way to compress my body shape while maintaining all combat power? Milizaus was surprised. Hey, this is my unique secret technique. Only with my bloodline can I use it. But after you become a Super A level, you have faded my bloodline and sublimated into a new species. This is not possible. I will put hundreds of tons of dragon blood later. You can take it back and melt it with magic, blend it into your body, and increase the concentration of bloodline. Next time I come here, let me have a good physical examination. I will help you adjust this secret technique and tailor it for you. A small blue dragon with a body of only more than 10 meters is lying on Milizaus's huge body. Its body is graceful, with crystal-like blue dragon scales shining brightly. The golden dragon horn is like jade, shaped like a crown, and there are thick black beards on both sides of the dragon head. Dragon Mage, Marsipo Diet Millet, is a blue dragon with a blood mutant. After advancing to the level A, it has sublimated its genes, has amazing magical talent, and has created countless dragon word magic. The spiritual dragon clan in the astral realm is just one of the blood branches left by him. Many of the dragon language magic used by Milizaos today are the legacy of Marsibo. Regardless of actual combat capabilities, at least in terms of magic research and development capabilities, Milizaos feels inferior. The magician and mechanic eat resources differently. Milizaos doesn't care much about who ruled the clan. As soon as he saw his learned ancestors, he came to exchange experiences. It happened that the two dragons were bold and cheerful and had a pleasant chat. Marsipo did not hide his personal feelings and said that he could solve Milizaos' most troublesome body shape problem. In fact, there are not many magics to reduce the size, but the body structures of different races are different, and the magic models required are also different. This is the applicability of magic theory. Although Milizaos' special super A-level powerful dragon body also has some rare reduction magic, it will reduce its combat power in a certain proportion and will restrict its hands and feet like bone shrinkage skills. Therefore, it is generally the peak state that it releases all its bodies. However, the secret technique mentioned by Marsibo does not have this negative effect. Instead, it can increase body density, strengthen defense and many resistances, and increase combat power without decreasing. It is a dragon word magic that requires specific conditions to be used. Milizaos was very surprised and pestered Marsibo to ask. Marsibo was very generous and said that if we were with each other, I would teach you if you want to learn who call me your ancestor. The scene was once a grandson. Once you learn this secret technique, you will no longer have to be targeted by others, and your combat power will be greatly improved. When you think of this future, Milizaos feels hot. Finally, I can get rid of the fate of the meat shield. Such a promising profession should be left to the Black Star, the slut. This ancestor is worth recognizing it. Dimension of the Underworld. Han Xiao and Hela teleport to check Aegon Wannis. I saw that Aegon Wannis had transformed into a heroic spirit and was surrounded by 8 brothers from the underworld. As soon as Han Xiao arrived, Aegon Wannis' eyes burst, and he said angrily, "You actually killed me, you? Shut up. If it weren't for me, you would still be a dead person, and you didn't even have the qualification to be killed. You did too much. This is your punishment." Han Xiao interrupted him with expressionless expression. Hela turned his head and looked at the 8 brothers in the underworld and asked, "Have you helped him figure out his own situation?" "I have told him about the situation in the underworld, but he seems to have not accepted the reality yet." Sorgen shrugged. Upon hearing this, Aegon Wannis suddenly turned his head and glared at Hela with a firm tone. "Don't want me to become your slave. I will never be driven by you." "Oh." Hela looked cold and indifferent. Han Xiao wrapped his arms around his arms and said casually, "It's better to live without a good death. You have to think clearly that although it is controlled by others, in a sense, this is an immortal body. If you're not free, you'd rather die." Aegon Wannis held his head up, and his chest was strong and firm. Han Xiao clapped twice, turned to look at Hela. "Please put him in custody alone. When will he change his mind and let him go?" "Okay, I can adjust the time of the heroic spirit and make him live like a year." Hela did not hesitate, and directly used the authority of the underworld, and locked him up without waiting for Aegon Wannis to speak. Seeing this, the 8 brothers from the underworld all clicked and expressed deep sympathy. All perceptions of heroic spirits are controlled by the controller of the underworld, and can simulate various experiences. If you offend the authorized dog, you will definitely not be able to take it. From now on, there are 9 heroic spirit kings in the underworld. They are at the peak of Super A level, and their strength is only a little worse than Sorgen, and they have another general. Han Xiao nodded. He did not doubt that Aegon Wannis would surrender in the end, because he had no choice. If this guy was really so strong that he wouldn't beg for mercy when he was beaten by himself. If Aegon Wannis is obedient, he will be under house arrest for a period of time at most. But if he is so destined to death, Han Xiao will not have any psychological burden to lock him in the underworld. If he does some tricks, he will have to bear the corresponding price. You chose it yourself, a hero. On the other hand, Sorokin was in a happy mood when he watched this scene. Finally, a newcomer comes, so he is not the youngest. Happy. At the same time, the world has its territory. The roots were poked out from the space, and the troops were constantly exploded, sending out batches of freshly released fleets from virtual to real. The King of Heart Tree sat upright on the throne, looked at this scene from afar, and asked casually, "How is the current military strength?" In addition to some advanced combat forces, they're still in the process of resurrection. The warships and soldiers lost in the last battle were basically replenished by the Mother Tree. Some troops have been reassembled these days, and 230 billion warships have been deployed to the subdimensional world, looking for the territory area of the opponent civilization in the subdimensional. The executive on the side reported the current situation. Yes. The King of Heart Tree nodded calmly. The attack path of the main universe was blocked, and the World Tree began to prepare for both, intending to start from the secondary dimension and invade through another route. But World Tree did not give up its plan to attack the Interception Circle, and has been gathering larger troops, while allowing the Advance Corps to consume 3 major civilized forces and push the jump points forward. The opponent is in a stalemate with our over-visual range, and the expansion progress is hindered and it is almost stagnant. This plan has a significant effect. It is estimated that before our next strong attack, the jump point will be maintained in this area and will not be pushed away by the opponent again. Another World Tree executive said, "Not bad." The King of Heart Tree praised, suddenly paused and asked, "Have you found out the cause of the intelligence leak? How did they know about our strategic deployment?" "Well, I already have a look, and it is suspected to be related to those who predicted the ability." An executive took out a report and explained, "According to data statistics, 93.4% of the exposed tactical deployments have one thing in common, all of which are predicted by the future state perceptron. We have reason to suspect that the strategic deployment was leaked to the other party because of this behavior. As for what measures the other party took, we do not know for the time being. All premonition actions have been stopped, and the details of the ability, awakening situation, origin, and background of all future state perceptrons are thoroughly investigated, and the reasons are finding out. Many tactical deployments have been discovered by the 3 major civilizations. The World Tree cannot be indifferent and naturally notice the abnormality. Although I don't know the ability of the Son of Destiny, through data analysis, the World Tree civilization still found the cause of the intelligence leakage. Even if it does not solve the root cause, it can at least treat the symptoms." The King of Hearts patted the handrail and said slowly, "It's good to find the reason, but don't block the other party's intelligence channel. When needed, this channel can come in handy and maybe catch them off guard." As soon as he finished speaking, many Super A-level in the cabin couldn't help but look surprised, and many resurgents who were boarding the ship were also stunned. "What are you going to do?" Saurier was surprised. "It's a conversation. Why are you doing this expression? You're fussing." Looking at everyone's expressions, Han Xiao felt helpless. Contemporary Super A-level knowledge of his abilities. Even if he finds someone to discuss, few people are willing to take care of him. They are very smart and hide the wool on their bodies tightly and don't pull them away. Besides, his status is now special, and his every move is being paid attention to, which makes people think too much and is inconvenient to fight with his own people. However, the newly awakened resurgent has not had a deep impression of him. He may agree. Maybe he has the chance to trigger a Super A-level challenge mission, which is worth a try. Many resurrected people's expressions changed, and they immediately thought of going somewhere else. Haixing, a president of a Super A-level association, took the initiative to invite the fight, afraid that it was not because he wanted to find them to establish his authority. Could it be because he was afraid that they would not be willing to obey the house arrest, and had small thoughts, so he wanted to hit them and make them more peaceful? The group thought more and more. The originally lively communication channel fell silent for a moment and became a mess. Seeing that no one was talking, Han Xiao coughed and asked, "Why are you so reserved? No one wants to play with me. You are a stern man. You must have ulterior motives." Many Super A-level rolled their eyes secretly in their hearts. When they killed Aegon Wanitz, they saw the strength of the tip of the Black Star iceberg. Although they had just recovered, they were shameless. Why were they beaten up for no reason and seeking suffering when they were free? If they can beat Black Star, they can increase their prestige, but they have not yet returned to their full estate and are in a sensible way. Few people are confident that they will beat the most outstanding Super A-level representatives in this state. Although Emperor Nifga made an appointment to compete in the future, he did not even get a mechanical force at this time, and he had no intention of making a breakthrough. After waiting for more than 10 seconds, no one still expressed his opinion. Han Xiao was left alone, but no one responded. Seeing that no one was talking, Aurora opened her mouth, breaking the silence of the channel, and whispered that, "Don't worry about being injured. I will treat you." Hyla snorted and took a few steps forward. "If you have itchy hands, I'll just talk with you. What's the matter with someone else?" Hearing this, Han Xiao turned around and glanced at the two sisters. "Finally, someone has won the honor, but you two love me." Xui laughed twice and said to smooth things over, "Okay, Oklahoma. Black Star has no malice. There's no need to be so vigilant, so everyone doesn't want to. TSK, it seems like I'm taking advantage of the danger of others. Forget it. Wait until you get back to your peak state." Han Xiao saw that no one paid attention to his invitation, so he had to find a way out and sighed his heart that the wool is getting harder to cut. He was about to reveal the topic and let everyone disperse, but at this moment, a thick voice sounded in the channel. "Don't wait until later. I'll be your opponent." Han Xiao's eyes lit up suddenly. He quickly turned his head and looked at him. He saw a burly creature clench his fists and was eager to try martial arts. He came with Ironhead. The resuscitators around him turned their heads in surprise and stared at this guy. "Core, don't you really think you are his opponent, right?" Someone couldn't help asking. I still have this self-knowledge, but facing difficulties is my martial arts. I dare not fight without life danger. It will only damage my martial arts beliefs. Meeting a master is just for me to sharpen myself." Core was cold-eyed and a tough guy with a tough attitude, and his fighting spirit rose. Han Xiao was completely moved. He is worthy of being a martial artist and will never disappoint him. Seeing this scene, many resurrected people were speechless. Knowing that Black Star might have to establish his authority, they were still rushing forward. Only the martial arts silly can do such a thing. Everyone silently distanced themselves from Core, fearing that they would be infected with Ironhead disease. Since you responded, let's go through the move. Han Xiao couldn't wait to fly out of the cabin, for fear that this kid would regret it. This Core is just an ordinary neutral Super A level. Although he is not a master, he is still Super A level. No matter how small the wool is, he can still get it. Anyway, he is not picky, and ordinary Super A level does not mean he does not have good abilities. After all, he has many template expertise drawn from ordinary superpowers. Wait a minute, will there be any winning results for our competition? Core asked again. What do you want? If I can beat you one move and half a stance, I will be lifted from house arrest and give me freedom, Core said in a silence. Now even Han Xiao, who knew the habits of martial arts, was a little surprised, and everyone was stunned on the spot. No. Do you really feel that you can have the advantage when facing the peak Super A-level team? You have to fight with your head. Although we complain in our hearts, we can still accept the saying that you use strong enemies to sharpen yourself. But you won't really feel that you have a chance to win. That's just overestimating your ability. As if he saw Han Xiao and other companions' confusion, Core said in a deep voice, "Although the opportunity is not great, setting a goal can stimulate my potential and exert stronger power. The strength gap between me and you is too big, and you need to use all external factors to strengthen your combat power. You are really pure." Han Xiao didn't know what to say, so he put it in a long time. Everyone returned to the spaceship to watch the battle and left the battlefield to the two of them. In the field, Kor was full of arrogance and set off a battle posture. He confronted Han Xiao from afar, locking his aura on Han Xiao, waiting for the battle. The martial arts momentum is quite good, but the gap in strength is too big. Han Xiao has already tried hard to feel it, but he really can't feel any sense of danger. In his eyes, it's like a little cat swaying at him, not fierce at all, but a little cute. Han Xiao looked at the panel, and the related Super A-level challenge missions successfully popped up. With so many Super A-level viewings, the influence naturally reached the standard for triggering the mission. The task format is still to persist for enough time. The reward for the highest level of ability draw requires him to persist for a total of 20 minutes. This requirement is of course not difficult for him. On the contrary, he is quite doubtful whether Kor can persist for so long in his hands. So the difficulty this time lies in how I let the water go for 20 minutes. Kukezi is still good at this. I have to refer to it. Han Xiao's face twitched slightly. Is this a challenge task, or is it a challenge task? I'm here. Kor's momentum reached the peak, and he roared suddenly. His arrogance swelled, his palms pushed, and the continuous waves of the body swung over like a yellow light chain. Han Xiao's body was still moving, and a circle of floating cannons spread out behind him, like a circle of light wheels behind his head, shooting out dense beams of light, exploding all the attacking X-body wave bombs halfway. Seeing this, Kor shook his body, and suddenly dozens of aura-like clones were left and rushed towards Han Xiao from all directions. He did not get close to him, but instead buckled his palms in his hands and prepared his momentum. Han Xiao clenched his fist with both hands and thumped the sides. The powerful force field activated by the mecha swept past, instantly breaking through all the clones that were approaching quickly. At this time, Kor had already completed his rapid accumulation of momentum. A dazzling martial arts ray of light appeared between his hands, and he suddenly pushed forward and made a wave. The bright yellow martial arts light waves were wrapped around a sharp breath, like a rapidly extending light blade, shooting quickly towards Han Xiao. Accompanied by the surging energy, Kor shouted through the communication channel, "Huh, Star River/Fist second style." Hearing the shameful name, Han Xiao only felt that the power of the martial arts light waves that were attacking had increased a little. It's a solid reputation. When chanting the moves when sending a wave, there is indeed a bonus, and the more you hit the second, the more points you get. Han Xiao's mouth twitched, resisting the burning desire to complain in his heart, and slightly raised his hand to call out a secret energy shield to block it. The next moment, the bright yellow martial arts light waves bombarded the blue ghost shield that was as rippling as water waves and suddenly exploded the dazzling light wheel, and the shock wave spreaded. The aftermath dissipated, and Han Xiao remained motionless. The yawning shield flashed a few times before stabilizing again. Kor's face changed. He was extremely serious and said solemnly, "I actually took out such a tight defense. As expected, this move cannot break your defense. It's not simple. Han Xiao, I touched a basic shield and came out. When will it become a tight defense? Don't add a show to me without authorization." Seeing that Cole was about to continue making waves, Han Xiao shook his face and simply raised his hand to open the secondary dimension barracks. He couldn't bear to summon the large army to bully people, but just pulled out an apostle weapon with weapons all over his body. "Zintianki, go and deal with him." Zintianki nodded, lifted the accompanying war shield and heavy axe, started to jet, dragged the tail flame of the propeller to Kor, and immediately wrapped around each other and fought close. Han Xiao did not intervene, but sat beside him and watched the Sky Flag fight Kor alone, counting the time silently. Nowadays, the apostle weapon can already compete with the high-level Super A-level under his mechanical power bonus, and it is even less problematic to fight alone with ordinary Super A-level. The two sides fought hard to solve, and Han Xiao finally ended until the end of 20 minutes. Seeing that the reward of the task at the highest level was shown as settlementable, he couldn't wait to solve the opponent. He He knocked Ku to the ground in 2 or 3 times. The gap in strength was so big that there was no suspense in this battle. Okay, it's enough to enjoy yourself. You'd better practice. Who else would like to accompany me to fight? Han Xiao didn't take any serious action and used control to suppress Kor so hard that he turned around and looked at the spaceship watching the battle. The channel was quiet, and many revivers curled their lips without responding. They thought Black Star would defeat Kor with thunder, but they fought for 20 minutes. However, everyone knew at a glance that Black Star deliberately gave Kor the opportunity to play, and for him, it was not even a warm-up. Many resurgents thought about it and felt that they understood. Black Star Bear probably felt that the gap between Kor and him was too big, and that defeating the other party at once would not have any effect in establishing authority. They would also seem to be too hard and bullying the small with the big. So they simply changed their way of establishing authority so that others could see that he could fight with ordinary super A-level weapons with an apostle weapon, indirectly revealing their strength. Some people feel that they have figured out the truth. Although they feel that they have seen through other people's scheming, they have to admit that the performance of Black Star has indeed deepened the unfathomable impression. A single apostle weapon can fight against ordinary super-level A-levels. If Black Star has dozens of apostle weapons, isn't it equivalent to dozens of super-level A-level combat powers? It's so terrifying. Since no one is interested in fighting again, let's go back. Han Xiao waited for a while and saw that no one was talking. He knew that he could not wait for the next silly man. He untied his control over Kor and returned to the spacecraft. Kor rubbed his sore shoulders, but he was not discouraged. Instead, he felt that after this wave of ravage, his patience has improved and his belief in martial arts has become stronger. His brain circuit is indeed different from that of ordinary people. With this episode, everyone was speechless all the way and took the spaceship back to the main base, then dispersed one after another, returning to their respective garrison areas. Han Xiao replaced the Emperor and teleported back to the Legion base of the Shining World. He found Fort Nero for a wave of European energy and then rubbed his palms back to the room to prepare for settlement. Potential cadres such as Fordin, Nilo, Carlot, etc., who are less than Super A-level have not been sent to the front line for the time being and are still being trained. He is naturally a little selfish. If he lets Super A-seeds suffer large-scale casualties on the front line, it will be more than worth the loss. The current situation is not yet at the point of filling it with everyone's lives. I hope I could draw something suitable this time. Although Kor is a little bit naughty, he still has some good abilities. Han Xiao had seen Kor's attributes beforehand. For him, he rubbed his hands and chose the settlement task, as if he were a prize pool. The next moment, the panel display task is completed. Han Xiao skipped the basic reward and looked directly at the tip at the bottom. You get the reward. Draw one of Kor's ability, skills/features. Tip. Kor is a martial artist, and some of the extractable abilities have been automatically adjusted according to your profession. Random drawing. Drawing is completed. Please choose one of the following 5 abilities as a reward. 1. Steelhead Hammer 1 style. Skill. Use a hard head to hit the target. This attack power plus 25%. The head defense temporarily plus 250%. And there's a chance to cause negative states such as concussion and stun to yourself or the enemy, and cool down for 14ths. 2. Crow Cannon. Skill. In the next 5 seconds, the ranged attack rate will be plus 120%. The attack power will be 30%, and each ranged attack will have a 35% chance to obtain the tracking feature, cooldown for 35s. 3. Unforcing Challenger. Feature. When facing enemies with a level higher than your own, your full attributes will be increased by 3%, 15%, depending on the level difference between the two sides. 4. Combo Amplification. Feature. Damage increases by 12% as the number of combos increases. 5. Songlong Bond. Skill. Closely bind the enemy's actions, forcing both sides to be in a state of inaction at the same time. The time for the target to break free depends on the difference in strength and endurance, and the control time is at least 2s. The Steel Head Hammer is actually just the first move. Could it be that there is another set of combos Looking at the panel prompt, Han Xiao couldn't help but twitch his lips, and his eyes couldn't move away from the first option. He always thought that the head iron was just an adjective for martial arts temperament, but he didn't expect it to be a skill. After taking a look down and seeing the other options, Han Xiao pondered for a while and had a choice. The two specialties are pretty good, but he doesn't want them much. As the level rises, the effect of Indomitable Challenger continues to decrease. With his current level, there are not many opportunities to trigger, and he will not stop upgrading. This feat will only become less and less useful. As for combo amplitude, it is practical. The mechanical troops can easily fill up the combo number, but the bonus amplitude is a little low. Now their own strength base is very solid, and there is no shortage of this general passive bonus expertise. In contrast, Han Xiao currently wants some abilities with special tactical effects to achieve more significant effects in combat. Crow Cannon can increase the explosive power of concentrated fire with a much higher amplitude than combo increase, but in Han Xiao's opinion, his damage is no longer low. What he lacks is the hit rate, and he must hit the target even if he concentrates. In fact, Han Xiao is not too urgent about Songlong binding. After all, the restrictions on close-range triggering are relatively high, and neither side can move after use. He mainly likes the rare feature of the lowest strong control for 2 seconds. This is just the effect of LV1. If you upgrade to the full level, plus some of your specialties that can improve your skill level, the minimum strong control time can be extended, so it is worth choosing one to try. You have obtained a new skill, Songlong Bond. Don't say it. It sounds pretty nice. It's much more powerful than a name like the Steelhead Hammer. Han Xiao smacked his lips, muttered, and opened the attribute panel, quickly found a new gold-hot skill, and invested in continuous upgrades and experience. Although he was hitting level 360 and did not want to spend his experience reserves indiscriminately, the consumption of upgrading a skill to the full level still did not affect the plan. Soon, Song Lao Bai rushed from LV1 to LV10, with the minimum strong control time reaching 2.6 seconds, and provided additional strength and endurance judgment bonus, increasing the difficulty of breaking free from the target. After all, Han Xiao has not deliberately added strength attributes. It is average at the same level, but his endurance is still okay. He is now the main intelligence and auxiliary endurance. Every time he creates a wash point for the universe treasure, part of it is added to the endurance. The strongman Lockman finally has the skills to support him. If he had this move before, he would not have been easily broken away by the king of Shushi. Han Xiao rubbed his chest muscles and was about to find someone to try the move. At this time, the communicator suddenly rang. It was Emmy's call, saying that he would come to the front line and ask Han Xiao to activate the Emperor to pick her up. Seeing that Emmy's was firm in his attitude, Han Xiao no longer forced her to stay behind and just took her back to the interception circuit base. And you can just try out new tricks with Emmers to see how the actual combat effect is. The Central Star Sea, the desolate universe belt. A small fleet was sailing slowly in the vast star space, as if aimless. In the main ship command room, a group of operators wearing various miscellaneous armors were flying the spacecraft, looking like a group of star pirates. On the front viewing podium, there were several imposing guys standing, wearing hooded robes to cover up their bodies. Because of foreign invasion, the 3 civilized armies have been deployed to various border star fields. It is the time when the hinterland is empty, and a large number of interstellar citizens are hiding in the Central Star Sea. This is a good time, a hooded man whispered. Hearing these words, several hooded men had a slight commotion. The hooded man standing in front of him breathed a long sigh and said slowly, "Forget it, don't do it now. Why, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." The other man said excitedly and puzzled, "If I can't say it, don't move." The hooded man in front increased his tone, raised his head slightly, revealing his face under the hood. It was the mysterious whereabouts of Panergon. This group of people were the Avengers group that left the Covenant. Panergon, you shouldn't be compassionate, right? A super A-level spoke coldly. Did you retreat because of the invasion of foreign enemies? Don't forget that our goal is to avenge the three major civilizations. We're going to suffer a lot of life. Foreign enemies are the help of our heavenly beings. There is no time that is more suitable to destroy their rule than now, giving us the opportunity to take advantage of the situation to fight for the big ones. Otherwise, do you think that just a few of us can really shake the ruling foundation of the three major civilizations? Are you teaching me to do things? Pan-Ergon's face was also cold. The man was not afraid, glared back and said in a deep voice, "Then why do you think you should miss this opportunity? If we say differently, it would be better to leave as soon as possible and do your own things." The other people's eyes also focused on Pan-Ergon. Their civilization was destroyed by the three major civilizations in the exploration history and had deep-rooted hatred. In order to avenge, the group had already put life and death aside. The invasion of the World Tree made them happy without being surprised and thought that God helped me. Pargan paused, took out a thick handmade cigarette, lit it, and took a sip, and the smoke filled silently. "Speak," the companion asked coldly. Pan-Ergon glanced at him, lit a little smoke, and slowly spoke. "The Great Migration should be a time when star pirates are rampant and active, but the military of major civilized people are escorting their own people to the Central Star Sea to take refuge, and there are fewer and fewer interstellar citizens wandering outside. This makes it more and more difficult for star pirates in various places to live. Not only does they have no prey, they're also swept by the military." What do you want to say? I'm talking about that. Even if we want to seize this opportunity to shake the rule of the three major civilizations, we are not enough. It is better to take this opportunity to integrate star pirates from all over the world and obtain enough armed forces. Otherwise, even if we go to the heartlands of the three major civilizations to cause trouble, we will not be able to cause any storm. As he said, Pan-Ergon paused and said calmly, "Besides, if we obstruct the three major civilizations' anti-enemy plan at this critical moment, the Black Star will definitely come to kill us. Do you really want to see him?" Hearing this, a trace of shock flashed in everyone's eyes and stopped talking. Pan-Ergon glanced at them, sniffing at the cigarette, and stopped talking. This is both true and also an excuse. To be fair, foreign invasion is a good opportunity to shake the three major civilizations. But Pan-Ergon does not want to take advantage of this momentum. On the one hand, it is due to the threat of the Black Star, and on the other hand, it is due to the Covenant. After all, this is the hometown of many Covenant companions, such as the Swearing Man. He was reborn and owed a great favor to the Covenant, and at the same time, he also gained freedom. Now some old friends are fighting against foreign enemies, and he is unwilling to pull his friends back at this time. Although he decided to devote his life to revenge, he did not want to lose his loyalty for it. Foreign invasion may be the only opportunity to destroy the three major civilizations, but Pan-Ergon does not regret abandoning this route. He firmly believes that there are other ways. The three major civilizations and the World Tree are still fighting a tug-of-war on the front line. After a while, with the first batch of special observation devices released, the stalemate between the two sides was finally broken. The ultra-visual range detection technology from another iterative ultimate civilization broke the hidden camouflage of the World Tree strongholds and marked the densely packed camps one after another on the wide area radar, almost as if the entire map was opened and finally regained the initiative. The entire Interception Circle Command Center was greatly inspired and immediately organized a large number of players to form a time-space cutting force, divided into thousands of troops, heading towards all the companies and battalions, trying to clear all enemy strongholds at one time. The over-visual range camp of Guan Mutual Aid was soon killed. The stronghold hidden in the dark was caught off guard. Under the players' fearless time and space cut and self-destruct charge, the large number of nails placed near the interception circle were pulled out one after another. After about half a month of fierce battle, World Tree finally gave up its failed over-visual range-wide battalion tactics and no longer deployed new strongholds, allowing the three major civilizations to clear the obstacles to the expansion interception circle and the space anchoring track. Without obstacles, the expansion speed of the space anchoring track fell into stagnation, suddenly thawed, and it was pushed back to the distance, continuously forcing the world tree to jump away from the intercepting circle line. In the next few months, the frequency and intensity of collisions between small troops on both sides continued to rise, and the war became more and more intense. During this period, World Tree launched two more powerful attacks, with a fleet of tens of billions, and detonated two large-scale battles. Both battles were Army group operations. World Tree did not send high-level combat power, but simply consumed the troops of the three major civilizations. It seems that before finding a way to restrain Aurora, the World Tree no longer allows individual power to participate in the battle, and the strong men who died last time were not resurrected and could not enter the battlefield. Although the World Tree also consumes resources for replenishing fleets and combat personnel, due to the characteristics of the World Tree itself, their resource utilization rate, resource development rate, resource regeneration speed, and resource reserves are far beyond the three major civilizations. With huge advantages, and both sides can quickly fight the troops. The World Tree's plan is to consume national strength against the three major civilizations. Many Super A-level players participated in these two large-scale battles with Aurora's care, and the World Tree did not send Super A-level players. Both times were in danger, and no one died in battle. Within a few months, Han Xiao provided some war technology contained in the first sanctuary, mass-made finished products, and allocated them to multiple troops, which played a significant effect in the group army's combat, reducing the combat losses of the three major civilizations a lot, and defeating the World Tree's strong attacking army at a lower cost. The monitoring channel of the Son of Destiny also discovered signs of mobilization of these two strong attacks in advance, allowing the three major civilizations to take precautions and further reduce combat losses. However, with the special over-visual range detection device provided by Han Xiao, the monitoring range and strength of the three civilizations have undergone qualitative changes. It is not necessary for the Son of Destiny to discover most of the actions of the World Tree near the interception circle. This important technology forced the three civilizations to change some of their strategic plans and no longer feel tricky because of their weakness in detection. Therefore, the three major civilizations have also increased their importance to Han Xiao again, and they wish they could keep Han Xiao in the base without participating in any battles and not let him encounter any risks. Black Star took out one strategic technology after another as if it was not enough. Almost everyone was qualified to be the trump card of higher civilizations, which also shocked the scientific research departments of the three parties. It only felt that Black Star's R&D capabilities were even more powerful than their entire department, which was amazing. However, strong attacks are made by force. Although the three major civilizations defeated two waves of offensives, the interception circle and the space anchoring track were both large-scale damages in the advancement of the World Tree force, and the expansion trend was indirectly curbed. From the outbreak of the war to the present, the two sides have been confronting this meat-minting farm for more than half a year, constantly consuming troops. The World Tree has always been blocked and cannot break through the interception circle. It seems that it has finally exhausted its patience. The Son of Destiny surveillance channel has captured important intelligence, showing that the World Tree civilization is mobilizing troops within its territory and planning a new offensive. This time is the largest offensive of the World Tree so far, with a larger scale than the previous three combined, and it has exceeded 200 billion. I don't know how many it is the end. With such a huge offensive, even if the interceptor circle can repel the enemy like the previous three times, it will definitely be severely damaged. As soon as he received the news, Han Xiao notified the command center and held an emergency meeting.